This guy is so hungry at the moment, and so's Biguzera, but you'll be caught out by Red.
Oh,
okay! Revealed, drops down to try to get himself another, but now the main player can come through with the cover. Rez on for the ace. 16 kills to his name, PR into the kill feed, and that low health DGT creep out from heaven, denied to smithereens. Oh God, he's gonna go for it again, but the smoke's deep, the kills not coming their way. Snow double kill hold, third frag as he turns it over towards the tunnels. More to go!
No way!
Quad on his own! Weird spot for Heroic to try to deal with this A pressure. It is just Linus on his own over towards main. Okay!
Oh, come on now.
Nilo able to find the duel, but not the kill. And so this ace is still on. Quad kill for LNZ. Winning ways of yesterday. Boomich with the Zeus and the pistol. It works.
Oh.
Get the out of my way when I'm running away with my bomb. Okay. What? 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 What is?
You know
is
what?
The question.
If he did do that,
eventually Nerds gets one kill here for Team Liquid. After taking damage on board from the Deagle to the chest, and Nerds is going to get another kill here. Nap on the Tech 9, and Aurora all of a sudden crumbling. Forces him uncomfortably into the corner. Morcadia is going to wait, but the scope is up, and Nerds will close it out. A 7-5 lead for Team Liquid going into the second half.
Team Liquid, who are very, very good, who are strong on a lot of maps. But Train not yet in the pool. Oh, that's unfortunate for Major. Damage on the way in, play for the retake, but bomb site kind of open.
Collateral.
Yeah, all the way through at a distance, and all three to close it out, 7-5.
I mean, you know, Davy G's kind of got the one grenade kind of thing. That's his.
True.
The way back into this 3v5. Sad's him finding source of it, like I said.
Well, we did have the Battle of the David yesterday.
Vamos!
Damaging powered by Summit.
Yeah, nice reaction. Muteris and Crazy are going to partner up. We've got a donut double. Oh, what a shot! Oh, he's just better.
Is that at all?
He is just better.
Still 2 on B though.
Ah, he's just the best! Kaspersky, how do you get a third there? Behind you. Doesn't matter if you get output. He even flicks into Kaspersky. Oh, you thought you'd been punished. You thought you'd managed to find a gap in the lurk smoke, but Angels, here it is. Finally, it was denied time after time.
And have a pocket strat here, as it were. Going to be running through the util, trying to play in front of it. Netic can feel them coming. Could be Regali to open things up. Nice. Regali looking for another, but maybe overstepping the marks here. Stepping up, though. And actually finding a couple of quick scopes on the bomb site. Great flashbang from JKS. Sets him up for success. He's on for the ace here, Harry. Can he close things out? He's hungry for it. The grenade could do him. He's holding him down. He's going to open the ace for Regali. Bouncing back from the
quickest, question mark? This could happen. God. Let's kill for JKS. Chasing down the ramp player. Jacasmo dead as well. It's only Jambo. They're on the defuse, but he's got uncleared. Oh no! FlyQuest!
Good duel.
They nearly won the impossible round. They gave it a damn good go. This is the one for all the marbles for Astralis. They're going to get dealt a fast topside play. Good recovery from Yabi. Not an easy spot to be in, but he's made it look so. Flash has had him wrecked. And Yabi, as a one-man army, puts a stop. Oh, Molly's big. Kicker dead. Nothing he can do. That's Device's second kill. 3. They're all coming from the same spot. Yabi dead first. Low health on Magis here. Very low health on Magis. So it might come down to Device having a clutch up. Struggled to take them over the line. And the 1 versus 3. MIBR.
What a way to start your morning, recapping all of the action we got to see yesterday at PGL Masters Bucharest. And now we move into day number 3. My name is Tekel, also known as Sam. I'm going to be keeping you company for the morning. And I'm pretty stoked because later today, 2 teams will make their way into the playoffs of this event. We'll know who those teams are a little later. Let's get into what we can expect and what we saw yesterday. Dustin, Yanko are with me. I have to jump right in, Yanko, and talk about Bait. 2-0, haven't dropped a map, did not see that, never thought it would be the team that we'd be discussing on day number 3. Were you surprised by their performance so far?
I mean, perhaps a little bit. I think for a lot of teams that are in this tournament, it's the inconsistencies, right? I think that's the name of the game for a lot of them. Is on a good day, they can beat anyone, right? And they can play really good Counter-Strike, but it's their floor is not that high. When they're not playing their A game, that's when, they can also lose to pretty much every team. And one of the reasons I wasn't mega surprised was also because 3D Max is one of those teams that's been to 22 events in a row or something crazy. They've been traveling for over a month, it feels like at this point. So you're in a situation like that, you're definitely going to have moments where you just you run out of steam, really, in a way.
Yeah, I mean, Bait's a team that we've kind of had our eye on as a team that's trying to make their way up, right? Trying to get to the invite bubble, trying to move up the rankings. They've, been a team that's been pretty solid online. And we see them at the occasional offline appearance, but not many results to show for it. I thought CAC was a big opportunity for them, but unfortunately, they were unable to attend with their full 5. So this event, they are able to have everyone in place. They've made the IGL change with NPL now being able just to focus on being a star rifler and Alex kind of taking over the leading duties, and you can definitely see it's kind of reinvigorated the team. They're in good form. All their players are fulfilling their roles.
It was also funny how he talked about it in interviews. Like, yeah, Alex, he has a nice and calm personality. Is right. Jesus, MPL, you were on a team with Simple for 3 days, and that's all it took for the disease, for the contagion to happen.
It's a curious one for me because Bait was a conversation I brought up on the first day, which was one of their interviews that they'd done, I think, on HLTV, where they had said, we're not playing as many events as we used to. I think last year they were grinding non-stop. They were playing online events while they were on LAN, trying to get as many reps under their belt. And they said, well, this year the organizations kind of told them to stop because of VRS. And I had question marks about how that would play out. Clearly, skipping a couple of events and actually practicing has worked in their favor, though, because they do look revitalized and quite strong coming into this. And now they're in a position where they could potentially be in the playoffs, which is a big one for them moving into next year.
Absolutely, and this has been the best year for the organization yet, right? If you go back, they've had multiple heartbreaks when it came to the RMRs, right? And making the major 2-0 in the RMR and not being able to qualify, right? Then we had that crazy game this year against Astralis and the comeback to make it, and also going to be in Budapest for the second major of the year, attending more tier 1 lands, right, getting more opportunities. So it's definitely been a good year for Bait, and they've been trending upwards, so to speak.
Any other surprises with the teams that are currently sitting 2-0? I feel like for the most part, like an Aurora, we're comfortable with. Maybe Pain, a little bit of a surprise?
I think Pain 2-0 is definitely one that might be a surprise to some people just because of how many struggles they really have had throughout the course of this season. But to be fair, it's not like they had the toughest schedule to get to the 2-0 as well. So I think the opponents that they faced were definitely opponents you could see. But, I mean, beating GamerLegion, despite their struggles as well, that's a pretty solid win in my book. And so it's nice to see Pain you finally get something going, because they're a team that's really easy to get behind because they have, some cool players. They definitely have talent, but it's just they've never been able to get it to work together. And so I'm hoping it's going to be like a little bit of a breakthrough moment, because outside of the Blast-Offs and Major, there's not really been much to get excited about if you're a Pain fan.
Yeah, we'll see. The 2-0 maybe not as impressive as the manner in which they got there, right? Bouncing back after losing their own map pick against GamerLegion to completely shut them down on the second map, and coming back from a 10-2 deficit on the decider, right? Like, that's not an easy thing to do, and a team that's, not a strong unit cannot do something like that. They would just crumble and lose the series right then and there. So that's a positive sign for Pain moving forward.
Okay, let's talk about teams that have been a little bit shocking. We spoke about them yesterday in the pre-show, and I don't like to rehash the conversation. But damn, when they lost to Saw, we have to rehash this conversation. NIP, it doesn't look great. It was also Wrinkle's birthday yesterday, which not the greatest day for him, right?
Yeah, I think we haven't seen them play on the A stream, I think, whatsoever, or
we might not actually see that at all.
So haven't like really kept up with the games and what exactly happened on the server. But yeah, considering that their last tournament was Star Ladder a month ago, and they just had this time to practice. And I'm not saying they practice all the time. You know, Snappy got his second kid, right? Congrats on that. So I'm assuming he had some time off in between there, right? And just probably not in the shape that they would want to be, but still, considering how few opportunities they get, you were really hoping for NIP to come out swinging in this tournament and being able to rack up some wins.
Yeah, also here without their coach was kind of another thing that happened kind of last minute as well, so not sure how much that's impacting
to be fair, I mean, this is quite an experienced lineup. They should be able to pitch up at LAN and play without Exist.
I agree with you, and I think
that work is done before you arrive.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you, and I think it's also one of these situations where it is a mismatch between their ceiling and their floor, as we talked about with other teams, where, yeah, when Nipper hitting their stride, I mean, they had their breakout event kind of at Astana. You know, as you mentioned, Star Ladder was a pretty good run for them, but then you see an event like Dracula where they're losing to Eyeballers and Itch, and you're like, what in the heck's going on with this squad? And it's like, they have some talented players, there's no doubt about it. They've at times been able to put up good results. You know, I think they have like some decent fundamentals as far as how they approach the game, but yeah, you can also now see in a tournament like this, when they're not in their full stride, they can drop to a level that is a little bit concerning.
Hey, all I'm saying is last time we were in the studio, the team that was 0-2 won the tournament. So I wouldn't put anything past them, right? They're still not eliminated. And while that's the case, there's a chance for them to turn it around. Maybe
they do the climb and the comeback is real and we see NIP lift the trophy. No ways. Anyway, let's move on and take a look at the schedule. Let's see what you can watch today. The B stream obviously is kicking off. Harry, Henry, Machine, and Sponge are there to keep you company. Those are the games that you'll get a chance to see. NIP up against Gentlemates, maybe one to keep your eye on. Fnatic also playing up against MIBR. MIBR with the stand-in, so maybe this is an opportunity for Fnatic to try to get something on the board, boys?
You would hope so.
Yeah, it would be absolute disaster if they end up losing to MIBR, who's playing with a stand-in without their new pickup, Clem the Opper, right? And I'm interested to see 3D Max versus FlyQuest. FlyQuest has had a rough draw, I mean, early on, right? Able to take down Fnatic yesterday. They played GamerLegion on day one, lost that series in a close fashion, and doesn't get any easier with having to play 3D Max today. But I think that's exactly the sort of reps that FlyQuest needs. They need to get tested, right? They've had some time to practice. They have Azar as a coach, right? And just to see, okay, what works, what doesn't work. It's been, 3-4 months now that JKS has been on the lineup. It's time you see some improvement and you start getting some results.
I think my favorite thing from yesterday was when FlyQuest played Fnatic. If you're on social media, Richard, who'll be here a little bit later, made a meme with JKS and said for Cypher. I don't know if you've seen it. If you can, go have a look. It was quite funny. I kind of wrapped up yesterday for me, and I had a good giggle about that one.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. I mean, it is kind of our vibe.
That's such a ridiculous conversation, right? As if Fnatic is in a position where out of, I don't know, loyalty to a player that's been on the team for less than a year, they're not going to make a change that they feel is best moving forward. Like, they get so few opportunities, and Major is a huge one. You think they want to make a roster change? Like, clearly, if they're doing it at this point in time, right, there's a good reason why they're making it. So I think there's a lot of people out there who are delusional about how the real world works and these teams work and competition works. It's like, does it suck for Cypher?
Cool.
Yeah, absolutely it does, right? But I feel like he still gets the sticker money
It's
at
not
the
like
very
it was
least.
lighting the world on fire, by the way. Like, the way people were rising up, you would think Cypher was like some superstar player who was carrying them to victory and just all of a sudden got dumped out of nowhere. Like, he wasn't that big of a performer, guys.
So fired up about it.
I just think
Wow, the energy. You know what my thing is?
There's got to be some counterbalance to
Okay,
all
hear me
this.
out. If it was a different player, because Cypher's kind of beloved by the community, that he's...
Because he's British.
It's because he's British. You know, that the UK stick to their own. I was like, if it had been a different player, I don't know if they would have been...
We just saw Rain get benched middle of the season after 10 years of phase. If you think there's any sense of loyalty in esport, I have a bridge to sell you, and it's the fact that people are saying, oh yeah, but he traveled to all these events, so you mean he was doing his job, and then they decided to bench him because according to them, they don't feel he was doing good enough of a job. Wow, what a shocking concept. in the world today.
There we go. Let's take a look at the games you can see here. We'll have that Fnatic conversation later if we get a chance to see them, if they stay in the event. But this is what you can watch right now. Obviously, Bait and Pain, Aurora, Heroic, 2 of those teams are going to be going through to the playoffs. But we are starting the day with Team Liquid up against BetBoom. That is the first game that we're going to be focusing in on. Gents, I really hope Elige has got used to this morning schedule, because I feel like the last 2 days, it's taken him a little bit of time to wake up with these early games.
Well, here's the thing, good point, because yesterday they played the 3rd series of the day, right? And now and this is not, but this is not easy, right? When you are on a certain schedule and you're used to playing, let's say in the afternoon, and then the next day you're playing in the morning. Because if your game is at like 3 p.m., you're not gonna make the players wake up before like 10, so you do the walk outside, everyone wakes up, you have breakfast, do your theory then, and warm up, and then go to the studio. But all of a sudden, when your game starts at 10 a.m., your players have to be awake. It's very latest, I feel like 8 a.m., probably even before that, right? But when you have the afternoon shift, like you play CS probably up until later, you're in the prac room until 2 a.m. because why not? You want to make sure you peak and you're at your most awake state and concentrated when your game is scheduled. So it's easy to say, oh yeah, just go to bed earlier, guy, but human body doesn't necessarily work that way. So that is, I was looking at the game and I'm like, what can I say about BetBoom in this game? And it's like, let's hope Liquid's sleepy, right? I think there's a win condition for you, BetBoom.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, obviously, Elige had a cold start in their series against Legacy, but was able to recover pretty nicely. And even the series yesterday against Aurora, again, had a very cold start on their opening map of Mirage, but then kind of woke up in the overtime and helped them get that map victory. They just weren't ready for Train. It's kind of a clear weakness in their map pool, I think, in that regard. And then, and Dust 2, obviously unable to come up with the victory there. Just didn't really get enough done on the T side, in my opinion. Almost had a comeback on defense, but not quite there enough. And so, yeah, we're hoping to see Elige, kind of get back into good form, because the problem is like some of the other guys that you were concerned about actually have come back to form. Like Naf's actually been on a little bit of redemption this season. Nertz has been absolutely activated this tournament. I mean, if you look at how he's been performing this event in comparison to CAC just a week ago, or really kind of some of the concerns we've seen just throughout the 2025 season, I mean, this guy's really turned it around. I mean, just look at the stats bump that we've seen in these last 2 series. And I think part of it for me is particularly on the T side, he kind of gets to fit into a role that I think is more natural for him. He doesn't have to be the main entry fragger. Now he can kind of, play more into the mid round, kind of play more to his style.
Bait a little bit. Everyone enjoys a little bit of bait, we talked earlier.
Can I just draw your attention to the fact that something you wouldn't have seen there, but I just love this so much, is who's ever putting the photos of the players up when they do the stats. Most of these players have the exact same face for every photo, right? They don't change. But someone has spent a considerable amount of time trying to find a sad versus happy face to do those comparisons, which is very difficult when you have a player like Nertz who never changes his facial expression. So to ever
he had different expressions yesterday when he was failing that jump up heaven and other stuff. But no, I think honestly I wouldn't look at any of the individual performances for Liquid. I wouldn't dive too deep into them until, I don't know, probably major time, but just because, there's been so many changes in the team and it takes time to get adjusted to it, right? Role changes, position changes, Flashy coming in with his sort of philosophy and a coach that has a lot more say than I feel a coach has had in Liquid ever in that organization, right? So, of course, it's great to see players stepping up and putting up better numbers, but it's only when they get used to this system and have spent time playing together when you can be like, all right, now you don't have the excuse anymore of you're getting used to things and you didn't have enough reps on this map or on that map. Now it's just time to perform, but we're not there yet, I don't feel like, with Team Liquid.
Dust, you did a lot of flippy flopping on day number 1. You committed and then you ran away and then you committed. So I figured
that's the worst, Sam, isn't it?
Some people just can't make those decisions. You know what I mean?
Sam, I'm glad you brought that up.
Are they back? Is Liquid back? You have to give us a definitive answer. It's a yes or no, something I've never been able to get out of you.
So I knew this was coming.
See, couldn't even do the yes or no.
No, I had this prepared because I knew that this moment was coming. And what we're in right now is the in-between cycle of the so back, not back loop that Liquid has been in for quite some time for North American fans. Now I'm here to tell you that we're on the so back side right now.
Have you literally made a graphic?
I had to. I
justify the
knew you
fact
were gonna.
that you cannot make a decision and.
He also made it. He also made it in secret, like
I
not in the
didn't-
chat that where we could see it, but he was privately messaging people to make his own little graphics.
So
you're telling me there was a point in the last 5 years where you felt that they were back?
They're so back right now.
So it's not really a cycle. It's more like
No, the cycle is in case they don't win.
it's more like light at the end of the tunnel.
It's not like an equitable amount of time between the cycle. Like
Time is relative.
Yeah, exactly.
You put
get
a
it.
lot of time into not committing to where the liquid is.
I just said they're so
That's
bad.
crazy.
I did commit. I said they're so bad.
Okay, let's talk about BB.
I know that was a circle.
Yeah, it was. This is BetBoom now. Obviously, this is a team that I hate doing this thing where we say on paper, but on paper they should be quite good. They're not getting LAN reps though, and I feel like we saw them perform yesterday where it almost feels like to me the fact that they're not getting enough time on LAN is kind of showing in those moments where they need to be a bit more decisive, where they need to make decisions, and it's not quite working out for them.
Yeah, they just had a local Russian LAN before this, right? Where they lost in the grand final, albeit to Parivision in a close affair. But it is true, like even if you had experienced players across board, like online and LAN CS are just not the same. And getting that experience as a unit on LAN, you shouldn't discredit it. Of course, for a more experienced lineup, it probably takes just an event or two. But when you have guys like Dilades, guys like Magnus on the team, even Art Frost isn't mega experienced, and then you talk about Siren and Boomich. Well, even for them, it's been a while, right? Siren used to play for Team Spirit. Boomich, obviously, his time in Cloud9 and Na'Vi. So in those situations, right? Unfortunately for BetBoom, they don't have the luxury of having too much of that time to get adjusted. They sort of have to hit the ground running because of a lack of opportunities for them to attend tournaments of this stature.
Yeah, so kind of the permabans coming out. It's no surprise here. I would expect Liquid to pick into Mirage. It's been kind of their go-to. I think BetBoom have an opportunity here to potentially pick into a weakness of Liquid that we saw yesterday on Train, or they could just stick with their comfort of Nuke. I think either one is fine, and they decide to go with the comfort, which is totally understandable.
What are you thinking about this particular veto? How does it play out for both these teams, Yanko?
I think it's pretty standard, pretty expected from both of them so far. I think in the end for BetBoom, if they felt confident, Train would be great, but unfortunately Liquid bans it out. So as the decider, Overpass. So yeah, I mean, Ancient. I need to figure
These
It's
two graphics.
confusing, like,
So I don't
everything.
lie.
No, it's not even the animations. It's just like, I don't know what's going on.
It's very early.
The text needs to be bigger.
The text-
Maybe I'm losing my eyesight.
It's okay.
I don't know.
It happens. You've been staring at vetoes for many years. It makes sense that over time your brain would just mush it all together. Okay, here's my thing is, from the Liquid side, this is a team that still needs a little bit of time together. It's a team that's still figuring each other out. So like, how deep is their map?
I know, man. It's like the different, or it's like A, B, B, A in the veto. So I'm always like, I always think the team that picks the map, they get the second ban in the second phase. I'm just used to it being the other way around. I finally figured it out. I'm not crazy.
You're not
Awesome.
crazy yet.
Awesome.
I mean,
Yank, I'm glad we were able to get there for you.
Awesome.
you say you're not crazy. I have some question marks around that. Okay, let's talk about the Liquid conversation
Go
we
on.
just had. So like I mentioned, and I'll repeat myself here, is this is a team that's kind of new. They're still feeling each other out. Their map pool probably isn't as deep
Best
as they
part.
would like, right?
Yeah, it isn't, but Mirage is in a good place for them, which is going to be the opening map of this series, and it's a map that, BetBoom did not have many reps on offline. They don't even really play it that much online either, and when they have, it's been a very mixed bag. So I think this is a map that Liquid have a pretty huge advantage on. We've already seen them do, pretty well, beating Aurora, beating Heroic on Mirage here in some of their most recent events, and I feel like they have found a configuration that makes sense for this roster, where, again, you have Elige being kind of your main point man and Nert's kind of fitting somewhere in the middle. Everyone else has been kind of able to keep their positions, and they're able to play a pretty balanced play style of, the fast and pacey plays, but also still, rely on the mid-control fundamentals. I think for them, it's just about dealing with disruption's been their biggest issue. Like when teams have attacked into their mid-control defaults and tried to slow them down or, catch them off guard while they're still trying to think of their timing, that's where they kind of get a little bit lost. And so that's something to keep an eye on.
I think if I'm Flashy, my main point to the team would be just protocols on the CT side. Make sure that if BetBoom tries to do something fast, we are set in our ways and we have a way to fight that, because they've struggled to play slow on this map yesterday, right? And if you can deny them some of those fast plays, and if you shut them down trying to go for executes, if they have to slow it down, like, you're not going to have too much trouble, I don't feel like, being able to play against that.
Meanwhile, I like Liquid's, you know, as far as how they play defensively. I mean, when you have Elige and Nerds both in those rotator positions who are very comfortable being very mobile, being very aggressive, going for different types of angles, and you have someone like Ultimate who's a very aggressive, dynamic opera, I think they have the ability to give, you know, offenses a lot of different looks and kind of scramble them and disrupt them and just kind of, you know, pick and choose when they want to play forward, when they want to play back, and just they have a lot of firepower across the board. I mean, I think that's the biggest thing as well. They have a lot of skilled players all across the map, and so there's not really many weak points that a team's going to be able to figure out on them.
Are these two teams relatively evenly matched coming into this?
No. I can't really call it a David versus Goliath sort of a thing, just because Liquid ain't a Goliath yet, but BetBoom is a David at this point in time, and
I like that.
I'm hoping to see more out of them, right? Because you said on paper they should have some good potential, right? And I say that mostly because of Boomich. Like, he's a super experienced IGL, right? So if you have talented players around you, like, should be able to make it to an extent, right, where you can do some damage, but so far it hasn't really looked that way for BetBoom.
I think the issue is like Boomich can't be your best player on the server, and that did happen for them yesterday a little bit too much, in my opinion. But I think that there is some excuse to be had for someone like Dalades, who is very new, but has shown a lot of promise. So, like, I'm willing to give him a little bit more time. But someone like Artfrost, like, you have been around for a while. Like, I do need to see it a little bit more. And then even MagnoJets, like, the hype around this guy has existed for so long online. I just need to see it actually transfer to a LAN environment, because he's been going to LANs for a couple of years now. So it's like, now it is time to make something happen, you know? So
being Donk's friend does a lot for you.
Yeah, a lot, right? I think what I wanted to say then, I was about to interrupt you, and I'm sorry about that, but I kind of expected BetBoom yesterday to change things up faster than they did. There is an experienced IGL there who, my head says to me, he should be able to read that game a bit quicker and say, hey, you know what, actually, we need to change the...
I mean, listen, I wouldn't put too much on Boomich in that sense, because you don't know if the players are responsive, receptive, or what he's doing, right? Like, he comes from mostly Blade's school of... I mean, that's where he had the most success. And then even under Groove, that's a slower play style. That's where players need to take initiative, right? They need to be good at reacting. The communication needs to be on point. So if these things are lacking, then there's not really too much that Boomich can do, other than, all right, we're going to switch it up. I'm going to take decision-making out of your hands and just call something set from freeze time. But that's a tougher way to play against this level of opposition, because teams have much better protocols, and it also isn't too hard to read when you're struggling to play default. What else is there?
Yeah, the two key points that Yanko made there are the ones that are most important. That is, you know, understanding the different levels of protocols that you're going to face in the offline environment against high-level competition versus the teams that you're playing against in online qualifiers. And what BetBoom has shown when you watch them in their online league play, where they have been successful in some of these different cups, is they are a pretty balanced team. Like, Boomich is able to kind of go back and forth between, like, set plays out of spawn, but being able to play out, you know, defaults in mid-rounds and kind of, you know, move the chess pieces and react to things depending on what he's seeing on the server. And he's able to rely upon guys like MagnoJets to create opening space, while he himself can also do a little bit of that. He can kind of, you know, let Artfrost be that stable opera that he can rely upon, you know. But when you come to this environment, you're up against this level of opposition, you don't have the reps, like, you start facing situations that you haven't faced before, or people are feeling certain amounts of pressure in these reactionary situations, and maybe they're not as sharp to get on the ball as soon as they need to be. So those are things that are only going to come with reps and time, unfortunately. And now you have a big test in front of you, because you're up against a lot of talented, experienced players who are, you know, on kind of a positive trajectory, in my opinion. So this is going to be a tough test.
Is it a matter of just reps and time on LAN for BetBoom, or is this a lineup that is destined to sort of sit in that tier 2 bucket and every so often?
I mean, there were a couple of wins away from making the major, right? I would say it's after some more reps on LAN where we can make that call, really, in a way, right? It's tough to gauge when you're just playing online CS. So yeah, I'm not exactly sure. These players definitely have something to prove, though. You know, the likes of Artfrost, the likes of Siren, and some of the two more experienced players, that they can still hang in there. And then Field as in Magnum as the sort of up-and-comers, right? And the disruptors, whether they have it or not, because we know the amount of talent in that region. You know, I don't think you get more than a season, maybe 2, right, before they're like, all right, next guy up.
I think it varies player to player. Like, again, I kind of mentioned this earlier. I think with Dylades, this guy is very inexperienced. I mean, pretty much the only lands he has played, I think, were the RMRs for the Shanghai Major, the RMRs for the Copenhagen Major, and then regional events. So he really is very much a rookie in that regard, where someone like Vanderjess has been around for a little bit longer. And so I think I'm a little bit more critical of a guy like that who has had a little bit of time to flex his muscles and kind of show us what he's about in this environment, as opposed to someone like Dylades, who it's like, I think the door is still very much open. You know, I think he has shown some promise. So I think there is some ability there, but again, it kind of varies from player to player for me.
This is a guy who brought in that replaced Exile, right? Like, who is a completely different sort of a story, right? And an interesting one. But yeah, I mean, BetBoom is trying to get there. It's just been a struggle to find results.
We've got our casters, Scrawny and Launders, ready to chat to us.
Hello.
Gents, I got to throw back to earlier on this panel where Dust once again refused to commit to Liquid. Are you willing to make that commitment, Scrawny?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that they win this one. What Dust? I see you reacting.
I did commit. I said they're so back. I said they're so back so many times.
I'm not even
sure
what more I'm supposed to do.
So bad?
I think he said they're so
Yeah,
bad.
he said they're so bad. That's exactly what he said.
Not what I said.
I mean, this is definitely it might not be a David versus Goliath, but it could be a David versus the Colossus.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Bit of a
Team
stretch.
that
but
should be really good.
Yeah.
Here we go. So
Yeah.
maybe Liquid can really cast a big shadow here, because I think they should win.
I think they should win this one too. I think, like Yanko said, one team for certain is a David, and to me that's just BetBoom. So I think they'll have their hands full. I think also the mistakes that were being made yesterday by BetBoom to have me a little less inspired. But I mean, come on, Sam, we're gonna be biased. Naf's in the server.
As long as it's not David versus the Juggernaut.
Yeah.
Know how that one went.
Are you guys just going to throw out random names as you go? Because
There was actually something behind the
There's a lot of lore
These
there.
are. Come on, Sam. Got to keep it up. These are North American organization nicknames.
I don't really follow.
They really lived up to the hype.
So well Liquid.
The Juggernauts left CS
If Henry G just had more time, it would have worked.
He was cooking.
He was
Look at Mezzi.
He was right about Mezzi.
Going to be anchor of the year.
He was right.
I think he was right about Floppy.
Poaching, not so
Enough
much.
time.
There we go. This is awkward for me because I don't really pay much attention to North American Counter-Strike. I like watching good CS, so it's difficult. But maybe Liquid is back. They have a lot of European players. We're going to stop talking now. I got myself into trouble. Sorry, Americas. I love you. Let's just get into game. I think that's the safest place to go right now.
Wow, funny because all of Sam's best players were on the Juggernaut.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. If I'm not mistaken, Sam, all South Africa's got was NA. Or Passion UA still NA?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's actually crazy. Kind of crazy to say it, but
It's just
someone had to
JT.
say it.
It's just JT.
They're North American.
And TC trying to lock it down. Shout out Sonic one time. Shall we, folks? Team Liquid at BetBoom, a little Mirage to start your day. Nothing like some Mirage with your morning coffee. So settle in, Dust. Get ready, buddy. We'll see if Team Liquid can take away the T side of BetBoom. It's a creepy crawl here from Nerds out through the ramp. We've got that player in Sandwich.
They're not ready for it, are they?
Boomich still yet to activate. Just going to buy a bit of time. Nerds goes over him. Tries to anyways. Boomich plucks Nerds from the sky. Shuhei down to 7 health. Ultimate's trying to draw this pistol back. Ooh. Nice reactions coming out of Boomich here. We didn't even get to see the first kill to Nerds, but these had to be clean. What a shot on the player top stairs to give himself this chance at a 3K. Now, a fourth to be had. Ultimate down to just 6 points of health and no bomb possession. And he gets swung by both. What a quad to start the day.
Yeah, man.
We said Boomich couldn't be the best player in the server. Or Sam rather brought that up and said that it just doesn't really make sense. And
It's
yet,
rare for him.
here it is again. 4 kills in an instant.
It is, yeah, it's very unlikely. When I saw the stats come up on the screen, I'm like, wait, what? Is that real? Double check, but it really was.
Yeah, 1.38 rating.
We also even cast the game, and I gotta say, it didn't feel like it, but
No.
I couldn't tell you who was.
Yep, that's fair.
Just got a 3.0 buff, I guess.
Rumor on the street is the 3.0 tweaks are coming out later this week.
Call me a 3.0 tweaker then.
We're fine-tuning. Boomich, make it 5. How many more before his first death? We'll find out. Dilladez on the scene to help out. Boomich coming through with assists. That rating's going to be sky high at this rate.
Man.
Solid hold versus the very underwhelming round of Team Liquid. What do you want from them? They're waiting to get it rolling here in the third.
Feels like there's a new best fragging IGL every day in Counter-Strike.
So far this week, it's always Boomich. Guns up for Liquid and a fast top mid swing. It's going to keep Dilladez in the corner of window. Artfrost trying to chuck nades out. 2 in that window, and already Magnajez dead. Ultimate's tempo here, catching them off as Shuhei finds the headshot. Nafly with a gun, as it's taken them time to get here, is going to serve Boomich his first death. So really rapid tempo coming out from Team Liquid. And I think this is something that at the start of the event, Yanko was talking about with Team Liquid and their, kind of application of aggression in this just starting period of this 5, right? Like, they've just been tapping into the ferociousness that Elige is going to bring into the server.
Agreed.
And if you can't play Counter-Strike in all its shapes and forms, at least play the one that makes the most sense with the pieces you've got. And right now, that is this kind of faster CS. And it's nice to see Ultimate and Shuhei both thrive within it this round to put Liquid on the board 3 rounds in.
And you got Elige, it makes sense to start going into the style. And you had a lot of good pieces even with Twist in the last lineup, but you're trying to achieve more than you did there, or figure out something, one final piece to the puzzle. I think it's perfect that they add this little personality change to lean more into the fact that they've got a really stacked lineup. Like, they really have such a strong lineup on paper. Why not go a bit faster? I think the moments that we see Liquid lose are the ones where they look unconfident, sometimes where they overthink as well.
Sure. Yep. Agreed.
And yeah, a lot of rounds from them are dictated inside of these quick mid defaults. They expect a response. They're happy to take the fights, and here they won them.
Nerds really has been that beacon of hope for Liquid so far this event. Towards top mid, we've got Elige trying to get out through that smoke, just looking for any kind of favorable duel. And it may not have been favorable, but he still wins it. Fall back through connector is going to be chased down. Not ideal.
Still wins all the space.
Nerds just wants this so badly.
That's such a great call out. I mean, there's no way to respond. He knows he used all his ammo. This is how you play CS. But also don't try this at home.
No, don't. Not unless you've got an Elige on your team, and spoiler, you don't. There was like a small lull in the action at the start of this round, and that kind of lull is why BetBoom threw a couple pieces towards the front of middle, where Elige suddenly kind of challenges around a smoke unexpectedly. Bomb's going to be a guarantee at this point. It's just a question of how much more economic damage versus BetBoom and how much economic thriving goes down for the Team Liquid side, because right now 4 rifles still in hand, and it's going to be Boomich with a chance to maybe knock one down. Him and Ultimate. Yeah, last duel to be had. That's Team Liquid to tie this game at 2 rounds each early days, and nobody's going to come find this Artfrost op, so that's the silver lining for BetBoom. But it's a scary thought that in a sudden moment, turn of events, you've got 2 rounds where Liquid just bust the front door down.
I mean, you couldn't ask for more. I love how it looks for Liquid. I'm sure it feels great as well, but just taking mid in a default like that and getting every trade, especially with Elige up front. And Liquid right now, they're actually doing well in spite of the fact, or despite of the fact that Elige hasn't been taking over. So there's still some room for him to contribute more, and then you could see Liquid actually dominate games like this. It's also sort of a question of, can they keep it up? I think they won yesterday with Liquid, with Elige as their lowest rated player.
The first map, yeah. The Mirage map, and like not even close to being up there.
It had slow starts this event.
Yeah. But luckily for them, again, you've got a guy like Nerds who's straight up said, I see CS the same way as Elige. We've got that commonality, and it's working because Nerds has been improving. And we've even had fantastic maps coming out of NAF as of late. A guy who, as far as he was concerned, almost kind of felt dead in the water.
Yeah.
So Elige has really lit a fire on this roster, leading the pack in terms of the charge.
And that's something you know he was going to do. You know, every team that he joins, you know, I think when JKS came to FlyQuest, the quote was, he's raised the standard on this team, you know, for what you should be okay with.
Yeah.
And I think Elige does that no matter where he goes. I think that's why he got hired on FaZe as well. They wanted that.
Yep.
They wanted everyone to get pushed a little bit, so...
Shuhei again going to find entries.
Same energy.
Successful entries coming out of Shuhei these last couple rounds. So again,
you can't just give up mid control. Look at this, man. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, this pace is just blowing BetBoom out of the water at the moment. Nerds is already in the middle of the A site. Bomb safely able to cross once it chooses to. They're concerned about Ticket, but there's no concern to be had. This is Team Liquid again, just throwing BetBoom into the furnace. And it's like, if you can't keep up, then get out, is sort of the mentality that Team Liquid have brought to these first 5 rounds of Mirage.
Yeah, and the reality is, you can't just let a team take over mid every round. So they kind of have to prove they can stop them. Uh-oh.
Artfrost top, saved last round. Doesn't look like it's going to get out of here this time. Murder Hole players coming for it. That was kind of cool. But, again, all in vain.
Could just defuse now.
No kit. No chance.
Is he going to watch this? No, it looks like not. Shuhei, I would just shoot.
No, because Shuhei's a little ratty guy, and he's going to get closer. Because after all of this domination, he still wanted a little more money.
Fair enough.
Getting nervous?
Is he nervous? It's possible. I mean, you're not really giving him time to think even.
No. It's like, I hope you got out of bed early, BetBoom, because it feels like Elige has been up since 4 in the morning, ready to hold W.
He hasn't gone to sleep yet.
Hey, you play the first game of the day, that's true. You just warm up all night long.
It's round 7, Ultimate has 10K, Nap has 12K.
Nasty stuff. And unfortunately for BetBoom, all they've got is this Artfrost Scout and some eclectic pistols sprinkled around. It's a nice spread, too. Deagles, 5.7, P250. Real smorgasbord.
Sounded right to me.
Smorgasbord? Who knows? Sounds Danish.
The Afghanistan era was short.
The what? Well, see you, Elige. Should have played faster. You gave that Deagle a chance to kind of settle into the round a little. And this is actually a dangerous one because we've got Ultimate half health. We got Shuhei susceptible to a pistol headshot.
They have decided to go very slowly. One in connector, they're on cat. They can still do either option if they want to, but probably, obviously, A is the right call, but let's see if they can figure it out. Ooh.
5-7 trying to slide up. Oh.
Little late on that trade.
Yes, sir. Siren on the fallback.
Okay.
Nerds trying to give cover to Cap. That scout tags Nerds in the back despite having players in front of him. Shuhei gets hit by more. And now he's going to try to charge down Ticket. The Desert Eagle drops Nerds and Naf into the now 2v1, and the cover is just good enough. Ooh, that one gets dangerously close for Liquid.
Well handled.
But dangerously close, and a round win go hand in hand. They'll take it.
Something I don't like about just going so slowly after the rounds that they just played, but they don't lose it. They got 5 straight. They still have so much money despite losing those players.
But again, I think just a prime example. Let's zoom out for a second. That's the first round where BetBoom have had time to think. Had time to make a move.
They get smarter by the second.
And even with limitations, you can go ahead and see how close BetBoom are going to make that one happen. So I'm curious if Liquid just kind of slam the pedal back to the metal. Think less, swing more.
eat less, chew more.
Great advice. Shuhei dies and Nerds will too. So 2 separate moves here from Team Liquid. And in those opening attempts, we've got BetBoom with success. And now they're going to get a chance to catch their breath for a second. Think a little. And try to find a way to close this out as we get ultimate dropping utility inside of A. And the thing is, with nobody on BetBoom beyond that smoke grenade, they don't know what's actually happening inside A site. But Bomb sits on the ramp while Liege looks to get something going on B.
Siren, has he missed this? Oh, he has. Oh, it's a little awkward. Just don't die there. Yeah, okay, that's key because that would have put immense pressure on this side of the map. But no smoke on Cat, lots of mid control here. I think BetBoom put themselves in a great spot to close this.
Ooh. Half gets blasted. And it's an ultimate 1v5 surrounded. Look at that radar. There's no save, buddy. You're done. Villadez cleans up, and BetBoom find a 3rd round. So we got a little recovery going down here.
That's sweet.
Guns look good in their hands. They find 2 opening attempts with Shuhei in the mid-smoke, and then that walkout from ramp that gets opted down by Artfrost. You know, this is not the first time that we see 2 BetBoom players sign up for a bottom connector to top mid fight. It's just one of the first times that it goes their way.
Yeah.
Huh, who knew? Opening kills make a world of difference.
Yeah, you have to earn that respect because, I mean, there was a meta on Mirage where you could play, like, just never play in mid and play the perimeter and starve the other team out for time, but it just wasn't reliable versus good teams. Mid control's too good for the T side. You don't have to take it when they take it or fight for it right away, but you have to take it back eventually. And so far, BetBoom have tried to fight early almost every round. Here's that late retake. They're going to try it.
Villadez gets his out through connector. The fallback's looking good, but he pushes forward. Could have walked away with that. Instead, 3v3 comes back.
Yeah, I think that was quite a clear choice, to be honest. Now, CTs will still be here. Boomich in the underpants.
Yep, sitting down here. That's where he does his best work. And as Naf tries to move that bomb into the peak, you'll find out that it is already a departure here from Boomich. So you've got a little window of opportunity to take over an A site. Not that they'll know that it is completely clear for the taking. That window starts to close slowly. Boomich goes for this big wrap around through T-spawn. There's going to be a pinch for this retake as Siren and Artfrost go shoulder to shoulder on Ticket. And look at this, backing up into him. Boomich with a real possibility.
Is he?
I think he's outside of the corner
right now.
Yeah. But now he's inside of the ramp, and yeah.
Oh, he spotted it.
Boomich. Ultimate comes down, makes sure to clear it. Boomich kind of takes a bit too much time, and Ultimate doing everything. This is 3 kills into the round for him. He's hoping Naf can go unnoticed. Smoke for the bomb. Naf gets found out. Artfrost kills the Opper in the backdrop and a frag to open up the smoke. But the bomb is on the other side. Scary stuff for Nafly. He'll finish what Ultimate started, and between the 2 of them, all 5 frags.
Oh, that's tough for Boomich because he's there so early. What we see is the perfect timing to go for a flank. Boomich just wanted everyone else to get into place first. Maybe he wanted a distraction from CT, but when Ultimate came back to check, he saw a shoulder. That was all he needed. Really great round out of Ultimate. Nice try, though, for BetBoom. That was the most even strength, I think, from both sides that we've seen so far.
Villadez, I think, will be beating himself up for not just trying to leave.
Yeah, that was another thing. They had the advantage. Yeah. They had mid control.
Unless I missed a flash from Boomich that came from underpass, you know, maybe that was kind of going to be the attempt, but that would have been a nice 4v3. Oh, and also, when you think about the way that Team Liquid are able to just walk back up into the A site once Boomich has to leave underpass, Villadez is that A solo player. Not as easy for Team Liquid to take that 6th round. So now round history. It's perfect time to bring this up. Just round 8, an anomaly at this point. All the money back reinvested here for BetBoom. The pain may continue if they can't win this one. So Artfrost out mid Ultimate boosted. 2 perched Oppers in middle to start round 10. And a connector contact is going to keep Ultimate focused in.
I think he's right. He's unspotted, but the only cost to this attempt is time. And the CT's picked a cute spot last round to get back out and take mid control away from the T's. Will they find that moment again? Looks like it. Very nicely done here, Art Frost.
All about managing man advantage now.
And now a lot of time got burned off the clock. They don't get the 5v4. In fact, now they lose Shuhei.
Looks like they're going to go 3 players into the A site. Let Elige kind of...
Yeah, how fast does Elige go here is the question.
Yep. It's a good question, too, because right outside of that connector smoke sits Dilladez trying to get the duel going towards middle. Elige gets caught as Nerds gets killed by Boomich inside A. And so things just continue to go well here for BetBoom. It's not going to be one of those one-off rounds by the looks of things, barring a catastrophe in this 2 versus 5. Boomich kills Ultimate, and Siren's here to make sure all is controlled. BetBoom will still have a good chance at tying up this half.
Yeah,
that was a must-win, it felt like, or else Liquid were about to run away with what would have felt like an insurmountable T-side for BetBoom.
Yeah, in the end, it's going to be not too bad. It looks like here for BetBoom. Again, a little flash dodge. Well, didn't really have to work hard to dodge that, but...
Ooh, charging right through, huh? Gonna crank that dial to a 10, take the duel to back of sight, and Siren traded out. Still a couple more here, and BetBoom sprinting everybody over. See if Art Frost can find one as MagnaJez arrives on the scene. Didn't even hesitate to take that kill. And now Dilladez through the smoke clips Nerds. So trying to fight fire with fire. Team Liquid stepping now into another 2 versus 4 disadvantage.
Shuhei could actually line something up here if he looks up top.
Slips the smoke, doesn't pull the trigger, teammate's dead. Little too late now. Unfortunately for Shuhei, didn't go for it, and BetBoom decided that they were just going to pounce and make sure nobody else could escape. But he's got the bomb, so let's see if he can make some sort of magic happen.
Yeah, good luck with this one. Okay, it's just planning safe right now, moving back towards the market. I think they would have heard that.
Boomich running over. Yeah, they heard that one step.
To it, yeah.
And Boomich doesn't need to wait because he's got a good idea as to what's up. BetBoom take a 5th on the CT side.
Got a little messy over there on A. They wanted to try something quick. That did not pay off. And I think if, Liquid don't end this half with a lead, that's going to be kind of a shame for them considering how confident and dominant they look in the few rounds they did win in the beginning.
Couple small errors, I think, as well in BetBoom's case that allowed Liquid to win maybe 1 or 2 more of these rounds. That's things you can tidy up. But they're showing an individual capability to step up to the tempo Team Liquid clearly tried to play with, whether that was the fast top mid swings to start the half, or now just this all-in A attempt that comes through in the previous round 11. So final attempt for Liquid, and MagnaJez will not be scared off from top mid by the T-Smoke. He comes out and clears this, so it'll be a good idea, BetBoom, as to what's coming. But for now, they're still kind of fixated over on that B site. The timing here for Liquid could work out if they just follow through.
What a smoke block.
In the middle of the site, that one's going to be awkward once Liquid walk out and see what's going down. Gives Dilladez a pocket to play safely towards the triple stack. And he'll catch Alicia's Tech 9 down. Mac-10's going to clear him. Nerds trying to move forward, but only working with a quarter health.
They're going to have to plant pretty quickly. Low on nades. MagnaJez on the flank.
It's the result of that fast top mid peak for MagnaJez. He's going to find a flank timing. Silver lining, he kills the player that was already tagged, but that M4 doesn't find anything further, and now MagnaJez can just wait as his other teammates start to make their moves. Ultimate ends up getting the fight versus Ram first. Siren trades back. Backside player peaks at the same time as the Palace man, and Shuhei Tech 9. This is interesting. Low health Boomich, 2 HP, and he sits where Boomich's nade just popped. 1 bullet from this Tech 9. And Shuhei wins a 1 versus 2. Boomich in an act of desperation needed to defuse. He'll get that kill, but there's no time.
I love that he didn't cross, man. That was good.
This one pops, and it's going to be Team Liquid with a 7th, winning out with less, as they just kept it simple.
Yeah, they kept it simple with another A play, less to work with, but got their entries. Unfortunately, that's all that really matters when you're going to go for an A pop, is getting the first kill before your opponents, not letting that player on jungle cross spray you down as you're walking up through sandwich. It's really small things like that, and Liquid believed they'd try again. Luck would be more on their side.
It's one of the slower starts that Nertz has had here in Bucharest, but I think it's made up for by the fact that Shuhei definitely had some very successful opening kills through connector when that mid to A play was kind of Liquid's approach to the T side. Twice he just kind of stormed forward, got an insta headshot, and allowed everybody on Liquid to flood that site. It's a 10 and 9.5 for Team Liquid's European in-game leader. Right up there at the top of the charts with Mr. Nafly. I think I know which site BetBoom are going for. It's in the name. It's the same pistol as yesterday, in fact, that they played versus Heroic. Gonna try to rinse and repeat. Spoiler, it works. Magnajez hits the ground first. A couple players from Catwalk, though, gonna cut him down. And Siren takes a little while to find Naf, who ultimately just walks away with damage. Good gush on a Liege. That's gonna take his confidence away. And a huge reroute here from Liquid down into Underpass. Multiple bodies as well. The other two actually fall back. They're going to go for Market. Shuhei still sees a chance for himself to go alone. Oh! What? Triple from Shuhei! While everybody else is rotating over, he takes life by the horns. And Art Frost tagged down to 18 health.
Come on.
What a quad kill here for Shuhei in the pistol.
I thought they got rid of Twist.
In-game leaders for both sides popping off in the pistol rounds.
That's beautiful aiming right there for Shuhei.
Mirroring Boomich's 4K from the first pistol. And that was just Shuhei feeling like he had an opening, right? Creeping out through the market smoke while his teammates are all rotating over. If he dies here with nothing, he's putting the rest of them in a low health 3 versus 4 retake attempt. So good on him. Not just 1, 2, 3, but 4 kills for Shuhei. Oh, man. Quick trade top mid as BetBoom come through with the force buy. Bomb plant lets them get a few trimmings. Excuse me, it's not a full force, just Boomich goes all in, and then a couple sets of Kevlar to try to make the most of that Galil. It'll be on Siren's shoulders now. Nertz coming back towards window. Doesn't look like he's going to clear that. Yeah, Dilladez finds timing, gets an M4, chucks it over to his teammates.
That's quite a big prize.
One of those early rounds in the first half as well. Liquid almost fell.
Yeah,
he's by like this.
I mean, it's such a great chance now for BetBoom to steal one back.
Shuhei's going to draw the attention. A Liege is going to go unnoticed, you'd think. Doesn't seem like they're going to clear him. Oh, but he eats that flash. A little delayed to help out. Luckily, Shuhei holds his own, and Naf is on the scene in time. So BetBoom just end up walking forward into the meat grinder. The 3 remaining players of Team Liquid, all there tethered off of each other to make sure that they continue to secure momentum.
They just really don't get nervous in that spot, do they? That's Team Liquid, who are looking pretty calm and confident.
Huge game from Shuhei now coming together nicely. 16 kills, 9 deaths.
Yeah, he had a pop-off map yesterday as well. There's him in a series is just really inconsistent. But always playing for scorelines like this, essentially, is what we see.
Yep. And I think, just like Nerds, he is somebody who's going to be benefiting from the more aggressive style that Liquid have been playing since Alicia's inclusion. It's funny, Alicia's having another rough Mirage, but everybody else looks so much better that it's okay for Liquid.
Yeah. Composition cells are up.
You know,
there was this weird thing where Naf and Twist on Liquid for a whole year straight were, okay, we're performing so well, but the team wasn't winning. It was kind of like a blame F situation. But it was clear something was wrong. And it wasn't just individual level on the rest of his teams.
Magna just hits the ground. Oh, wow. Nice 2 headshots, but you've got Ultimate out through bench. They let their guards down, not expecting 3.
Yeah, they did. They got 2. If they thought there was 3, they wouldn't have gone B.
Not only did they get 2,
those
but they got them so quick. Those instant headshots, BetBoom, you're just looking for 2 entries on B site. That's in their mind all they needed, and they get exactly what they needed as fast as they could get it.
Yeah.
But Ultimate in the corner robs away what they had hoped to be their first terrorist round win.
That's wild.
Damn, Liquid.
Where the hell you been?
I mean, if this Twists Elige phase Liquid swap just makes both rosters end up better, it's a win-win. You know, I think it just kind of feels like Elige is just meant to be here.
Yeah, he was kind of the reign of Liquid.
Whoa.
So.
And it felt wrong that we would have a period in time where an All-American player like Elige was never on an All-American organization like Complexity, but we got that period.
Yeah. It was a weird period.
It was, but it was...
It's very frustrating.
I think for him, it was...
Hated it.
Yep. Tough time, but it was fun to watch.
No. It was actually horrible. We casted all their worst games.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was some of the worst moments of my life, personally.
I liked watching him try to work so hard for it. And now he's going to come back to Team Liquid, where he belongs, better than ever.
Yes.
With a composition around him that clearly can support and step up to the plate as he needs them to. Still one of those orgs that's cursed by weird, constant choke situations, but we'll get to that.
We'll get to that.
We'll cross that bridge when we get there.
Or hopefully we never get to it.
Well, we will. Here goes Elige top middle trying to farm versus pistols. Yeah, have some freebies.
Yeah.
You earned it.
It's not a worrying sign if he's not at the top of the board. It's not like Complexity or something where, oh, JT's top fragging. Well, that's cool, but they need a leash. It's not like that right now. There's such a strong core on Liquid that they can be flexible about who's the third guy to put up numbers. And within a series, if he has a slow start, they can't afford that on this team. And if the team is actually going to win with him playing okay, I think that's actually a really good sign.
Dilladez trying to get the jump on Shuhei. Not far from finding that timing, but now Shuhei on stairs.
He's not checking it.
But how much can you really ask of Dilladez to make of this? I mean, again, Elige being low could help. Ultimate comes back. Shuhei gets the kill to Artfrost. There we go. Low health player.
Come on.
Was always going to be a susceptible second victim, but no bomb possession at 30 seconds versus 2. And Naf and Ultimate aren't the kind of guys to throw away an opening kill in this situation.
That's right. It's the deagle that got you these kills, not the op.
Right? These are the 2 players you want to just kind of cool their jets. They're 2 players that can cool their jets. In fact, Naf's jets have never been hot. And so Ultimate gets to make the move first and secure Liquid's 11th round.
Fortunately for BetBoom, they're feeling like an all-potential team. Like, we do see good calls. We see, like, sometimes they have great rounds, but they're not really actualizing it over the course of a match. I like their lineup too, man.
Some really promising pieces on it.
Yeah, and like Axile, like, yeah, I mean, he didn't play well for long enough. He definitely deserved a chance, but he couldn't get his form back.
Counter-terrorists win. I hate butterfly knives.
Well, now they're cheap, so they're everywhere.
Not for long. Get it while it's hot. Art Frost unable to get that mid pick. Elige slides along the wall. He will find ultimate in the end, but that's just going to activate Elige, who doesn't end up getting the kill. Frags off the mark. It's good damage on 3 players if you are Liquid, but what more is there to be done? Elige tries to take the duel to underpass, maybe not ready for 2 players to be holding that smoke fade. And so 5v3 looking good for BetBoom. They put up a good fight as their game versus Heroic went on.
Oh, this could be free for Art Frost. Oh, he missed it with the bomb in his hands. That is
interesting.
That's a round-winning shot, unfortunately.
Half pushes underpass.
Wait, they hear one running around in A, but they're not going to respect it. Let's go to Naf for a second. He's here on the flank.
Naf's flanking into the B apartments right now. Naf's got the vision.
Naf has it.
And as he cuts down Magnajez, he gets Dilladez as well. Right with it. 2 of the 3 players. Naf finds that perfect underpass push timing. And Siren, you can do all you want on A, but it boils down to this.
It's crazy. The bomb's been planted.
Already a retake. They're going to try to trade straight out onto Boomich, who's only got this 40 health to deal with. His teammate is not going to be here fast enough to help. Not with the speed of which Liquid are retaking with. And they know this other player was on the other half of the map. Smoke denies him any vision. Shuhei on the defuse. Naf gives cover, and Team Liquid pull off their 12th because the Naf underpass flank is timed to perfection.
Just a total bait. I think they're making it was Siren, whoever, just making so much noise over there on balcony, and Liquid were not willing to fall for that. Bomb gets dropped, scooped up right away. Boom, BetBoom thought they were doing something tricky, but that was too obvious to Naf.
Boomich down low as BetBoom faced these 7 map points. It was aggression out of the gates. It was Team Liquid sending a message since the start of their map pick. There's been moments here for BetBoom to try to thrive, but ultimately, that tempo, that pace, that fight that Team Liquid bring to the servers today is just too much to handle. And Shuhei surpassing 20 frags this round to end on a 3K at least. A god-honest chance at an ace to end things. His entry frags on the T side got the ball rolling through connector, and he was a key piece to setting that tempo, to setting that tone that Team Liquid have brought to the server today. We've got 2 more maps potentially for BetBoom to bring back, but this one's going to end with Team Liquid in a dominant 13-5 state. Flanks there to end things. Team Liquid can do no wrong on their pick today.
David versus Liquid. Liquid wins. There we go. Most people like the underdog story. There was no underdog story here, Yanko.
I mean, there was. Just the underdog didn't do that well. It didn't have a happy ending.
There's no happy ending.
But there was clearly an underdog in this one, in the likes of BetBoom, right? And just from the get-go, it really felt like Liquid just played with a lot of confidence and were at no point worried about the outcome of this game.
Just quality from Liquid, and it felt like BetBoom never really could rise up to their level.
It's just a skill diff issue. I mean, that's really what happened in this game. Like, there were certainly plenty of things that BetBoom could have exploited that Liquid did, but Liquid were just having individual heroics like this one from Shuhei, where he just has a big multi-frag round, and really it was a situation where kind of through sheer brute force and just, fragging ability, Liquid were able to kind of, trudge through this game even after a couple of woes and another cold start from Elige, by the way. That's like a persisting storyline throughout this event, that he's been a little bit cold in these first maps, but, enough skilled players around him to, not have to worry about it too much.
I was going to say, I don't think that they really missed Elige much.
No.
Everyone else was doing their job, and the level of opposition didn't require Elige to rise up.
Yeah, I mean, just the amount of confidence Liquid played at the start with the calls, like you're 2-0 down first gun round, you're going to be running around mid like that against, I don't know, a different team. Maybe not, but against BetBoom, they had no problems. You see Shuhei definitely leading the way, had some good openings on that T side, but it's just a combination of things. Ultimate being the Joker on B in the first gun round, getting a triple kill in that, crazy round towards the end. Artfrost misses a sitter on top mid, drops the bomb. That creates all sort of chaos for the side of BetBoom. It just every time there's something that goes off for the side of BetBoom.
How do we feel about Shuhei's performance? Because I know that it can be controversial, because there's these pop-off moments like we saw on this map where he's kind of leading from the front, and then maybe in other instances he tries to do that pop-off and it doesn't quite work. I mean, where do you sit on this scale, Dust?
It's a tough one for me because, on the one hand, I appreciate the fact that you have someone in the in-game leader slot who's willing to try to make something happen, willing to try to create a play, to try to facilitate, something for his team. But on the other hand, there are times where I feel like he pushes the issue a little bit too much and tries to be the main character a little bit too much. And it's like, dude, you have other star players in your team that you could be setting up or facilitating, that you don't necessarily have to do this. But again, it's a luxury if you have an in-game leader who can frag at a high level, because in a game like this one, where Elige has a cold start, Nertz didn't have his best game, let's be honest, he's able to show up and be a skilled guy and be able to have some impact. So it can be like a blessing and a curse at the same time.
What Dust is trying to say is he loves it when he gets the kills, but he hates it when he goes for it and it doesn't work out.
I feel in game as well.
Right? So I think, he's a guy that isn't necessarily going to completely take a step back and let everyone else have all the fun, right? He wants to be involved in some of these rounds. And, the cool thing about being an IGL is you can call your own number, right? In some situations, ultimately it comes down to the team as a whole and the coach to find a balance, because you are not the star player of the team. You are a capable player, which is, I think, absolutely a positive for Team Liquid, but being able to find the balance between different players and how you're going to call around all of that is pretty important.
Okay, let's go right back to the start of this map, right, where we saw that confidence that you brought up, Yanko, from Liquid coming in and how they were able to control the pace of the game.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's the small details, right? So the first gun round, look at the pace. Look what Ultimate is at 140 in the round. He kills Magnez on short, right? He gets 3 entry kills in 15 seconds, and that's pretty much it, right? The round being over. You had 2 players window on the side of BetBoom, but they just got caught off guard by the pace, right? So we go into the next gun round, and what happens? BetBoom tries to adjust immediately. They go for the mid fight. They have extra players there. What does Liquid do? They expect it. They slow it down just a little bit, right? No one's pushing up Cat immediately now. They have the top mid smoke instead of the window smoke, and now they're expecting it. Flash comes in, Elige gets the first kill, Shuhei gets a kill on Magnez, who's trying to fight with his teammate, but even this fight isn't super cohesive from the side of BetBoom, as you might see. So Liquid, it was a fast round that didn't happen by Liquid playing fast, but by BetBoom trying to fight for mid and Liquid just being ready for it, having good protocols to shut it down. And after this, it becomes difficult for BetBoom because, well, what's the next step? When you've given it up and fought for it and you lost both times.
I mean, that's a kind of fair comment, though, Dust, from what Yanko's pointing out there. There's certain moments where BetBoom kind of gives things away to Liquid, and I wonder if we'd see a similar result if Liquid was playing a different level of opposition.
Yeah, I think that's a really fair point. Like, I think, we have seen in other Mirage games where they have been exploited in some of their mid-control defaults where, people haven't been prepared for certain disruptive plays to be thrown their way. They don't react accordingly, and they don't look as polished. And even a round like this one we'll take a look at, this is the last round of the first half where you kind of see Liquid get away with one a little bit here. First of all, they don't actually really go for mid-control. They throw the top mid-smoke, but they kind of feint it. And MagnaJets totally calls the bluff and just pushes all the way to the top and realizes, hey, there is actually nobody here. So they're able to kind of rotate pretty confidently. They actually body block the smoke that's meant for jungle and push it off. And so there's now a gap created that Liquid are not going to anticipate as they're coming into the site for this execute. And they wind up kind of getting whittled down a little bit, but trade their way into a bomb plant. But they're going to miss this timing on a flank that comes up a ramp as well. And so it's really looking like this round's going to fall apart. But this is just where Liquid kind of can sometimes with skilled players just brute force their way through tough situations and ultimately are able to come out on top in a 1v1 because of the timer on the bomb.
Honestly, that's what Magna is. It's like, you got the kill from ramp. Why are you playing still? Like, why are you in a position where ultimate just can kill you from sandwich? Like, once you get the kill, you should just... hide. You should just bait, because now they're going to be paranoid about you. You're on the flank. You should let your teammates play. The fact he's still trying to make something happen and trying to fight, I think, is a big mistake, And Dust was talking about him as a player who's played for a while now on this team, and that's not a mistake that you should be making, a year down the line of playing on a team like this.
Do they make the same mistakes on their map pick when we move to Nuke?
Yeah, because it's not map dependent. It's situational Counter-Strike, right? Like, it's a post-plan situation where you're on the flank and you just got a kill. And I think at that point it was maybe 3v3 or 4v3. I'm not sure about the exact numbers, but in any case, like, everyone's going to be focused on you primarily, right? Like, you created the space for your teammates to play now, and that's where the communication is flowing. Like, okay, I'm hiding now, you guys play. Then it's like, all right, let's peek together at some point, and that's just lacking. That second pistol round, man, that was atrocious from BetBoom. Shui just walks out of the kitchen smoke, Boomich unawares, his teammate. It's like they don't talk to each other. I don't know. It's like, check their mics. Something's off at this point in time. Just very, very poor CS on a lot of different levels.
And it becomes concerning on Nuke because this is a map that is like a crazy amount of the real house. I think you came up with like a stat on the first day where they played like 100 maps of CS, only 15 of them have been online. Well, of all those online games, like 30 of them have been Nuke. Like, they play a ton of Nuke, and so far this tournament, you've seen, against Made in Brazil, they had a really bad T side, and that's ultimately led to a loss. And then, they had issues on the CT side against Heroic, which led to another loss. So it's like kind of their map pick that they really rely upon. They have not been able to flex and land. And MagnaJets is about to get absolutely exploited, by the way, in this game. Like, he's their yard player on both sides of the map. Alicia's going to eat him for breakfast this entire morning. I feel like it's going to be a tough one. And I think the other big thing that Alicia provides for this team, and this is for both sides of the map, is, again, I think it puts Nertz in a role that's a little bit better for him. He's kind of playing A-door defensively. Doesn't have to be the main yard guy, but he can kind of assist there. He can also kind of pick and choose like his timings on, what he wants to do with upper. And then when you flip to the T side, again, he's not the point man outside. Alicia and Shuhei are doing a lot of that, whereas he gets to kind of find his timings where he wants to trade or maybe try to sneak into Heaven or sneak into Mini and try to catch someone off guard. So I think what I'm getting at is I think this team just fits better. Like, I think the way that they've configured, some of these different role swaps not only gets Alicia where he needs to be to have impact, but also puts Nertz in a role where he can recover his form, I think.
So do you think Liquid will be the stronger team on Nuke as well, Yanko?
Yeah, absolutely. I think even if they had to play, overpass, they would be able to take down BetBoom. They're just much better team, much better unit. They have better individuals, and it would really take, BetBoom playing their A game. It feels like it's the only way they're going to be getting any wins here at Bucharest.
That's really concerning, though, because yesterday we were painting this picture that Liquid still needs time. They're a roster that doesn't really know each other. They're still feeling each other out. Now we're going, well, listen, they're just a way better team, and like they're more cohesive.
Well, than BetBoom.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. For BetBoom, that's not a good sign. This is a team that's meant to be trying to break into Tier 1, and we're going, hold on, this other team who we don't even think is that cohesive is better than you.
Yeah, What can you say about that one, right? Everyone is trying to do the same to break into Tier 1, but it's hard to know from the outside what the real problem is, whether it's, players not doing enough, do you need to change your roster and upgrade, is it something else? Whatever it is, it's not looking good.
BetBoom Team fans, this was a rough patch.
All 7 of you.
All 7 of you. It was really tough. However, I do think that there is probably a bunch of Eastern European players who are smiling really widely right now, Dusk, because they know that there's possible options available in BetBoom at the start of next year.
Yeah, I'm done on the Magno Jez thing. Like I've heard way too much hype for way too long, and I'm not seeing it. You know, so I think that there's definitely something that could be looked at going forward. And I think the other thing you have to worry about is this team continues to falter. Do their talent just eventually leach somewhere else? Like, does Boomich find another IGL spot somewhere? You know, does someone like Dez eventually evolve into something? Like, who really knows? But yeah, it's looking a little bit grim.
It does look a bit grim, and they're now moving to their map pick, so hopefully they can bring their A game. Maybe they can play the best CS they've played in this event, and they can keep themselves alive, or Liquid's going to be pouncing this series 2-0. We'll find out how this plays out after this.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you!
Yeah. Look, I'm going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role, 1xBet. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Hello everyone, Jackie Powers here, back live from the building here at PGL Bucharest. This time around joined by the legend himself, Naf, of course, from Team Liquid, Hooksy from Astralis, Youngster from Heroic, Ashley Battier, of course, from GamerLegion. What was the moment that you fell in love with Counter-Strike?
Like falling in love with the competitive side of it, at least, I think was I started playing on a team with some RL mates for fun, and then we went to some local Danish LAN, and there was like a really good Danish team there, like a third best team in Denmark or something, and all of a sudden we were like up, I think 7-1 or something against them, and we had like a crowd of 30 people behind us, and like it basically looked like like, you know, we were just sitting on like these wooden chairs and stuff. So I think just that adrenaline of having people looking at you like that and being impressed, and you know, I've always wanted to win no matter what I play. So yeah, I think that's why I really wanted to achieve something in this game.
Where the dream sort of, you saw tangibly where you could go.
I don't know, when I first fell in love with Counter-Strike, I don't know. It was probably just like those days when I was just in my brother's room, just sitting behind him and watching him play, probably. You know, like I'm just sitting there, I'm just like, man, I want to play this game. It looks so much fun, it looks so sick. And you know, that's a story for like a lot of us younger brothers, you know, shout out to the older brothers out there that, like, you know, got us all into Counter-Strike because they're a big part of it, why a lot of players even play nowadays. So yeah, I mean, probably just sitting there playing, and yeah, I don't know, I really couldn't picture any other moment, to be honest. Just loved the game when I first saw it and just wanted to play it, and then just never stopped playing it.
I was hard stuck 2K elo on Faceit for like a year, and I'd played on 60 Hz and like a very bad mouse, so I just bought new gear instead. And during like 2 or 3 months, I went from 2K to 4K, like just with this insane gear, and that's what's like, it's super fun to develop and stuff like this. So it's like that was like my start. Yeah. But like then when like all the work, it was like when we qualified from to Pro League. Season, I don't know what season, I was in Sangal. Yeah. Like all the work I had been doing, you know, like we went from top 150 to top 20, you know, and when we qualified for Pro League finally, it was like all the emotions and all that down, crying and stuff like this, but yeah, those 2 moments.
That's sick. Honestly, probably Counter-Strike Source, watching UK CS online and being like, in like a LAN final in the Source TV. Somehow you get the IP. I don't remember how you used to get it, and there'd be like 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 people in there and sitting there watching, and that was like the only session you could ever watch and actually like learn something. So you do that, and then you just play that most out of meta thing ever for the next year, copying all this stuff, playing it, and the next time you go and watch like very game, something final, and like, wow, this is amazing. Look, people have smoke lineups and flashes and stuff like this, and the shooting and stuff. Like, you didn't get to see it. The only thing you ever got to see was like you're watching your own games back. And I think that really stunted like development back then, but it was so interesting for me. I remember paying for a website called OneSource back then, just a random NA guy. I used to like pay for people to come and just show like, oh, here's how to play ramp. And it's just a guy smoking ramp and watching the smoke, and then it goes down. And I'm like, wow, it's amazing.
Getting the Tool CSS videos on the go.
Yeah, that for me was great. But I mean, nowadays everyone just put Nico streaming, just watches POV, like it's amazing. I was auto highlights being uploaded on YouTube and anything you want to watch. But yeah, obviously back then for me that was watching CSS was I want to try to go pro myself. That was the thing to watch.
We will shake these walls. We will raise that roof. We will roar.
Testing.
Okay.
Oh, there we go. Hello, everybody. The well-timed Jackie and Youngstar interview, because Youngstar was the guy who single-handedly demolished BetBoom on Nuke yesterday. And my question now will be, can BetBoom hold back a Team Liquid that is playing with some sheer aggression and with some impact across the board?
I don't know, because we saw Liquid play with Elige on this map. The story is Elige took over that role from Rain playing outside on this map. He showed at this event he's actually learning quite a lot, looks quite good at it, to be honest. So I think that'll be a real test for BetBoom. Once upon a time, it wouldn't have been a comfortable map for Liquid to play, for Elige to play, but that time is not now. So we'll see if this is really going to be a punish.
The old 8-floor pop, which has nobody home.
Okay.
Bomb site for free. Go ahead, plant it. Have fun, would ya? We get ourselves a 5v5, 500 versus 500 health, A-site retake.
That's great. Is this going to work?
Yes. Siren, nicely done with the gush onto Elige as well. Kind of catching them off by that half-meter angle that he gets by playing on top of the box. Dilladez locked into mains, got a duel versus ultimate here outside, trying to buy time, but Nerds gets up through the vent, kills the main player, and unfortunately the cover there for Nerds kind of fails him. Art Frost, whoa! 4 kills again, 3 pistols in this game, and 3 separate 4Ks in those pistols. So individuals
Art Frost
a-dominating today.
Well, a small mistake to not have anybody on the upper floor, but sometimes on pistols you go for stacks like these.
Could have made your life a little easier, but Art Frost feels like maybe if there even was people there, he would have just torn their heads off too. Shots like that. So kicking it off the right way, BetBoom. And T-side round win.
Body.
Ump MP9 Scout.
Spot works every time.
Every time, most of the time.
Oh, they're not jumping up. Oh my goodness.
Oh, he checked it.
Okay.
Dilladez, a little delayed, but he checks. And it's worth it. 5v2 is looking comfortable here for BetBoom. It's a what could have been type scenario for Elige. He'll shake off that frustration. As BetBoom set themselves up to sweep away this A site. Boomich versus Naf wins the SMG duel. And just that Shuhei 5-7 left over, going to be fully exposed to the Heaven play if Boomich wants to push in to clear it.
I gotta say, teams have been doing a good job of converting their pistol round so far this event, overall. That's just not something you always get.
Good. It's a welcome sign, I'll tell you that. 2-0, and Liquid's force buy doesn't work. Now they're going to have to take one on the chin. So starting off a T side that could end up giving them troubles, and starting it off well. A good sign that this series could still go to Ancient if need be.
Now, not only is Elige Polish, but B-Tram showed me that there is also a bald eagle on the Polish flag.
Okay.
Or not the flag, but one of their emblems or something.
One of the insignia.
It's for Elige.
Finding the common ground. I tried to tell everybody that Naf was Polish. That wasn't true.
Yeah, that was a gaslight.
Yep, I do that sometimes. You know, it works until you get called out.
And then you just deny.
Or apologize and move on. And then hope that they don't notice the next time. Your USPs will do nothing, Team Liquid. Absolutely nothing.
Apologize for absolutely nothing.
Yep. You got nothing to apologize for. You had USPs. Nothing was meant to happen here for Liquid. Shuhei and Ultimate on a brisk morning stroll. Taken in the fresh air. We'll see if even one kill can be found.
Yeah, this is a full-on retake, it looks like, from the heavens.
Ooh. I love that Boomich is just robbed a 5-7 away. Doesn't have another gun. That's all he needs, apparently. And honestly, it's enough. At least to hold back these vanilla pistols. Artfrost insta headshot. Good start for Artfrost. Getting up to the 6-0 start with that little freebie for the road.
6-0 club that Boomich started on map 1.
True. But now the guns roll through, and Roland has himself an op immediately here in round 4.
Roland is such a great name. Roland from Poland.
Trying to get the ball rolling. Outside pressure comes Elige's way to kick it off. He's faced by 3 smoke grenades and still just wants a silo duel, but that duel's not coming his way, so he'll back this one up. Shuhei starts to take damage. That's a duel on the cross as he sat outside of heaven. His spam actually finds a bunch of damage on Magno Jez, so good on Shuhei to keep the pressure up, even with no vision.
Yeah, that ammo's free, man. Don't let people cross in those smokes. You know that BetBoom, they like to seep into every corner, every crevice on Nuke. Naf's got his wits about him. Let's see if he plays clock or just the back of the site. There's a lot of room for Shuhei to come down, and Ultimate getting this kill. Now it's tricky for Boomich to call. There's the rotation lower.
Gonna just pop out onto Naf. Uh-oh. Nothing for Nafly. Shuhei, though, here to clean up. We'll see if damage is enough. It's a tough one for Magnajez and Boomich still to stay standing as Artfrost tries to change position of the plant.
The bomb's gonna go down Astralis. There's no one coming in decon.
2 players on the ramp retake here for Liquid. Shuhei gets popped, but they've still got this ramp retake going with an eventual secret arrival of Elige.
I think they know he's here, right? Oh, maybe not.
Little late reaction. Ultimate will get the trade. Artfrost between the 2 CTs, stomping around. Ultimate doesn't even need the help. Elige comes through to defuse the bomb. Nope, it's Ultimate's robbed. 3 kills for Ultimate. He's deserved it. Good trades coming down from ramp out of Ultimate.
Yeah.
And he'll get his op back because he makes that retake happen with a rifle.
Mm-hmm.
And then switches back over. We've seen good rifling from Ultimate as of late.
Very good. And with that first kill, that put a lot of pressure on BetBoom to make a decision here as they were already going down lower. And this is all, you know, even with Nafly going down without a kill. It's a dedicated lower player. So it's a very successful round brought to you by Ultimate.
So the first gun round of Liquid works out. See See if BetBoom can bring it back. Rumblings of the lobby play as Nerds decides to get aggressive in hut, just straight up charging at them and offering over an opening kill. Meanwhile, ramp players coming through. Shuhei has allowed a player to slip by, and the lobby flank doesn't ultimately work out. Slow one from Ultimate. Shuhei, the only player of the 4 that have fought so far to get anything slammed by BetBoom. Holding off lobby from both sides.
Yeah, look at where everyone dies. There's the double ramp push. There's one that dies by Squeaky, 2 outside of Mini. No one even dies on the floor upstairs, really.
There's a bit of disjointedness there when Nerds pushes through hut. It was kind of before the ramp players were in any sort of a position to really go all in on lobby.
Yeah, true.
So I think there was a Molotov, though, so maybe that kind of forced his hand. Obviously, he was getting into position to help out with what was going to be the ramp push. Dinko keeps messing with my chair, bro.
It's because he hates you.
God, I almost fell over just now. Ooh.
That would have been funny.
I mean,
Freakazoid style. Falling over in your gaming chair.
Dinko, I get seniority, bro. You can't touch the chair settings. I'm gonna lose my shit. Nah, good guy. One smoke for Naf. The sole smoke left over. BetBoom taking control of this game right now. It's kind of got a glimpse of what Liquid were able to start on their T side of Mirage, right? Some of those quick pops. It's also nice to see a world where Boomich doesn't I keep calling him BetBoom. Where Boomich doesn't have to be the kind of one and only at the start of a game. You've got Art Frost tearing it up, 9-1. Magnajez catching an entry versus the pistol of Nerds. And just looking comfortable here on their pick.
What was that?
That must have been a Deagle wallbang. There's only 3 Desert Eagles here, so Boomich is lucky to be alive. Diladev's gonna get pounced on as he goes for the reload. Bomb carrier's got to get out of there. So good on Art Frost to not fall victim to the pistol like his teammate. This damage makes me a bit nervous for BetBoom,
Yeah,
though.
no kidding, man. This is a Liege with a Deagle. That does a lot.
They're coming his way as well. Still one back towards lobby, but stomping, that gives Elige all he needs. Low health into hut. Siren getting closer. Shadow advantage for Elige, but Siren jiggles his way through. And Naf now just as much of a disadvantage as the 3 remaining BetBoom players, but they plant that bomb with 7 seconds left on the round. Elige did a good job to slow it down with that clean first Huandig, but Siren gets dangerously close and clears him out for the 5-1 BetBoom start.
Yeah, if you had gotten Juan more, then maybe that comes down to time. Almost certainly, actually, with Nafly that close. But even though it's close, BetBoom had to slow it down. It got a little scary for them, especially with their HP.
Tough pill to swallow here early days on Nuke. Liquid, they've got 99 problems, but a Deag ain't Juan. Try to piece it together in round 7 with the guns coming back through. It's going to be a delayed start to the CT side, and if it's held off any longer, this is going to be very lopsided. Got to get Naf and Nerds into the game here. 1 kill each. 6 rounds into play. Ooh, it's going to be the ramp hit this time. Naf going to have his hands full. Very much working on his own at the moment. Not even in a common Naf forward spot. He just waits and cuts off Boomich. Sticks around in the fire a bit to offer up half his health. Nerds finds his, so tried to put them under the microscope. Both players deliver a kill apiece on their own portions of the map. There's the trade back in, though. A little late for Magnajez, but still cuts it down to just
where's
one man
that
advantage.
happening?
He gets a second one. He's getting some kills through Squeaky, it seems.
Keeps the round alive. They want to try to find him. Alish has made it downstairs, thinking ahead. He could open up Decon. He could try to spam from here. And Ultimate's going up to heaven for some reason. Wants to find out where maybe this lurk is. Maybe they're trying to retake the A site. What are they doing?
Feels like the Magnajez kills.
They are really trying to retake A right now.
Yep. Just want the frag to Magnajez. You'll get your revenge, but you realize this round is another BetBoom win.
Huh.
So Magnajez triple kill. All his work done through Squeaky, I think.
It's hard to say if they were just saving, but they were in a really good spot to actually just go downstairs. Vent and secret, sorry, secret and ramp instead of vent.
Terrorists win.
Well, maybe BetBoom aren't all potential. This is a much better look on Nuke.
Just realize potential is a nice sight. You got Art Frost and Magnajez kicking it off strong, and here we go, a kickoff into the A hit. Charging down the bomb site, Shuhei in the backdrop gets himself a double. Oh, usually once those start to fail, they flop, but we get the rebuttal. Art Frost and Magnajez, who else at the moment in a 2 versus 4, halfway to drawing this back. They take a ton of damage to get those 2 kills, but at least they've made it even.
They know
and at least they've found a lower B site.
Both players dropped at the same time. BetBoom have done this. Wow, but they...
Still no plant.
Yeah, maybe they tried to do that on purpose to bait a rotation, see if they could punish someone. Magnajez will get it down. One more good headshot, and maybe they could actually steal this round away, too.
Ultimate won't be afforded any sort of a miss here, and there's no utility to clear Magnajez out of the backside. Nicely done. The same 2 players.
Beasts.
Again, starting strong on Nuke and pulling a 2v4 out of the hat to keep a 6-round gap between them and Team Liquid.
They let these trades get answered. To be honest, Shuei's playing a great game again here on Nuke, but beyond that, upstairs, there are just too many response trades from BetBoom for them to sustain. It's a quick mid-round downstairs, into good spots, and even though they were each a bullet away from death, they instant headshotted their opponents. You're not going to win this game giving away rounds like that, Team Liquid.
It's felt like this
3
defense
for 1
had done
upstairs.
enough. But then the next couple of individual duels, both players, Magnajez and Art Frost, get separate duels. They win them both. And the post plant, they don't even take damage.
That's impressive.
Tough pill to swallow if you're Liquid. Just a great turnaround individually from map 1 to map 2 for Magnajez and Art Frost, fueling this dominant 7-round T side at the moment. Liquid looking for different looks. Get Alish active outside. Boomich, good trade frag back. Just over the box, they see this, as a ramp hit. There's no defenders in position, so the calls from Boomich are looking good. Ends up finding an open part of the map, but they don't actually want to follow through from here. Boomich maybe trying to draw them back into an A hit, but now with him dying outside. Taking a look at A. T's out of grenades as well. Just a couple flashes to get them out. Shuhei doesn't just sit and wait. He goes actively into both those separate duels. He holds off Squeaky. He holds off Hut. He just holds this A floor again, like he did last round before the 2v4 comes through. You're absolutely right. Shuhei finding more success from map 1 to map 2. Ultimate right here with him, trying to get his game going. Doubles his kills in the 9th round of play. It's a 5-round gap and still a 7-round T side, but at least you've got Shuhei anchoring A site successfully for Liquid.
Might be a key moment here, considering there were some close rounds that BetBoom won, so Liquid not totally out of it. I think they could have had a better half, but Shuhei might have still been able to save him early enough. No, there's still money to buy here, actually. BetBoom are in a pretty solid spot. A few dollars left over and another rush. That's a great pickoff for Ultimate. Don't have to deal with that problem now.
Boomich eating flashbang, slowed down a bit. Elise chucking out Nate. Ooh, Boomich, okay.
Damn.
Nicely done, dude. You know Elise is going to be looking for those kinds of duels. And Alicia's time to kill usually pretty quick. I love this picture-in-picture. Shout out PGL. Get the flank over towards the bottom of Silo while Dilladez duels in ramp, and it ends up coming up BetBoom. Now, Nerds did get one, but the trade potential was high and realized. Team Liquid continuing to try to wiggle their way into some kind of a clawback. Bomb could be cut off as it sits still towards the red box, but Boomich is not missing. These are instant kills coming out of Boomich, both on Elige and Shuhei.
Crazy.
They felt like two separate, fair duels, as if either of the players could have picked them up, but Boomich is just hitting it at the moment, and he will go one better with a triple kill in the 10th round.
Yeah, he's got one of those trick coins right now, just heads on both sides. And all these coin flip engagements, he's coming out ahead.
Players see each other, he fires and wins. Same here. Bop. You know, that was a case where Liquid's player had the first bullet, but Boomich's first bullet hit him between the eyes. Very small margin of error being offered by Boomich with individual levels like this. Magna just starts off versus Elige again. Elige is having a rough go of it now across all of these outer rounds. Ultimate trying to hunt down this player who he knows would have jumped up close, but Mac 10 of Boomich toying with an Opper point blank. You play that game one too many times. Ultimate's gonna punish you for it. Now Dilladez trying to operate with only 3 health.
What a shot.
Bomb trying to join up with Dilladez, who has found an opening downstairs.
It's kind of nice for the T's. I mean, they got full lore control. We've got Shuhei dropping down. No one's protecting the vent. That's the 3rd T. He's up here. Nerds and Siren. This could make a big difference.
Shuhei tries to take a swing for the site, but he does that with 0 trade potential.
Yeah, but
no trade potential, long-range MP9 fight, offers back the 2v2. Artfrost is going for it, looking to close out a 9th round on this T side. He'll duck back into the dark corner. Ultimate barely standing here, trying to line up the spray, but it's Artfrost to reposition quietly into the double doors, and he gets away with the P250 frag. Feeling it are BetBoom at the moment.
I don't mind the Shuhei push because he pushed out early knowing they're going to get to their post-plant spots. And Siren died in Squeaky thinking he was protecting the vent rotation, so he knew he was early. But Art Frost was just like so good right there. Just out in the open, hit his shot, got the closing kill too. This is a great reaction. Oh man. Looks hilarious, but you know, if he misses that, he's dead, so.
Damn, Liquid coming in with no nades, barring 2 smokes. They throw out that initial volley.
They're getting into a lot of winning positions and losing, to be honest.
Boomich trying to pounce through main. Having to deal with another disadvantage. Can they bring it back again?
Yeah.
Boomich. Let's go! Shuhei stuck in the corner, bested by Siren, and Boomich with the perfect pinch. This 3 versus 5 is coming together. This is the Liquid you know and love. Losing 5v3s, left, right, and center. They fall across that A floor. And you've got BetBoom sitting pretty, gunning for double digits on the T side. Trade to Naf is good, and Elige with a late half clutch attempt.
Oh, they're gonna go vent. This is doable. I mean, they're kind of stuck Tetris. They might as well wait for the fight. Yeah. Oh.
Catches them off guard, but the trade's still good. Siren with a double. No, excuse me, 3. So even as this half goes on, more and more pieces of the BetBoom T side finding their moments of success. Liquid looking deflated.
Yeah, Elish individually just, yeah, he has been having slow starts. Here's one where there's nothing holding him back from his, the favorite way he wants to take his engagements outside. He's just not winning them. Shout out to Boomich, though. He's having a great game. Great tournament. He's going to be #1 in this event after this series if he plays his cards right.
It's xFloud, BlameF, and Boomich right now. 3 highest rated players here in Bucharest.
Goodness. But that was a half that, yeah, you got to call a spade a spade. Liquid had, I might have to take my shoes off to count how many 5v4s, 5v3s they had in this game and lost.
Well, at least it's quick. Liquid can try to just shake it off and move on to Ancient. But that 16-4 T-side half from Artfrost is something to talk about. BetBoom didn't waste any time getting the individuals back where they belong.
Saul to get the outside cross. Little fake here upstairs, and the CTs don't move yet. They're going to be late to the vent rotator. They're going to drop is the question. They've only realized now.
And they just go right back up.
No one's even protecting the vent.
Thought we were going to have ourselves another 5v5 pistol retake. But ramp players down in position. Duel to Elish back sight. He's still standing, trying to get off sight as Siren catches Naf's lurk through main. So they plant, but it's still a 3v5 to try to hold on to. And positions confirmed. You know Elish has gotten off backside. You just see the shadows still on the control steps.
They're all coming in from ramp, though.
They're going to be on high alert to get that control frag, and they've got it going. Elish gives up his spot, dies to Artfrost, and BetBoom are going to make quick work of Liquid's nuke at this rate.
Lovely. Yeah, this is very, very clean. Of course, Liquid losing 2 players when they got downstairs for free, just trying to catch some of these rotations early. I think that's where they're really feeling the pain. And again, even though it's 5v5, it's another moment where it's a really good spot for Liquid, and it just ends up coming up with nothing.
Popping down into the ramp. They'll be given the space. BetBoom leaning it back. Good kill for Magnajez. Nert's trying to stomp his way in with the SMG, but total denial. And that's fine. You can have the ramp room. You've still got to make a move forward, and BetBoom prepared for all options. Already 2 players downstairs on site.
They're watching everything except the fallback.
Yeah,
you can't plan in ramp. Oh, this is a sweaty angle. Is this going to work? I wonder if you swing behind the ladder, is this going to be awkward to shoot?
I would have bet yes. Shuhei hears those Artfrost footsteps. He'll catch him off by being up close like that.
He got bored.
Offers one back over with the M4. Oh!
Come on now.
Nice reaction, Shuhei. Unfortunately losing teammates in the process, and unfortunately down to a quarter health himself. They'll try to take over the A site. Siren still back vent. Nicely done. Shuhei triple kill. I mean, with the moments we saw him play out on A floor throughout the first half, anytime they came to him, he offered up a fight.
Don't forget about Mirage, too.
Having himself quite the series. This is one of those X-Factor rounds at the moment. He has gotten all 3 kills for Team Liquid. Puts that bomb back sight.
I need them all.
Tucks down behind the box. Flash not going to find him. Shuhei gets a quad kill, and now Boomich set up in heaven will fall to Nafly. Huge moment here for Shuhei, getting the better of Artfrost, getting his gun. What a snap up into the top ladder player as well. Huge moment. Indeed.
Yeah, that kill was just supposed to be for fun. Felt like the round was still completely over. No, it wasn't. So that's why you don't get lazy if you're Artfrost.
Look at that. Yeah, saying Artfrost did get bored. It's kind of exactly like, you know, you took that perch where you were sat waiting for just the ladder climb. Super weird off angle.
Covered everything you needed.
He held it for about 3 seconds.
Yeah, he really didn't stay there.
You know what? I'm going to go look at ramp, maybe. I'm just going to take a look at ramp. What's the worst that could... Oh, no, Shuhei has an M4. And with it, Team Liquid will have a lifeline. That's all that really is. It's not a solution to their problems. BetBoom absolutely still hitting harder. Artfrost makes one mistake, but he can kind of earn it at 19-5.
Well, we'll see, because, yeah, Liquid did get into a lot of good spots, even in the first half.
And still blew them.
No, this is, yeah.
Scout and the P250 come together for the first kill. Magnajez getting a pistol frag of his own, and now a Galil in hand for Magnajez. Careful, Liquid. They've come close to losing a couple of these rounds throughout both maps. Magnajez should not surprise you. He's still standing in the same spot. Elige gets the recovery going thanks to the assists from Ultimate.
Quick flank here for Boomich. Nafly's got eyes on it, but only for a second.
Ooh, tucks his head back down. It's a P250 versus an AK. Making sound downstairs tells the T's that this is only Siren defending A at the moment. He's trying to wait for a chance for Boomich to get back in off that top ladder. Hands busy for Elige. Siren taking a look at sight. Down goes Naf. And now Elige from the back of the bomb sights the next victim. Pistols are enough.
And it's Boomich with 3 kills on this round to say, I'm the best frag in IGL in the server.
God damn. Starts it off as well. Artfrost playing well with the scout. Kind of serves up that distraction, and right back to despair our Team Liquid.
This whole map has been emo for Team Liquid. So many good spots lost. So many glorious moments for BetBoom. Maybe it's better that they just move on.
Ouch. Oh, that's how that happens. Just the P250. Headshots galore. Liquid on the floor, and a 9-round lead for BetBoom to close out their pick. So total turnaround between map 1 and 2. Maybe that just sheer aggression Liquid started hitting them with early on Mirage. Set a tempo, set a tone. And they did not have an answer when the pieces they needed to thrive weren't able to do so. But Artfrost hits the ground running, Magnajez hits the ground running here on Nuke, and now Boomich doing what he has to make sure they get those X-Factor moments to try to shut this one down. A couple of pistols hit the dirt inside of Hut. There is still an answer back. Heaven player, one and done, so Nertz and Elige looking to combine at the moment. Dilladez and Magnajez tasked with the retake. Fire at the feet of Nertz, and he is right into that angle from Magnajez, so Elige gonna have to clutch out. 20 bullets to the magazine. Flash underhand gets Magnajez through.
Is it planted backside or on the front?
I believe on the front, because the incendiary missed. So it still should be good. Yes, sir.
He didn't even tap. No reason for Elige to peek.
There it comes, a little bit late. Dilladez thinking about Hut instead, but out through Squeaky goes Elige and dies. Kit with time, and that, my friends, is a 13-3 BetBoom victory. X Factor all the way of BetBoom. Ancient needed to decide who goes on.
I think that this map was best summed up by a line that Scrawny used, where he said, this is the Liquid you know and love, losing 5v3s. What a great way to describe what we just saw, Dust.
Yeah, it was lovely. Really had a great time watching it. You know, I was hopeful that the, Elige cold map 1 and then on for the rest of the series pattern would continue. It didn't. Obviously very much struggled, but in all seriousness, if you kind of take a look at its totality, I mean, I think it's a combination of BetBoom playing with like a level of confidence and decisiveness I have not seen them do yet, in a very long time in the offline environment. Like, they really stuck to their game plan and felt very strong about it. But also, this just goes to show what happens when Liquid firepower doesn't bail them out of making mistakes. We saw them be able to brute force their way through some troubles on Mirage, but you come to this map and just very disjointed, going for aggressive plays that didn't make sense, not on the same page, and as Scrawny indicated, losing a lot of advantage situations.
But they're so back, Dust.
They're in this weird quantum state of like...
You're changing your opinion again. Okay, fair. Yanko, what did you think about Nuke?
I think Liquid was just overconfident in this game, and that lost them the map, right? I mean, you lose the pistol, you're 3-0 down, you win the first gun round, and then in the reset round, Nerds just is going to run into Hut immediately. BetBoom goes for an A, they punish him, they go for an A pop, and they just win the round, and all of a sudden now you're 5-1 down. That's half of the first half done, right? Based off of the pistol and what you did in the reset round, pretty much. And that's now a considerable hole. BetBoom is starting to gain some confidence in that point in time, and even from that point on is then the 5v3s start happening that Liquid loses because they're still somehow overconfident despite being 5-1 down. And in MR12 at some point it goes beyond being able to recover.
I mean, Liquid are just allergic to restraint whenever they have advantages. Like, someone decides they still need to go for that little bit more that they don't need when they already have themselves in a decent position. And I know I've picked on Shuhei for this, but it's not just him. It's multiple people who are causing these problems. But to flip the script a little bit, I mean, again, it's nice to see BetBoom finally playing some of the CS that we see from them online that gives people hope. Like, seeing them actually come in, playing like a nice balanced game plan, kind of coming in with a set idea of how they want to pursue things, having their players actually shine in the roles that we know that they can. Magdojez actually had a very good game, playing in the outer yard on both sides of the map. Boomich was bullying Elige outside, by the way, like multiple times that he was able to pick him off. And it's just like, it's also nice on the other hand to see like, okay, like now I get why people get excited about BetBoom sometimes. Like, you actually see some of the redeeming qualities of them shine through on a map like this. And I think it's also nice it happened on Nuke because Nuke has been their map. And then throughout this tournament, they've lost it twice, and they've done it in different ways. Like, one game, it was a bad T side. The other game, it was a bad CT side. This game, it was just, pedal to the metal and never let up.
Was this the highest level of CS on Nuke that we'll see from BetBoom, or do you think there's still more for them to give?
I think there's definitely more to give, right? It's just the way that the first half went, where some of it was being held by Team Liquid, and listen, you're going to take it. You don't care what your opponents do as long as you're winning rounds. You're happy with that. And I think obviously right now the problem is it was also such a dominant win for BetBoom where they're going to go into the decider with a lot of confidence.
So you do have a round that you wanted to break down for us. Walk me through what we're looking at.
Yeah, I mean, this was after the initial, run from BetBoom, and you can see that 5-1 is now the proper gun round after the reset round. For Team Liquid, right, default start from the side of BetBoom, but actually Liquid's going to be able to find a couple of kills from this setup. Naf gets one, falls back, Nerds catches Siren on this attempt to lurk. Now in a 5v3, Magnus just steps up, right, like peeks out of Hut, finds Shue, reads Nerds perfectly, that goes for this aggressive play, and the 5v3 really completely crumbles for the side of Liquid, and BetBoom is able to recover and continue that run.
Dust, for you, when you take a look at Liquid, I mean, what do you think is the root of their issues? I know that Yanko said on Nuke it's specifically maybe a little bit overconfident after the Mirage victory. Do you think that is the case, or is there more here that we need to look at?
It's almost like they have a lack of confidence in themselves in handling like some of these mid to late round situations. And so individuals feel the need to try to do a little bit more than is necessary. In a round like the one that Yanko just picked off, it's like you have a 5-on-3. Yeah, Shuhei got picked off by, kind of a crazy angled peek from Magojez coming out, but it's like Nerds doesn't have to push the Smoke Squeaky Hall at that point in time. Like, you still have man advantage. Like, you can still play that out with a little bit of information and just kind of coordinate together, a game plan of how you want to pursue the rest of the round. And it's just unnecessary things like that. And some of that's going to come down to reps together. Sometimes it's come down to protocols not being polished. I think Duke is probably...
Some of it comes down from you just think BetBoom sucks and like you can get away with it. Like that's why you're doing it. Is like you don't have no respect for them, right? Which is fine, but there's a fine line between confidence and arrogance. And you know, Nerds did it multiple times on the CT side, kept dying, they kept losing rounds, and now they're going into Ancient. By the way, since September started, BetBoom is 11-1 on this map. Granted, against tier 3 online opposition, and you know, on land they've beaten some mixed teams and whatnot. But after a nuke like this, they have no reason not to feel confident. Like they're set in the ways they play Ancient. They played against MIBR here and won it in their opening game. So Liquid, all of a sudden, you're in a position where things could get ugly when you had everything laid out for you.
It's also worth noting that they beat like Heroic and GamerLegion earlier this year as well. So they have quality wins, you know, even dating back further than what Yanko's talking about. And I agree with him. Like, if BetBoom are able to do what they did on Nuke and bring the same like balanced game plan that I know that they're capable of on a map like Ancient, they could certainly exploit Liquid. Because Liquid, really the only time they've played Ancient with the Liege was at Birch Cup, and that was more of just an event to get reps to get him eligible to be in the major. We haven't seen them tested on Ancient at CAC or this event so far, and so they're kind of a mystery box to me on exactly what they're going to show us on Ancient. I mean, they've had some strengths on it in the past, but you know, I don't know what will happen in this situation.
What do you think will happen?
I don't know.
That's super helpful, boys. That's really helpful. I mean, I do think that you kind of had a crystal ball, Dash, because you created this graphic and you called it the Liquid Loop of Lunacy. I kind of feel like that's where we're sitting, because the pendulum just swings from left to right every time. First, we're like, oh, they're so confident. They look so good. They're so back. Oh, well, Liquid's struggling. They don't have confidence. They're not doing this. They're not back. Like, at what point does it settle somewhere?
I don't know. Like, I mean, I think that they do still obviously have ways to win Ancient. You know, I think when I was watching that Bird Cup, even though I don't know if they're going to hold on to what they were doing there, some of the initial ideas that they had, I think, make sense. Like this idea of just letting Elige and Nerds double up middle on both sides of the map, I think makes perfect sense. You know, moving Elige around to B stack on T side to help you entry there whenever you want to go for plays more geared towards that side of the map. Like, I think they have the right personnel in the right roles to be successful. It's just more about, you know, are you actually able to play out that game plan clean? Are you able to play out the mid-round situations the way that you're supposed to? Is Elige actually going to show up and show us some of the form that we know that he's capable of? Like, you know, again, like you might have all the pieces on the board correct, but you still have to make the moves properly. And like, that's the big, you know, missing point I think we have right now.
I'm just hoping that, you know, BetBoom keeps playing with confidence and that they're disruptive on the CT side and aggressive on the T side, right? Like, they need to take the game to Liquid, get in their face. I think that's their best chance of stealing the series, because I think if Liquid starts off bad, like if BetBoom gets off to an early lead, I think Liquid just crumbles.
How does BetBoom normally play Ancients?
I mean, they're very good, just balanced game plan. I think like Nano Jazz is a pretty comfortable mid player on both sides of the map. If he plays the way that he played Yard on Nuke, I think he can have a similar amount of impact there. Boomich, a very aggressive guy in the BKs both ways. You know, we saw his impact on Yard on Nuke as well. He can transfer some of that over as well. I think the big guy I'm going to watch for, though, is Diladez. Like, they put him in a lot of like star roles and trading positions to thrive, and in a lot of their online play, he has looked good when they played in some local lands with him. He looked good there as well. I think this is a map where we'll really get to kind of gauge where he's at. Because again, I think he's still very early on in his LAN career, and there's a lot of room still to grow, but he's shown flashes here and there of what he's capable of, and I think this is a map where he feels pretty comfortable, and I'll be curious to see how he performs.
Anyone want to put their head on a chopping block and make a call as to who's going to win this?
No.
Wow, that is serious.
I'm just going to stick with Liquid, because if I don't, you know, it's like I'm going to lose here. I either stick with Liquid and I lose.
I'm surprised you said you would stick with Liquid.
It's always a lose-lose with you, Das. It's just like the reason if I can't make predictions is because there's so much volatility with these teams. Like, look at the first two maps. Who can predict that? I can say whoever you want. I'll say BetBoom will win it because they won the last map.
That's fair. I was going to say with Dust, I always feel a bit bad because with the Liquid thing, like, he does jump between two sides. You never really make a full commitment. But every time you do make a full commitment, they lose.
Yeah. I mean, it's the thing, like, because in theory, they should win this game. Like, they have the more talented and experienced players, even though they haven't had a lot of reps on Ancient. What I have seen makes sense, like the theories and game plans that they have, but it's like, are they actually going to implement those game plans and actually run them properly, or are they going to do things like we saw in Nuke, where they throw away advantages, they're sloppy, they're not communicating in the mid-round appropriately, their protocols are not apparent. You know, it's like, what version do we get? Like the neat and tidy one that we know that they're capable of being, or the messy one that we just saw on Nuke, you know? Who knows?
I'm sorry, I'm going to do this now. There you go. We are currently sitting a map apiece. At the beginning of the series, Dust said Liquid were so back. Let's find out if he's right after this.
She said she loves you. But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Astana, are you ready?
We're back in the building here at PGL. It's me, Jackie Powers, joined by the wonderful Jacasmo from Fnatic, Hooksy from Astralis, Youngster from Heroic, Alex from Gentlemate. Is there a round or a play that sticks out to you?
I think there's two different things. I think the first thing that came to mind of a round that was a highlight kind of way is one I did kind of recently. Right after I played with Astralis the first time against VP on Dust 2, I had a pretty sick highlight on short. But I think a round that I was just a part of that was still stuck in my mind is the last round, the World Finals, before we won my first big trophy. My heart was just pumping so much. Even though the round was basically won, we couldn't lose it, and I just had to be AFK. I was just sitting there so nervous. So yeah, I think that one.
Just waiting for it to finish.
Yeah.
You finally done it.
I was just jittering.
Oh, that's awesome, man. That's a good memory.
I think one before against Navi on the EM Cologne. Yeah, I think it was insane. It was in the group stage, but we already were in the playoff. Yeah. And it was the game, if you win that game, you went to quarterfinals or semifinals. I remember it was mid-age, and it was the first pistol, it was, pistol rounds. I don't know, we were T, and it was a one before. I think that play, for sure.
Oh, yeah. Either, maybe it's not highlight, but I had a 1v4 on stage in Mongolia versus Big. It's we lost the map 13-3 or something, but it was still a 1v4, it was very good. Or my first final in, I think it was CCT or Res, I don't remember which one. It was a 1v3 or 1v4 versus Zero Tenacity in the final, and we won it. So the whole game. So it was either one of those.
Yeah. I don't know. I think bring the pistol round on it. It would be some not the best one, I think, to bring on this question. But I really enjoyed my highlight on Shanghai Major when I killed 4 guys against MIBR under Palace. I don't know why, but it was very emotional in the moment. It was first round, I assume. And first round, I assume it also was BO1, and every round mattered. And I killed 4 with very hard situation, I would say. And I scream, I stand up, let's go, something like this. And it was very emotional. And we won this game after 13-3 or something. Yeah. It was important, kind of. So I think this one was good. Also on Shanghai match, for example, when I got 3 kills with Deagle against Complexity.
Oh
yes,
yeah.
It was good on Anubis.
Yeah.
I enjoyed this highlight. And that's it.
They're good memories.
This one, these two ones.
Both teams flopping like fish on their opponent's map picks. 2 total blowouts in 13-5 on Mirage to a 13-3 rebuttal out of BetBoom. Let's hope for the Counter-Strike's sake that we get something a little down the middle here for our decider in today's opening matchup.
Anything could happen, obviously, after what we just saw. The highs and lows of Team Liquid. When are we going to get used to it?
Never.
Never.
It's been years.
It's always going to be a surprise.
What about the highs and lows of BetBoom, Mohan?
I mean, they're kind of lows and mediums because they don't have the same stature.
Sure.
I think you brought it up. Like, there's maybe some similarities, but they don't have the same prestige, really.
Yeah, they're not making massive signings.
They make a deep run at this event, then they will have some. Yeah.
Yeah, they're on the brink. They're on the cusp. They're
Ooh,
looking for their
open
breakthrough.
Sight. Dude, the counter-stratting in these pistol rounds are both teams.
Yep.
Free plants every day of the week. Oh, planting right there.
5v5 in a retake again. And again and again. For better or for worse. MagnaJez better be careful. He's down to a magazine and a half of that USP.
They're not pushing into Dilladez if they want to play all main.
It's all good. He's dead. 4v3, secured by BetBoom. Smokefer on top of the bomb. Boomich is the guy with the kit, so he's going to add that pressure now to Liquid to try to get him off that site.
Got him.
Oh, they clear him. Now that kit can be picked back up. It will be by Siren, who's got the 2 frags otherwise. Ultimate down to 8 health. Not going to happen. Great coverage offered up by Artfrost, who's having himself another impactful pistol. BetBoom take it to start this CT side.
They probably wanted to take one more risk there. Getting a free plant was good, but taking over Donut or trying to wrap through Temple would have probably made the difference in this spot, at least even to delay for time. But playing back on main and with the utility that BetBoom had, they were pretty chill, I think, on their retake, knowing they had a lot of chances to win this.
Easy cover for Artfrost as well. Siren not only 2 kills, but then goes ahead and gets 2 assists on the other players while defusing bomb. Feels like he had his hands on everything in that pistol round.
Yeah, Artfrost actually playing awesome.
It's a welcome sign of good things to come for BetBoom after that Mirage blowout to Liquid's favor, where Boomich was the only sign of life. Now we're going to get the push from Naf's Tech 9 to try to take over control of the A site. We've got this deep smoke inside of Donut as well, so total denial of Boomich's vision.
So it should just be a replay of last round if they don't want to push for more control, right? And here they actually do want to test Donut.
Smoke up, though. It's going to be hard to get in there while the retake's already starting from spawn.
They have the weird guns.
Ultimate's got this control, though, of Temple. Naf finds the Tech 9 kill to Boomich. Took him a little while to find it, but he finally gets into the action. Now they'll take over Donut control.
They don't have a smoke left. There's
also got this Elish flank coming out from CT spawn, but I think it just got spotted. Artfrost took a look at it. Siren's just going to try to prioritize the defuse. Donut player, no, he's not got this. It's a steal from Siren under the nose of Nerds.
Wow, and I thought that this would be a default plant that they were looking at, but they didn't have Donut, obviously, so they're worried about getting spammed. That makes sense. Another solid round here from BetBoom. It was a little scarier when they lost Dilladez, but they still had better guns. It's a more uneven playing field than the pistol. Man, I feel like we haven't seen a lot of Ancient, at least not in our games.
Not in our games. I know Dinko and Moses have been locking down Ancient for us, but not in our games, Mohan. You know what I found out the other day? I found out that the world doesn't revolve around us.
You're going to have to double check.
Are you sure? Somebody told me that. I said,
I don't believe conspiracy theories.
I said, what? I said, what? Am I not the center of the universe? Huh?
I'm going to need evidence and proof.
Oh, that sounds like too much work. Going to work outside of the B site. Our Team Liquid trying to force again. You know you've got the economy of BetBoom shaky, and Elish staring at the wall. Gets dropped by Dilladez. Good double from Nerds, but that third is covered. I thought MagnaJez had him dead to rights, but Naf picks up the kill. 4v2 for Liquid. A good amount of damage done, sure, but that's still a comfortable bomb plant, and Siren too far removed to really help Boomich in this one.
And that one kill, and maybe they don't even get a chance to retake. Look who's here to catch him. Shuhei spotting, takes a dink.
Dude, so much damage. Oh, what if Nerds
Let him
walks
go by.
Ah, good on Nerds to clear it. You're going to confirm Boomic's position. So Boomich doesn't get the option to try to milk that one for more, and the last player with health is the one who's going to end it. Ultimate gets a kill, and Liquid will answer 3 rounds into this play. All we want for this series is at least one tight map between these teams. Make them work for that win.
Yeah, no kidding. So at least we can draw up a story about the team who wins.
I think also right now, we're dealing with a 1-1 game in the Swiss group at the moment, so you just want to really also put yourself with some distance between your opponent. Make it seem like you're destined for playoffs. Scare the rest of the competition. And here we see the economic problems caused by that Siren solo defuse. Yes, it's BetBoom's second round, but it puts their cash in such a fragile state that it's an MP9 for Artfrost. That's it, that's all. Still, they try to make an opening gambit that pushes Liquid back, shaving off the 2 separate packs by taking this mid control. But the problem is, once Boomich throws this smoke, there's no more util to hold on to the control of mid. If it's a waiting game, Liquid will get an edge at some point. They force him to throw it, and they'll even spam through. Boomich thinking he could still get away with floating at the top of mid, but not the case. Now we're going to go down into the B ramp push instead. Ultimate, bringing Artfrost down with him.
They can protect the gun. They're going to want to go for it.
Villadez tries to stretch out for it, and the Liege has got the cover. 92 damage in response, but all's good. He controls the state of affairs. And with the bomb floating out in mid, it can double back towards the B site. It's going to be a nice, comfortable split here for Liquid to tie the game early at 2.
This is the start to a close game for sure. It's a good response here, but BetBoom didn't really have the tools to stop this from coming in.
Is it the start of a close game?
It is.
Or is it just a close start? Think about it.
Don't use your words against me.
Think about it, man. Start of a close game or just a close start of a game?
Oh, Nafly could have knifed him.
That is true. Very important round. And they get through relatively unscathed. 1 death, so be it.
Look at the money.
Now you've got a little freebie, as Magnajez is still looking for his first kill of the map. Feels like slow individual starts is kind of what cost BetBoom a chance to fight Liquid's fire back on Mirage. The beauty of the BetBoom nuke blowout was Artfrost and Magnajez were right there out of the gate.
Yeah, they were out here looking like Simple and Electronic, to be honest.
And like Navi Simple and Electronic, not BC Game Simple and Electronic. All's good. Dude, they flashed Elise so hard, he lost his HUD. Permanent blindness. Easy does it here. USP's not going to get anything going for BetBoom. So Liquid up with a T-side lead.
5 alive. That's a rich Liquid. There's gold flakes in that tequila.
Oh, yeah. That's good for the liver. Little MP9 dink. Let Liege know that nothing's going to come for free this round, that BetBoom do stand a chance to fight. Artfrost regains his angle, but it's a passive one, waiting for this Shuhei walk-up. Nicely done. He's got one of those like fast spasms after shots too,
yeah,
sometimes.
You remember him?
Yep. Yeah, I know.
Academy League.
I'm aware of Artfrost.
Okay.
But, whew, I thought he had kind of lost it for a little while, you know? Kind of
He used to be crazy.
Tempered himself a bit.
Oh,
Meanwhile, we get Naf up into the B site. Bomb is in Donut, though, so they've taken the B site. They've gotten all of BetBoom to come over. It's a slow one from Boomich. He's the one that doesn't really believe just yet. Naf's going to start stacking bodies in the depths of this site. A Liege walking around, low health, sure, but Siren's a sitting duck. That flash kind of slows him down enough for maybe Siren to think about this threat.
Elige does need to pick a spot where he pushes a bit. I guess they could assume he left. It's possible.
But he's so far gone, he's going to have to walk so long that is he going to get a chance to get back in?
I think he's picked it perfectly.
The Molotov helps, right? That's going to slow them down. But if they go into Temple, Elige is still going to have to wait now until probably the bomb site to get any kind of a duel going.
It's okay, though. Ultimate's here by himself, and Donut, he can't really get flanked. He just has to worry about Magnojazz.
This is a slow burn from Elige, and, well, Ultimate winning the other duel is setting Elige up for this to work. He is still on their tracks, slowly but surely here for Elige. But inside of the smoke, Boomich has now been found. They don't have time for this. They just simply don't have time. He didn't even need to kill either one. It's like they showed up and forgot that they didn't have the kits because cut off in middle was the defuse kit they needed.
Yeah, it's good that he didn't peek too early because they wasted a lot of time just walking around trying to find him. So that works out pretty. It's not often you see rounds like that actually play out as well as they did. 2 players on the other site, 1 guy planting the bomb. That can definitely lead to a disaster with an early defuse, but not in that situation. Elige knows how to play fast and slow.
You know what's crazy is that even if Elige had decided to take his hands off the keyboard while still at B site, he wins that round.
Yeah.
He didn't have to walk half a kilometer behind them.
He's a genius.
Same result. He's there just in case. But the moment Boomich touched that bomb, he realized, oh man, we've made an error. And you know what? That's not the first time in the last 24 hours that BetBoom have had a round like that. Same thing happened versus Heroic, where they just played to a pace that they literally couldn't afford to. But obviously hoping that that kit could have joined them through Donut. That was the solution to their problems. Team Liquid 4-2 instead. Yikes.
Ooh.
Magnojazz and Shuhei with the first 2 kills.
We got one more.
It's going to hold it back here, Siren. Nice couple. And man advantage with that one. So just a huge bash going down inside mid. Check out the radar with the body stacked. Still a recovery here for Ultimate. Arfrost's head gets popped, but will they expect Siren to have slipped in? And will they even give him a chance to win this 1v2?
The flash was a little lazy. All it did was allow Ultimate to tuck a bit, and it gave the CT so much confidence to swing out hard.
Oh, that Molotov.
Now they don't know that he's here at the very least. Siren, 28 health.
I thought the fire burst on him, but clearly he didn't take any damage. His timing could still catch them off guard. Now he's not working with a kit, and a 10-second defuse in a 1v2, he's going to have to go for the frags. And at least because of the timing of how close he was to Cave, he could get them. Could have, if not for Naf's peak, finding the perfect moment to catch him with his head turned. So good on Ultimate, 2 kills from ramp. Him and Naf claw back a 2v3.
Yeah, big time. And again, like, there's something about using a flash badly that it just gives you confidence to swing, which doesn't work in your favor. In that situation, if Ultimate couldn't hear you and they both double swang on the ramp when he wasn't ready, that would have been better than no flash at all. So Artfrost does just kind of freehand utility sometimes, but it needs to be thought about. Oh, big damage. Elige and Shuhei low already. It's a straight default here for Liquid. No commitments yet. They're surely just going to leave Siren here, right? They've already got a decent amount of info over on B. They're kind of missing what's happening in middle, though, so they might be insecure about this split coming in. They don't even know if a lurk has taken place, actually. This is kind of a flawed setup. Uh-oh.
Cleared out, and it looks like they're going to try to roll with that momentum, or at least sell it as is. Boomich, though, up on top of Naf. Didn't expect Boomich to be pushed in so close, but even then, they still drew all the players. Even with Boomich that close, Everybody comes over to support him. It's going to be Magnajez solo versus this cave hold. Will anybody come running back over to help? It looks like so. Diladez, he kind of stalls out, still concerned about the red room, and he has reason to be because Nertz is occupying the spot. Bunch of util to go down. Boomich stomping his way through middle. Look at that flurry of kills out from Team Liquid. Shuhei with a double, Nertz with his in mid.
This is just a poorly thought through setup for BetBoom, where the only thing that was good was Boomich getting information on his kill into A, but they didn't have vision on mid for so long, not even keeping an eye on the lurk. They were going to always be a slave to any small piece of utility that came their way, and they would never get an early read on whether or not Liquid were moving back from A to B, so they just had to take what they were given. It might have been nice for them to leave one cave for that entire rotation before the commitment actually came in, just to be spotting. So at least with a cave player, you can flank mid to A as well. It's not even a long rotation, right?
Already through the smoke, so easy challenge for Shuhei. Got Nertz in front of him. The nades what finished off the fight. So mid control will go their way, but a good answer from Magnajez. Feels like a bit of an act of desperation, that one M4. You've already started to lose the mid fight. You got to get it going somewhere else, and he will find a second kill in this round, but what Liquid have is more important. This B bomb site under wraps. At least BetBoom have earned themselves a second rifle for the retake attempt, but again, no kit. They just didn't come into this round with enough tools to pull this off. They're going to try to just come flying out through cave. If they play it fast enough, they could still win it. But we've got a lot of eyes set on this cave exit. Ultimate killing Magnajez already. Sure, you can pick the gun back up, but that is the invite to leave. BetBoom concede a 7th to Liquid.
Definitely starting to worry about BetBoom and their odds in this game. They've always looked well prepared even when they've lost, but here on Ancient, this is definitely the weakest that they appear. They're allowing the B crawl-ups to take place. Liquid are getting mid-control way too often. They're rotating very well, where BetBoom are just not fighting for information correctly, and the trades aren't bailing them out. So starting to wonder if BetBoom can figure this out or not. Looks like a decision by committee here on Team Liquid as they figure out how to make this even worse for BetBoom.
Legion Magnajez have locked horns in these wallbang fights pretty often. So
Get Right and Doja back in the day.
Smoke spam duels going down as well.
Just open sights, open mid. They're just, how are they figuring this out?
Got them read like a book. It's been felt kind of since the pistol, to be honest. Right, the reads in the pistol rounds, you alluded to them. Well, feels like those reads have not stopped, and Boomich in the depths of Donut with a nade that has his name on it. Naf still yet to throw it out. His ultimate's the first casualty of the round, but again, it's kind of BetBoom with their feet to the fire. They've got to get this tempo of a retake going, and Boomich will be able to push forward. Now there's one player left on this site in Nertz. He's going to try to wrap around from CT spawn. They fake it once, and Boomich has to hold this with a health disadvantage. Oh, Art Frost taking a hit. Now he's on top of the bomb, but he's not the player with the kit, and his legs have been spotted. Nertz is allowed to just spam him down. It's an 8-round T-side already.
Damn. Well, that one's a little bit messy for Liquid, but in the end, some great kills, great positioning from Elige to get his and get out. Yeah, that's tough. BetBoom, I want to say they needed that.
Felt like Boomich was doing a good job coming back from Donut. Had that retake going.
Yeah.
You know, gets Nerds to reveal his position and sort of start panic spraying. Would have been hard for Artfrost to cover, sure, but gonna try to just pelt this outer B site with utility and hope that whittles down Team Liquid. Gonna charge down ramp as well, looking to just take the fight on their terms. Dilladez, a little delayed.
How'd he get up there?
He boosts over Dilladez while he was bottom box. That should have been enough, you thought, but you still get this NAF response. Frag to expose top ramp. He's got Artfrost dead to rights.
Nasty. Nasty ass Nafly.
I don't know
how in the world did he get up there?
Well, it was Dilladez.
Crouching blind.
Yep.
He jumped up. He had to be blind too, right?
I don't know, man.
That was awesome.
There's some freaky stuff going down right now here on map 3. I'm just happy to see Naf back towards the top of a scoreboard for Liquid. This iteration of the team has done him good.
Oh, just another solid mid-round rotation. It's almost as if nuke didn't happen, Connor. There's a lot of maps.
But it did. I'm not going to forget. I'm not going to let Liquid forget. I'm not going to let anybody forget. They put us through it.
Can't prove nuke happened.
Artfrost and Magnajez were monsters, and Liquid couldn't handle that heat.
It's but a faint memory.
Now that part's true. For BetBoom, it's going to feel like a fever dream. Boom is checking out Naf's new AK.
Yeah, they're getting played around with right now.
Whoa! We've got new tech.
Wow.
Are you kidding me?
Very
We've got a
red loadout.
Wow, this is how far we've come, huh?
This whole inventory costs about $3.50.
This whole inventory costs about 70% of what it did a week ago.
Yeah.
That was cool though. I like that.
Yeah, that's awesome. How can you be that ready for something? You have an inventory graphic.
Yeah.
Well done, PGL.
You know what makes that cooler? It's actually just an in-game. It's an in-game one now.
Oh yeah, they just pulled it up.
Yeah, just pull it up. Pull it up, Jamie. Whoa!
Boom, Canada, baby.
Hey, you know how to play with my heartstrings. Ultimate though, just tearing through. Sorry, no offense, BetBoom. Your CT side is still alive while we look at inventories, but that's just, you know, you're down a man advantage again here in the 12th.
Yeah, they really showed us they can win. Is he gonna get this kill? No, he's not looking at it. He's not looking at it. But with Liquid's luck, he's just gonna get this kill randomly somehow. No,
sir.
All right.
Caught throwing his utility.
And Nerds is here just to...
But look what they find, an open B-bomb site, prime for the take. The amount of times Liquid have found a site for free, even though, yes, okay, death occurs elsewhere on the map, they're putting bombs down with no resistance.
That molly missed.
Alicia's got Dilladez on the ropes back here. His teammates nowhere to be found just yet.
This is a retake that has to happen for BetBoom. They're coming in from the flank. They even have Dilladez to hold him back, pushing CT.
They got a lot going for them. They've already got a player top ramp. Bomb is only at the halfway point. Still 20 seconds to defuse it. There's that fast flurry again, though.
Damn.
How many times does it happen where Team Liquid, in a bit of a push spot, just come out with a bunch of frags in an instant? They'll close this with double digits on the T side. Team Liquid almost convincing us that nuke never happened.
Because it's the exact opposite circumstances. They're recovering situations that are winnable for BetBoom.
Yes.
You know, it's exactly what BetBoom did to them, but it looks like Liquid might have the last laugh here.
Having a field day on that offense. It's Naf and Ultimate to lead it this time around. 13 kills for Nafly, 12 frags on Ultimate. And this, in fact, is the best map for Elige in the series as well. You're getting him online, and you know, obviously easy to thrive when you're dominating this T side like that. But I think that'll do well for Liquid when Elige is a part of the win condition. Shouldn't always have to be, but is surely always a welcome sign.
Low lows and high highs for both of these squads so far today.
Meanwhile, GamerLegion and Saw go into a double overtime. But don't go watch that. Stay here with us. I know this one's not as close, but you may be watching Liquid win another series.
Or you maybe missed one of the greatest, second greatest comeback to happen so far, PGL Masters Bucharest.
That's true. Pain still holds the record, huh? May go undefeated. Elige and Naf, that's 4 guns between the two of them. That's a hell of a lot of firepower to take it into Cave.
Good.
But again, they kind of meet exactly what they expect. I don't think it's a coincidence you put 2 pairs of Berettas inside of Cave where BetBoom just tried to charge 4 players. And unfortunately here for Siren, he is not going to escape. All that is here for BetBoom to try to steal a pistol back is a huge clutch attempt from Boomich versus 4. Gonna try to crouch down through the smoke, but Ultimate, having already flanked through Shrek, is gonna make the difference, and that is a comfortable way to end this 3rd map of the series.
Yeah, I mean, if not...
Flashy's laughing at him, for God's sake.
Yeah, mood's looking pretty good. I mean, BetBoom needed this pistol just for a chance, like a very outside chance at making a cosmetic comeback. Without it, I don't know. Only because it's map 3, gonna hold out hope, but... This is a whooping.
And no cushion in sight to break the fall of BetBoom in free fall here for map 3. Glocks to try to punch on the A site, looking for a bomb plant at the very least. You'll get nothing.
My goodness.
Murder on the dance floor.
Guess it hurts less when it's fast, but...
Hurts less, but it's more embarrassing.
It is, yeah.
Tough one to be in here for BetBoom. 10 map and match points for Team Liquid. You know, Liquid obviously winning their opening game over top of Legacy, keeping that head-to-head in their favor. And 2 pretty convincing maps as well, not even double digits in 2 of those 3 maps. It was their loss versus Aurora yesterday that kind of put things back in question. If not for an overtime victory on Mirage, that would have been a 2-0 Aurora.
So did that BetBoom have the first 2 rounds and that's it?
Yep. Little pistol, little conversion, and then a whole lot of pain.
12 rounds in a row for Team Liquid. Could be a 13-0 here for Team Liquid.
In spirit. Naf wins the duel with a FAMAS. Him and Ultimate still trying to see who tops the charts in this final map of play. 4 kills left to be found, and Naf is closer to them.
They got the utility for this? It looks like not. No mollies.
No. Shuhei and Nertz on the crossfire as well. Surely one of them is going to come away with kills, if not both. Nertz right here for the 3rd one as well. Bomb thrown out into the open. Team Liquid are going to try to convince you nuke never happened. We still have to wonder about consistencies across the map pool, but when it goes well, it goes real well.
13 rounds in a row for Liquid there. That lunacy loop is starting to turn me a little bit crazy, Dust.
Yeah, very dominant performance from Team Liquid, losing the pistol on the follow-up, but then shutting them out from that point forward. Wasn't always the cleanest CS, but it was enough to get the job done, and they will ultimately take the series 2-1. And kind of before we get into like the nitty-gritty of the game really quick, I just wanted to note, it was kind of neat to see the change that Liquid has made on Ancient. You know, at Birch Cup, when they were first implementing Elige, we weren't really sure how they were going to figure things out. They were letting Nertz and Elige double up middle a lot, similar to what Elige did when he was playing with Frozen on FaZe. But in this game, they actually moved him to B, which is a position I don't think I've ever really seen Elige play on T-side before on Ancient. And they kind of used him, obviously, as an entry at B, which is what he's known for. But they also kind of used him in like little lurky roles at B as well, whenever they were going for like A executes and mid control and stuff like that. So it was just interesting to see Elige kind of used in a way I'm not used to.
Yeah, I think it was maybe a little bit situational in some of the rounds because he was low HP, but yeah, I guess Liquid just wanted to get the Ancient reps. I don't have another explanation for you, right? Like, wake-up call after Nuke, you know, and just came out swinging. Even the early couple of rounds that they lost were close, but after that it was just full control from Team Liquid in this one.
I do wish we could have heard the conversation that happened between Nuke and Ancient for Liquid to come in here looking way more, I mean, after those first 2 rounds, looking way more cohesive, the sort of overconfidence / arrogance missing, and then they just got the job done.
Yeah, like if you're throwing like specifics aside, I just think they played a more controlled and disciplined style of CS throughout the majority of that first half on the T side. There was a couple times where I thought maybe they overextended it in Red Room when they had an advantage, and there was, you know, a couple situations like inside, like awkward smoke situations on the A-bomb side, and that's if you're being nitpicky. But if you're looking at it overall, I do feel like we saw a much more composed Liquid version of the team that we were hoping to see this series all the time long, and we did finally get that here on Ancient.
Why could BetBoom not get around on the board after those first 2, Yanko?
I don't know. I just think, you know, in a lot of these rounds, you know, sometimes mid-control wasn't working early on. Liquid played with a lot of pace, and they just couldn't hold the bomb sites. We're just losing rounds, giving away openings and whatnot, and not really much they could do. They tried to add some aggression in terms of later on in the half. I'm going to turn that off.
It's not me.
There was a weird noise. Everyone's going crazy in the studio.
I don't know. Yeah, Liquid just own it. I don't know what to say, man. Like, it's just crazy that you have something, you know, on Nuke, you're just feeling overconfident. Liquid doesn't have the luxury of doing that. I mean, this should have been a 2-0 through and through. Nuke happened. They bounced back on Ancient. Great for them. They're in the 2-1 bracket. Let's see who they face. Hopefully a better team next time where they get tested some more.
Okay, so instead of breaking this down, because it's really hard to do any sort of analysis on this, I mean, it was clearly quite a stomping from Liquid. Let's talk bigger picture now when we take a look at both of these teams. They're still here at PGL Masters in Bucharest. They're still competing, but there's also long-term conversations to be had. We're reaching the end of the season. This Liquid lineup, as it looks right now, still a little bit inconsistent, but definitely little glimmers of hope if you're a North American Counter-Strike fan, right?
I think that's like the best way you could sum it up is, yeah, it's little glimmers of hope, at least showing us that, you know, they had the firepower to be, you know, competitive, and we knew that was going to be the case. But the issue has always been really throughout the course of this year is that, like, yeah, on paper they look great. You know, like Nert's a very skilled rifler, Naf getting back in form. You know, you're bringing a Legion, who's definitely a star quality player. It's all about, like, can they actually make all the pieces work together? You know, can Shuhei and Flashy and Elige kind of come together as the brain trust of the team and you know, find common ground and find ways to make this team operate efficiently. And, you know, again, like you saw in some of their Mirage games, it looked very sharp. Some of the others, not quite. You know, on Ancient, again, I think this is a cool learning experience. Like, obviously, it's a dominant win. You can't really pull too many conclusions from it. But at least we got to kind of see, okay, what are Liquid thinking? Like, how are they trying to, you know, figure out their map pool, and kind of how are they trying to, you know, position their players? And, you know, I thought it was interesting, again, how they have changed Elige's role in a pretty major way on this map. And it bore fruit in this particular situation. But as far as what in the future, we don't know. Again, it like depends on what Liquid shows up on the day. Is it the disciplined one? It's the one that, you know, is playing cohesive, or is it the one that looks disjointed, overconfident, and trying to do a little bit too much with some of their individual players?
On the other side, we have BetBoom, and it's not looking good for this team, Yanko.
No, it's not. I don't see much promise in this particular roster. Granted, they also made some changes recently, but it's just looking a little bit, you know, too disjointed at the moment. They don't have, you know, individuals bailing them out when they are in a tough spot. I mean, honestly, Boomich's audition is going great so far. That's like the kind of drawing, what I draw out from all of this is he probably deserves a better team than the one he's in.
I think that's the easiest way to sum this all up. Both of these teams, though, will still be competing, so we'll get a chance to see them tomorrow here at PGL Masters. But now we move on to the next game that's coming up. It is Legacy up against Astralis. We're going to take a quick reset so you can go get some snacks, maybe some drinks. Make sure you're right back here, though, because it's going to be starting very soon, and we'll have more of PGL Masters coming up.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, I know my man's going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. Wanna next bet. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
You're watching PGL Masters Bucharest, and we are jumping into even more Counter-Strike action right now. You had a quick break. I hope that you're ready, because up next, Astralis up against Legacy. Now, I like to give Dust a really hard time about North American teams. I consistently sort of poke fun at him and about how inconsistent they are. But I think I speak for a lot of people when I say many of us grew up watching Prime Astralis. And that was kind of the team that made us fall in love with competitive Counter-Strike. And it's a really toxic relationship, because even now, I, as a fan, secretly always hope that maybe something magical could happen and Astralis would rise again. We're going to see them in this event, but there's been some lineup changes. And Janko, can they rise? Will they ever rise again? Or is this a team that's always just going to kind of disappoint us from here on out?
I mean, never say never, but you know, it's been a rotten organization for a long time. It's only recently that they made some sweeping changes which potentially give you hope moving forward that they can, you know, find some glory again. But this particular roster hasn't panned out the way they were hoping for. And I say this particular roster, even Magisk is in sort of short term, right? Because Ston is on medical leave. So just, it's been really a struggle for Astralis for a long time now to just find consistency in terms of the roster.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you're talking about hope, there was a lot of it, because, you know, there was a lot of fanfare around HooXi's debut at Astana, and the fact that they were able to make a run away to the grand finals, and they had some quality wins on the way there against Aurora and Navi, and you know, they had you kind of believing. And you know, even after that, they made the finals again in the first Fissure event, you know, losing to Tyloo ultimately, but still putting a good result on the board. But since then, we just haven't really seen any sort of follow-up that lets you kind of continue that hope. All of a sudden, reality has kind of struck back in, and you know, we've seen individuals struggle to perform, and it gets to a point where it's like I struggle to understand the identity of this team. Like, they tried to put Stair into star roles, and he is a pretty good player, but outside of him and the occasional like rollback device performance, it's just you're not really seeing a whole lot come out of this team, and it's very alarming that they just don't seem to have the firepower to contend with some of the opposition they've been up against lately.
They have really tenured names on this lineup, Janko. You would think putting these together would result in something more than what we're seeing.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I feel like there's something rotten within the team in that sense, right? Because on paper it should be better than it is. I mean, honestly, I also don't understand how Raga is still the coach of this team, right?
That is a fair...
Honestly, for two reasons, and the main reason is he said when he was asked in the interview about HooXi before he joins, like, we didn't even look at him. It's like, what, so you're going out of your way to say you were not interested in him. Then he's brought in, and you're still the. How is that the relationship supposed to work? And the second reason, honestly, being like, just there hasn't been much in his resume in terms of like sort of deserving that opportunity. And on top of that, then you look at this team, and we have an example of, you know, when we say dead team vibes, it sounds a little bit harsh, but it's definitely things that you see on the server too that makes you think like, what is going on here? You know, how are these players making some of these moves, right? So this is from a game actually against Legacy from Pro League, I believe. Start of the round. This is like a hero AK round for Legacy, by the way. Astralis opened 3B, right, to take banana control. Legacy is sort of reacting towards mid, right, like trying to peek long. A bit slow. This is going to allow Astralis to really rotate the extra player back towards there. You can see Device, he's going to smoke apartments, he's using utility for his teammates, take this angle on short. He finds the first hill. So now it's a 5v4, right? Like he's blocked them. Look at what Yabi does. He just peeks from balcony and they're blocked by the incendiary. He dies, he's the far left player. So now Device feels pressured, he peeks, then Magus, and they just fall like dominoes, right? And this is such a horrible way to lose a round. It's like, if you're Yabi there, there's no reason whatsoever for you to play. You know, you just need to stand there. They have to get past Device to get to you. Magisk is also there, and the fourth player is coming back over from B, right? And from this point on, Legacy won this round, won the last round. And there's plenty of examples like this, and it's not only Yabi, but that's the sort of a lack of discipline that you talk about, that you see where it's not really giving you confidence in the roster.
However, we see these results, they do tend to beat Legacy in past matchups when they faced off against them.
It's true, and another point here is out of the 2 games, they played 5 different maps. And that's also Astralis having a 7-map map pool, which is kind of brave considering you also have Magus just recently joining and he's playing out of position on a lot of maps. They had to mix and match, right? And I don't know if that's also a bit too optimistic for them and a reason for struggling to find, trying to do too much instead of narrowing your focus so you can be better and more specific.
Yeah, I mean, I think the hunt for a map pool for Astralis has certainly been one of the big concerns. It seems like they have had, some success on Nuke, but I feel like that's really the only consistent one. Like when you look at, since Hooksy has been a part of this team as the in-game leader,
success on Nuke. They picked Nuke 2 times and won 0 T rounds. Out of 24 rounds on Nuke, they won 0 T rounds. They picked Inferno 1 time in those games, and they won 1 T round. Like they just said, that's the problem. Is like, there's no map pool there whatsoever. The thing with the 7-map map pool is now they can maybe pick to punish, and that's when they picked Overpass against Legacy, and they won it. And I assume Legacy now putting it over there as the veto.
I mean, so how much of a role is this going to play? When we take a look on the other side of Legacy, they're coming off a trophy win. I mean, is it going to be a different matchup this time? Third time's the charm for them?
It'll be curious because I feel like Legacy has had a very good history on Inferno. I've usually enjoyed them playing it, and they do pick it here again. But they've gone 3-3 in their last 6 games, and some of those losses were to Liquid and 3D Max, and teams that they have been able to beat before. So a little bit of concern there. But as Yanko was kind of alluding to, I do think Astralis has some big issues on Inferno, particularly Magic, as you said, playing out of position, having to play like middle instead of his normal apartments position, having to play different CT spots than he's used to. So there's definitely some discrepancies there that Legacy might be able to exploit in some of the matchups across the map. And then Astralis, it's like, I mean, Yanko hit the nail on the head. Like earlier when, Hooksy first joined the team on Nuke, they actually were putting out some pretty good results on Nuke. But then when you look at this tournament in isolation, it's like, what the hell happened? Because the T sides have been just completely lost.
And another worrying sign for me for Astralis was even when they were winning rounds, winning games, having big moments, there's no cheering. Like there's no nothing, it's outside of Hooksy every now and then, trying to, but honestly, it just looks awkward watching it because no one is really on the same wavelength as him in that regard. And I'm not sure why that would be the reason after they had such a great start with him. Like that said, Astana and Belgrade, 2 second place finishes, right? You managed to secure your spot at the major only based off of that for Astralis, by the way, who missed the last 5. So I'm not sure what exactly happened. You're hoping they're going to turn it around somehow. Maybe they had one of those, team talks, empty the backpack, whatever. But you're hoping to see a change when it comes to that from Astralis.
On the other side, Legacy, trophy win, very exciting. Come in here with a bit of a hangover, lose their first game to Liquid. I'd say gentlemates yesterday, that win expected. I wouldn't have expected anything else. What happens now against Astralis for them?
I think they're in a pretty good boat right now. I mean, yeah, I know the head-to-head history doesn't favor them necessarily, but I just feel like they're in better form. I like their Counter-Strike a little bit better. I think their individuals are in better form. Like you're seeing Dumao really come into his own as an aggressive rifle on this team. You're seeing Lotto really develop into like a true star talent to really keep an eye on. And even some of like their lesser-known players like Nissim has actually developed a pretty solid game as well. So I think they're really well-rounded. I like them here.
Let's see how this pans out. If you're an Astralis fan, after that pre-show, you'll be a bit sad, but Legacy fans probably grinning.
Legacy fans thinking that they're going to take another swing at this, but the thing is the Astralis' head-to-head over this Legacy is excellent. So they've got that to still hold on to if you're cheering for Astralis today. There's got to be some fans of Astralis still out there.
Yeah, I think Legacy, you would still expect them to win the series based on recent form, but Astralis have shown comfort versus them. They've taken maps, they've taken series, and they've even done it with Magisk.
Little peek for Magisk down Banana, and nobody home. It's Legacy taking this one straight to that A-bomb site where we're going to get a Jabby masterclass, maybe. Kind of needed, at the very least, for him to stay alive inside of Pit, but they're flooding at him, and he's going to drop the ball. Hooksy and Device able to get over in time, though, so maybe Jabby's little distraction is just
They cancel
enough.
the plant, too. This gives them more time to go for a longer retake.
Going to keep that spam on Nissim. He locks into Moto. Lux over towards the little pit.
Device try to draw this push out. Nissim waiting to flank.
Lux looks to take a peek over towards short. They're getting dangerously close now. Nissim under pressure as he loses his teammate. Very, very comfortable for Astralis. Sure, their 1A anchor doesn't do anything really other than serve up a distraction, but because they didn't hesitate to rotate over with Magisk getting that empty banana info, they still find Legacy off guard.
I love the way that Device played that, used half his bullets, and then basically made himself an unhittable target. And Legacy, they wanted to respond to that. So there just might be something about the way Legacy play Astralis like it. And, hey, you never know when you're going to get a Hooksy pop-off game. Those games hit hard.
In-game leaders have been hitting hard today, so
yeah,
maybe
it's true.
this
It's
is another.
in-game leader day.
Yeah.
It used to be lose your map pick day. Now it's in-game leader day here at PGL Masters Bucharest.
Never a dull moment.
We should have an international in-game leader day, right? I mean, they have the hardest, most thankless job. What do you think?
What do you buy an in-game leader? Like, what kind of gift would you give an in-game leader on their international day like that?
A tie.
Okay, just a tie.
Yeah.
Maybe a new notebook.
Anything you'd get a father, I think that's the same gift.
Lotto taking a look out through Boiler.
Copy of Hoop Dreams.
World's #1 dad mug.
Yeah.
Hooksy,
Best
look at
boss.
that. Yeah. A big boss mug. No, there's only one big boss in town. Hooksy, not him.
Oh, it's Lux.
Lux gets slammed by...
Uh-oh, this is a big split coming towards Stair.
Bomb, though, delayed. The bomb is actually fighting Library at the moment. Lotto's still locking horns with Device.
They're going a little slow now. The A players can go down mid.
Bomb still passive, yet to come and join them. Stairs MP9. First, it's Lux on low health with the pistol. Easy pickup. Nissim dead next. Bomb on the third. They do still push through that CT cross, and now they're going to kind of jump back, but Jabby in that moment strikes with the element of surprise. Lotto prioritizing plant. Has to come off of it at 20 seconds, and now there's no chance of getting this back. Sadzin low HP. Going to have to fight his way through a smoke and a crossfire. He doesn't have the time for this. He realizes Legacy had a chance to get into that B site, but they took their time in CT spawn, and Astralis come up on top because of it.
It's such a good first kill by Lux, but they kind of blow it after that point. If they took speed and went towards Stair right away instead of getting stun locked by the Library fight, they could have just had an easy round, to be honest. And you know Stair's so good at that when he's getting split on, getting more than one kill, picking his fights really well. So to get two is pretty stellar, but still. Legacy they forfeited all their explosiveness just to try to hang out and get an extra kill on A. If they play like that, they will lose again to Astralis.
Flash through to try to pop onto A, looking to just overwhelm with pressure, but Rifles holding their ground very well. And Jabby comes back to trade out instantly. So between Jabby and Magisk, it's a total shutdown of the push. Sadzin actually trying to get out still, but Device quick on the scene. And so Astralis stepping into these fights. No pressure so far.
Yeah. I mean, they look pretty sharp, honestly. And it's maybe one more game where Legacy have to sort of be reminded that everyone's caught up to them on Inferno. And they were the first to admit it, but they still pick it.
You know, it's going to be hard to let it go because for sure Legacy and Inferno will forever be iconic.
I mean, you work that hard on a map, you got to pick it, right?
Yep. This is the map that defeated Vitality. The win streak that had to come to an end one day. Just not the team anybody would have painted to do it. Now trying to keep the pressure on Banana as they go 5v4 here, Legacy. Gun round starts on the right foot.
Lux back-to-back openers. CTs have been doing well in these gaps to go back and get information. The counterplay is Nissim up here in apartments, or he's just their lead to go back to A. But if they do that, man, there's still 3 CTs here. The one big opener is coming out of halls.
Device sees it as a chance to push down. The second player also popped. Huge snap from Lotto.
Come on.
All right. That's the kind of entry power that Legacy will be looking to bank on all series long.
That's pretty monstrous stuff from Lotto. Both A players in a crossfire on mid, one with an op.
We get the first flash of brilliance from the Legacy camp right here, right now. Nice.
Nice.
They want to get this gun, and they could still deny it.
He's like, oops.
All's good. Jabby survives. One rifle move forward by Astralis, but I mean, nothing's going to make up for that Lotto double entry in the brackets. Sick stuff.
Yeah, let's play the match so far.
4 rounds in. Try to take a look at it again, this time with Sadzin on the op. Ooh, but it comes to him. Jabby decides that he wants to take a glimpse, and that one's going to cost the man advantage when they've already got 2 players working with less. MP9 and a pistol here for Hooksy and Magisk.
Back-to-back-to-back 5v4s. Ooh, 5v3 now. Sadzin picks one off in the exact same spot. Lotto's having a look. Stairs probably getting antsy. I mean, if they don't move forever, it's not going to get any easier. He hears so many coming up mid.
Tracks Lux down. Knows, more coming. He had 5 bullets left. Hits the second. And now Device on site. M4 versus 2. Oh, the lineup could have been there, but instead they get through him. And there's going to be nothing left here for Hooksy, unfortunately. Good attempt by Stair with the double kill, but Device would have had to replicate that with a double of his own.
Yeah, 2 more and they have a round, but that's too much to ask. It's great opening kills here for Legacy. 3 in a row. I feel like the last time we casted Astralis was at Cluj.
Yeah, probably. Would it have been?
This Device having his flu game in that third place decider. That wasn't us, but we watched it.
You've really got me racking my brain now. I almost
last Astralis match.
Would have been it.
I don't know.
Well, I hope they're doing well then. It's been a while, boys. I mean, I know for a fact this is the first time we've cast Astralis since Hooksy's joined. That one I'm 100% certain of.
Is it really?
Yep, 100%.
Why?
Well, I also haven't worked for 6 weeks, so, you know, there's that.
Yeah, don't have to calculate that.
I mean, every day is work, but casting Counter-Strike, I mean. God, it's nice to be back. Thank you, PGL, for this opportunity. Opportunity to figure out who is going to be contenders come the major. The runway to the major is running out, and this is a huge chance to secure yourself some standing amongst the others.
Yeah, I mean, Astralis not at 5 majors in a row is such a ridiculous stat line. Glad that curse is broken.
Everybody fighting to just be the top dog outside of the top 10. That's what we're establishing this week. And also, again, we're going to have a changing of the guard from 25 to 26. You know, somebody's going to start stealing invites with a few of the teams that have struggled this season on the edge.
Yeah, teams like Legacy are going to be there to scoop up spots.
Yep. Trying to rob away spots like what Pain currently holds on to in that they are a stage 3 major invite. You know, Pain haven't been having the best season. It's been a good week. You know, they showed us their classic Pain resilience yesterday.
Teams like Bait can get better. Yep. Teams like 3Max are already there.
Yep.
Yes, there definitely will be a shift.
You know, meanwhile, we're looking at teams like Virtus Pro on the out.
Maybe BetBoom starts to level up a little bit.
BetBoom need a bit of a level up. Currently sitting 34th in the world. At least as far as HLTV ranking goes.
That's kind of mental.
Yeah.
That's a strong field. GamerLegion also. But since they only won 1 T round yesterday, it's hard to say nice things about them again.
Yep, true. I mean, just having a kind of sequence of tough events right now is not looking good for GamerLegion. They're not in as desperate of a spot as, say, a Virtus Pro.
Wait, did they lose? Oh, they just played SAW. Did they lose?
Last we knew, it was going into double overtime. Let me take a little gander. Ooh, SAW won map 2.
Oh, my goodness.
GamerLegion, hey, guess what? GamerLegion won SAW's map pick and lost their own.
No.
Yep.
Okay.
At least GamerLegion was winning T rounds today, so 0 T rounds, no longer on Fraud Watch. But that series is indeed in a third map on Ancient at the moment as we get this one underway.
Yeah, might have to say some bad things about GamerLegion if
they go
out
something.
today.
Say it right now.
If they
say
go out today.
Bad. Say something bad. Well, they won't go out today. They're in the 1-1 pool. Mohant?
Oh, yeah.
There is always another day until there isn't. But for now, there is always other days.
So inspirational.
Thank you. There will be no other day for 2 of the teams between Fnatic MIBR, Ninjas in Pyjamas, and Gentlemates. And MIBR have all the reason in the world. Obviously, you know, the one team that's dealing with a stand-in situation here. It felt like Ninjas were going to be in that same boat and have an excuse to lose at this event, but then Snappy, congratulations, birth of his second child, was able to attend. Although because they didn't think he was going to make it, you know, he said that like practice wasn't really that great because they thought there was going to be that asterisk where they could kind of, you know, come in a little sloppy. Free feet in this economy?
chicken feet. Yummy.
A delicacy. Hooksy solo M4 meant to be the hero. This is your round, Hooksy. This is your world. Because it's Hooksy's world and we're all living in it. And he's dead. Down goes the M4. Jabby tries to push forward as Stair looks to reach for the gun, but Satson, all right, doing it all. Gets the op pick on the second player and then goes right into the Glock slam. Devices 5-7 in the apartments versus Nissim, supported by a teammate. And they'll find that one. Bomb is still on T ramp, so it'll have to be grabbed by Lotto. And then they can go take that B bomb site to tie this game up at 3 rounds each.
So you go plant that bomb.
He said, I ain't no chump.
Ooh. Oof, that's a jump scare.
What do you... Okay, yeah, that's right. They grabbed an AK, so trying to go deny that. Bomb has been planted. But instead now, all you've done is lost 2 AKs. Which is mathematically twice as bad of a position that you were already in.
Is Glaive on a team right now?
I think he's still on the... Is he still on the bench?
On the bench?
Let's go look. What's Lucas up to?
Big Luke.
Yeah, he's still on the ends bench.
I feel like the moment he starts coaching...
I mean, if Zipic...
You know, him or Kerrigan, whoever takes that leap first.
Yeah.
Get a head start. You know, there are great coaches in CS, more than there ever have been right now, but we saw that it takes a long time to become, you know, that good at it.
Right.
Zonic was the first sort of earlier on, but he's not even really part of the conversation right now in terms of who's pulling all the weight.
I think it's one of those things, too, though, where it's like, you know, there's a lot of players that you think, oh, that'd be a great coach, but then it's only once you're in the role that you actually find out whether or not it's going to work.
Yeah.
You know, it isn't for everyone.
But it's one of those roles that you can just have the most influence on the most amount of players.
Sure.
You know?
Yep, which is something that you want. I mean, Glaive is a wealth of experience in that regard. But
I think it's also good at, like, emotionally managing situations. He's got a good reputation for that, so... Anyways, one day, I guess we don't want to rush our favorite players out of the server.
Of course not.
They can coach for the rest of time, so...
For now, NKJ will lock down that Ents coach role. But maybe he needs an assistant coach.
I mean, Clay's going to be an ass man?
Maybe. Nade's bombarding top banana as we get back into the gun rounds, and Dumao down to 20. It's a bit of a late peek here from Stair trying to give chase. At least it's confirmation for Astralis that there has been an immediate fallback from Legacy out of the gate. They didn't stick around with that B control, so frees up the rotate for Hooksy. He gets here in time. Flash into bracket. Nicely done, Hooksy. Disengaged. It's 2 low players for Astralis, but it's a man advantage, well earned.
And Lux is just trying to hold the attention of 3 players. That's actually nice. Satson, ooh, just in front of that smoke. They blew it open, but they don't actually scale. And this lurk also takes place. Legacy might have crafted something really tricky here. CTs are guessing. I think Lux has played this perfectly.
Still 2 backs turn. Nobody's considering it. Oh, he's going to find both as well. Freebies here for Lux. And he doesn't drop the ball either. Made it easy by Stair's low health. Jabby, time to go God mode. They need a hero.
No, he did it.
And he stops that bomb. Now knows about Lux, who's still smoked off. Jabby gets the 3rd duel, but Lux will pick up his kill. Dumel scoops the bomb up, 15 to the clock. And that op shot rings out, but he's going to have to go for the bomb plant. And all the while, Device has gotten closer. The bomb is planted. Oh! Dumel hits the headshot with the op, but we still go 1v1. And with Lux locked in to that new box position, Magisk trying to sniff this out. Oh, Lux finds timing with a quad kill.
I love it for Lux, man. He's been absolutely amazing today. He had a couple of opening kills. That's a lurk that allowed for his B-site players to come in and take it, and they failed, and he still won the round for them. This is an amazing game so far for Lux. Legacy are this team. They're such a team where it feels like it's hard to say who really stands out consistently. They don't always have that because they're all just honestly so good, but let's go, Lux.
Saw Hooksy's hero M4 net them nothing. Time for Magisk to take a swing at it. Set up here. Oh, he loses his supports. And also, what? Okay.
Both through the smoke on B?
I mean, how and when and where and how again?
Oh, and the flank.
Device is going to try to get up into the apartments. This could find a player with his back turned. Bomb.
Such a good spot.
In tow. Device catching an M4 as well, and as they come up short, he's going to milk this for all it's worth. Executes the coverage, sprays down the bomb planter, and gets Sadzin off the first attempt. Frag grenade delivery. He escapes it, and then gets utility out towards Device, but the Desert Eagle makes the difference. How does Hooksy get 257 kills through smoke?
I don't know if he saw one, shot a second bullet, and hit the second guy incidentally, or... But as we can see, X marks the spot here for both of them.
Tell me how that happens.
It's $500 pistols one-shotting.
I know, you're right. It needs to get nerfed. And
wow.
He had so much going for them with this wallbang, disassembling this, all in on the M4.
Guess we'll never know.
Good move by Device. Moves it through Boiler, picks up that M4 that had previously not gotten the impact it needed, and we'll never know how Hooksy got those headshots.
Can't prove they happened.
Forever a mystery. You'll just never know.
Wow, Lux, man. How is he? He's just been a magician here on this T side at getting these kills.
Hooksy suddenly has no support. Shot Hooksy, tries to get back into the cover, but Lux is going to track him down on the escape attempt, and this is a far gone Astralis in terms of any kind of B retake goes.
And they could have, it would have been 4v4 if he actually peeled back a little bit sooner, but now who knows? I mean, maybe they're better off not trying it anyways. This 5v4 is brought to you by Lux. Almost every time. He's going to have that Shue round swing.
It's funny, we came into this game, we're like, it's going to be another in-game leader frag day, and look at Hooksy go.
Yeah.
Him and Lux with the same score, both at the top of both teams. Something in the water here in Bucharest. And it's not fluoride.
Like 5G.
Legacy lead 5-4. We're going to get Stare boosted up Hooksy, or at least attempted to. A little delayed because of the flash, but they'll get there.
Ooh, they might be sensing something fast. Actually, a 3B start. It looks like Legacy, they know it. I don't know if they're actually going to go, but Creeped up into the halls. It's good. I like that they're actually taking their time here. 2 rotations as Astralis get really scared, but no commitment just yet. Bomb still lagging behind. And Hooksy is hurt. I think it's the adequate response here from the CTs. They're going to have to come and take a peek too, because Device might need help afterwards.
Could flash it. Oh my god, no way. Lux was like 20 bullets into that spray down. And Hooksy's gun empty, doesn't matter. Extends out for the AK. How he gets away with that, I do not know.
How did he reach the AK?
But Dumao is able to take over the B control. And so we're going to get this rotation back from Hooksy into the op scope soon enough. If he oversteps, he's a dead man,
and
you'd assume.
Sorry, Magus is coming into flank middle, but there's a smoke that's just been passed through.
Yes, sir. Nissim does a good job of getting away from that threat. And then through Arch. Ooh, my. Legacy rocking it back to that B site correctly. Hooksy trying his absolute damnedest to make it happen. Can't believe Lux still gets that kill.
That's the day he's having.
Right. Stare knew exactly what he was peeking into, knew exactly where Lux was, knew exactly how many bullets he had left. Still falls victim to the spray down while blind. And the hunt is on.
This might be both kills, actually, for Nissim. Magisk has missed this.
Oh. Good job on Magisk to keep something here for Astralis, but... Oh, there's a nade for Magisk. Oh, wow, it hit him. He almost died. He went down to like 10 health.
Ooh.
The old Doja. So through thick and thin, Legacy still making this T-side happen despite the best efforts of Astralis, despite Hooksy getting multi-kills when he has no business doing so. Just feels like Legacy have done a good job of not putting all their eggs in one basket. The rotates back and forth between sites have been perfect.
It's already quite clear at this point. Anyone can win Inferno. The expectations for Astralis are pretty low. You're looking at their recent games. They just are... They're not really beating anybody right now. Same play here for Astralis.
Snare slams into it with the device support, so... Feels like this fight on Banana has been kind of brewing slowly. This time, Astralis, seeing as we're getting to the tail end of the CT side and they're only sitting on 4, go all in on it, and it works. Now close the 5v3, would you? Coming up, Banana with a smoke grenade, 2 frags and a Molotov. This is Legacy's chance to just go in on a B execute.
Yeah, that's always the thing. You get car control and 3v2 on the site. Rotations are slow. Just, they still need a big mistake out of these CTs, but...
They let them know they're coming.
It's so much utility here, too. They're going to have to run through 2 mollies if they're not careful. Oh, my
that
goodness.
half-health player dead. Fire spreads to Nissim's feet. They're just so ready to take it over. Sadzin, oh my god, down to 20 from 100.
Flash is coming.
Sadzin still kills Jabby. Hooksy's looking to strike on 2 players that are low. And Lotto only on 70. This isn't a comfortable spot, but he repositions for the bomb plant. And they've done this. It cost them a lot to get in here, and Device is already back into the kill feed on Sadzin. So wins the op head-to-head. Orange player dead. Nissim drawn back into the fight, and Hooksy's got the last one. So well done. These last 3 players left for Astralis all come through with a kill apiece in the retake, and so be it that the bomb goes down. It's Astralis to a 1-round gap.
Well played again by Hooksy. He's doing really well. And, you know, we haven't seen Astralis have a problem when they get their opening. It's just like somehow Lux or someone else has basically got that consistently for Legacy. But this is a very good try to make the difference when they were low on numbers. They play aggressive, but they play logically. Like, they know when to fight for information, so I think that's what makes them really scary.
having to stomach a man disadvantage, though, and a challenge out through Boiler. Ooh, Magus gets slammed by a Galil. He didn't even do any damage back. Magus didn't hit a bullet. Certainly not ideal. Puts pressure on Device to tether with Jabby, who's a little late to the party. He's still going to look for that mid-fight, though. Good on Jabby to find it, but there's so many bodies already ready to hit this A site. It's just the bomb that's delayed.
They're so well coordinated.
Yeah.
It was all just a big bait.
Yeah, you can't take that away from Legacy, man. They work as a unit, and this unit does work. 7-5 T-side, and that's despite the best efforts of some of Astralis' heroics that, you know, attack from Hooksy with the double 5-7 kill, a good flank from Device sprinkled in. Like,
there's too many impact kills from Legacy. I mean,
yeah,
it's kind of crazy to think one day they'll make a roster move, right? Like, but who?
I know.
It's such a weird.
It's like a Mongol situation.
Yeah, except for a while, Mongols were ruthlessly making roster moves like every month.
Oh yeah.
But Legacy, I can't even. Yeah.
Can't imagine.
I don't know who it would be.
You know, it's whenever
they're just like one big blob to me.
An amorphous blob. It's just anytime a team has one of those like Cinderella runs, you just never want to see it change.
Yeah, and usually they change right away.
Sure.
And you go, why'd you do that, Copenhagen Flames? Why'd you do that, Monty?
Why'd you do that, Passion UA?
Yeah, exactly.
You know, in some cases, it's usually because those orgs just get
and
bought
Legacy,
out.
Look what happened. They stayed together. Boom.
It's usually not because they make changes. It's usually because somebody leaves for what's supposed to be greener pastures. But the grass is always greener on the
Two competing phrases right there.
Yes, sir.
They always forget the second one. Both these squads love playing nice and tucked in the halls close by.
Lotto going at it a second time, but Hooksy's using this as a chance to get close. Flash comes through, no instant pop behind it. You've got another one to throw, and Lotto just can't help himself. He just gotta look, gotta take a look, just another look. One more, one more. Next thing you know, you're down 5 versus 3, and Astralis with a real chance to kick off this T-side strong. Molly on Dumao. You're not hiding from anybody, buddy. Hooksy on the chase, and this one's coming up flawless.
Not bad. Tactically speaking, all the shots coming in. Nissim shows himself now, and they know they can just plant.
You got Device locking in the mid control.
All right, let's see. Come on. Hard clear at Nissim. Make this weird.
There we go. Blindsides him. Device doesn't even have to use his smoke in the end. So Astralis, that felt way too easy.
Effortless. They're looking moisturized right now. What was that?
Don't worry about it.
That was a demo kill for sure. Well, this lead's about to vanish unless Legacy can do something crazy again. HE's in their hands. You only buy HEs if you think you're going to win the rounds. That's a fact.
Or if you've got an opponent who just keeps playing the same position.
Yeah.
You buy frags out of spite sometimes. Ooh, I'm going to get you.
They missed the timing slightly.
Hooksy's ahead of it. We'll smoke off CT Cross as we get this Dumao reposition towards Coffin. There you go. A little bang for your buck on that one. I'll take Hooksy's confidence away.
Hooksy is one of the best IGLs ever at working Inferno on T-side.
It's a big claim.
We learned that from G2. They had the best stats ever. It's 70% T-side win rate. Never been done before. Tell me when.
Never
Tell
done.
me by who.
Never done since either. Not even by him. The good old days. Hooksy, also 12-7, by the way.
The goat of goats.
Trying to keep this Astralis squad in the game. Dumao comes out through the arch smoke with a one and done. And Sadzin's going to try the same antics. Or is he? He opts not to. And this is totally... A taken over by Astralis. Magisk around the world and back again for this bomb plant.
When's the last time Astralis have won a tournament? Because I think Liquid's, I'll have to double check, but I'm pretty sure it's CS Summit 2019.
Has it really been that long?
Liquid, when would they have?
Yeah.
They didn't win any of the Masters and stuff online, right?
It all changes this week.
Well, okay, if it's a Liquid Astralis Grand Final, then we're 2019. When's the last time Astralis won an event? They didn't win like an Espu or
They got into the grand finals of...
They didn't win a Thunder Pick, an Espu, a Fissure. No. Spin Spirit Mouse. Like they actually... that might be 2020 as well. The Astralis were the best team in 2020 though. People forget. So there's something in there. I just don't know if there was a LAN.
Second.
Oh, wait. No. Maybe a Blast.
Nope.
Blast Fall Final?
Hey, buddy.
So it's heroic.
Give me a second. I'm scrolling.
It's kind of wild because now we're coming up on like 5 years for some of these.
Oh, right. They won Copenhagen Gaming Week 2024.
A show match. What else? Exhibition games.
CCT South Europe Series 4.
LAN.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to keep moving the goalpost slightly here. Because now we're coming up on, like...
I'm already back at
2 years for FaZe, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years for Astralis, Liquid, 6 years.
God, these organizations, huh? IEM Global Challenge 2020, online. DreamHack Masters winner 2020 Europe, online.
They must have won a LAN in 2020, surely. I guess there were none. There were none. There weren't any.
God.
Holy.
Holy moly. Times change, huh? And here we are in 2025 thinking that they're going to beat a team like Legacy. Crazy thing is they tend to.
They tend to.
Hooksy here. Pistols in front of him. Gets dropped. Yeah. Little 5-7 upgrade for Doom out. Fortunately, that gets all of the utility that Legacy had thrown out, so Astralis can take their sweet time at a minute 10 with this B control. We're going to see Legacy try to squirm around here like worms.
That was a little loud.
That's what they call me. A little loud.
Because you sell weed?
Nope. Because I'm noisy. Double smoke exec, and again, Astralis thinking that they've got what it takes to just overwhelm this site. Ooh, little body block, so Lux will be able to keep his vision.
They still know he's here.
It's vision with a 5-7, though.
They heard his heavy ass up there.
They're still going to just pelt him with nades anyways, so he thought he could hold on to it. He instantly gives it up when the flashes and frags find his feet. We go 25 seconds as Astralis looks to take this lead on Inferno.
The patience pays off.
And there's no challenge out through the Magisk bomb plant, so what do you expect for Legacy to really do here? I would say save. Try those 5-7s again in the next one. Keep that Kevlar rolling forward. Astralis go ahead and take the 8-7 scoreline.
It was that period of time, 22 to 23, Hooksy. They won the Blast World Final when he's on G2 all the way to Kato. That was an insane run. That was a little, that was the closest thing to a Vitality run that we've gotten in a long time.
For the record,
streaks-wise.
Blast Pro Series World Finals 2019.
Bahrain. That was Bahrain.
Glaive, Dupree, Magisk, Device, and Zipix. The last time this organization won an event.
Wow. Well, LAN, yeah.
Sure.
LAN, yeah. Because they won some big stuff in 2020, which that's only fair. We credit some of that because everyone was playing online. But yeah, that's kind of wild.
But, let's say trophy lift, right? Which is what everybody plays for.
Yeah.
In 2019.
Wow.
I mean, maybe they had a trophy at Copenhagen Gaming Week, but...
Ooh, last trophy lift. That's a good way to, frame it. I like that.
Fighting for it here in Bucharest. Hooksy, okay. Settle down, buddy. You're already in their spawn at a minute 32.
No one knows Inferno T-side like Hooksy.
At a minute 32, he steps on the sand of CT spawn. Luckily, he's got a teammate right on his rear end, but it goes about as well for Magis because it did for Hooksy. I mean, hey, they had a lot of space. You'll give them that. They were confident in their endeavors. And Stare slipping the net. Decides to spray through that smoke. Dumao taking damage in the process. Both of them swap it out to the sidearm.
This is ridiculous.
Everybody close your eyes. It's going to end eventually. It's someone will be finished. Jesus Christ.
And this ends in Device having a free sight to plant the bomb, but not even using it.
It's all about the distraction, boys.
He's actually playing to win this round, except there's no one here to kill on the flank. How is he going to pull this off? Device. 1-on-4. His greatest stunt ever. We thought that Mission Impossible was on its last iteration. Where here's one final movie for you.
Nope. Bomb plant's all he's going to get. And we've got Legacy tying back up. So, I mean, tempo and confidence at an all-time high for Astralis.
Yeah.
But it's making something of what they quickly earn that remains oh so elusive. But hey, man, they got in spawn fast.
He double fisted in that water bottle.
Well, you got to be stable.
Crazy. It's not that heavy, is it?
How do they know these openings exist, though? They're just so on it. Finding the flaws, finding the gaps.
You know, Hooksy's all up in those demos, and like they play each other a lot. Even like recently, they have. Even Steven 8-8.
No Legacy Peaks and Banana this time around. Again, we're going up into apartments. This is a new one. No way they see this one coming, right?
They've both been using all these hall setups. Oh, what? He's waiting for one bullet before he goes wide, and he hasn't found that fight. Maybe he goes wide into this. Oh
Still
my god!
drops him, no way. Miss him while falling as well. Good on him to get the trade kill back.
I love that he didn't just shoot right away. He actually still aimed, even though he saw 2 targets, took that head off. I'd love to see the in-game chat right now.
I know, I can hear it ticking.
Kind of a scary map here for Legacy. They're going all in on this B lane, but without any information. Nissim said, leave it to me. I don't know if that's a good idea. Arch is open. Mad timings here, and Stare is even working the body over on B. They're going to believe it. Okay. Well, enough time has passed that they're starting to walk over.
Here comes that fast rotate. Jump onto the library door. Magis locked in on it, but Sadzen gonna win it. And 4v2 we go. So still trying to find a solution to Nissim, damn it. He's done all he has to inside of the A hold. Ooh, gets a little frisky. And he kind of jumps in. I thought because Sadzen was coming through the smoke, but Sadzen decides to bail, and they have reopened the possibility of Astralis winning this round. 2v4 demanded of the Danes. No snapshot over from Sadzen. They are halfway there now. This is with Nissim in that corner. He did not expect them to be that close. Tries to jump out and just kind of looks a bit foolish for his efforts.
Backside and cold could be the play, but behind default, Stare will be able to wrap around. Could this be the move?
No way.
Yeah, it is.
Kills and they close.
That's beautiful.
2v4 for Astralis. Nissim kind of reopens that door by getting a little zany.
They kind of messed it up for Nissim. They pushed through the smoke. He could have gone around the back at default and allowed Nissim to stay cold. One of them takes the attention away from the other instead. Nissim just flies out. I think, assuming his teammate's going to come through.
Must have been. And Sadzen was right on the smoke, so you'd think it was the time to do it. I don't really fault Nissim entirely, but Sadzen decides to peel out because the death happens. And then Sadzen comes at that short side before his other 2 teammates are ready either, so.
Yeah.
Awkward one, but Astralis will be happy to take it. 2v4 gift delivered for the lead. It's been a tight game, but we're getting to the end of the road. Sadzin looking for revenge, finds the pick off from Banana. And it's going to be Astralis off the back foot again. Fine by them. They just pulled it out of the hat a round ago. Op keeps rattling rounds through the half wall. Frag grenades for Doom out to try to have to stomach. He's fine with that. And Jabby just waiting for somebody to overstep inside A.
I think also Op has shown itself over on B, so Jabby knows he can take open lines right now. Low HP, but he just needs someone to make one mistake and walk into his crosshairs if he's going to be this aggressive. I feel Astralis, they just have so much map control. Even though Legacy have numbers, they're the ones pushed back on both sides of the map. Problem is Legacy need to keep ideas flowing. Like, they should still win this round, but at the same time, this is how you get tricked and accidentally rotate too heavily in the wrong direction.
Another smoke down on Banana as Legacy lock 2 players into that B hold, and Astralis set their sights to commit into A. Good Famas spam from Lux, but it opens the door for Stair to spray right back. Potentially a much-needed trade. Match is going past the player in sight.
Wait, you didn't see him.
Still in the corner. Lotto strikes. 8 seconds, and he gets that second kill towards Pit. Recovered here by Jabby, but a 1v2 demanded of him. Another disadvantageous situation for Astralis to try to pull off 50 health versus 2. And they don't waste a lot of time on the approach. Instant kill from Jabby, but it's not enough. 9 health for the 9th round of Legacy. Tied game again.
Quite a try there from Jabby, but numbers are king in the end here for Legacy. That would have been very painful for Legacy after the round start. But to be honest, again, like in terms of information and the way that they're playing, I feel they're letting Astralis get away with a lot. Investments coming in from both sides, it looks like.
It's not a pretty buy, Astralis. But they've been playing off the back foot, succeeding with less.
Yeah, this is kind of a risk by them, but it's the 1v1.
Yep.
You don't see that as often in this economy to try risks like that, but I kind of like it because, again, I feel like they're actually working the map pretty well over and over again. Legacy could just pull off an early first kill. This will be a lot easier for them. They don't realize how much is at stake.
They want it to happen on Banana, but there's nobody there to play the risk for Astralis.
Oh, they're really putting a lot of emphasis on pressuring middle. Nice.
Act of desperation for Magis to jump through that with the MAC-10, so the little that they had to work with is already starting to dry up, and now the Danes are going to be in a rough spot as Legacy on the brink of taking back that one-round edge.
I feel like they just had a full counter to exactly what Astralis were going to do this round. That was super solid, especially considering what we saw these last few. It did not shy away from getting that map control. Holding on to brackets, getting a kill at the bottom of B, and now, yeah, you have every right to peel back.
Jabby's not able to get it going either. Stair tries to reach for the gun, and it just keeps trading hands to no avail. He knows there's a second player in the site. He knows the rotate's already here. Device just knows everything's stacked against him. 5 strong for Legacy. Now, if that's not a way to springboard yourself to a close, I don't know what is. You've got low cash on the Astralis side. You've got double digits first, and you're finally given a real chance with 5 survivors to build up a bit of bank. This is the best chance Legacy have had to really grow the gap between them and Astralis.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it had to be a Jabby 1v2 to avoid this situation, but they handle this so well. I mean, much better than I expected, considering they're looking too passive for a second. So really good stuff here for Legacy. It's a well-earned 10th. Enjoy the ego.
Yeah, the 11th comes with it. It's a 2-for-1 sale on CT round wins at the moment. Device again trying to get something going in apartments. He's had moments of glory from here. But so is Nissim. Decides to fall back. Both sides of that fight, in fact, reposition. Setup here because they know they've got the edge over these blocks. Don't give them an inch is Legacy's thought in round 20. And they're going to find just as little success as they did in the last round. It's just as free as you could have anticipated. The 11th comes with the 10th. And Astralis buyback in the next one, hoping that they can extend play here on Inferno.
It's actually been such a close match. Both halves have shown us good stuff from both of these squads. And I think, Astralis know that, but they're also going to be thinking, did we miss the critical opportunity to keep a lead, take a lead? Now they have 2 Galils. Oh man, massive damage on Dumao. Are they going to spam this?
Well, he'll start shooting back, and that's just an invite for Stare to get it, but the frag will finish Stare off, so one and done, both ways.
This only encourages Astralis to go even faster. Sad's in here.
Tries to take up the angle, but again, you've got a whole pack in front of you. Oh, wow. Nice shot from Sadzin, but it locks off the CT cross to try to pick up that slack. Device is the only player in all of that to come out with a multi-kill.
So scrappy, man. I love it. This matchup, these two teams.
Good on Device to just force his way through. Sadzin got seconds as well, excuse me.
So many trades in all these spots on Banana.
Nissim gonna need that kit. Op locked in, back sight, holds for Coffin, fire at his feet, and there's Device to react. We go double digits both ways. They had to take one on the chin, but the moment they come back with their guns, they fight for Banana. A back and forth that Device broke through.
Again, you could see their short but storied history in this sort of rivalry or matchup where they know exactly what all the reactions should be, and they're willing to sign up for these very scrappy fights on Banana. One less Galil than they had last round. One op in play now for Device.
Again, they're gonna, oh!
Wow.
Guard it!
Wow.
Legacy, I feel like they made that feel like there wasn't going to be much Banana pressure.
Yeah, they timed it so well. Deep nades.
Again.
Wow.
A second volley finds the mark. Beautiful stuff here from Legacy. Just that 5-second delay that kind of had Astralis off guard for a second, misread the timing, and fall victim to the artillery. And now you're going to find nobody to pull back the other direction. Legacy Colonel up on site because they know they've already done enough to just try to push this one over the line.
I mean, it's a good game for both teams, but Legacy have been amazing when it comes to opening kills and just opening strategy. Sort of poetic that it might end this way. More utility damage.
I mean, once guns and nades are flowing, it's Legacy more often than not. This is a game whereby Astralis pick up both pistols, convert them both for a 3-0 start in each half.
Oh,
but here we get the answer. Magisk still with something to stand on. Coffin player flashing himself out.
Yeah, this actually instantly becomes a retake.
Yes,
the ball can cross. They're a little late to get to this. Spam might come through, but it won't stop anything.
Oh, man.
Are they going to push?
Yes, they are with flashes. Magisk gives cover again.
They're potentially sacking the whole round.
Not only with the entry, but now that op hold as well. You've got 2 ops in the back of the site. Hooksy and Magisk with snipers to try to hold on.
What?
Imagine that. And right now, there's no utility to make them uncomfortable, so they are going to have real chances at hitting clean shots. And with that op rattling one off to a miss, Magisk recovers. 4 kills for Magisk. What? Do it all. Locking this in from Banana. We go 24 rounds of play.
It's not even what year is it, it's what universe are we in with Astralis having Hooksy and Magisk. Win a post plan.
With ops.
Man down with ops.
The entry on the AK opens the door. They flood through with it. Grab the tools for the job, and Magisk makes the difference.
What? This kill is so good, though. I mean,
great
sets
shot,
it up.
man.
Yeah.
Flashbang makes that uncomfortable. One of the last pieces of utility that they had to play with.
Holy smokes, Legacy have nothing now.
Game on, folks. Game on.
That was a 3v5.
Add it to the pile. There's a 2 versus 4 victory for Astralis in the middle of all this. A 3v5 in round 22. And a golden ticket in terms of rounds now, because that MP9 and pistol is all that Legacy are going to have to work with. Hooksy taking a look at this vacant B-bomb site. You've got a desperate act here from Doomau to throw down the smoke and delay things. But is that one smoke and him shooting a pistol enough to convince Astralis to step back into that quadruple bracket stack?
It feels like he has the read. None of the T's are moving. Jabby's here just lurking inside the halls. Yeah. They're going to force their way in. Doomau, no more smokes.
Nothing to stop them other than the P250. Eats a flash on the approach.
They don't even shoot back.
Nah, they do a good job of just focusing in on what matters.
Wow.
Control the bomb site, all the corners cleared. It is going to be Astralis with 12.
That's pretty...
They touch 12 first.
That's crazy that they pulled that off. The 2 ops.
3v5, a 2v4.
You know, Magic's coming into this team didn't seem like an adequate replacement for Stown. He's proving his value here in this game for sure. It's the most kills, but the most impact too.
They take their sweet time, but they do it. Securing an overtime for the sigh of relief, and I think not even shooting back at that pistol on the CT cross is almost like a message. Astralis focused on what matters here, pulling off the Inferno win. Trying to steal away Legacy's map pick, add it to the pile of, you know, disappointing moments for Legacy on this map. Starting to betray them. That is a gut-wrenching couple of rounds for Legacy to have to stomach. While the economy lets them down in round 23, 24th features a bye. Get everybody on the same page here.
The CT side has matured very quickly here for Legacy. But I don't know how many more ideas they have left.
Doomau getting frisky, looking for that fight. Sits in front of the half wall. Oh, on a silver platter.
Ooh, he's played that spot maybe once too many.
Lotto doesn't have the utility to finish off the little that's left of Stair. We've seen good utility moments from Legacy. They bombarded Astralis with that off-timing frag barrage in the past. Not this time, although it would be the perfect round to do it with the damage that's been done. All the nades belong to Astralis. Look at the kits they hold over top of Legacy at the moment. A minute left in regulation. Legacy off the back foot, 4v5.
They're just going to be a force at taking B. They've got a lot of ways to take it slowly. Lotto's just got his gun, and he misses his spray. Hooksy with one in the dome.
Coming through. Hooksy ahead of the pack, offering himself up as the tip of the spear, smoking the CT cross, and still no overcommitment. That does draw the rotate over.
I don't know what he's going to do with this. You could fake either way, I feel like, and get what you want. They're leaving Stair, who's so low on HP, just to make sure two players are here.
Perfect. Stair stays, sticks around. He's inside of the B site. He'll be found out by Lux. Free frag offered over, but Legacy still off position. Thing is, though, the rest of Astralis not capitalizing on it just yet. It's a bit of free runway for Sadzin to come back over. He's already in arch by the time they hit the site. Nissim, chance to shine. Flash is good.
The bomb.
Sadzin just gets here in time. They can't plant. Device needs kills that are escaping him, and we go OT.
Ooh,
Sadzin arrives in time to flash, and that flash makes all the difference.
Wow, that's really, really nice from the site. I think the one thing here is they didn't need Stair to die to keep the two players over on B, and they only rotate over earlier because they get the kill. For a moment here, it's 4v3 and a 3v1 on the A site, but did they really get anything out of that lurk? Certainly a match that deserves to go to overtime with how close it's been all the way through.
Thing is, though, you then put Legacy back in a place where economy's booming. Frag grenades down Banana have been great. Sadzin catching Device out of the gate with this one. And Device so many times has been able to kind of play around in the apartments with a bit of space, but Hooksy sees space as well here towards B. He's going to peek into the CT spawn, held by 2, confirms that there's still plenty of util for Legacy to slow down any potential commitment. The smoke comes down on Cross. Bomb is right there. They're going to try their hand at this despite the low health, and another 2-man advantage for Legacy. Flashbangs keeps the pressure on Magisk.
Will they boost?
He's got a player to help him in Little Pit. And Lotto boosted over, catches Magisk back sight. It is a world of hurt inbound.
This one's going to be almost impossible. 2-on-5 from the pool. Ooh.
Flash to try to fight their way out, but majority coffin push inbound. Look at that!
What's happened?
Jabby with 2 wall bank frags. How? All of a sudden, he's got another couple to go for. Lux sitting on top of the bomb. Jabby's gonna have to swing it! And Lux is—
No!
4 kills for Jabby. Out of what? Out of where? Thin air. Wall banks galore. And that's another 3v5.
And a 2v5 in the end?
Perhaps, yeah, because the retake already got going.
Oh my goodness, Jabby. That's the right-left combo they're looking for. It was his flash that pushed them back. And this is just a master stroke here. Oh.
They line up in spawn. Back at it is Doom out.
He's been pushing it.
Fire with fire. This is worth it. Times him and Nissim kill a piece. Stair's gonna go ahead into the chase, ahead of the smokes already, but there's another one here in Banana.
They know they keep pulling back.
Half health
spotted, yeah.
For all of Astralis, but I mean, the thing is, fine, these disadvantageous spots haven't stopped them from winning rounds. Sure, it makes the fight all the harder.
Uh-oh, he's in his own molly.
Lux making this awkward. Here comes the T-side fire as well, zoned in the back of this B site. A couple of Astralis players, don't you tell me they do this again.
Both spotted now.
Every player 50 health or less. Magisk still on the fight. Get in with that second kill, but another T has pushed into the spawn of the CT side.
And they can go to A.
No way.
There's a flank coming in on Magisk. He should die. Let's see if he's watching this. This is wild. With 50 seconds, they have to be very careful. Nissim sitting here at the bottom of B, but to be honest, I think Magisk has his wits about him. Let's see if he'll grab this kill. Oh.
Nissim too sharp with it. Device into the clutch attempt.
Once again, in this spot, I mean, he's got an op, but with 3 players up, surely there's no chance for this. He has to come out, look for an early kill, and then have time to get back to a new position.
Nissim goes apartments. You'd think he avoids it. Bomb isn't planted for the balcony peak, so Device can't go play that.
Yeah,
which means he's not going to find Nissim. He could double back to short.
He's got the right idea. Bomb's going to be planted on the outside of the back of default here.
He's not setting himself up for the bigger picture. He's going to have to go for a super wide balcony swing if he gets any diffusers off of it. And Nissim gets wind of what's going down. So, Easy does it. Device gets found out in the 1v3, and Legacy don't let that, again, wild antic from Astralis pull off the win this time.
Yeah, so 1-1 here. I don't know what's more impressive, the X factor from Astralis in some of these situations, or Legacy's like starts to almost every single round. It's a game where it feels like literally everybody is contributing. Another spot where, I don't know, Legacy, man, I like them more when they're proactive. But sometimes they like playing in the dark. Coming into middle here, got Device on this angle.
There's a chance at Device's kill. Gun goes dry for Lux. He'll have to back this one up. Oof, gets chased down by Device. Love that Device is willing to just go hard for that frag. Gets one back while Stair tucks in Banana. Last round of the first half of overtime, and it's a low health for Astralis again. Just feels like every time, even when they find success, every time they're playing off the back foot.
Late moto smoke. No one watching the arch wrap. 4v2 here on the B site. Dumao above.
Legacy set themselves up again. Ooh, but the flash is good. Gotta reposition as he looks to regain vision. Low health. Dumao's got one more as he goes down, and Chabi is reclaiming everything yet again. Device gets popped, and that's going to push Chabi into the 1v2 clutch.
Surely can't pull it off again. He's already got 2 kills this round.
Right? It's another 4K demanded of him.
No nades to work with, half HP.
Just looking for 2 rounds on this T side of overtime. Chabi trying to figure out if anybody's coming through the church. Not the case.
They don't have nades either.
Now they're both starting to stomp, so he figures out that they're both trying to get onto that cusp of sight, and they very quickly figure out the back sight's clear. They write off Coffin, but Nissim still gives good coverage, and Sadzin's gonna clutch this out with the defuse. All's good for Legacy.
That was so key. I mean, with no nades to work with, they just needed the perfect timing on that first player. Otherwise, it would have been a round 1 on time. Chabi knows he was close.
Should be happy that he at least did it once.
That's the only round they won here in overtime. This was maybe a mistake from Device holding so tight when they wide swung. He had no chance to hit that shot. To be honest, can't get too mad at yourself about that. It's like a lot of luck involved. You're trying to pick that perfect moment. They're not looking at you. Legacy's turn to attack.
Not getting any bang out of that utility. Dumao's got to jump into the corner. Yeah, they know he's in there, so they're going to just keep peppering him with util, but Sadzin, he's honestly done a really good job in those little minute openings.
Yeah, the off impact's been palpable.
Feels like whenever Astralis are trying to get something going in the opening moves of the rounds, that's where Sadzin's able to just clip somebody's wings. Dumao holds Bogdan's Law in full effect. Waiting for that smoke peek. Oh, but he missed it.
Might have missed this, yeah.
Smoke fades, and now the CTs have vision, but he ends up killing Hooksy instead. Won't know that Stair's gotten past, but by giving up that corner angle, he's got to play with the possibility of there being a CT walked up already.
It's just about the perfect close here for Legacy. Put themselves in a solid spot to just close this map. They have lost a lot of these positions. I want to say not as many on T side, but... Oh, there's Two CTs here. Yeah, full vision on Banana, so they kind of know. Walkout's coming.
Good headshot by Jabby, catching him on the climb up of the fence. The lineups there. Jabby with another multi-kill.
So much damage.
And Lotto
what?
barely
Caught
alive,
that.
but Magisk is able to get the kill on the player trying to plant. Now Lotto has a disadvantageous clutch attempt.
Stairs running at it.
Just storming forward here, barely any time to spare. He needs the headshot as he goes even lower. 4 health all he has. Astralis tie up again.
That's crazy they pulled this off. Magisk switching targets after committing to that balcony player and dropping the bomb in the process, threw everything into disarray. Oh, there's so many deflating moments here for Legacy where they just need to close. It's unbelievable how many opening kills they get.
Another 3v5 for Astralis.
And yeah, be shooting great though.
That's 2 3v5s, a 2v4. Both pistols, full conversions, and still they can't get this win.
Yeah.
Making them work for it today, our Legacy. The hardest possible route to victory it feels like Astralis have faced, but victory no guarantee even yet. Lux is going to try to chase down the Arch player. Catching Jabby on a reload, keeping this pressure up on Ace. Support still a pretty far way off. And Lux attempts to get this site fight going. Magisk unready for that challenge on the corner, just caught out in the open. A sitting duck. Device and Jabby with a kill apiece. Another advantage Legacy, post-plant to boot. Dumao catching Stare with the headshot, and Legacy look to secure a second OT. As that spam from Jabby just opens the invite for the all-in A attack out of Legacy. 5-7 flank finds one. And Device scooping up the kit means I think he's taking a look at this.
Yeah, might as well try.
17 seconds on that bomb.
It's got to be a wall bang into Mini Pit. He knows someone's here.
Little Pit keeps his head down. Device with a chance, but Sadson ends it. And it is Legacy with a chance to win this map.
Yes, and that was a super cool play to watch. I mean, yes, it's Jabby using a lot of ammo and then them pushing him back, but they almost knew exactly what they were going to do that entire time. They had that smoke come out behind him in through CT, the molly to push Jabby back as he fell back, and they instantly took so much map control without having to work so hard just for brackets. Even the most dominant starts come close. But look at this, Astralis, 2 Fomuses. They can't afford an op this round. There's definitely a distinct advantage in weapons here for Legacy to try to close. I think utility is the most important part.
Is this finally it?
That's the punishment right there.
5v4 catching Stare, trying to fight it down Banana. He's looking to end this game 16-23. As Lux finds space through brackets. Oh, but there's 2 players watching this. Lux could just be delivering a free frag. No, Jabby caught! Playing with the nades. Now Lux doesn't know that his back is exposed, but Device is losing teammates left, right, and center, and Legacy will do this. Surely. Hooksy walks through smoke, gets popped by Dumao, who waited his time to pop off. He lets him know because through trials and tribulations, through 2v4s and 3v5s, Legacy finally put this to rest.
I thoroughly enjoyed that overtime. Gents, what did you think about Inferno?
Yeah, a long labored road for Legacy, if we're honest. I mean, when you look at regulation, I mean, I'll kind of do a temperature check here. I'm not sure how Yanko feels, but it's like Astralis were able to get 3-0 starts on both halves off of pistol and things of that nature. But I feel like Legacy, even though the scoreboard looked close, they were the superior team to me throughout that entire game. Like, their T side, they played their normal, controlled, aggressive style. They were constantly finding openings and, you know, winning rounds and clawing back from losing the pistols. And the second half, even too, I thought they were in the driver's seat for most of it. It was just like these crazy plays that would go Astralis' way, like Hooksy getting a couple of kills through a smoke with the 5-7, or obviously the heroic clutch that got him into overtime. It was a wild ride in sure.
Yeah, absolutely. It felt like Legacy was the far more dominant team when it came to gun rounds, but I think it's really important that they were able to close out this map still, with everything going against them and so many rounds going wrong. I mean, they were 22-8 in opening kills for Legacy, right? Like, I mean, that's just such a dominant in that department where you almost never see a team lose a game when that happens, but they were pretty damn close, and it's due to losing both pistols. Then you lose to a half buy, you lose a 4v2, you lose a 5v3, right? Like, you can't have all of that happen. They somehow still managed to persevere. They managed to stay in it, and I think just mentally, they also had yesterday against Gentlemans, they were 8-0 up on T side of Inferno, went to overtime, they were able to win it. So a trait of a good team, just not letting that affect you and still getting the W, it's huge for Legacy.
Yeah, I mean, the resilience of this Legacy team, you know, kind of with the situation you were talking about yesterday, and then in this game, it's like, you feel like you're doing everything right. Like, yeah, you're giving up the pistol. Yeah, you're letting, like, these miracle plays kind of go against you. Somehow you're letting Hooksy and Magus 2v3 with ops. Like,
I love
there's just
that.
so many wild things that are going on that you just can't really account for, and yet they dug in. They let it pass, and they continued to play the disciplined, aggressive style that they're so known for, and they got great performances across the board. Particular shout out to Stads, and he's had some tougher times at CAC in their first game this tournament. Turned it around kind of yesterday individually, and had his moments in this one too, so they really got what they needed out of everyone at just the right time to close this game.
Would you say, I mean, some of the Astralis round wins and the reason they were able to keep the scoreboard so close, was it a little bit of luck on their side, or a little bit of, like, I felt some confidence coming back? There were some players where it kind of felt like they're finally starting to realize that some of these players actually are, or were at some point, the best in the world.
Well, I don't know. I think it's more so when it comes to those clutches and situational Counter-Strike, that's where some of that experience shines through, and that's where they perhaps have some space to go for an individual play, right? But Inferno, a map where a lot of the 5v5s, there's not much room for that. You need to have good protocols, you need to have good team play, good communication, and there wasn't much of that for the side of Astralis, right? You can argue that in some of those rounds, Legacy, maybe because of the advantage, ended up giving a bit too much space to Astralis, right? Like, not just wanting to give the advantage back, but problem is if you're 5v3, but then you let them plant the bomb in the B bomb site, right? I mean, that's all of a sudden a 50-50 round to some extent. So I'm sure Legacy will look at it and in the future try to find the balance between, all right, let's play the percentages, but let's also make sure we're not giving them all the space to work the map.
Any examples from this particular map of showcasing what Legacy was able to do and why they were the superior team in the end?
Yeah, I think we saw early on Lux as well have a couple of very impactful rounds, and we have an example of exactly that, right? You'll see here early on flash play to check mid from Astralis. They're going to find the entry here on Lato, falling back, but Lux immediately starts pressuring it. They check it one more time, but he just hides and then pushes right after it and catches great timing. I mean, Astralis completely unsuspecting here. He finds both kills. Yabi is able to do a bit of work here, find a double kill of his own, but then in the 2v3 again, Lux steps up, finds 2 more kills to end this on a 4K and a really important clutch early on for Legacy.
We're moving on to Nuke. It is Astralis' map pick, but there's going to be a lot of confidence from Legacy's side. That was a long series of backwards and forwards, so being able to come out with the win after overtime will work in their favor, I'm sure.
Yeah, and I mean, there are no slouches on Nuke. I mean, the team that started off the year actually quite hot on Nuke, looked like a really good Nuke team and kind of cooled off a little bit, kind of more 50-50 team now, but still a very capable team. And, yes, Astralis, are a solid nuke team, but we also have seen them crumble. Like when they had those losses to, Instant GamerLegion at EPL with only 1 T round to show for those 2 games. I mean, that's very alarming, but the overall average for Astralis and nuke is actually pretty good. But, we were kind of speaking about Lux, and, he obviously plays a very important role on this map. Defending against Stare on the outer yard is going to be a key matchup. And Lux is just a cool story to follow, man. Like, I've really enjoyed watching him, go from being the entry fragger on Pain and being the sidekick to, Big Uzera, to reinventing himself as an in-game leader on this team, but still having that like entry fragger, fearless mindset that really kind of drives their aggressive play style forward. And, I certainly think that he can have impact here on this map too.
And they played nuke at Fissure. It was really the T side that let Legacy down. They had an 8-4 CT side in the first half, didn't win a single T-side round in the second, right? So I have a hard time seeing it going exactly that way again. And I think they'll just be saying, guys, if we just won a pistol, this would have been like 13-6 for us, right? Like, which is a reality. They'll be feeling good after being able to still come out on top despite so many rounds with advantages being lost. So, yeah, I think they're in the driver's seat now.
What's the win condition for nuke?
For whom?
For either team, I mean,
I think for Legacy, it's just stick to, the game plan. Like, I don't think they have to really do anything necessarily different. I think one thing that you can kind of understand is, like, Manchester's playing out of position to get on this map. He's having to play A, he's having to play like a roamer. He's not getting to play the ramp room and, the lobby like he's used to. So that's like something that can be somewhat exploited, I think. But it's also a situation where you have the more confident heavy hitters and aggressive roles, I think. So I think that's going to be a big one for me. And I think also for them, it's just like making sure Sazin can just stay stable. I don't need him to be a star, but I just can't let him be a liability like I've seen him do in some games with the op. And I think as long as they do those things, they should be fine.
I think Legacy has to have good protocols and always be aware of the A pop, right? Like Hooksy loves those calls to change the momentum, sometimes even a double call if you shut it down the first time around. So I think that's one of the priorities for them. And then, yeah, just keep doing what you've been doing, because the gun rounds have been fine. Make sure the communication is on point, that you don't get complacent, that you always know what's open on a map like Nuke, and that you have your reactions in tow.
If you're on the side of Astralis, though, this is coming into your map pick. What is your win condition if you want to take down Legacy and equalize the series?
Stare. I know it's like such low-hanging fruit, but he seems to be like the one guy that consistently has been able to deliver. And I will say, like, to Hooksy's credit, he's actually been like doing some aggressive plays and actually making some impactful moments happen at times. And he's kind of the other guy that's going to be the tip of the spear of this team. So I mean, if you can have that type of momentum rolling, and the fact that like you look at that game, you were just pulling off crazy heroics. Like, that's got to give you a little bit of something. Like, you knew you were down that game. You knew you were kind of getting busted, but you were able to somehow fight your way into overtime. You never let the game completely go. You never gave up on it. So I think that kind of keeps them mentally still checked in as well.
And also maybe, Yabi had some good moments in those clutches as the lobby guy on the T side. If he has that confidence to go and make plays and try to create that space, he can definitely have a lot of impact on their T side.
I taste after seeing that first map, can Astralis equalize the series?
I mean, they can if it's scrappy, right? Like you saw, most of their round wins were scrappy. They weren't putting themselves in good situations. If they have a better performance when it comes to opening kills and can play some rounds with advantages, it will make it much easier for Hooksy to call the T side.
Yeah, I think relying on only winning pistols and calling rounds from behind is definitely not a sustainable way to win games, right? They definitely need to be a little bit cleaner, whether it be, on their aggressions on T side finding openings, or whether it be some of their aggressive moves defensively to give them information and advantages to work with, instead of having to always play in like nightmare mode basically the entire game. But safe money is on Legacy, in my opinion. I think that they have really kind of figured things out lately, and I think they are the better Counter-Strike team for certain.
Legacy has a map in hand. They need another one if they want to close out the series, but they are moving on to Astralis' map pick, which is Nuke. We're going to take a quick break, and the action commences after that.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, all of my men's going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one. The human body was built to move, not trapped one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Astana, are you ready?
Hello everyone, Jackie Powers here, live from PGL Masters Bucharest. And we've got the man who's twice as nice as Device back in the building from Team Astralis. How you doing, man?
I'm doing good.
Device, got a couple questions here, more so about kind of the team and how you'd approach sort of situations.
Yeah.
What do you think stands out to you as what makes a good player or a good teammate? Like communication, raw talent, work ethic? What in your mind is key?
I mean, I think it's been like a, what do you say, like a development throughout like my 12 years now as playing. So I would say back in the days, there was not as much focus on roles. It was more about like raw talent and the fit in like how the team worked together and chemistry. Whereas I think we're moving towards like a more skill-based game where the young guys that come in, they have to prove themselves quite quickly.
Mm-hmm.
I think also the scene in general is a bit tougher. There's more players wanting to get into the teams, so you have to prove yourself quickly. So right now I think, of course, like players that know what they're good at and know how to set themselves up and help the team. I think those are the young players that get picked up into teams. And you see, I think some of the recycling with the players that is also done is because you know what qualities they have outside of that. But I think most of the young guys are picked up for the firepower.
And do you think as well, like with something like that, as a player yourself, the life experience and just the raw hours in the game, that's something where players like yourself can aid as well? If you see someone that has the optics of being, you know, real demon on the server, but perhaps their comms are struggling or they don't quite have the right mindset for it, do you think that's something where you can play a part of, through your experience, aiding someone like that on a roster?
I mean, for sure, I think most of the guys that have a lot of experience, we can like help out, try to, what do you say, like nudge our way of thinking of the game into the players. I think that's also why you see someone like Monesi is very aligned with Nico, because he's been nudging him ever since they started playing together. I think it's a key like part of helping the players that are coming into the scene, making them feel comfortable, and also they are always going to lean into your like perception of the game, unless they're like young in-game leaders or something like that come with their own mindset how to play the game. It's usually like that it happens.
I want to ask as well, how would you describe the form of Astralis going into this event?
I think like Astralis has always been like a rocky ship since the glory days, as we call it. The form right now is okay. I think like Stockholm was an eye-opener for us. We also are still quite a new team with Magisk, even though he comes with experience. There's some role changes and some dynamics in the team that are still like being adjusted to. We want to get a good result. We want to go as far as we can and be tested on our map pool and stuff like that. But it's also about finding the confidence that kind of got shattered a little bit in Stockholm, if I'm being honest, and it's just game by game that happens.
Just building yourselves back in and kind of proving it more with actions rather than the hypothetical.
Exactly. I think practice shows a picture that sometimes can mislead you in a good or a bad way. it's all about like going into the games and just playing every percent of the round perfect and showing your teammates that you are as serious as they are. And yeah, it just builds confidence, and the team that you're playing against and the teams that are preparing against you can see that, okay, they are at that level that's hard to play against.
I really appreciate you taking the time to talk to me, Device.
Thank you.
Hope to see some classic plays on the server, mate. Looking forward to seeing what Astralis are going to be doing over the run here at PGL. Good luck with the event.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Astralis looking to repeat a win on Nuke over Legacy. They were able to secure it about a month ago, but now they got to do it again, and they've got to do it from the back foot, Mohan. It is a map 1 win for Legacy to set up this series. Do you believe in the Astralis comeback this week?
Yeah, I think because it looked very good in some ways on Inferno. I liked the way that they were fighting. I think it started disappointing. I'm sure they're disappointed that they put in that much work in terms of X Factor and still lost, but like, you know, Legacy picked Inferno to win it. I could totally see Astralis pulling this off, nearly pulling off the upset on their map pick.
Train waits in the wings if need be. Stair's gonna find an opening.
Let's go spectate someone inside.
Yep, A-Site absolutely getting slammed at the moment. Nissim bloody blocked on the way up. Ooh, Stair still front sight with Berettas, looking for somebody to shoot at, but slowly as his teammates die around him. Oh,
chill.
Nissim.
He was the main character all along.
I was going to say, sitting over on ramp didn't look like we were going to get to see it, but then he ends up pulling off the 3K. So, okay, Nissim, I see you now. A little late to the party, but better late than never. Triple kill for the Legacy CT pistol win.
That was a great map of Counter-Strike back on Inferno. Very fun to watch for multiple reasons. Legacy's structure, some of their, honestly, some of their set plays were super solid. They were a little passive for my taste on some rounds, but overall, first kills over and over again. Expecting more of those.
Clean up on aisle outside. Easy does it. Jumping MP9 over the top. Ooh, you're letting Legacy get rambunctious.
Yeah, we know that they can streak on CT side. That's just literally what they're the best at.
Yep. That's the scary part, right? You let them get away with that win. Even, I mean, put it in Legacy's mental perspective. Try to be them for a second. Close your eyes.
Yeah, let's
visualize.
get mental.
First of all, you've got to now start thinking in Portuguese. Secondly, you've just lost both pistols, allowed Astralis to convert for 3-0 on both halves, let them win 2 3v5s, a 2 versus 4, and you still pulled off the victory in your one chance to close the first map. You had one map point.
Yeah, Coralio.
And you win that. Now you get to spill over into, yes, okay, a map where Astralis are far more comfortable. It's their pick after all. And they beat you here in the past, but you've got this CT side to just roll with that momentum. So we'll see if they can do it. But it's guns in hand here for Astralis. Limitation on Hooksy in the MAC 10. But you let them power up and Legacy turn into a whole different beast. Like that. They take a fight.
He got 2.
Doom out with the double down. Not supposed to get the second any day of the week. We get the challenge back from Device to at least recover what was left on Doomau through that smoke. And the main play from Magisk finds his kill. But damage into Squeaky's going to drop Jabby down to 23. And Lux can just lock into the site with man advantage secured.
They just look so locked in right now.
Almost caught out. Yeah. That's a lot of damage to have to stomach.
Got a sweet kill to top hut, but not finishing that one off. Means there's now a little bit of time trouble. Interesting move if they want to walk downstairs. Bomb's got some ways to go. And you know, Legacy, when they're playing well, they play so active. This bomb will cross and see Nissim. We'll see. Oh, what a reaction. That's unreal. Through the glass to the head. Nissim on 2 HP somehow gets that kill. I can't even believe it.
Magisk doesn't even have the bomb, so this is that Legacy 3-0 start as they pick up the first rifle round as well. By the skin of their teeth, they'll keep majority alive because of Nissim. You know, Nissim's somebody who, back when the Austin debacle was going down, he was kind of really thrown under the bus by the critics of, you know, the haters that came for Legacy for kind of taking Bestia's spot. Not that that was their fault. It's just a matter of circumstance. And yet, I feel like since Austin, he is one of the players, for me, that has kind of really thrived in, like, the growing confidence of this team.
Yeah, again, like, I have trouble with just discerning them in terms of playstyle. They're all just, like, they're all so similar to me. Also on the same page.
Such a strength at the moment, right?
Why did he get singled out for that? Do you remember? Or is he responding to stuff? Is that why?
I think it's because in the game that they last played versus Bestia, when they lost the spot, he had a really bad series.
Oh, that's just...
yeah, I know. Yeah. It's like, so the take for Bestia fans was like, you don't deserve this Legacy, but especially not you, Nissim. Like, you suck the most.
Played bad one day, picked the wrong day, sir.
Like, brother... You know, you'd think you'd find that common ground. Like, no, it's another underdog story we can all latch onto, but you know, who am I to tell you who to cheer for?
Damn.
Desert Eagle's coming through for Stare, but Lotto's picking it up. 3 kills for Lotto. Wee, yoy, yoy. That's
so many multi-fraggers on this
quad kill.
Beast.
Voila. These guys speaking French now?
Bit of everything. And they have really opened up a can of kick-ass here on Astralis.
A can of kick-ass. Where can I buy that?
It's free. You just have to play Legacy. They'll give you.
Whoa, okay. How generous. Second gun round, 5 rounds in. It's going to be Device looking through that popped open squeaky door for somebody floating on A. Damn, really gonna do it to him with the AUG?
Is this gonna work? It will. Wow,
yeah,
big time.
Oh, Op is the third player to peek into that scope, but nice double kill from Nissim.
I love the use of the
Satson,
AUG.
though, gets blindsided by Stare, at least getting active outer. Obviously, that was kind of lost track of by Lux. He'll recover it, at least, with the trade. And a chance again at Majority Alive, because, of course, Doomau, you give him a chance to push the hut, he's damn well gonna do it, but he doesn't finish off Device. Curious situation now. This 1v3 getting pieced together. Lux, gotta be careful playing that nade out.
Ooh, Op upgrade after that AK shot. One lower rotation, and with Device's health, he's got to be thinking, how am I going to win this? You know, you don't have control side, you don't have decon. You got to fake a plant and hope you hit a shot right here.
If he puts the reactor in between them.
This is right.
Yep. Lotto opens the door, gonna try to charge him, but you've given a chance for Device.
Oh, nice
okay.
shot.
Lotto kind of a little late to make that move. Gives the chance over. Lux running by, and he's just playing with absolute tempo. Oh, 1v3 Device.
Wow, that was so difficult to pull off. He made the right read when he went downstairs. It could have been decon or control side. And Device put that down with conviction. He knew exactly what was coming his way.
Doubles back into the lobby, busts up Doomau, who thought he had that one dead to rights. 4K for Device, a 1v3.
That's crazy. What a clutch.
Big way to put Astralis' first round on the board.
Crazy clutches by Astralis today.
That's 2 3v5s, a 2 versus 4, a 1 versus 3. And still, you're losing. We thought all that X Factor maybe dried up after they were pulling him out of the hat back on Inferno, but looks like there's still a little left in the tank. How many more? Lux wants to get the hell out of there as the chase is inbound. Frag, oh, so perfectly placed at their feet. Sadzin double with the op.
Wow.
Lux comes through.
Dude.
A frag and pistol kill.
How did he know how to do all that? That's unreal by Lux. He's been man of the match for me here for Legacy for sure.
And this is going to be a gut-wrenching place for Astralis to be. You win your first round, but it's only Device to survive because of the nature of the 1v3 clutch.
Just in the flow state right now.
But only one player survives on the one-round Astralis win. Jabby just fighting to hang on to anything at this point. Try to piece together some damage for Legacy to have to deal with, but they're just peppering him. You know exactly where he's at. You know exactly what he's doing. This one's going to expire. Comes up Legacy majority alive. What a perfect way for Legacy to get back into control of this game. And not just a little control, but total control. We're looking at an Astralis now that have $4,000 on Magisk, and nobody more than that.
Like Lux is in the flow state, right? He comes down, he sees one, he knows he can't take that fight on his own terms, falls back, they try to chase him down, he gets to perfect Iverson fallback grenade into how he sprays into that fight and baits them into, coaxes them into trying again with a second player. I mean, it was just like he was prescient. He knew exactly how that was all going to go down.
Fast charge with the Tech 9s. Going to try to catch you off guard inside of A. Dumao with the double. Lotto and Lux to clean house. Again, it is only one kill out of Astralis trying to play with tempo this time. Doesn't open the door to a second win yet.
They're officially getting smashed.
Smashed, stomped, and smothered. There's that game where Astralis didn't win a single terrorist round win on their T side of Nuke. Not long ago, we saw that struggle. Well, they've got one at least, but up against Legacy's defense today, it's feeling like a dry spell. Device takes a ton of damage with the op inside of the squeaky smoke, worried about some kind of a push because you know Dumao will pounce if he sees a chance to do so. And once he gets around that first hut corner, he usually goes for more.
Oh my God.
But just missing that timing twice. Gets back at it. That's Magisk whittled down to half as well, but stairs lower at least. So they're going to try to fixate in on ramp. Sadzin ready to hold this back. Nissim versus Stair downstairs.
They pre-rotated. They have ramp as well, so it's not terrible spots. And
Nissim's going to blindside Stair. What?
Oh, he got vision. Sadzin. Uh-oh.
Nissim trying. Whoa! Stair.
That's a big mistake.
Yeah, big chance given over to him. Magisk clips Lotto. It's a Dumao Lux 2v5 demanded of it. Nissim, when he broke the window, I guess he just thought he wouldn't come out and was going to stay in control, but Stair gets active, and that's unfortunate death for Sadzin. You'd think it could have been very much prevented. Instead...
I mean, you don't break the window to not do anything because you're telling everyone you're there.
Right.
So, yeah, Nissim's worried about... He was worried about himself, but it's hard to visualize the angles that your teammate's exposed to on the ramp, but as soon as he gets to the doorway, that's what he was... You know, he needed to make sure he had that covered. So that one's on Nissim. Legacy, they still have this huge lead, but Astralis is starting to punch through a little bit.
No chance.
Yeah, but gets him killed.
Nice.
Oh,
Yep.
Vice goes down.
Put yourself in a prime spot again.
It's a win, but it's a pricey round.
Guess I'm going to be beating himself up for that one. Chance here for Astralis to reopen the possibility of a solid T-side. But you have to string it together now.
This map is so quiet for a team that hasn't really done anything yet.
On that clock, and they're going to try to burst through, but it's top hut position for Lotto. And then comes Jabby, swinging round, smashing Doomau. Sadson's off, backside, a second kill. Him and Device, off the op. It ends up getting cleared by Jabby instead, but here comes the hut push. He could stop the bomb. He'll at least kill the planter. He knows he's backside.
No way.
Nissim comes up big, making up for that lost moment downstairs. A 1v2 clutch out of Hut.
What the?
What the Hut?
I am the Hut. That's what Nissim said as he ran out.
Jabby the Hut.
Said what in the Hut?
Slides through, denies two. Little clutch sprinkled in here for Legacy. So yet again, it's a one-off round, and yet again, it's limitations economically. It's not as bad as last time. 5K for Device, 4,000 for Magisk and Jabby.
That was a very weird moment, though, for Astralis, where they're just like, you know, it doesn't, you know, Legacy don't have to push and get kills in that spot. Astralis weren't working on anything, really, for, it felt like about 40 seconds there. So, yeah, maybe they are feeling a little cloudy when it comes to their nuke T side. But they can't be if they're going to pick it. They got to map point first back on Inferno. But that won't matter if they can't survive nuke. Hooksy was so good on Inferno.
Early damage as it's a fast-moving Astralis. Magisk already hitting the ground from top of main. Gets that heaven fight going. He's done a ton of work. And he'll finish off what he started with Lux. Device catching Doomau. Here we go. Looking good. Wow. Astralis just cranked the tempo.
He knows when he can take advantage of this space.
Twist the knob. 2v4 for Nissim and Lotto. Magisk inching closer through hell. Decides to play the waiting game, and it's worth it. Okay, where was this? Magisk slamming it. They'll still find out where the last player's at. Lotto jumping nades down into the site. And Jabby's just going to keep his head in cover. Tough fight for Lotto to get the hell out of here with 3 players staring towards heaven. A third round for Astralis' T side, but a third non-consecutive round win. Now, money is sketchy for Legacy, so at least that same issue Astralis have faced, they've put their opponents up against in the next one.
Magisk really stands out because it's not just a 3K, it's kind of like in his style. You know?
All in.
Yeah, really explosive and...
hold my beer type moment.
Yeah. I don't even think you really got that kind of Magisk when he was playing on Falcons in terms of the risks that he took, so I love that. He always was the youngest one on Astralis. Potentially the most time remaining.
Device waits for the red box peak. This is also time running out for Hooksy to get his first kill for the record. 10 rounds in, we haven't talked about it yet, but...
I did, but I didn't say that.
Ah. Numbers not looking good. Wall of smoke for Stair, gets himself down into secret at least. We get that ramp rotate down in Lotto. Stair doesn't know what's waiting for him, if there's anything at all. Nissim down beneath the windows, Lotto in the back rafters.
You can see it. It's impenetrable though, so he's just gotta be careful.
Nice shot.
Never want to be the first one to shoot through the glass.
Damn. That's going to afford them an easy reposition here. Bomb is on Hooksy. About to get flanked by Dumao from above.
Big time.
Oh, man, he gets his legs taken out from beneath him. 0-11 now, 14 ADR.
He will get a kill before the end of the half.
That is ambitious of you to say. 4 players strong for Legacy, locking this one in. Again, it is just another one-off round for Astralis. This will be a half whereby they do not win consecutive terrorist rounds. Impossible.
It's crazy. You could get like 1 exit kill and a half, and suddenly no one would talk about your score. 0 though.
Ugh.
14 ADR.
2 assists.
14.6.
2 assists.
At least, yeah. That's good. They were a small assist though. It looks like.
Little dinky assist.
I see the ADR there. You can't hide from that.
So it's going to be a tough one for Astralis. 3 players limited. Nice collection of nades, though. We'll see what they set up. We'll see how much respect is offered over, whether Dumao decides to drop kick the doors again, and he will. Here he goes. Into the squeaky smoke. Jabby and Hooksy holding him back. More so Jabby than anything, but if Dumao doesn't push the smoke and just lets it fade, then it's going to be him on the better of the 2 angles. See if Jabby tries to hold it. Dumao's got vision now. Ooh, kind of shoots the corner and just wants out. We'll see what that forces Astralis to do in terms of reclaiming. A frag for Hooksy. There you go.
Not on the last round when he doesn't have a kill yet.
You like that?
No, there's an op waiting for him to come out of the hut too.
Suck on that nade, bucko. Tough one for Hooksy, but he will try his damnedest with the MAC-10. Charging forward to set them up. 0 kills on the half, and an Opper in the heavens is going to need to reload off the next shot. Now it's just the Desert Eagle. Here we go. Magisk has the answer, or so does he. 2 kills.
Wow.
And he feels it. That is a 9-round CT side for Legacy here on Astralis' map pick. That was a 3K for Magisk to try to get anything going, and it's still all in vain.
Pretty great T-side by him, all things considered. But we're talking about 3 rounds. Oh boy.
Just a bunch of 3-round Andes. Damn, Sadzen. 12-4 on the half.
That's Gladson.
Dumao also 12 kills. Felt like between the 2 of them, that A site always had something too much for Astralis to handle. This is when they almost broke through off Magisk. 3rd player in.
There goes Hooksy selflessly entering once again, but
that strong lineup, and then it was just the Deagle left. Good on Nissim to come out from heaven with that other op. Somebody had to put Magisk to rest. Legacy doing themselves a huge favor with so many CT round wins. Let's see if the second pistol could start putting those nails in the coffin for Astralis. In a 1-1 game where Legacy are looking to get back to repeat grand finals, they want the 2-time trophy lift, and they just flood through that A site until they meet Jabby, who's still alive back site. With support coming out from heaven, the 2 other T's wrap around the side. Jabby is still fighting, but as his gun goes dry, it is 3v1 for Legacy in the second pistol, and Device still smoked off from main means this is uncomfortable as far as retakes go. And they know where he's at now, so everybody focusing over. They could boost, give a duel to the USP.
they're playing like Austin major level sort of aggression here on this.
But wait.
Nuke half.
Hold on. Device is in the site.
Figure out this flank.
They figure it out. I thought for sure they knew that he was in main, but maybe because of the timing, they just put it in the back of their minds as they need to. It is indeed double digits for Legacy, as fast as can be.
They are sitting upright, glued to their screens, moisturized, in their lanes, unbothered, locked in. Hooksy's still on the other end of it.
Don't give up, buddy. Hang in there.
It's just the best sports advice ever.
You are legally obliged to not give up. Magic's gonna come out from the fire, but Dumao putting that Molotov where it needed to be, kind of flusters the Astralis. Panic, rotate downstairs. They try to go for lobby. They'll find nothing. But this round doesn't matter, because all that matters is Hooksy got his kill. He'll go right back to eating a nade to die, but at least he has tasted a small drop of victory. The nectar of a frag. Frag nectar. Sounds like an essential oil that everyone should have in the medicine cabinet. But take your medicine, Astralis. Legacy 11-3, dominating. Looking to put a meter stick between them and Astralis. And to get revenge on this map specifically, just to get revenge in terms of the head-to-head as well. You know, we could talk about, I think coming in, like the desk was very much confident that Legacy would win this series, but it's just the head-to-head that is so skewed.
Yeah, it was turning into a beatdown, kind of even with the roster move involved Magisk has already beat them once too. But there was something that didn't feel right about that, and especially now that we look at Astralis' last 5 games.
Yep.
Legacy's performance again, it feels like it's June again for them. They look really strong. Coming off a tournament win. Haven't moved from their seats.
It feels like Legacy have been living in the server ever since Austin. It's where good things have happened for them, so why would they leave? Grinding Counter-Strike to no end. And if you want to play Counter-Strike, it's always there for you, especially as pros. Look at Donk's hours. Trying to keep some money to play for a strong CT comeback. We've got Deagles and 5-7s in the mix, and already Dumao finds Device's head. That's a tough one to accept. Over towards ramp, it's another instant entry. Legacy gonna go charging forward, and the 5-7 of Magisk falls with nothing. Astralis are made to look like fools today in the face of this Legacy onslaught.
No room to get back in. It's a death every round of this game for Hooksy.
I just hope Hooksy ends with more ADR than deaths. Because right now it's tied.
That is crazy. What is it at?
It's 15 deaths, 15 ADR.
Wow.
And, you know, it'd be one thing if it was like a full regulation game. But, yeah. Tough go of it today. Hey, man, shit happens. At least here for Astralis, you can take this whooping today. And it is not the end of the road. This is a 1-1 game. It's a 1-1 game with only one top 10 team in the world, which means you should still be able to put yourself between the rest of the pack, eating a nade inside of the hut. They're just going to slam their way. One of the few gun rounds that Astralis get to play. Magisk trying again to do it all. Hooksy gets popped the moment he steps out through that smoke. It's Stare to the 1v2, but Dumao's got the headshot.
Unreal.
Legacy with the 2-0 victory. And at least Hooksy's ADR ends at 20. More than his deaths. Legacy shall not be stopped today.
That was really quick for Legacy. Easy day at the office for them. 2-0. Happy days.
Well, it's easy when you're playing 5 versus 3 against, 3 guys from Astralis and 2 decoy grenades. And if you think that analysis was harsh from me, you should just see what Astralis' own social media account had to say about the game, which we'll show in a second at some point. Just want to throw that out there.
I just don't really want to dumpster fire on Hooksy, but there you go. Yanko, what did you think about Nuke?
I thought this is what would have happened on Inferno if Legacy won a pistol round, right? Like the Astralis just struggling in gun rounds, couldn't win consecutive gun rounds in the first half. First win came from a device 1v3 as well, and they just don't have enough right now to put themselves in enough favorable situations in rounds, right? Like a lot of times they're playing from behind, trying to improvise, trying to make something happen, but just completely outmatched today by Legacy.
I just like Legacy, controlled aggressive style that we saw on this TT side. They were always going for plays, whether it was, Lux making plays in the outer yard by Red, or whether he was coming up secret stairs, or whether it was Dumao, peeking, Hut into lobby. But they were never overplaying their hand. Like, there was that one round, I think it was like maybe 5th or 6th round, where Lux spots that they're coming outside at secret, doesn't overcommit to the fight, falls back, nades, gets a couple of kills, and then rolls into like a refined setup. So that's what I like Legacy for, is that they have this like relentless oppressive play style, but it's very calculated, and they never really overextend and give you freebies.
What does Astralis have to do to fix whatever's happening at Astralis?
I don't know. I don't know without knowing what's going on in the team exactly, right? But to me, it's looking like they need just more roster changes. I don't know if some people have issues with motivation, right? And are just like not really fully there, but it's just not looking good. It's not looking like they are on the same page, like they're meshing well on the server either. I mean, they just brought in Hooksy, so you imagine like they want him there as an IGL, right? Stare to me, a young player that's on the way up. I don't imagine him have issues with motivation and willing to put in the time and do whatever it takes. So it's hard to tell from the outside. But what they're putting out on the server, I mean, it's not what you would come to expect from this Astralis roster.
Let's talk about that standout player, though. Dumao, he's done the work for Legacy. He looked really good here on Nuke, but for the most part, someone to maybe keep an eye on as we move into the end of the year?
He's like the heartbeat of this team. Lux is very much the tactician of this team and a leadership figure, but Dumao is like the guy you always kind of look for as a temperature check, whether it's his roaring on the stage or it's just a swagger about him. He's developed into this aggressive player who is just such a playmaker for the team, and it kind of unlocks everybody else on the squad. And again, it's just him kind of picking and choosing when to get aggressive in Hut, when to get aggressive in Squeaky Door, when to go for certain pushes, and understanding, his rotation timings. It's just really awesome to watch Dumao play when he's, locked in and confident. Definitely one of the Brazilian players I feel like that kind of, I don't want to say got forgotten, but the spotlight kind of went away from him for a while. And I think now on this team, with this configuration of roster, you're starting to get to see him kind of come alive again.
I think it was the Shanghai Major, Yanko, where you mentioned Dumao as a player that you felt, specifically in South America, was one more people should be keeping an eye on.
Yeah, I think him and Lato have been the two standout players on this team, and I think Lato probably a better all-around player, and Dumao has those more aggressive roles on the T side, space-taking roles where, at times your numbers are going to take a hit because of that, but I feel like both of them are equally important to the success of this Legacy squad. And usually when Dumao is having a good game, right, like that means they have advantages. That means an easier time for everyone else, especially for Lux on the calling, and even on Nuke they dominated. I think it was 13-3 in the end in opening kills for the side of Legacy. So absolutely pummeled Astralis in the series in that department.
Do you think, we obviously saw them lift a trophy for CAC, and while I don't think that they're necessarily in contention for a massive tier 1 trophy lift, this particular tournament could be a place where Legacy could go back-to-back on those trophy lifts? Is that a possibility?
Of course it is. It's not that much of a different field compared to CAC. I mean, yeah, you have, Aurora, who's a higher ranked team who's in this tournament that wasn't at CAC, but if you look at the rest of the field, it's not all that dissimilar from what they faced off against at CAC. The only team that beat them there was Team Liquid. So it's very possible that they could do it. They have a very repeatable play style, in my opinion. It's not like they're doing anything gimmicky or anything that you could try to super counter strat. And they're in good form. They seem to be confident. I don't see why not.
there's no team here that's unbeatable for Legacy, right? But what I would like to see for them is to slowly start raising their floor. You know, great that they were able to win Inferno, but that was a lot of 5v3s, 4v2s that they were letting slip, right? And against better opposition, you're not going to be able to still win games with that happening. So if they're able to clean up their game just a little bit, I think they're set for a deep run here in Bucharest.
How about Astralis, boys?
I mean, Astralis is a different story because they do have the name power, they have the players, right? But it's just not clicking as a unit, and I'm not really sure what internally, you know, the goals are and what the situation is like.
This is what's happening internally. That's your own social media team while you're playing.
When I opened the segment, I wasn't kidding. Like, you know, our analysis may be harsh, but their own social media team is not even doing them any favors. And I mean, I don't know the answer too, because again, like when Hooksy first came to the team, it looked like he breathed new life into the team. You know, you look at the Astana run, you look at the Fisher Playground run, and yeah, they had their issues at EPL, and yeah, they've had some losses that you really wouldn't expect them to do, but you would just think like, I like some of the ideas that they do have, and they do have some talent in Stair. Device isn't the same superstar he used to be, but he's still pretty valuable in his role. And it's just like, yeah, I know the whole Magus down situation was kind of rocky. I know that they've been through a lot, probably kind of wondering if they were still going to have their jobs with the whole organizational transfer that happened with like ownership and, you know, all the things that were kind of going on behind the scenes that don't take place on the server, and if that was a distraction or a demotivator or what it's done. But they, like, whatever like honeymoon phase that they went through with Hooksy has like been totally sapped at this point, and I don't know what the solution is. I mean, I'm with Yanko. I'm at a total loss because it's like, if you're going to be a fully Danish team, you're kind of running out of options at this point.
You need a roster change, but how many more players have you got left?
Yeah, I mean, they need to probably change 2 players, if anything, but also just shows you, you know, the lack of class from the organization too, right? Like, that's why everyone wants to be G2 nowadays, right? Everyone wants to be funny on social media, right? But that's not how you do it. You don't go out and sort of, to an extent, ridicule your captain, right, on social media. Sure, you can make some other sort of a joke about it, about your performance, but I mean, that's just distasteful in my mind.
The analyst thinks it's distasteful. I'm sure you have an opinion about it as well. Now we get into the meat and potatoes of today. 2 games coming up, and 2 teams will be making it through to the playoffs here at PGL Masters Bucharest. Don't go anywhere.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, I know my man's going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. See Joe like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Hello everyone, welcome back to PGL Bucharest. Jackie Powers here, and I'm very lucky as I get to speak to this wonderful man. Of course, LNZ from Heroic, How you doing, bro?
I'm doing very good. How are you?
Yeah, good, dude. It's nice to have you here. Excited to see how the team's going to play at the event.
Thank you for having me here.
Yeah, it's the dream. It's the dream. I wanted to start off. This one's more a little bit kind of introspective in what you like in a teammate. So if you're looking for a new teammate or you're on a roster, what are the key traits you identify that makes a good player? Like comms? Is it sort of bringing the energy? Even just raw talent? What stands out to you?
I mean, all three things you mentioned are quite nice. Obviously, like a player needs to obviously like be good enough individually. I think it's a very, very important thing. Probably the most important thing. Like you said, like communication, like what you can always like help your teammates with is always nice. Like it's such a huge difference playing with someone who not only like talks for themselves and what they are doing, but like helps you with it, you know. And I also think it's like hunger, you know. And also like what I think maybe a lot of people don't have is like this automation, like how you are as a player, that you can function without like someone always telling you what to do, that you're like proactive in that sense. I really like that in a teammate.
Being able to sort of analyze yourself and improve in key areas you notice need fixing.
Take like responsibility and accountability for your own actions, and also like, like I said, be proactive, like not only like prevent your mistakes, but also like you can be creative in doing new things, for example.
Okay, would you even say sort of that could be more beneficial perhaps than having sort of someone else externally saying, look, this is an area you should work on? When you identify it yourself, you feel like it would have more impact because you're realizing that for yourself as a player? Yeah,
I mean, you will, like in the long run, like if you have both, it will benefit you more compared to only having one of that like aspect. And I think I've experienced that in like all my teams, and it makes a huge difference if you have both sides of the coin, so to say.
Okay, it's cool to get your perspective on it. It's interesting. I did want to ask as well then, sort of from your POV, obviously being in the roster, right, living and breathing it with the boys on Heroic, what would you say the form is like coming into this event?
I think it's very hard to say, because like we haven't had in this season the same roster for more than 2 events. And like coming into CAC and coming to like the semis there, obviously like show that we still have what it takes, that we're not only shit, you know, that we don't come in last every tournament.
Yeah.
So I think like our confidence is high.
Okay.
And I would say it's also like a good test, because like now we got this confidence back, and now we just have to like keep going on that. But I'd say it's a very hard tournament for us to predict where we should be, because we also haven't had any like practice recently with Alcaran, because we just came from CAC, so that makes it a bit more rough.
Yeah, it makes it a little bit harder to kind of gauge and potentially adapt some of the things if you had a little bit more time to sort of dedicate just to practice. That makes sense. Okay, moving on from that then, if I'm sort of looking more at the other teams we've got here, right, the 15 other squads, is there anyone in particular that Heroic would like to have drawn in the Swiss, a team you want to play against?
Good question. I mean, for me, it's always nice to play NIP, so I'd probably say that one, and that's the one we got, right? It's a bit more personal for me, but otherwise I don't think there's any team that I don't look at teams like I really want to play them, you know? I kind of just come in and I do my thing and play.
Thank you for taking some time to talk to me, bud, and good luck in the event.
Thank you.
Yes, welcome back. Jackie there with a representative of Heroic in the form of LNZ, and we're going to be watching them now on Breaking It Down on the Desk. I'm your host, Richard Lewis. We got Striker, we got Blair. This is our team. I'm feeling good about this one. Aurora versus Heroic, and it's our first time sort of analysing and assessing how we think Heroic are going to do. Remember as well, this is kind of surprising in a way for Heroic. It's a 2-0 game. You know, they can go through 3-0, go through nice and clean. So let's start by talking about that. Very surprising, because I think Heroic have been one of the most tumultuous teams in Tier 1 Counter-Strike. They've had to replace so much talent, and yet they keep doing it.
Yeah, Lindsay was just talking about it in that interview that they haven't had a stable lineup for more than 2 events at a time. They even had to play CAC without Alcaran. Hades had to step in. So this is their opportunity to stabilize a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's kind of rough as well, right? For as an IGL, you know, every time a new player comes in, you kind of have to redo the entire system again, you know, take him through all the paces and the ropes as well. So the fact that they've actually look as good as they have this event, with the caveat that the caliber teams haven't been of the highest level. I think it's pretty impressive thus far. Haven't dropped a single map as well, and the individuals looking pretty sharp.
Yeah, and obviously as well, we have to talk about they did lose, their coach as well. That's very well regarded. Everybody was talking about Soren, what a great job he'd done down the years, and it's a big loss. I mean, I think if you look at some of the other organizations that have had less to deal with in terms of what they've had to rebuild, Heroic have done an excellent job.
Yeah, and you were talking about coaches, right? And this is Tobiz taking over from behind of Heroic. And that's a guy who's been brought up through the ML's NXT system, where he obviously had to work with a lot of new talent. He had to do a lot of scouting to figure out who to bring into the academy and work with them after that. So I think, if you want a guy who's going to be able to work on a budget effectively and try to look for some gems, then that's the guy to do it.
And the fact that they're able to do it so consistently, it just boggles my mind, right? If we had a Counter-Strike manager video game richer, this is a team I'd be keeping my eye on, especially with a low budget. But no,
they made a fortune as well. I'm pretty sure.
Listen,
they made a lot of money.
Absolutely, one of the. I feel like they're the modern day ENCE, if I can even say it, right? Because ENCE, they've been struggling a little bit with some of the picks, some of the iterations they've had. Well, no matter what the iteration, no matter what the the pitfalls they suffer on the way, they somehow still manage to look impressive. And more impressively for me is the fact that they've only had I think a couple of events with its new lineup. Once again in CAC not having the 5th member as well, and yet they just seem to be able to perform when it comes to the immediate event after that. So I just hope they maintain a few plays. They made enough money, keep these 5 for a while, and let's see how it pans out, because right now it's looking pretty good.
Unfortunately for them though, today big challenge because they are taking on Aurora. We've seen Aurora on a variety of maps, and we've kind of seen them look good at times and then not so good at times, but they're still winning, and I still think arguably, not really arguably, I think they are the best team here.
I think so as well, and that also compounds with the fact that they are not the type of a team who will lose these types of games that, against the top 20s, top 15 teams. It's the elite level teams that they are struggling against. It's the Navis, it's the Phases, it's the Furias, it's the Mongols that they constantly lose to, and effectively nearly never against the lower tier opposition. So I think that's why they're so well positioned in this tournament, even despite some of their issues in those games against the elite.
And this is an event where I think it's particularly important for Aurora, because it could just be the average viewer being like, yeah, sure, they win this event, doesn't really matter, the majors where the real test is going to be. But again, they've had a couple of opportunities to win events throughout the entire year. They again haven't won a trophy at all yet, right? So getting a win, you're coming as a favorite, is not only, it would be breaking that particular barrier. EWC, losing the Mongols, that comes to mind, but winning it here would be great. Seeing a few smiles here, that's a good sign as well on their faces. I'm happy about that.
Your players on Smile Watch.
I'm on Smile Watch right now. And number 3, the vibes need to be good, and the vibes are gonna be excellent if they get the win here heading into the major in a month's time, and that's what they need to be. They need to peak mentally for the major.
Let me throw up a thought exercise for you. I mean, actually, let's start with this. Let's talk about Wycadia first. He's been playing really, really well at this tournament, and I think, has stood out even in a side full of talent.
He's been playing well across multiple events, right? Go back to Malta, where they had a disappointing 4th place exit. He still performed, he still delivered. He seems to be kind of like the talisman of the team. And looking at yesterday's game against Liquid and whatnot, see, this is the sort of player I want on my team, smiling, fragging out, 1.5 on the T side. He's the guy running on in, opening stuff up, allowing, his team to shine. And yesterday in Liquid against Liquid as well, we could see him, have so much of impact when Xantares was popping off as well, right? So for me right now, Wycadia is the player on this team.
And Striker, on the other team, we've got a player that a lot of people think could be Aurora in waiting in the form of xCloud. He's been playing really well as well.
Yeah, of course. He's been one of the standout players for Heroic, and that comes a lot from the first series that they played, because he just destroyed an IP in that game. He farmed them completely. Then in the second game, it was more youngster or Nuke that was taking over. It was it was also Nilo who was having a good game against BetBoom. So the Rifler trio is actually doing really well in Heroic, while at CAC it was actually Hades, the stand-in who came in. and was putting up a lot of numbers in groups. You know, then fell off in the playoffs, but we don't talk about those things. And then now
we can talk about it.
Now it's been the rivalry trio that's been the important one for Heroic.
This is where I'm curious where Heroic are going to go with, right? Because Inferno is going to be, I think, the obvious pick coming in from Aurora, right? Trying to make this map pool of this happen. For Heroic, I wanted a bit of a curveball coming in here, right? I thought maybe an overpass punish could come in, maybe a nuke potentially, but
there's the Mirage.
See, that's the thing. Mirage is the obvious one, but Aurora looked pretty good yesterday.
I think I'm not sure I agree with that, just because the T sides were really hinging on a lot of the clutches. You know, they really needed the individual moments for them to step up.
But it's also the caliber.
Overtimes. It's like 2 overtime games that they had to plow through and really have to come back into.
It's okay if
contention.
you make the clutches, though, isn't it?
Of course. I mean, they won, so it's hard to blame them for anything. But obviously, I can see how Heroic thought maybe they aren't as solid, and if they do manage to close out some of those situations, they're going to be able to get away with the win. I think it was always going to be between Dust2 and Mirage for Heroic, and so actually
that's the easy one. And I feel like for Heroic, here's the thing, just the caliber of oppositions, right? Because if you look at Aurora, look, on paper they're a better team, right? Yeah. Even yesterday when they played against Liquid, for example, Liquid are easily a better team over Heroic as well. Look, if you look at these maps right now, Heroic, they're going for Mirage. They think they want to punish them on it. Dust2 is decided to comfortable on, again, a map that Aurora in the past couple of outings have looked freaking dominant on. So
yeah, I don't know if I would have left that in, honestly.
The problem with them is that if they left Nuke in, they've been struggling a lot on T sides there, so I think maybe they just feel like Dust2 was more of a comfort map for them. Sure. Aurora has just been a really awkward team in terms of how they've picked into maps, because they don't really have a home map, so they kind of pick to an opponent's weakness.
I also feel weird with this nuke, with them not picking nuke, and I'll tell you why. It's because sure, you look at Aurora's recent nuke results, right? You're like, oh my god, what an amazing CT side, where they shut down Na'Vi, for example. But it was also in conjunction with the fact that their opponents had some kind of miserable T sides. Sure. I was watching Heroic in the past couple of games against, I think it was against Nip or whoever. Their T sides look very, very solid. They have some very good ideas. X-Talk towards outside yard, the way he's able to navigate the smokes outside and duke it out. I think they really would have had a chance to nuke, if you ask me. Mm-hmm. But now they're going to Mirage, where sure, they're comfortable on it. We've seen Aurora struggle, but Aurora seemed to be finally fixing a few things. Yesterday, the T side looked excellent, honestly.
I think it was always, it's a very shared map pool that these two teams have, Mirage and Dust2. Both of them play it a lot, so I don't really think that anybody particularly won this veto, because I think it's just very shared map pool. The only thing I think is that Inferno is a little bit of a punish pick for Heroic, who don't play it too much. I think they only have like 4 maps in the past 3 months on it, so that's probably where Aurora was thinking that they can get the advantage.
So for you, I guess then Mirage must win for Heroic?
I would say so, yeah.
Yeah. Well, you know who else we can ask? We can bring in our casters. They're up on the big screen.
These guys.
It's always great. I love seeing you up there. I know you from the telly.
It feels good being up here, Richard. You should try it sometime. Come experience the other side of the coin.
No, it's a bit too much like hard work for me, mate. I'll just sit in this chair and make
standing.
Up
yeah, that does get exhausting. I would imagine.
At my age, absolutely. my knees are gone, Jason. You know that. What do you think of this veto? Who won it?
I think if you, like you guys said, shared map pool, but Aurora just a far better team. So I think it doesn't really matter. If we have shared maps, they always are going to win it, Jason.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm going to take door number 3 and just say, I think Aurora is just so much better that it doesn't really matter if you win or lose the veto if you're Heroic. I think Aurora, we get the one we had yesterday. This is a 2-0, like a nice, easy 2-0 to start the day.
Have there not been any things that have stood out positively for you on Heroic? In fact, you know what? We're straight into the game. We usually fill here.
Let's find out.
Pass the game and let's find out, eh?
Casters start talk this time around. Aurora Heroic, opening map of Mirage in this series here today. Aurora seems like they're picking up steam just based off that series against Team Liquid yesterday. They just hit a level that Liquid could not handle. And I think if that comes out again today, like I said, I think Heroic's in for a lot of trouble. Mirage, the last 2 times these teams played it, 13-7 win for Aurora. That's a good start from Nilo, but Joda's here.
Yeah, he's done well with the dual Berettas. It's going to be Madger chiming in as well up from short side. Youngstar over the top, finally getting something here for Heroic. But you need a follow-up, and that's exactly what Youngstar has provided. But Madger to respond again, down to 1 HP. He's got his teammate Mokadia rotating in, stopping Alcarin on his descent out of the window, but it falls down to a 1v1 all of a sudden as Xfloud nails the shot on Madger, and he knows where Mokadia is. Turns into a mind game. Can xCloud actually get away from this one? He's got to the mark. He's got the bomb on his back. He could go to A here, Jason.
Yeah, I think Wakadia is going to be completely schooled on this one. He probably thinks he's still chilling Bents. And the problem is, how do you find this out if you're Wakadia? Because you don't really want to push. You want to kind of figure out where he is before you decide to make your move. So he's frozen here. xCloud has completely schooled him. So open bomb plant, plenty of post-plant positions available to xCloud. This is a lovely 1v1 that he's playing so far. And chooses to sit pat at triple boxes.
Yeah, committed to the angle over towards CT, but you hear those steps. He knows exactly where Wakadia is, just racing in, jumping into the bomb site, trying to figure out where he is. But xCloud will win the 1v2 clutch, and he slips his way to the A bomb site and plays it perfectly for the finish.
Yeah, that's nasty. That's a crazy little route that he moves on, and Wakadia never gets the information. Hard-fought pistol round Majors. I think he gets a triple kill at the end of the day. That goes to waste. Beautiful shooting with the P250 from the heroic side of things. And that's a T-side pistol to get things started. Aurora cannot handle the waterfall out of the B hulls. 1-0. I was going to say, before we were so rudely interrupted by Bombsite Execute, last 2 times they played Mirage, 13-7 win for Aurora. That was at the Esports World Cup. And back at IEM Dallas, a 13-9 victory for Aurora as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the amount of different rosters Heroic have had since then.
Yeah, that's true.
I'll consider this their first. The peek out from Wakadia up into the Palace. It's going to be Youngstar to go down. xCloud, the second victim of the round here, and Aurora answering back immediately with a force buy.
Yeah, I mean, answering back in emphatic fashion as well. This isn't even close. A complete deletion. Nobody makes it even up the A-ramp stairs. Nobody even makes it out of Palace. However, Linus does have the bomb, so over to the B bomb site. He's going to try and make it with his MAC-10. No chance of a victory. 3 health against 4. You're going to go down, but the bomb plant would be lovely. Once again, a Heroic player has managed to slip the net. Aurora is so confident that they have him boxed in.
Bomb plant would be kind of the only win you can get here if you're LNZ.
If I'm LNZ, I almost plant the bomb and just take a risk and just like book it to like market or book it over to catwalk and try and get like a tricky position to where someone rotating over from the other side of the map is just going to get caught. You know, like get somewhere sneaky and just go for your 1 kill. Extra bonus money, force a rebuy out of them. You're never going to win this.
Yeah, well, into the market he goes. Might get 1 kill, but even that's going to be quite difficult. As Major had eyes on the push, LNZ to go down. And Aurora are going to be very happy about this response to the pistol loss because only 1 player goes down.
Yeah, lovely little rebuttal. And remember, too, some of the series we've seen Aurora have the most issues in, they've been out to some slow starts on maps, and they've had to crawl back in.
Especially Mirage.
Yeah, especially Mirage. So if you at least get this one started, if they can convert the next round, the buy that's surely going to be coming in from the Heroic side, then all of a sudden you don't have to worry about starting slow. You get that early lead.
Well, this is our 3rd time casting Aurora on Mirage at this competition.
Yes, sir.
And the first 2 times we've seen Zontaras get off to a very slow start on CT side. Now, you're talking about Aurora as a team starting slow, but that's 1 player that you would love to see start hot out the gate.
Yeah, it would be great if you could have it. And you're right, we have seen those struggles and we have seen the issues with Zontaras on this map specifically. So maybe this will be a new day. Maybe I needed a couple days of warm-up on Mirage.
Well, all towards
all towards the B bomb site.
Only 1 player here at the moment. It's going to be Major up in the apartments. He was a bit of the star of the show yesterday for Aurora on Dust 2.
Oh, hell yeah, he was. He can have some good games. Going to back off here behind the smoke as it's about to fade. This is a 2-0 game between these 2 teams in the Swiss system, so the winner moves on to the playoffs. Gets a couple days of rest, a couple days to sit back and relax. Go see the sights here in Bucharest.
Yeah, Aurora definitely going to be needing that rest. It's been a long season for them. A long year for Aurora.
It really has. Like, remember in the first half of the year when they were talking about like the kind of crazy tournament schedule they had and how exhausted they were? That feels like it was like a year ago.
Oh,
it feels like it was so long ago.
And then the start of the 2nd season as well. Aurora pretty much been at all the events. Well, here comes Heroic, charging into the B bomb site. They've been waiting. Oh my god, Madra completely blinded. Fortunately for Madra, his opponents were also incredibly blind. So Zontaras and Wakadia taking down the first 2.
Lovely little flash work.
And Heroic are going to have to fall away.
Yeah, and I mean, you have no options here. You have no utility to really do anything else. You can't block anything. 30 seconds. This is going to be a hustle to your death. Try and get into the bomb site, but you really just want Aurora to just eliminate you. So you don't have to worry about being timed out. 20 seconds on the clock.
Well, Woxic, running out of bullets. Actually, there's a kill and an opening here for Heroic, but again, you need another shot, and that's exactly what they've got. But Xantara's tapping away, eventually taking his frag, but Alcaran flying forward. It's suddenly a 1v1, and look at the health left on Matcher, 35 HP. He doesn't go for the peak. And now Alcaran's got away. Not only has he got the better health, he's got the better weapon, and now he's got the clutch! How have Heroic won this? That is a ridiculous round.
Well, just as we were bigging him up, and just as we were getting started and saying Aurora doesn't have to worry about a slow start, that is a horrendous round to give away. I don't even really know how it's possible. This is how it started. 3 versus 5 with no utility. And just banger shots from Alcaran. This is nasty, the jumping MP9. Beautiful shot with the AK-47, but Aurora drops the ball in a big way.
Well, they can buy back straight away. It's a double op setup coming out, Jason.
I don't think Heroic is going to expect 2 ops out of this kind of a situation.
No. You just win that kind of round, and you're going to go up against a double op setup. Now, the sacrifice is obviously a lot of utility. There's not much left here for Aurora almost instantly. But the surprise of the double op might just catch them off. You might not even anticipate 1 AWP in play. Never mind 2. Woxic's going to be inside a connector, looking down into the underpass. Wakadia's got the apartments on lock.
Yeah, mid's got some pretty good eyes on in terms of Aurora, in terms of understanding the pacing, the scaling, and the timing of when mid control is coming in. They just smoked A ramp now. Heroic's starting to make their move, inch closer to those peaks. There's the shoulder. Woxic shot gets baited out. Really well done from Nilo, and now we settle into the default.
Well, if LNZ goes on a bit of a peak here, they're going to find out very quickly there's a double op setup on the server. 55 seconds left. LNC does not go into the peak. Instead, it's going to be a short thrust, which Major is going to have to deal with. 3 players here with the defenses, though. There's the secondary op chiming in. They're going to realize that now. LNC going down. If they go back towards Woxic.
That's risky, man. All this seesawing back and forth, indecision. Joda's in trouble, though. He's got to tuck in.
Yeah, he does. He gets down under the wood in time. Woxic trying to take some attention. Final 30 seconds. Heroic coming at Joda. The MP9, not the weapon for the job. Woxic, a missed shot. They baited out of him, and now the bomb can go down on the other side of triple. So it's going to come down to a retake here, and a double op retake with no utility, Jason, and no kits either. This is going to be really tough for Aurora to win this.
Yeah, they need to get one of the kills with that op very, very soon. I think yeah, you might have to now. The ops can't get into the action. Back away. Once again, Heroic with just like a desperate change up in the strategy, just walk up con and yet again exposed. Round done. Heroic's going to take a 3-1 lead, but dangerous weapons remain on the map. Woxic's not out of it just yet.
Yeah, he could still go down here. Going to be crossing over xFloud, waiting at the murder hole window, and Woxic is going to lose the AWP. That is a devastating round to lose again for Aurora. So expensive. Matcher falls as well. And even going for the save call, you just saved one of the AWPs.
Okay, well, this is wild. This is quite the speed bump put in front of Aurora today, so we'll see how they can manage it. Early on, a lot of frustrations. Losing the 3 versus 5.
Just when we were talking about, okay, look, it's going to be a nice quick start, clean
I know, it did feel that way. One of your ops is taken away. Major's M4 gets taken away. You've lost to an eco buy in the 3rd round. This is brutal. Okay, well, we'll see if they can shape up. I think important to note as well, and it's not necessarily on his shoulders, but you brought up the struggles of Xantara's on this map on the CT side, exposing the position that he's generally playing in over towards Con. So he might have a big role to play later on in this half once the guns come back into the Aurora defense. Wakadia's op is going to be centralized, looking over the smoke at Con, sees absolutely nothing in middle. A full-blown exec coming in at the A-bomb site with smokes, mollies, and flashes. Going to be really tough for him to find any clean shots. So you might stick around and take a couple cute ones, see if you can grab a frag, but if you don't get anything, that op needs to bail out quick.
Wakadia sprinting, getting blinded as he tries to get over towards triple. Spotted. Damaged, and the grenade looking to finish him off, but it's going to be Jota who loses most of his health from that HE. Woxic gets cleared out, and Heroic can move into the A bomb site. All the space taken, bomb plant being confirmed. And once again, it's mission accomplished for Heroic, and a save call having to be made for Aurora.
Yeah, Wakadia even hustling out as well. Good kill at the end for Major to just grab an AK-47. He's going to run as well, so some weapons salvage, which is quite nice. That'll help with the cash flow that Aurora is struggling with. But Heroic laying it on thick in these first 4 or 5 rounds. Arcadia doing everything he possibly could to be involved in that exec, but couldn't find anything clean. And for Heroic, this is a round where at least money gets to grow. They've taken some damage, they've taken some losses in the previous few rounds. They haven't gotten away clean, but this one is quite nice for them to grow money, build that economy, and feel a little bit of safety in terms of the money they have to play with. 4-1. This is what makes Aurora so hard to kind of like judge, right, and assess, like the up and down nature, the inconsistent nature of starting these maps. It's tough to get a read of what exactly they're going to come in with on a day-to-day basis. Taking a time out here, talking things over, they probably have a little bit of a lack of confidence in what level they're going to show up with each and every day of the matches.
Yeah, in Mirage at least. I mean, both maps so far they've played of Mirage have gone to overtime, so you know eventually Aurora are going to get into the game here. It's just you want to see them not have to play from behind, and they give themselves that opportunity, but
then they gave it away.
They give it right back.
They gave it right
almost
back.
As fast as they took it.
That's really kind of them.
Yeah. Well, straight away they're going to be returning to a buy again. It's going to be a good one. You have the AWP still for Woxic. Everybody on a rifle.
We got that rarely seen AUG in the hands of Major.
Yeah, he's going to be planting that up in the apartments, and quite a good position for it if you get that advanced angle peering down into the apartments itself. Woxic looking for the pick in the middle. Not going to be able to find anything.
Pretty decent mid-presence for Aurora as well. You've got Arcadia aggressive on catwalk. You had Woxic flirting with the mid window. He's backed away from that now as it gets smoked out. Another one coming in. Same for Top Con. So showing presence as if they want to move up short. Zantaro's going to step in behind his own smoke, making sure Khan is completely covered. And he's going to get shot in the face over the top of the smoke.
It's Magic climbing up on top of the van, looking for the lineup here. He's going to do damage. LNZ down to 1 HP. Arcadia, a good double as he cleans up and evens out the numbers at 55 seconds on the clock. We've got a 3v3, but look at Nilo's positioning all the way through CT spawn here.
I don't know if they can get back, though. They have to get past Woxic's AWP, and he's going to be over towards window room and jungle, and he might be hearing some of these footsteps. Molly to give him some protection towards short, but that also gives away the game to Woxic, who nails it.
Yeah, it's the bomb going down first as well. It's separated from the rest of his teammates. xFloud's going to be up on short. 2 players here could line up, and that's exactly what's going to happen. Once again, xFloud getting him into this, and Nilo's been waiting the entire round for his time to strike out of spawn, and Woxic's back turned to him, dealing with the threat of xFloud, and another round that looked like it could have gone Aurora's way, slipping into the hands of Heroic.
Yeah, this is scary now. I mean, that's another round with an advantage where Aurora probably feels like they're mostly in control of the situation, and you get to just give away a double kill. Both of you pushing line up on the turn around the corner. I mean, lovely from xFloud. Very fortunate to go in the favor of Heroic to that degree, but now, and this is what I mean. And I feel like we know Aurora's like kind of mentally, you know, I'll say, I feel like sometimes they're mentally brittle. Like we all kind of have that understanding from choking, but I think still these kind of obstacles in games can throw them off as well.
Well, they've gone for everything here. I mean, they've gone into the glass cannon for Woxic. They'll leave some money for everybody else, but it's quite a big investment for him to pull out at this point. Let's see if it works out for him. Did have the angle on LNZ. Gave it up with a couple of backstabs that.
Well, Heroic's starting to put together a little bit of a split towards this B bomb site as well. So Woxic, every single shot is going to be critically important, especially without armor. The flick upward from Alcaron doesn't land. They have the safety of short. Joda's going to tuck himself into the bomb site, but still looking for that equalizing kill, and they don't have it. Zantares wins that one out, and the follow-up right from window room, the MP9 double kill, and all of a sudden the round feels way more secure.
Zantares getting tagged on the cross on over. And it's going to be LNZ turning back and catching Arcadia, walking through T-spawn.
All right, guys, like, you can't lose this one.
Yeah, you can't lose this one.
Like, just the conditions of this round, the things that would have to go wrong for you to lose this. Bomb is underneath window. There's 40 seconds left. That's it. One of the players is an AWPer, so he's going to have to be slower moving. I believe they've already called the save anyways.
Yeah, I think Heroic are giving it over here. They don't want to even attempt this. An AWP would be a good save here for Alcaron.
Yeah, and the money is a little bit bruised. While they have the cash for another buy, even if these two were to go down, they just feel there's no need to risk it, no need to give away that kind of money and rebuy when we don't have to. So Nice call here that's going to get Aurora up to round number 2. I'll have to continue climbing back into this. 3 rounds away. But there we go. There's a nice little round for Xantares. We wanted to see him come alive. Wanted to see him have an impact earlier. And it'd be great for Aurora if he can dig them out of this hole far earlier than, you know, when it gets
really
worse.
Becomes a hole,
before it gets even worse.
Yeah. Well, let's see if they're able to turn this around. It's still going to be a very good buy for Heroic in this next round. Helped out by that safe call as well. Could get back to winning ways immediately. I like what the desk are talking about, you know, telling us the reality of this Heroic team who have just had months and months of inconsistent rosters. Having to play with stand-ins, bringing Grix into the team didn't work out, playing with Alcorin. Couldn't play the last tournament with him. It's been a rough time for these players to really feel like they've got a good run-up of things. And speaking of running up, it's Xantares at top middle. And he's going to start racking up kills now as Xantares is starting to crack skulls. LNZ and xFlow dead in middle. Xantares sees his next victim, but can't seize his chance as he gets glocked by Alcorin.
Who had an up.
Yeah.
And chose to peek with the Glock.
I think it's just an awkward fight. Neither player expecting it for some reason. And Youngster is going to walk out with Jorda's life, so Heroic do snap right back after a round loss. Unless Madger's got a 1v3 up his sleeve.
He might. He might be good for it. Let's find out. One player coming up through underpass. If he can catch him before that bomb's planted, much, much more doable. So Molotov in towards jungle. Nilo making his move now, and Major doesn't even glance out the window, so he's in trouble if he goes for this. Money is not in the greatest place in the world for Aurora. They could actually use the AUG in the next round.
Well, there's one kill on Alcorin, but now they know where he is.
And he's legged.
Also, being legged, so he's going to have to fall away. Doesn't have the health to stay committed to this kind of play. And Magic's going to look for the escape route, and it isn't going to be Aurora getting bailed out after a round victory. And that's even with Xantares getting a 2K in mid.
Yeah. I mean, they were even fighting for mid and still took heavy losses if it's not for Xantares. An impressive double kill, but not enough to hold on to that part of the map and not enough to keep the round from slipping away. Heroic just not letting Aurora build any momentum.
No.
Not letting him string 2 rounds together.
And this hole just keeps getting deeper, Jason, at this point. We're looking at 7-2 as the most likely outcome over the next few seconds here.
Well, they're gonna buy, so hold the thought on that one. It's gonna be a solid buy as well, better than I expected. But Joda's gonna have a rifle as well. Xantares has his M4, so we'll just round up and call this a full buy for the Aurora side of things. So one more chance, but you're exactly right. If they lose this one, it gets even worse than even you were gonna go mention at 7-2. Then all of a sudden you're staring at 8-2. So this is kind of a critical juncture in the game for Aurora if they're gonna be fighting for a comeback or clawing back in with and maintaining themselves within striking distance. After this, you got to sit a few out. Rogue bringing a really cool game to the table today. xFlow 8 kills, Nilo 7 kills. On the other side of things for Aurora, we'll do the opposite end of the spectrum. Woxic with only 1 frag on his AWP. Jota as well, only 2 kills thus far into the game.
Heroic have played Mirage once so far in the competition. They beat BetBoom 13-11.
That's a nice little scalp to take.
Yeah, I guess.
Better than losing to Liquid in overtime.
That's true. Well, Heroic have got 1 win so far. Let's see if they can get another one against Aurora. Just a reminder there in the B stream of the action of FlyQuest taking on 3D Max. We've got Woxic peeking out towards the bottom of the connector smoke. That could be a threat. Looking to be the key to open up the rounds here for Aurora. He might just do that here on Nilo. Misses his opportunity and just about gets away.
He'll be frustrated with that one, considering the game he's had, that he misses that shot and takes that much damage. Winter Room smoke will last until about the 1 minute mark. Heroic's going to realign back to the A bomb site. So you're going to get xFlow and Nilo working together to try and split up connector. Meanwhile, this A hit is going to take place. Actually, take that back. xFlow changes his mind after chucking that smoke. He's going to join up with the main forces at A ramp. So it'll be Nilo to lurk in middle. Maybe play the post plan if they can get there, but 3 defenders at this bomb site is going to make things difficult, but one's already gone down. Woxic is very low. So Aurora, you're in trouble. Major's already starting to rotate because he knows he's got to hustle.
Woxic out from triple. 35 seconds. Peeks straight into the chest of Alcorin. He's going to look for another one here as well. Shots being rattled towards them. Youngstar ready to come out of Palace. LNZ, who's done very well to get an advantage here for Heroic. That's only followed up and extended upon by Nilo. It's not looking good here for Aurora. Xantaras and Woxic taking heavy licks on their way. And Woxic now, they know exactly where he is. They don't even need to plant the bomb until now. And they will do so. That's 10 seconds left.
That's a really nice patient hint from Heroic. Maybe if they try and force that a little bit more aggressively, they can get caught in a couple crossfires. But the fact they take it so slow makes it really difficult for Aurora to find clean fights. Woxic sees the shadow.
Yeah, just waiting on the peak. Now Youngstar spotted moving towards him as well. And he won't get away with his life. Woxic headshot it, brought down. What's happened to his hand?
What's wrong with your hand? What's wrong?
Guys, what is wrong with his hand?
I don't know, but that was very concerning.
Guys, my hand.
He took his headphones off very quickly. That was like a whole, like I dropped acid on my hand. Somebody help.
Well, if that's the case, let's just wait and see how freaky this T-side gets in the next few minutes.
Things could get weird.
Whoa. Well, a technical timeout for Youngstar's hand. Maybe, you know, Madrid can bring out some tape for him.
I think Madger's willing to do anything to help out Heroic at the moment.
Well, kind of helping right now.
Yeah, it's obviously been a little bit rough, right? I think individually it feels like Aurora players. This is like back to the opening day when we saw them playing, and it was kind of like it felt like individually they weren't really too motivated to like take fights and stop space. That was up against Fnatic. That was the loss the win they took against Fnatic, who played a good series, but they looked so different against Liquid. It feels like they've gone back to that team that is really struggling to feel confident in like the individual fights and the duels that are presented to them. So Heroic's getting a chance to kind of have their way with this Aurora squad. I wonder if he's back. I wonder what's going on with that hand.
Now see if it's still attached.
What could have happened? They just finished a round.
I actually have no idea.
What could have occurred? What possibly...
He got electric shocked.
Could have happened from the start of that round when he had no hand issues to the end of that round when he had hand issues.
He pulled a muscle, Jason.
You think so? Like just flick the mouse too hard?
Over-exertion.
Push the button a little bit too strong?
You never hurt your fingers?
I mean, not playing Counter-Strike.
Definitely not. I actually thought about this the other day. You remember when Guardian took a break because he had an injury?
Yeah, that was right after the Columbus major.
Everyone's like, yeah, we're like sports now. We're going to have injuries, and like we're going to have players out for injuries, and then we need substitutes.
Well, that was a weird time, I remember, because like Olaf had his as well at the very same time kind of happen.
The two of the best players in the world at the time with injuries.
And I think Shox had one at that point or something. Like we'd had a couple players who had kind of missed an event for like an arm, for like RS, you know, all the various things that can pop up.
Then we started realizing we can actually do stretches. Like if you stretch your hands back, stretch the fingers out.
It's always a fun conversation. We're just like athletes now.
Yeah, that's why we're wearing tracksuits like this.
It's true. It's a good looking tracksuit though.
We've even got easy breathers on the nose.
Yeah, that's great. Shout out to Chopper.
You're ready to go for a run and play Counter-Strike.
Oh yeah, he's handling business. He's ready for anything. All right, hand is fixed.
Maybe.
Maybe.
We don't know for sure.
What if it's wrapped up? What if we come to it? And
he might have one of those like Star Wars Luke Skywalker hands now.
Okay. Just retrofit him with a mechanical hand.
Dude, I actually watched a video the other day. Hugo sent me this thing. It was someone who was playing Counter-Strike and trying to make like aimbot with electrocution. It was pretty interesting. Science is developing, just like Aurora in this round, as 2 kills will come in for the CT side, and Xantara is ready to melt him with the MP9. So out of the technical hand issue into Aurora in a pretty strong position, but it's not over yet as Alcarin continues to move forward, but Madger, great shot on the 5-7, putting Alcarin in the clutch.
I got a minute to work with. Not a bad move so far, gone unnoticed. Look in the wrong direction, transfers over. He's never finding that third player. You could see him. He wanted the rotation, but Jota's coming from behind him and Cat. I think out of that extended timeout, Heroic tries to be a little bit cute, and they just go for like a fast tactic. They try and change the pace on Aurora out of a timeout, and that doesn't play out very well for them whatsoever. That's the easiest round we've seen Aurora take as a victory.
Just saying, we haven't seen Youngstar since the hand issue. Still haven't seen him.
Oh, he's not been on cam?
Nope.
Okay. All right. The conspiracy theories are everywhere.
Is it even Youngstar? Woxic going to be trying to peer over the top of the smoke in the window, while Wakadia is boosted up into the apartments. xCloud. Turkish player up against his former teammates. Stood in for them at Cologne as well not too long ago.
And having a great game as well. 9 and 7 for xCloud, some impactful kills.
Ooh. Alcaran missed his time in the server at the last tournament. He's back and fragging. It's an opening kill here for Heroic.
This is the hard part about Zantara, is kind of not really dominating and kind of influencing the game as much. Fine number of kills. I haven't really seen any like bad plays or mistakes or anything like that, but just not having the impact, you know, in each and every round. Is normally you'd go to an Aurora and you'd say, well, they got Woxic, he can help carry a stretch. Wakadia and Joda can obviously do the same. Major can pop off every once in a while, but at the moment you're not getting that performance out of Joda or Woxic, who's 3 and 8. So I think just deep into this roster, Aurora really struggling on an individual level. And once again, Heroic, they go back to that slower pace. Open and kill, pump the brakes, wait for a response. 43 seconds on the clock. They got 4 players in mid, 1 lurking the A ramp. So starting to make their move now.
Zantares winning at the bottom of the stairs. 29 seconds left, and there's just the one for Zantares. Not able to put his team into a favorable spot, and now it falls to Wakadia and Jota. Luckily, it will be the A finish, and 2 players here. It's got to be massive from Jota, and the first 2 are fantastic, nearly back to the 3rd, but just too many targets of Heroic running at him, and it's not enough once again for Aurora's defenses to post another round.
Yeah, very, very nice scaling, very nice trading from Heroic as well, even in some tricky positions, even with that quick, crisp headshot from Zantares in the first player. Just the trading is just so good that none of the players can double up.
Well, it's just been sporadic round victories this entire first half for Aurora. Haven't been able to string anything together, and they won't because this is the last round of the half.
Yeah, a little bit brutal, but obviously fighting for that 4th round like their life depends upon it. It very well might when we switch sides. Heroic's been playing a great game. You got to imagine that'll continue on the defensive side of Mirage. Wakadia is going to take a bit of aggression. First time we've seen it out of him, and he takes down Youngstar.
Yeah, good start. 4th round can make a massive difference here for Aurora. That's a step in that direction at least, but it's not like we haven't seen 4v5s go against Aurora, and they're going aggressive again through Palace, continuing the push.
That's a sound cue. Oh, this is a problem because they also shifted really quickly over to the B bomb site after that push and kill.
Look at this kill on Zantares as well. Now xCloud's ready for Palace, but it's LNZ to take the frag. And from a 5v4 to now a 4v3 favoring Heroic. Wakadia once again trying to be the difference for Aurora, and he's doing it. Finally taken down by LNZ. A quick reposition to a CT spawn. Manager's close to the smoke. LNZ's pushed up to the corner side of it, and that smoke blows open. And that spells death for Woxic. Manager was not detected though. And the element of surprise works against LNZ, so it falls down to a 1v1 fight. Alcaran against Manager, both players on an AWP.
Yo, Alcaran can just disappear again. He could actually book it over to the B bomb site if he wants to. Op in hand, gonna keep it. Doesn't want to give up the sound cue of swapping weapons. Murder hole is broken, so he's got the option to crawl through if he'd like that. He can almost trap Manager. Timing is everything. 25 seconds left. Major now just starting to get the idea that maybe this isn't the final play, but just rolling the dice, and he's going to be dead wrong.
Oh, dude, he's got the utility for this as well. He gets into the apartments. Oh, my God. Silky movement as well for Alcaran.
Was he the same one who did the clutch when he left the B-bomb side on the pistol? Was that Alcaran as well?
That'd be xCloud, right?
It might have been, yeah. Actually, yeah, it was probably xCloud.
Well, it's going to be Manager trying to run back in. Switches out to the M4 instead. Remember, he has no kid on his back right now. It is just the smoke. He can deploy that straight away. So that negates the issue of the Molotov that currently resides in his hand. But you can't negate that issue. An AWP bullet to the head and a 9-3 scoreline out of the first half here for Heroic.
Unreasonable the way that they just worked Aurora across the map of Mirage. This map, they're just so prone to the slow start. It's happened yet again.
Yeah, but you know, we were talking about it in the first half. We mentioned the slow starts. There's always been a way back into the game for Aurora. They didn't play themselves back into that half at all.
No, they didn't. And that's the problem. Like, even against, like, even in the loss that they took to Liquid, you see them coming back into things. They had like a string of 3-4 rounds towards the end of regulation. I was like, all right, getting some of that energy, getting some of that swagger, starting to look better, on the right path. I got none of that sense here in this opening half. So there better be a very stark change to this Aurora team.
Yeah.
And as you mentioned as well, from these slow starts, this is normally when we switch over to the T side where we see Zantare's level pickup as well. On the T side, he can have way more impact. He's been doing a much better job for them finding openings, finding kills in middle. So we better see that impact if they want to come back in this game. Going to be down 6 rounds to start off their T side.
So I want to touch on something from that first half as well, Jason, and get your thoughts on it, because you know, usually when you have a CT side that's getting sporadic round victories, they're usually suffering with money, which means you can't get the AWP out that often. But it felt like Aurora had the AWP out more than they should have. They had a double AWP set up in like round 3.
Well,
blocks it consistently, even with her glass cannons.
You might have made your own point there. They did force out that double AWP setup in round 3, and that's you know, economically, that's a lot of stress under the campaign, especially if you don't win the round. So, and also the sporadic round wins.
The AWP is 3 and 9. So, despite having the AWP, never really did anything with it.
The sporadic round wins as well. That just crush your losing bonus.
Well, right now, Heroic 9 and 3 up. A pistol round might just be a death sentence here on Mirage.
They gotta hurry, get up short. That smoke's about to fade. 3 players to defend B.
And look where Alcaran's positioned. Up on top of the ninja box. That's going to be a really strong position here. They're going to run right by. It's going to be a headshot for Alcaran. LNZ helping him out, but just 1 kill from Alcaran. LNZ though with the double inside of the bomb site. His teammates have arrived on rotation, and Xantares having to fight on 2 fronts. It's just too much even for Xantares. And there's the pistol round for Heroic.
Dang.
And that might just be it, to be honest, Jason.
This is impressive from Heroic. I mean, I think it's a bad game out of Aurora for sure, but I don't know if I expected Heroic to be able to dominate him quite like this, even in a rougher performance for the Turkish side, but this is great. Good call on the stack. Seems like they've had a great game plan coming into this. Individuals playing well. Setups are really strong. Trading has been great. They're playing a very, very solid game.
Got Mac 10s on 2 players, 2 Tech 9s, a Galil for Xantares. This is the force buy that Aurora brought to the table. Ain't pretty, but it's all they've got.
It's all they've got.
It's going to be 3 players heading in through A, 2 through middle.
Yeah, and xFloud up in Con right now. They got no one to watch for this jump up. Smoke's about to fade at the base of Con, so xFloud gives it up. Doesn't have the advantage anymore. Doesn't want to fight for it. Flashes out. They got to be careful. One's already jumped up. Wrapping around. That's through the murder hole, though. Now, do they buy major time? Do they wait? Yes, they do.
Okay, so he's seeing LNZ jumping. And close and close.
He's going to have at least one.
Now even closer. Sneaky, sneaky plays here from Madger. Good night, LNZ.
Dude, the trigger discipline's awesome. I mean, he's just saying, like, I have this kill whenever I want it.
Well, there it is.
Just tell me when you guys are ready to rock and roll.
And they're rolling now through the apartments. Nilo trying to spot that bomb coming out. Does good damage here, and the Jordan will not stop the bomb from getting into the site. Did just see the chair player, right? Wakani did just get spotted, but xFloud's going to be overrun by the Tech 9 of Woxic.
I think you got to give it up. I think you got to save these 2. You can't do anything about this.
Yeah, so better weapon on the ground here, an M4.
No, you're not going for it, guys. They have control of market. You're not getting back in, and you got no kits, so just back away. Don't even take the peek. It's all good.
Yeah, just back away, save those 2 M4s. Aurora, really important force by victory for them here. It keeps them in Mirage, at least for a little bit longer.
That little play, the execute. I mean, that's supposed to be an exec the whole time. I mean, everyone was looking towards that. Major's just like, actually, this is free, so everyone fall away. It's actually really well done from Aurora. Good call. 10-4. Only Xantares survives, but it's all good out of the W. Heroic will force up around these 2 M4s, so we'll see what else they can bring to the table. MP9 on LNZ, FAMAS on xFloud, Youngstar. Keeping the 5-7.
Going through the motions, getting into the mid default. Smoke out of the window, 1 top mid. Cardia not going to be prevented from standing behind those boxes. The fire doesn't go deep enough. Xantares, this is where he was doing some great work against Liquid yesterday, even in a losing effort. Out through the underpass, was causing Elige a huge amount of problems. It's going to be Nilo having to deal with him up in the ladder room. That smoke will go through, blocking out the vision of Xantares for the time being, but allowing him a peek up short.
And what we've seen as well.
Oh, great nade. That's perfect.
Break.
Love that play.
Yeah, that's awesome teamwork. Oh, and he steps forward into it. Thought Major was done. An immediate response negates that advantage provided.
Yeah, xFloud going to be waiting at the bottom of the stairs now. They just walk right into it. Arcadia backs up into xFloud. Alcaran in the meantime also finding a further kill here for Heroic, and it's suddenly all Woxic in the 1v4, and he's not even allowed a single kill from that. xFloud having a great game here. 12 and 11. Another double kill here And 11-4 now for Heroic on Mirage. They've sent the money to the bin as well for Aurora.
Yeah, I don't think right now is the time for Aurora to be playing rounds like this. This is obviously unfortunate, might throw things into like a little bit of chaos, but everything from this point, from the 4-on-4, individual plays. You're trying to be tricky and sneak through the smoke. Major gets spammed as well. This is a solo play towards the B bomb site, and Woxic's kind of left on his own. I think Aurora needs to, if they're going to come back into this, they at least need to start things grouped up. You know, get some confidence hitting the bomb site, getting in, winning a post plan, and then later on in the game, if you feel like the individuals have woken up in your major, you can start letting them spread out and give them their own agency, but right now they need the team Counter-Strike to be on point.
Yeah, well, they just don't really have the room or the space left in the game to do that now, so it's got to be successful from the get-go. And they're going to go strength in numbers, denial of the bomb plant by Alcarin. Makes things a little bit more uncomfortable here for Aurora.
It's costly though, they've given away control of CT spawn stairs.
It's a strong position to maintain, but this bomb just can never feel comfortable getting planted. It's allowing the CTs to set up and continue to rain utility in upon their positions. Woxic finally feeling comfortable enough to put that bomb down. Zantares fragging out, but just a single kill is not going to be enough to feel super confident in this post plan for Aurora. But you just mentioned, Jason, the fact that they've got CT spawn control, and that is their saving grace right now. It's a strong position to maintain.
Ooh, does he not see the head?
LNC does not see him yet. Wox is keeping himself down. Now his head shows, but he doesn't take the kill, but he swings on in towards CT and leaves Wakadia alone at the sandwich. He's got the one, but Nilo with the immediate response, and it's Heroic heading up to map point on Mirage.
That's a huge retake. That's a very tough scenario to be in after you lose CT spawn, especially well managed from Heroic. I don't know. I've lost count how many rounds it feels like Aurora's had a good advantage in. Now this round they had no armor. Limited upgraded weapons they were able to pick up, but still. Especially at 4-11, you're feeling like that's a round that has to go in your favor. Brilliant retake. And an 8-round lead, 8 chances to close out Mirage and end Aurora's pain on this map.
And they're suffering. At the start, the first half felt like, okay, this is great. Aurora, first round looks good. Second round was a 5v3. Should have been a round win. Then ended up being a bit of a disaster from that point onwards.
It's a disaster!
It absolutely is. Well, good start from Madra, at least. The 5 Khalils off to the races with a double opener. Youngstar and XFlub both gone, but Alcarin could pick it up immediately, and he will. The AWP up from CT, punching their tickets! And Mirage, the opening map, absolutely looking like it's going the way of Heroic here. It's Jota and Madra trying to win a 2v3 out. Alcarin with some stylish shots.
Yeah, that was beautiful. That was a great sequence. Need some of the rifles to start contributing.
Oh my God, Alcarin, you're actually wild.
Yeah, the scope up took away his vision, but it is just Major. They know exactly where he is. He doesn't have control of the bomb, but a minute to work with.
Yeah, it's the health is the big problem here for Madra as well, right? He's 20 HP. He's going to be sprinting back through spawn with the AWP planted on his back at the moment. Actually might get an opportunity on Nilo. Not looking the right way at the moment, but he has just moved out of connector, so his back no longer exposed. That mid possibility. Oh, this is going to be very tough for Madra to win this, but...
He's got what he wanted.
Yeah, he got the timing. He gets the free kill. Now it's down to a 1v1. Although Nilo knows exactly where he is now. Madra going to have to fight him, and actually Nilo confident is going to go into the connector, and that reposition is just too much to handle. So are Heroic on Mirage, apparently. A 13-4 win. Aurora just never get going this time around, and it's dominant from Heroic.
Right, well, we're going to start this segment saying something I hoped I'd never have to say on air. Striker, you were right.
Oh.
Turns out when you're right, brother. I mean,
so good.
Yeah, actually really, really terrible in retrospect, kind of how far apart Aurora were on Mirage.
Just really ran away from them quickly after that 3v5 early on. I mean, there were a couple more rounds after that where Aurora had a chance, but then Heroic were just really solid all over the board.
Yeah, Rich, listen, did a quick vibe check right here. The vibes aren't good for Aurora.
Vibes are terrible.
It's like the end of Requiem for a Dream. It's pretty miserable at the moment. The smiles are dead. Figuratively. Spiritually, of course. Listen, one thing, nothing away. I think Heroic, that was a stellar T-side overall, but also allowed by what was just this insipid CT defense from Aurora, where, you know, we talk about Mirage. Okay, let's talk about good CT side Mirage. Are you talking about, going for extremity pushes, finding from mid, trying to disrupt the Ts, forcing the Ts to second guess themselves, and, kind of make it rough for them? I saw Aurora being aggressive maybe a couple of times towards mid, which is Zantares by himself. And then we saw, very late in that game where Waikere went for a Palace Push, still lost a round, by the way. This is just a static, regressive CT side from Aurora where we know teams are going to be picking Mirage against you. What are you doing about it? Clearly not much.
And it's curious, too, because Heroic weren't doing anything crazy. I mean, they were doing all their bread and butter. Nilo's just searching out lower. X-Flower is getting a little bit of support to get mid control, right? Just getting himself like the walkout behind the smoke and then getting flashed into middle. It was literally what they do, 50% of the rounds on T side. So nothing crazy. They were just giving all the space that they needed. And then they were just running some simple strats out of Con, where they just crunched the A-bomb site. Aurora were playing it very passively, and so there was never any pushback from them. So it's just kind of a little bit confusing to me how they let it go so easily,
Yeah, and obviously you're going to see some Alcaran highlights in a moment, but Blair, I'll talk about the flip side to that coin, which obviously is Woxic. That's the other version of Woxic that you get in games. Very, it's rare when it happens, but when he's so adrift and doesn't get the AWP, sometimes it can be a disaster.
To be fair, he had the AWP a number of times as well. I don't think I've rarely seen Woxic have this rough a map overall, right? Where it's not necessarily like you're getting completely wrecked. It was obviously one-sided, but he was just whiffing so many shots. He's playing angles where it's kind of I'd put money on him hitting that shot every single time. But he's whiffing a lot of the shots. He was getting outdealed by rifles as well, and just such a rough game for him. Just the 5 kills, and if you actually look at his dead compilation, it must be so frustrating for him, right? This is a guy we touched upon as to how he's trying to lay down the law in the server with the AWP. We saw him in Dust 2 yesterday. We saw him in multiple maps where he's being so mobile, taking his duels, fighting. And when you get completely obliterated on the map like Mirage, when you had the AWP, what's your mentality heading into Inferno? It's a little worrying right now for the side of Aurora.
Yeah, we can pick apart some of the map. We've got a round 3 we want to look at.
Listen, it was like deja vu. We saw this yesterday as well, a 5v3 they threw away. This is going to be, the force by coming from Heroic. Zantares, great timing on the peak. Waikeda gets a kill onto LNZ. It's a 5v3, and just look at the way the members of Aurora die, right? They all have the weaponry over here. First is going to be Nilo swinging out wide. I'm not sure Wox is holding that angle, but it's MP9. It's fine. He gets taken down. And then just giving these, 1v1 fights coming out time and time again. And Alcaran, in the end, a little lucky on the kill on his Antares, but plays it clutch perfectly. Major, he was a low player early on. He was a little afraid to peek as the bomb was getting planted as well. So just it felt like a comedy of errors, and I've seen this every single time they play, right? Saw it yesterday with critical of them in that 5v3 on the B bomb side, which it threw away. And I feel like that round is when it just completely spiraled out of control for Aurora.
Yeah, I think you got to be so cautious now on the CT when you're in that force buy position. I just think the Tech 9 is just so crazy to have to go against with rifles.
And it's also not that hard. I mean, if you just turtle on the bomb sites, I mean, you have all the angles. You don't really let them get any space, right? And you can crunch whenever you want to, especially when it's 5v3. I mean, you have all the numbers that you would ever want. So it wasn't really a very difficult, even 5v3. You're spread all over the map, So it just felt very unnecessary, and that's kind of where Heroic got the way into the map, and then a couple of rounds later, another round where Woxic is posted up on tickets, misses a key shot on connector. Same thing happens, Heroic just get a very easy control of the A-bomb site, and half just runs away from them from there.
Yeah, and if you look at the scoreboard as well, if you ever point to a map that Aurora have lost, it's always Major at the top.
Yeah,
true. Yeah,
that is pretty much a universal rule. So, for Reddit, we're calling him Major today. Deal with it. So, why don't we talk? I guess you didn't see the thread.
I saw it.
Wait, there was a thread.
Is it Major or Major
or something else?
Major, force Major. Anyway,
why don't we talk about Inferno?
Look,
it's a punish pick according to Striker, and he was right about Mirage. So I'm going to listen to him.
He is right, but the thing is, like the entire conversation changes based on what happened in Mirage. If it was a closer affair, I'd still be like, yeah, we're going to see map number 3 coming out. The individuals look shook right now, right? The waking up so late. I think Jason mentioned in the cast as well, it'd be great if Zantares woke up a little early into the playing catch-up. I don't think anyone really woke up on the side of Aurora. So coming into Inferno, where yesterday, gotta remember, Rich, they got punished, right? It was looking a little bit, sorry, no, it was 3D Max. My brain, I'm having a brain fart.
It's fine, don't worry.
It's fine. It's too early in the morning for me. But Inferno is a map where, sure, they feel super comfortable, but again, if your individuals are popping up the way they are, the way you expect them to, can you really guarantee yourselves this particular map. So questions do arise. But that being said, I feel they've been drilled enough number of times on this map against really, really good opposition that they should still drag us to map number 3.
What I think is going to be key for me is Xantares, because I think what we were talking about on Mirage, when he was asserting himself in middle and trying to go for some of these openings, you know, to try to go for timings or waiting for the smokes to fade into a peak, we saw him thrive. But then he stopped doing that. He was turtling a bit more, and you know, he was giving up all the space. Inferno is the map where he gets all the space he wants on Banana. He has Jota entering for him. Jota's actually kind of crazily has something like a 40% opening duel rate, which is insane for a map for a guy who usually plays apps.
Yeah.
But he just entries a lot on Banana for Xantares, so Xantares gets all the support he needs. Major supports him from back from pit, and so they work from there. So that's what I'm going to be looking at.
I want to just look at his map right here. Look at his Xantares, and you're looking at xCloud, right? Look at where they're playing on that with the Banana position. And xCloud, one thing we've seen from his stats, as a prelude to this game, his entry stats are ridiculous, right? He's taking a lot of these insane opening duels and coming out on top and time again. And of course, on paper, it should be Xantares, who should be the better player. He is the Banana expert. We've seen him, just destroy teams single-handedly. But this is Xantares who seemingly is still in bed right now. And if that's the case, xCloud could just bully him on Banana.
I'll tag on the earlier point as well. I think on a map like Inferno, I think historically when Aurora are good on this map, I feel like Woxic does a lot in that mid area on the CT side, and he makes the picks, he goes for the plays, and I just wonder if he's in his head a little bit, because he is one of those players that, like, when he starts having a bad series, it can really run away from him. I mean, we've talked about tilt and vibes and all these other ephemeral concepts, but as I said, I've been a fan of Woxic for a long time, and it is the deficiency in his game. It's the one thing that I think has truly kept him from the elite level.
And I think we also saw that on Mirage, and not necessarily just because he was dying and whiffing. It was just some of these positions that he was playing. He was just being a little bit too cautious once he was having a bad game, and you could see he wasn't going for the same peaks that he would probably otherwise do. So just the confidence definitely tanked, so hopefully he can bring that back for Inferno.
A final thought from you, Blair? I mean, the series is going to go the distance. It's unthinkable Aurora could lose on Inferno, right?
Yeah, you see, unthinkable, Rich, but I think we talk about the woes on the T side, and I think Inferno, the T side, the past few games they played, it's been a little questionable. It hasn't been as well-rounded overall, right? Like the train we saw yesterday was pretty solid. So, listen, just win the pistol. Don't lose silly rounds. Don't lose those. Don't overcook or overthink those 5v3 scenarios. Just get off to a solid T side, and 100% we're going to be seeing map number 3 coming out here.
Yeah, this was Heroic's permabat until last month, effectively, and since then they've actually picked it up quite a bit. They played it like 4 times in a month now, which is obviously not that much experience if that's the first time playing the map, but still, I think the experience is going to prevail on Aurora's side.
All right, thanks a lot, gentlemen. We're going to have a break, and we're going to see if we can infer if Heroic are going to win this series. Aurora are hoping to say no. See you soon.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
We will shake these walls! We will raise them through!
Hello everyone, Jackie Powers here, back live from the building here at PGL Bucharest. This time around joined by the legend himself, Nerds from Team Liquid, Ashley Battier, of course, from GamerLegion, Museris and Saw, LNZ from Heroic. Is there a round or a play that sticks out to you?
I didn't have anything in my head, but when you said that, I remember Emma against Heroic in the major semi-final at Paris, on Mirage. Just coming up and I think he killed Jungle and then he killed the second guy Jungle who knew somehow he knew both were there. And I think he killed Ticket and then he killed the short guy and I think he might have even got the ace saving the last guy. I just remember thinking, oh my God, we're going to win. We're going to make the major final. We might win a major or something, and seeing like that from a player that I'd worked with for 2-3 years or something at this point, and just suddenly everything clicked for him and he was so confident and worked out and he showed his class, and I'm glad he did that. And then he's kind of kicked on his career big time, right? Won another major, and he's really settled in. I think again, he had a drop off, and he's kind of shown himself again. So that was that set his career up to that sort of play, and I remember very fondly because that's one of the biggest upsets ever, maybe the biggest upset ever, and that was a huge moment in it.
Yeah, legendary moment, man. It was beautiful.
For me, it's legendary.
Well. Yeah, it was, mate, hell of a time.
It'll probably be like in the Stockholm major, when it was the last game of when we played in NIP. We played against Copenhagen Flames, and we were losing. We were getting comebacked on, and then I had some 3K on Ancient, which made us come back. And I remember the casters were getting pretty hyped about it, and then we won the game and we made the quarterfinals in the major. And I think without that round, it probably wouldn't have happened.
Yeah.
We were choking that game so hard. So I think that would be probably that one.
That's the highlight.
I mean, the highlight against FaZe on Nuke, that's, I mean, what I felt on that moment, it's something that only happens one time in your life. That's the best round of my life, and of course that is going to stick with me forever.
It was the... I will say the biggest one, okay? So for me, I have two.
Okay.
I will build up, okay? So I think the ace that I did in the grand final against Mouse, we ended up in 1v3, I won, but for me, it's not that special. It doesn't matter. For me, it was one of the biggest teams there, and then it was against Heroic, 2023 IEM Cologne. For me, it was, I think they were leading by 12-10 or whatever it is. We were on T-side Mirage, I did 1v3. The next, I think it was also personal between the teams, and I did 1v3, and the next round, I was pulling a spray transfer, and I was standing up, and I was saying, I was telling Cadians, sit down, sit down, sit down. And for me, it was a really nice memory.
That's an awesome one, dude. That's a hell of a memory. It embodies you as a player as well. Flashy, talented, and a very awesome guy to talk to.
Thank you very much.
Aurora versus Heroic continues here, and it's time for the Turkeys to try and bounce back, Jason, because Mirage was a disaster. They've got to recover it now on Inferno. They are a team that have shown they can come back in these series, but I mean, that's got a sting coming in from the first.
Yeah, that was painful to watch. I mean, the only thing that kind of getting me through it is basically me telling myself, that's not the Aurora that I know. That's not the one that I remember. I think a lot of people might be thinking differently out there. I know there's a lot of strong opinions on Aurora. This is becoming way too consistent, this kind of up and down nature and these slow starts in it. So let's see if they bounce back here on Inferno. Yesterday, they lost Mirage to Team Liquid. They destroyed Team Liquid on Train and built that momentum into the third map. They can do something similar again here. A first map drop. If you can win here on Inferno, all of a sudden feeling better for that third map.
Up into Banana. It's going to be Woxic having to deal with 3 players from Heroic running him down.
He's got the utility as well. That's a smoke and a flash that just hits the deck.
Yep, and so now it's a big problem for Aurora. Not only do you not have that utility, but you're also in a 3v5. So Jordan making the only move available to them, which is taking the space at long and perhaps starting a wraparound. But Nilo's in the mini pit, and he could gather this info quite quickly. And there it is, immediately. Not only the info, but the headshot instantly.
Yeah, and I mean, they were even trying to pair this up with Wakadia's play out halls. If Nila doesn't get that instant headshot, so now Wakadia's just kind of on his lonesome. There it is, pop up. Good shot. Okay.
Yeah, just
pistol round
sharp shooting. Heroic come in pretty locked in today, Jason. Everyone's kind of had their moments. I think even Alcoran's AWP over Mirage was really sharp, really impactful. So it's scary to see this. Heroic do have a lot of firepower available, and they're all clicking at the moment.
Yeah, everything's working out very, very nice. Great pistol round, good start. Xantaras can't get anything done through the smoke. Woxic kind of caught and stuck with nowhere to go. From here, it's all just easy one-taps.
Really is.
I know, I wasn't lying to you.
Just straight up one-taps.
Being dead serious.
Oh, Tech9's Mac 10, P250. That's what Aurora have brought to play in this second round. No bomb plant means a weak force bite. And Nilo, not so clean in the first, which means he is going to be taken out by Magic, but the rest of his teammates have done very well here. And this force bite cast aside with some confidence as a Heroic just bring the fight to them.
Yeah, one M4 to be picked up in the balcony. The FAMAS will be traded off for that. Woxic giving them plenty of time to go recover it. And a nice second round from Heroic, who don't let anything get crazy. Don't conversion now. So they get a hot start, and we had that conversation on Mirage. Aurora, again, just really struggling to get out on the right foot, so they'll probably likely go down 3-0, and then we'll see if they can reverse their fortunes. Mirage on the CT side, never able to string rounds together.
Never.
I don't think they've, I mean, this is something that Aurora's got to look at this map and be like, all right, let's at least do that.
Can we, 2 rounds in a row, please? That would be nice. Right now, though, not going to be around with a unlikely to do too much damage, but they have invested Tech9s and a P250 into it. There's a world in which they could have just full ecoed with 0 investment, but they want to give it a go. I suppose you got to start tackling the issue of the money situation from the get-go, because Heroic are going to start swelling that cash.
Yeah, you want to keep it honest, don't you? At least in this round, 2-3 kills would be lovely. We'll see if they can get there. Aurora very nervous after the opening nade salvo that there was going to be a push to follow it up like there was in the previous round. So back away and play it slow. Major decides not to execute anything with any kind of utility, just buying a little bit more time to bleed a few more pieces of nades out from the Heroic defense. They're happy to stand pat. They got some deep angles in Banana. Very confident in the M4 and X-Floud, especially knowing it's going to be up against pistols in this round.
All right, rush up Banana. Through the utility they go. They actually smoke that molly. X-Floud going to be readying himself for first oranges. His teammate taking the first fight from behind that fountain. X-Floud actually gets overwhelmed. Too many targets. The USP pulled out. LNZ stabilizes for the time being, but a rifle now picked up, scooped up by Aurora. And let's see if there's going to be anything on the cards in terms of a bomb plan. Nila's going to try and make that impossible, and will do so by dropping Woxic, leaving Xantaras in Banana at 1v3 with 18 seconds left.
They're very fortunate LNZ gets that double kill with the USP. That was a very disjointed setup for how much time they created for themselves. The molly at the half wall, the smoke over in the choke point. They really didn't get any kind of comfortable positions, almost entirely overran. It's LNZ to save the day and the rest of his teammates to mop up the round. So 3-0 start now for the Heroic side.
Yeah, this is X-Floud doesn't do great in terms of the impact he's able to pick up, and you're right, LNZ does save the round there for Heroic. Aurora, kind of the outcome they're hoping for though. You know, decent amount of kills. Now you get into the buy round you were always saving for. 5 AK-47s out across the board for Aurora. Gotta see them start winning immediately. And this is a team that got banged out on Mirage. You don't want to have another hole to dig yourself out of. You don't want to be 5-0 down to kick off the map.
I mean, at this point, just give us some life. You know, give us
anything.
Challenge the round. I want to see what they're going to have on Inferno, or if this team is just going to drift away in this series. Heroic 1 map away from the playoffs here at PGL Masters Bucharest.
Yeah, 2-0 up at the moment. It would be a 3-0 qualification for Heroic into the next stage as well. I mean, this is a team we've been talking about. Kind of negative headlines. This is a team that just lost their major qualification at Pro League, that bottled that one.
I mean, in that sense too, though, think of it from the direction of this is so incredibly important to them, considering they don't have a whole lot of events left in the season.
Yeah, that's true. Best of 3 Swiss is the massive prize pool. Kind of like the major, but better.
In a way.
Without the top elite teams, but
But they got that BO5 final.
Superior format. Well, we've got Zantares going out for the peak at top middle. It's going to be Youngstar and Nilo taking a couple of kills between them, and xFloud nipping down through Banana. It's a shutdown and no life in Aurora yet. Woxic may just start to ignite, though. It's a kill on towards Nilo. And there's another shot from Woxic, taking LNZ down, leaving it into a 2v2. Pushing out, though, is Alcarin. And Woxic will go down. It's Jota with a 1v2, leaping into the bomb site, looking to win this round out for Aurora. 20 seconds, bomb picked up. Realizes he can make a risky play here, and it's going to work out really well for him. But he can't get back through the smoke as xFloud drops him, and smoke fades away, and it's a 4-0 start for Heroic.
Yeah, xFloud with the intelligent bait there. Let his teammate go down out in the open. Make sure you're going to be safe on your peak. Secure the round. Let him fall if need be. But man, Aurora just can't break through. Nice mid defense as well. Crossfire, not even a whole lot of utility. No pop flash peaks, just 2 players taking some battles when Aurora's distracted with that control.
Yeah, it's not always bad to be a baiter, it turns out, Jason.
You just got to do it in the right place and time, you know?
Yeah.
Like everything.
6-1 now for xFloud. AK-47 is a hero AK for Wakadia. Look how quick Aurora trying to get up through Banana. They sensed a weakness perhaps a couple of rounds ago. That was saved by LNZ's USP, but this time it's the grenade to slow them down. Not only does it slow them down and remove one player, but look how much health damage has been done to Aurora.
Yeah, you talk about like trying to get some economic damage to keep the money low for the CT side. This is a great chance for Heroic to just build up some cash. Good win. That's the AK-47. Not really recoverable as well. And Heroic, they know it's weaker weapon, so they're more than happy to stand and fight out in the open.
This is brutal right now.
AK recovered by Zantares.
Always a shot for some damage, for some magic. Let's see what Zantares can do with this AK. Blinded, perfect utility, perfect peak, and LNZ has taken all 4 Aurora players so far.
Yeah, it seems like the comms, the cohesion, the intuition playing together on the Heroic side is just...
it's flowing.
It's miles, kilometers for you above Aurora.
We do miles.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Nice.
Well, kind of weird.
Welcome to the club. Yeah.
We mix it up.
Okay.
Centimeters, miles.
You crazy Irish kids.
Yeah, we do all kinds of things going on.
You do stones?
We do stones, yeah, in my part of Ireland at least.
Okay. Let's not go down that road. Good utility use in Banana early on for Heroic. This is suffocating. Aurora can't get anything going. All 5 players survive for Heroics. That money just blows up. 3 players right at 6K. xFloud not too far behind. So Aurora, yet another map in this tournament where they got to do it on Nightmare mode, grinding against full buys round and round again. Coming out of their first time out into round 6.
On fire. Fire.
Fire.
Well, just a little MAC-10 for Wakadia. Everybody else gets to play with a big boy gun, though.
Yeah, he got a hero AK in the previous round, you know? You can't feel too bad.
Yeah, true.
You had your chances.
Well, 3 max, a 13-8 win on Inferno over FlyQuest. That was the second map of the series, I do believe. Now we're going into 3 over that.
I like that. I want to see Astralis. Astralis in the same boat too as Aurora to me. It's like, show me something, boys. Give me something.
And the big names in the tournament. Alcarin waiting up, looking for a shot in the bedroom. Able to connect it. It's going to be Youngstar instead, finding success in the apartments. And Alcarin will drop back.
Just look how hard it is as a battle for Aurora to just get the first step, right? To take Hull's control. Now you've lost a player. It's been costly every time you've tried to take Brackets control. You've lost a few players kind of scaling up Banana as well. Heroic is making them pay for every inch of map control they want to get. Nilo going to be smoked off. Counter Molotov, or counter nade, excuse me, do a little bit of chip damage. A lot of chip damage onto Zantares down to 55. Another one comes in and brings him even lower.
Alright. Decent towards top middle. Woxic walks right into him. Descent back into the side, and Alcarin nearly catching enough of Wakadia to drop him on the exit of the apartments. 40 seconds. Aurora held at the door and held back at short. It's Nilo now in position with his teammate inside of the site. It is going to be near impossible here for Aurora to break through the final waves of defense.
I like that. I like that Nilo held back on the wide swing earlier. That would have been cool if he could have timed that a little bit better. Peeks before the flash, but what do? Major and Zantares know they're boxed in, know that everyone knows exactly where they are. Desperately trying to clear out this player. Flashbang is in. Major can't find the kill. It's Nilo. And now just Zantares with 21 HP, but there's no escape for him.
No, just has to hide away in Boiler, and man, this is rough. This has been a really bad day at the office for Aurora. It's been absolutely nothing. It is complete collapse, and then Xantares dies after the time. It's $150 in the bank for Xantares.
I think this has been so dominant from Heroic on map 1, and now these 6 rounds on Inferno that I think just even like the mental focus of Aurora has been knocked out off. Like,
there's got to be just one big moment in the game where someone knocks them back in.
Might need like 6 big moments at this point.
Yeah, that's fair.
The problem too is like who you know, sometimes when we see this happen, right, there's like one player on the losing team who's popping off, who's at least getting kills, who's at least finding frags, and just not enough across the team. It's no one right now. What is this? This is 8 total kills for Aurora in 6 rounds of play.
Quick math.
Yeah, just not even close to enough to do anything.
And $150 as well for Xantares. She's just very poor right now.
Yeah, he's having a rough go of it, isn't he?
That's actually so insane.
You should get a decoy though, if you're Xantares, you know? You gotta
given him a
you gotta contribute something.
I like that they found a job for Xantares. They're like, here you go. You can carry this.
Here you go, little guy.
Smoke.
Yeah, this is your job.
And a Tech 9 as well. There you go. See what you can do with that. Well, Heroic very likely to continue this run of rounds. 7-0. Just around the corner.
The utility damage has been just absolutely incredible for Heroic.
Yeah.
At CT side Inferno, it's kind of to be expected. Heavy hit coming in towards the A bomb site. Only one player in the site itself.
Well, Nilo in the cubby. Alcoran's taking the initial attention. Not so clean from Nilo, but eventually committed to. The kill confirmed. And now Alcoran, he's taking damage, but that AWP is going to be overrun. And that was a gap that could be shut down here by Youngstar. Not a very good position, though, in the end, because he gets caught by that flash. A little bit awkward on the repeat from Wakadia. And the bomb has gone into the site. Oh, Nilo gets away with one. At least keeps his teammates within touching distance of this. But Aurora, this is their best shot at a round win in a long time.
Yeah, but let's find out how they're going to lose this one. 2-on-2, bombs inside the site. Nilo...
Well, one of the two only has a Tech 9 and no Kevlar, and it's just been spotted. And it's now just Madger left alone, and X-Cloud's gonna win it out. At least one Turkish player's fragging today.
Dude, they can't do anything. They just lose every situation. This is going back to Mirage as well, where Heroic found every single solution to every single problem. It's happening again. And X-Cloud's got to feel extra special doing this to his former teammates. Just putting him in his back pocket. 8-1 for X-Cloud. He had a fantastic start on Mirage too. He's been lovely to get Heroic off on the right foot.
Hey, you have to imagine he's very fired up about this game today.
And dude, we talked about on Mirage the money issues for Aurora as well. They're having them on the T side of Inferno here, right? Like it's supposed to be an easier time managing this T side economy, but with all the things that have occurred, the hero buys coming in with an AK-47 on the Wakadia, Xantares going down after time. Everyone's cash is all over the place and all sorts of screwed up.
Utility has just been perfect from Heroic this entire half. Obviously making it really difficult for Aurora to actually play forward. At least they haven't got a lot of utility damage done against them this round, Aurora. That's a difference from previous rounds.
Yeah.
I mean, you've got a scraping the bottom of the barrel here.
Yeah, you're not half dead by the time you're at half wall.
Yeah, but here comes the fights. The peak missed shot, that's going to cost them. And now X-Blood trying to clean up. Spray's only good for one, and honestly, not looking too hot here for Heroic's retake chances either. At least some utility, a bucket of it still on the floor. And, they're going to miss a few pieces of it.
Yeah, that Molotov hit a little curve on that window, just went straight down, so that's frustrating for LNZ, but that Molotov wasn't going to do much. This is the first round for Aurora. You're not going for this retake. I know you're flush with cash, but still too early in the round to throw it away for what's really feels like an unwinnable situation.
Yeah, it comes from a missed shot as well from Alcoran.
He's had a couple of those the past few rounds with the AWP. Last round he got flustered with some of the early damage he took in the chase around long. This time just a shot with no chance to get back into safety. However, exit kills for Heroic would be really painful. Take some of these guns out of their hands if you can. LNZ gonna come in for the peak. One kill is there. Anything else is incredible.
LNZ fighting on, and he will go down eventually by Madger's hand.
Yeah, the economic damage doesn't have the biggest impact in the world just because Aurora win that with some Tech 9s with, I'm not going to say like a half buy or a
also loss bonus.
Yeah, loss bonus. Which has just disappeared. So if it again goes back to the theme of Mirage. If you can't win 2 in a row, you're in a really weird place as Aurora.
That's true. We have yet to see it happen.
Like you got money to buy, but with a losing bonus reset, cash is gonna disappear quickly. So kind of a must-win round for Aurora if they want to get back into Inferno in the first half.
Woxic anticipating a boost over the top of the smoke, but it won't be coming through from Heroic. Alcaran's AWP now positioned over towards A. Be a walk up through the apartments. Blocked by utility for the time being. But Alcaran again goes down with nothing.
Save.
Youngstar being committed into. Needed a huge multi-kill, just couldn't get it done, and now it will be Heroic having a save on the other side of the map, but even LNZ going down as that smoke is broken open.
Okay, that's maybe the best round we've seen out of Aurora all day. Even just in terms of how it looked, right? It felt very coordinated, very well, like they were all kind of working towards the same goal. Really nice strike and an odd timing to take down Alcaran, who's... this is 3 rounds in a row now. He's had a tough go of it.
Definitely becoming the liability of this Heroic defense over the last few rounds.
Yeah, I'll say at least the last 2 rounds, they've only had 2 defenders at this bomb site, so I think Alcaran might be missing a little bit of support he's used to having, but certainly he's been...
Gotta get at least one.
Yeah, he's the guy, he's missed his op shots, and he's been the guy taken out first in 3 rounds in a row as the bomb site exec begins, so really a tough stretch for him. That is a chicken floating.
Yeah, it is. Look at those feet. You ever had chicken feet?
I fed them to my dogs.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
I'm sure they loved it.
I myself have not consumed chicken feet.
I walked down Chinatown in London and seen them in the window.
Yeah? How'd you go for like the 3-for-1 special?
You know what? I didn't have it in me back then to eat the chicken feet, but now I've been to some weird places in the world. I'm so down.
When I was in Cambodia, the street food was like almost like a shish kebab stick with fried tarantula, fried scorpion, and a fried snake, I think.
Did you try any of them?
Yes.
You did? Dude, I have watched you pour meat out of ramen in the Nordic countries. But you eat that in Cambodia.
It was a small bite. It was a small bite.
Well, we've got xCloud ready at the top cart. M4 ready to go. Santara is going to be cleared out by xCloud, who continues to try and spray down through the banana smoke. Magic to respond immediately, and then a grenade lands right at his feet.
Oh, risky play. He wanted that AK-47 desperately. He'll be rewarded. He gets away without taking any damage. However, this does leave just Youngstar alone at the A bomb site for the moment, but Aurora's in no position to challenge or take any space there. At this point, I think, Heroic, you've almost got to time this so you just go for a B push. You just say, all right, good luck, Youngstar. We're going to be pushing down banana. Any moment, we'll be flanking. He's desperately asking for them to speed up because he feels the exec coming in. They're going to be a little bit behind.
And they continue to walk down banana here. LNZ taking some space. That's going to free up Nilo for a rotation back over towards B. Youngstar, he's got to feel very uncomfortable right now.
He just needs to, I liked his first position.
Oh, he gets back to the angle at long, but it's going to be Alcaran making up for it and then peeks into the open before his gun was even ready. And so Woxic is able to trade out the sniper on the other side. Major, Woxic, and Joda. Player advantage into the post plant.
Yeah, I think with the timing of this flank, they're going to feel like they have the chance to maybe look for one more. But LNZ's about to get flanked out. Easy free kill for Joda. And then the round's done. Yeah, he got to back away now. Nilo with that AK that he grabbed in banana, that's all he's got to hang on to.
3 rounds in a row now for Aurora.
And they needed all 3 because money's pretty much gone. With this AK-47 save, Nilo can drop one over. They'll have a full buy, so maybe one more buy round left to burn through for Aurora, but they are finally working themselves into this series.
Yeah, this is the first time that we've seen them in this series perform like this. Nilo just about holding on to his AK as well. Down to 11 HP on the save call. And yeah, well-earned fist bumps and high fives going out, and also forcing a timeout for Heroic. So Coach Toba is on the mic.
I think they're going to have a conversation about what they want to do with the economy in terms of, do you want to force buy here, or do we do like a half buy with upgraded pistols around this AK-47 and play for the last? I like the decision to go for the buy. Youngstar's picked up an M4. Nilo can drop one over to LNZ. Everyone else can get some rifles as well. They'll be missing utility, missing some kits, but actually they've changed their mind as we see Sellback decide to go for the smaller buy, the smaller investment, and play for the final round of the half. So a chance for Aurora to get a 4th round on the board here, where they have an advantage in terms of utility and weaponry in a big way. or they've come right back into a buy.
Yeah, this buy is actually good. You've got an AK for Nilo, M4 and everybody else, and AWP for Alcaraz. So you're really not missing too much.
Yeah, but the indecision, the decision to go for it, sell it back, and then picking up scouts and pistols, and then selling those back and going for it. That indecision is always a little nerve-wracking coming late in the timeout, late in freeze time. Do they actually have a plan that they're all comfortable and set with?
There's the jump up from Xantares. Gonna get his head down in behind the half wall. Nilo waiting under the porch. Look at Youngstar ready to go out here for the window peek off of the bedroom balcony. It's gonna be Wakadia, the first victim of round 11.
Well, Wakadia can't believe he took that risk of being completely exposed to alt mid to bridge just to find that kill.
Oh, now it throws a bit of a spanner into the works for Aurora.
Ooh, I think this is a misread. Keep rotating. You just had... If Youngstar is going to be that confident in peeking out the balcony, like, you have to know it's going to be the B bomb site.
Smoke's faded away now. Broken open. An explosive finish into the B site. LNZ taken down immediately. Xcloud out of position. And you had a great start to the round, but a Heroic have let it slip. And Aurora sink their teeth deep into the B bomb site post-plant.
Yeah, you have to save here as well. And that's the... Man, they got everything they wanted. Instead of rotating a third player over to the B bomb site, they rotated one away from the B bomb site, despite the fact that alt mid was clear, despite the fact that Youngstar was able to say, hey, I got the one in middle. Just a misread of the situation. Maybe a sign of getting flustered off this streak from Aurora, where they've been the dominant squad for the first time in a map and a half of play. Heroic had them in a stranglehold the same way they did on Mirage, and they've let them out of it for free.
Oh, it's one of those things where you're kind of sitting back and you can't see how it's going to happen yet.
Yeah.
But you can't see how Aurora are going to get into it, but you kind of just know at some point there's going to be at least one patch of form where they're going to have a window of opportunity to get into the game, and they've taken it now.
Yeah? Did you feel that way in Mirage?
No. But on Inferno...
On Inferno, specifically.
I was waiting for... This had to be the moment. There had to be a certain point where they could get into it, but they've taken that opportunity, and I think, we're going to bang on against Alcaraz in those first couple of rounds. Sure, missed shots, but it's Aurora making the most of their opportunities now as well. Last round of the half available. 7-5 would be incredible for Aurora, considering the deficit that they had. And Xantares is up through Banana. He's had a very quiet game still, so there's even more room for improvement here for Aurora.
Same exact round. Forward to Banana at the start. Wakadia to lurk mid and alt mid. Watch for any pushes on that side of the map. Make sure the boys can't get flanked as they wait out and trade this utility. Gonna be a very oppressive hit from Aurora. 2 Molotovs, 2 smokes, a flashbang, an HE grenade. They got all the tools to get in. They just got to be concerned about this boost. But with 3 players here, somebody needs to get into the bomb site. Somebody needs to play past coffins so you can set up a crossfire with the boosted player.
Full commitment to the B finish.
And there's no noise in middle, no noise in halls.
On the start of this half, it was such a great hold of the B bomb site. Time and time again, LNZ was off to the races and once again returns to that form. To round out this first half, it will be Heroic grabbing 8 rounds on the CT side. MIBR and a 1v5 can't do anything about the outcome of this one. A shutdown on B, and Heroic swarm it.
Yeah, that was just telegraphed the whole way. No presence anywhere else on the map. Easy round for Heroic. So I think both teams are going to be relatively happy with this half of Counter-Strike that they've put out. Heroic, obviously, with a very dominant start, but getting that one final win to have a positive note going into the break. And then Aurora just saying, at least we recovered. At least we got 4 rounds, and we gave ourselves a window to work with as we switch sides over to the CT side of Inferno. So it's going to be Heroic's attacking side that has to close out this series if they can on Inferno.
Yeah, you need pissed around, and really, it's not just so much it would be good to have a good start, you need a good start in this second half now if you're Aurora. If you lose the pistol, you need to win the force fight. It's a great hold from LNZ of B for the majority of this first half. There's a player who can go missing every now and then, but can't have performances like this. And obviously it's going to be feeling pretty confident after what he was able to output there in that first half. 14-7.
Yeah, 3 out of the 4 pistol rounds have been won by Heroic, which doesn't bode well for Aurora. However, back on Mirage, they did win both of the second rounds despite losing the pistol, so you have that to kind of work with and see where it goes. But obviously, just outright winning the pistol itself would be the easier route to take if Aurora can find it. Dualies on Wakadia and Zantares. Smoke, flash, nade on Major. For Heroic's attacking side in this pistol, they've got 3 flashes, 2 smokes, 2 mollies, and an HE grenade to utilize throughout the round for their tactics. All 5 headed up the T stairs towards Banana.
Oh, Zantares waiting. He's been waiting all series long to really get going. And he won't find any success in this pistol round. Zantares taken down immediately. That smoke drops as Major trying to protect himself in that B-bomb site for a little bit longer, but Heroic, given how quickly they got that initial kill, don't mind just hitting the pause button and respecting that smoke.
Yeah, no need to barrel through it. They've got a full utility ready to go, so wait it out. You know it's only going to be the one smoke, and then you've got flashes. You've got tons of them. 3 flashbangs, 2 smokes. You're going to get CT and Coffin smoked off. Molotov, you'd imagine, over towards New Box. And Emo. Excuse me, and first oranges. There's the swing, there's the easy kill.
Oh
Major
my God,
goes down as well.
one.
Yeah, I mean, like, look, when you have an execute going against you like that on the CT side pistol and you've got no counter nades, you're just kind of screwed. You're just kind of done.
Yep. Wrap it up, pack it in. 9-4 now for Heroic.
All 4 pistols for Heroic in the 2 maps of play as well.
You need the second round force here, Aurora. Otherwise, it feels like this series is going to be wrapped up. Heroic, you're going to go 3-0 in the Swiss stage.
It's going to be what's going to be interesting is to see if they don't convert the second round. What's your buying going to be like? How do you decide to manage the economy in that situation with the disparity on the scoreboard?
Might be panic mode.
Might be.
Well, it's really impressive that Heroic are doing this right now because this is a team that went to CAC in China last week. They had to play with Hades because Alcarin couldn't make it to the event.
Yes.
Hades was the top-rated player throughout the group stages. Made it into the semifinals. Again, Heroic, I'm excited about the players in this team, and I think that's the most frustrating part about it is just the roster inconsistencies that they've had. You know, losing a player like Tanir is obviously going to set you back to the Stone Age for a while, but, you know, they're showing what they're capable of at events of this caliber. To take a win over Aurora to get 3-0 in the Swiss as well would be quite huge.
Yeah, you'd be very pleased with that. Here's the flashbang, here's the swing. Oh, Blinded still gets 1, and it all goes the way of Heroic.
16-4 now for Exlot as well. I mean, there's got to be just something in the back of his mind. Well, not even probably at the front of his mind.
He's got the biggest smile on his face when he goes to shake hands.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, good game.
He's just loving it. Turkey wins either way. Here's Major's turn. Flashes into the fight and dead to LNZ. So we're now looking at 10 rounds for Heroic. Picked up in a very convincing fashion. Not a single player has died, despite being very close to removing a couple of them. Next game is Bay versus Pain.
That, I mean, man, I know I said I thought Aurora would win this series 2-0 today, based off what we saw yesterday. I'm just gonna go ahead and do it again for the Bait series. Like with the way we saw Bait play yesterday, I don't know. I'm not one of those guys who has a whole lot of confidence in this Pain lineup. No,
I think the Alex 666 in-game leader move has worked out pretty well for
Pain.
Pain.
It's looked great. They called some fantastic T-sides yesterday.
Yeah, they beat 3Max 13-9 on Inferno. That was their most impressive result. Just about got through Ancient, which was their own map pick. All right, then. Let's see. Aurora, they've gone for the investment. They've thrown everything in.
Yeah, you can't blame them. I don't mind it at all. Obviously, they're just trying desperately to put a stop to this to give themselves a chance moving forward. If you're Heroic, you have to expect to buy every round. You might feel like you're trying to read the economy, going to be a low buy, but just in your head, just say every single round that we play is going to be a full buy. Molotov towards Woxic's position to force back the scout, and it will. Top banana control taken from Heroic.
Nice shot from Woxic. Follow-up kill from Woxic and Major, though. So that pretty much just put Aurora in pole position to win this round.
Yeah, I don't think they were expecting a buy. That's a very cocky way to handle an anti-force buy in this situation. They just kind of walk right into it, but also Wakadia gives it right back. Talk about arrogant, just coming out of the open nade in hand. Youngstar's happy to thin the herd a little bit.
Dude, 2v3, very doable now for the side of Heroic with 50 seconds still on the clock. Bomb in their possession. If they find Jota on this aggressive play down second middle,
Yeah, but if they, I mean, you almost need to wait for Youngstar to get a little bit closer. Okay, Nilo's looking for it, turns at the wrong time, at the wrong moment, and now Joda's got them frozen. 30 seconds on the clock. Youngstar's got time to handle this situation and continue playing the round, but doesn't realize that one has slipped into the bomb site.
Centaurus, he's going to swing out with that MP9. And well, yep, finally actually celebrating around victory here, Aurora.
Potentially a mistake of inexperience on the heroic side of things. Had all the utility in the world to flash that corner if you really wanted to peek it, to drop some utility and smoke off CT to give yourself some cover at these peaks, but they never expected the scout MP9 in that position. And then beautiful repause from Joda when he realizes nobody's home on that side of the map. 10-5. Aurora might be right back into it. They have to win this round to give us that confidence.
Yeah, it was the CT side that really struggled on Mirage. Failed to put 2 rounds together on it in the first half. Let's see if they can change that straight away here on Inferno. The LNZ walking up into top middle, getting spotted out by Woxic. He's going to toss out utility based on that. Wait, Wakedi is peaked now from long. LNZ, he's not slowing down. Look at that. Standing in the fire, though. Took too much damage in that rifle exchange and does lose enough health for that fire to be effective. Now, Joda's waiting on the balcony. A lot of players coming towards him. Grenade's going to clear the smoke, and Joda's going to clear them out. 3K, no problem from the balcony, and it's Heroic now crumbling just down to Youngstar. 28 HP as he attempts this clutch as Xantares 2-9. And you're right, it might just be Aurora getting back into this game now off the back of that previous round victory.
This is a really bad pair of rounds for Heroic to have called in this kind of situation. It feels like, I mean, obviously I mentioned that last round, it felt like they were just trying to take too many liberties, thinking it was going to be a save. This looks like they're trying to deliver an uppercut punch, like right out of the gate as soon as possible, just to get that win as fast as possible. And now you've just given Joda a ton of confidence in these back-to-back rounds. You've given Aurora a ton of confidence. You've put yourself onto a save.
Now you're playing the bells.
Soothing.
Yeah. Relaxing.
Beautiful.
Well, I think they need a soothing moment here because they just got absolutely destroyed in the last 2 rounds. That put the ointment on. Take a breather.
Take a break.
Because
take a seat.
Trying to win the rounds fast. Trying to win the game fast. It's going to have the opposite effect now, Jason.
Well, yeah, especially because, I mean, also the money on the Aurora side is just going to get so much better. You have a very clean round previously as you wipe them out. This is likely going to be another relatively clean round unless things get crazy. Xantares has another onto Youngstar. So nice and easy, but yeah, Aurora's going to be flush with cash, a ton of momentum now within 3 rounds. They're going to be feeling good, and they had to play a lot of this series on that nightmare mode of the incredible amount of cash that Heroic had built up. Now it's time for them to inflict that pain. Every round is a buy round. Heroic's have to grind out these last 3 rounds in very, very difficult fashion.
Yeah, it's going to be buy round after buy round. And nightmare mode begins now for Heroic. Feeling like they were so close, but now this series win has just got a lot further away from them.
Yeah, it really has. It's going to be tough from here. Clap of the hands back into the server. Round 18, 10-7. Fully kitted out as Aurora. Heroic missing a few pieces of utility, but nothing too crazy. Oh, they're going to go for it again. Fast up middle as this molly expires. They're going to extinguish it themselves and use it to wrap out long. They assume the triple B start, and they're right. So Joda and Woxic, tons of pressure on their shoulders.
We mentioned Joda getting confidence. He's still fragging out from balcony. It's another multi. Joda goes back to the apartments. He's run out of bullets in the M4, but he's still got that 5-7 and half HP. Not going to be finished off as Nilo finds an essential kill here for Heroic to keep them in it. But enough damage being done by Joda to keep that A defense strong and also allow the rotations to arrive for Aurora. There's the peak. X-Flood gets cleared, and this is done. Heroic do not break through the initial defenses. Despite looking like they had the right move, the right breakthrough, Aurora stays strong, and now they're all fired up as they know there's only 2 rounds left until they're tied up in this game, and this next round should be relatively free. There's not going to be a huge amount of money for Heroic.
Yeah, Joda's given him the business in these past few rounds. This is Joda carrying Aurora back into this game with 3 highly impactful rounds, but also I'm not pleased with the Heroic calling that I'm seeing. These are back-to-back, very fast-paced rushes.
Right. We were just talking about LNZ's great individual performance, but now we switch to maybe criticizing the calling because, yeah, it's been
not in like a general sense about him. Just this game in particular.
Right.
I think these last 3 calls have been really off the mark, and I think more than anything, it's what's letting Aurora get back into the game in such convincing fashion.
Well, they're going to be back in the game. I mean, this next round is Tech 9s to get for Heroic and a little bit of utility. And yeah, it's just the amount of money that Heroic are going to have to deal with on the Aurora side of things now that just makes this really difficult for the rest of the map. Could be a world in which this is just 13-10 for Aurora.
Feels really weird to say it, but I don't know. Maybe I'll wait for Heroic's next gun round to see what they're going to bring in. Getting that foreboding sense of being like, this feels over that Aurora's going to win it, but they're down by 2. But it just, from what we've seen so far, this Heroic T side hasn't been pretty, so maybe they can change some things. Maybe another timeout is on the cards to really discuss how you want to adapt. But remember, Mirage was much more slow, it felt like, and calculated and strategic. This has just been bang.
Trying to get through, trying to break through them.
Yeah, it's just been grouped up, hit the site as fast and aggressively as possible.
Yeah, I think Aurora have thrown that respect right in their face, though. You know, you're not getting past Joda today on that CT side towards the A-bomb side with some quicker plays. You even made the right call. You were going into a setup that started 3B.
Yeah.
You went into a 2-man setup on A. Just unfortunately for them, the strength of Joda was the equivalent of an extra player. Under a minute on the clock. Coming up through Banana, around that half wall. Gonna be Matcher with the first, holds down the mouse 1. Gets the second kill as well. Wakadia handling the pressure at long, calls it. 1 is getting to the archway. Woxic will deal with that problem, and Elker now in Banana alone. So no kills even in this round. So money is not going to be a problem for Aurora for pretty much the rest of the game now.
Yeah, they should be fine. Zantara's at 12,000. Round's not even over yet. Major at, 14,000 now. 15K for Zantara's. 10,000 for Wakadia. Yeah, Cash is feeling great. Aurora is loving this right now.
How quickly things fall apart.
Well, and also like how it's got to be shocking to some degree, like the disparity of the feeling inside the server, but we can clearly see it from outside. The difference of Aurora in this half versus the last 3 halves of Counter-Strike played, 2 on Mirage in the first half here on Inferno. Right now, this Aurora, this is the completely different team. This is Tier 1 Aurora versus the Tier 2 Aurora that we got in the series so far.
X-Floud running up to top Banana, not finding the success he was finding earlier on the map. He's taken down straight away by Wakadia. Opening kill goes in favor of Aurora again. And that's one step in the direction of tying up this game on Inferno.
Well, now they're going through the motions. Smoke off left mid, Molly underneath quad. Clear out the position so you can take this with comfort. Now brackets control, but 3 defenders here, including Woxic, all playing at the front of the bomb site. It's Joda and Pitt who's had the hot hand, 11 kills.
Wakadia can move in front of that long smoke. Oh, this angle, it's going to be good for at least one, surely, but nope. Youngstar ready for the peek. Wakadia to topple. Woxic's ready for the response, though, and a dry peek from LNZ right into the AWP scope.
Dry peek where he just kind of stopped out in the open as well.
Yeah, it makes it as easy as possible for Woxic to take that. 30 seconds on the clock. Joda's still alive, remember. He's down in the pit. And it's going to be very difficult. Not impossible, really, for Heroic to break through into A. Get flashed up. Again, it's just Joda. It's unrelenting. No mercy from Joda from Pit. It's 10-10. The scoreline's tied up, and Aurora are not just back. And it's exactly what you were saying just a few moments ago, Jace. It feels like this map has been lost by Heroic already.
Yeah, that little stretch of 3 rounds it lost all my confidence in Heroic to be able to close this one out. Completely different looking teams on both sides. Heroic has just disappeared. Aurora has leveled up. All off the back of Joda as well. Just been an absolute menace, and he's basically said the A-bomb site's closed a number of times. You haven't been able to take control of Banana without sustaining heavy losses. Haven't been able to crack into the B-bomb site either. This T side is looking very, very scary. Heroic out of gas in round 21. Six rounds in a row for the Aurora defense.
And as an underdog, it's got to be a very deflating feeling Losing a map like this, going into the third, deciding of Dust 2. Could be a world in which Aurora just stomped them on map 3 as well.
Again, that's how I mentioned. It could have been the same exact thing as Liquid yesterday. Lose that first map, but second map, you win it clean, you win it strong, and it gets everyone back, it gets everyone focused, gives all the energy back into the squad, and then you can run away with map 3.
The defenses of Aurora ready to lock down this A-bomb site again. Woxic in the site. Jota and Wakadia combining in the pit. The flashes are effective. The kills are in, and that A-bomb site does topple for the first time in a while. But Azantara is now unleashed. Flash over the top, goes in, breaks away the pit player, but xCloud's ready to respond with the AWP. And it's on MIBR for a retake. Will it be the lead being taken by Aurora or Heroic? The bomb has just been planted. MIBR slips through, and he had a chance, but xCloud nails the headshot. And finally, Heroic put an end to the streak.
All right, well, Jota can't hit shots when he's blind. That's a fantastic flashbang chucked out for that execute. Both pit players get completely eat it, and neither of them can get a clean look at the fight. By the time Jota's vision comes back, he's already done. He's already in trouble. That's a lovely way to break through. The AWP on Woxic inside the site couldn't get into safety as well, so Heroic snatched one out of nothing, and all of a sudden, they regain the lead. But yet to win against a full buy of Aurora. They have that's the first round they won since round 2 of this half.
Flashes over the top. It's going to be MIBR straight away. An opening kill to respond to. xCloud peeks out and stays committed to the cause. He's going to take MIBR down, and remember, if they continue to push forward, Alcarin's ready on top of the logs, and he's going to miss a shot. Actually, they hit the legs. It looked like he might have connected there as Wakadia goes down to 48 HP, but it cost him any firepower as he continues to fight forward. And then Alcarin realizes it's too chaotic. He's got to get away from the fire.
Yeah, he's like, I'm going a little bit crazy. Okay, timing on this. Easy for Jota. Yeah, not there. Nelo taken down from behind. And I think these two players have to attack into the B bomb site with some pace, with some quickness, because now the other side of the map has been taken away from you. Aurora can be pushing. They can be flanking. You have no idea.
Zantara is waiting in at new box.
Volley in hand.
They want to go contact. They want to get as close into this bomb site as possible before Zantara's even clocks that they're there.
Yeah, but I like this play from xCloud because you can't go contact and just walk up the stairs and try and clear everything. So going to wrap around quietly. Again, that Molotov, both of them. If Valkyrin can chuck it out from behind the B bomb site, you might... Oh, it's going to be a
that's free.
Yeah, well, there's the molly. There's the cleanup from Zantara. There's nowhere to go out in the open. And you even have a smoke to drop it down to give some protection.
Well, they're actually quite quick in the rotation over here, aren't they? Woxic's already fighting in towards the ruins. So it falls to Alcarin. He's had his moments, his misses throughout Inferno.
No smoke for the bomb, and Alcarin himself still has a Molotov available.
Can't afford to miss in this 1v2. This could put Heroic up to series point, qualification point, into the playoffs. Alcarin misses his opportunity, throws the Molotov onto the defuse.
I don't think it's going to be enough time.
Oh, they're going to back away. They're onto the defuse again. Actually, it's not, because it wasn't planted default. It was planted out towards First Oranges. He was the man to put it down there. And he doesn't get it in time. They stick the defuse. They win the round. And Aurora 11-11 tied up.
He forgets his own plant position.
Yeah.
Oh, that's terrifyingly bad. That's so sad. Molotov thrown to the wrong position. It would have never mattered.
He was the man to put the bomb down.
Hey, we've all been there, Dinko. We've all forgotten a bomb plant position.
Sure.
Just hopefully not at this level. Yeah, that's a rough one. But again, it continues the trend of during this stretch, so many more things going right in the way of Aurora. We've seen on Mirage, we saw in the early stage of this map, Heroic went into some absolutely bonkers rounds, so a bit of a gift given over to Aurora to win that and tie things up at 11. Oof. Yeah, it's a shame because he did so much work to put him in a position to win the round. He had some fantastic shots, but the one miss he had, and then forgetting the plant position as well, just brutal. Woxic loving it as things are tied at 11.
That's the last chance for Heroic. They won't get a good buy in the next round. Trying to get through top mid. It's quick again. Their faster plays towards the A-bomb site in this half have not worked out because of this one man on the balcony. It's Jota again, looking to deal with this threat, but they just haven't figured out an answer for him. He denies him, and he gets one, but it's right back here from LNZ. It's a double kill on the Mac 10 of all weapons, and it falls to a 2v2 to decide who is heading to map point on Inferno.
Yeah, they'll hear this retake as well. Another position of one player, LNZ inside the bomb site. They'll assume pit as well. There's one Molotov available. There's plenty of utility for the Aurora retake, and both have kits.
Alcarin waits again, a Molotov in his hands. Oh, he's not forced on the open. He's able to maintain his position in the big pit. LNZ on the box. Look at a crossfire together here. Alcarin waiting on contact. They go in towards his crosser. Again, he's got a molly. He's got to throw it out, but his teammate's down. And now low HP on Centaurus. Back turn, but Alcarin, can he turn in time? Yes, he can. Misses out on the clutch in the previous round, but steps up and required this time for Heroic. They're up to series point. And hands to the head of Madger because Aurora could be conceding this series 2-0.
Yeah, nicely done from the young man from Alcarin after that dropped clutch, as you mentioned, to step up in this kind of a fashion. A huge, huge win. And that's going to be frustrating for Aurora. How painful after the comeback all this way, after how well they've been playing, to drop the ball here and in a round like that. But I'll tell you the difficulty that faces Heroic at the moment. Might not be time for giggles quite yet. The only tactic that's really kind of worked is these low half-buy rushes at the A-bomb site. What are you calling now? Are you really going to go in at 12-11 and call another fast-paced round towards the A-bomb site?
Big decision to make here for Heroic. As we mentioned, there was going to be no money problems for the rest of regulation. Aurora, a great buy coming right up. Will it be overtime? Or have Heroic done enough to qualify into the playoffs?
And completed a nightmare mode, right? Aurora still haven't had to save throughout this whole half, so one more full buy to burn through for the map, for the series, for the PGL Masters Bucharest playoffs.
They are just going to burst through top middle. It's an identical call as the last round, and this time an immediate kill on Jota. Woxic at the panic station, dropping back into the site. His teammate trying to rotate in. Woxic has nailed the first shot, but his teammates are gone, and Heroic come collapsing upon the Turkish defense of the A-bomb site.
You crazy bastards did it again.
They did.
They did it again.
You asked the question, would they do it at this point in the game? And the answer is a resounding yes. And this time to devastating success. It is Centaurus and Madger trying to come back in for the retake, but it feels like a losing effort already. Heroic, with all the roster instability, they come to PGL Masters Bucharest and they qualify into the playoffs in a 3-0 fashion over Aurora. Centaurus trying to do his best, but Nilo's the man to confirm it. And Heroic do it in nightmare mode in this second half. They have to battle back all of these buy rounds from Aurora. It looked like Heroic collapsed, but they find enough life to close it out in the end.
Yeah, what a roller coaster of emotions. Jason as well. They are crazy to do it. They won in a crazy fashion, and it is a crazy story. I mean, Heroic going 3-0, overcoming Aurora, doing it on a map they don't usually win on with it seemed going to be easy, and then was rough, and then was a great comeback. We got a little bit of everything there.
Yeah, it was a really crazy map. It was looking like a comprehensive outplay in that second half, but ultimately, Aurora just didn't give themselves enough time effectively with that horrible first half.
Yeah, like I think Jason hit the nail on that beautiful bald head of his right there, saying crazy bastards, because those final couple of rounds were absolute insanity, because it looked like Heroic's entire playbook on the T side of Inferno. As we alluded to, they don't really play this map much. You know, it was in the perma ban all this while. Good CD side, but T side was literally not even a page. It's one line on a Word document saying rush. Just play fast together. And it just kept doing the same thing again and again, and should have been a shutdown. But I guess, you know, keep doing it again and again and again. You don't expect it. Magic got completely flummoxed in the final couple of rounds.
Yeah, I mean, I'll say this. It doesn't have to be a complex strat book if you can, you know, do the simple things well. And they had a couple of rounds where they just pushed out. Then it's all about getting that entry. And you know, we saw a few of the players like Nilo and Xfloud. You know, they were able to have those impact kills just when they needed them. So I mean, credit to you. It might not be pretty, it might not be elegant, but it's effective.
But I mean, if you look at the in that comeback from 10-4 to 9-4, like 10-10 when things got tied up by Aurora. Heroic had a combined kill count, I think 6 in 6 rounds, which is like them completely, you know, getting absolutely shut down. Nothing was going their way. So I want to give a little bit of credit to LNZ, you know, as the captain right there, not completely giving up, because you can. I think all of us sitting there, yeah, Aurora's going to come back, going to take us to map number 3. You can definitely understand if such a young IGL going up against a team like Aurora, you kind of feel deflated and kind of mentally check out. So credit to Heroic for kind of clinging on and closing it out.
And that's also, it just comes down to playing a little bit more simply, right? Just pack up and apps. We actually saw the same exact thing from Aurora. They were struggling with the default, right? They couldn't get control in Banana. They were giving up openings all around the map when they were trying for apps control, you know, from just with a couple of people trying to trade for each other. Nothing was working for them. So ultimately they just played more of a fast default into pack into apps, then just pop out of apps, and that worked for them. And it was actually the same exact thing back from Heroic when they finally figured out, okay, nothing's working, let's just pack up and try to brute force things effectively.
And look, I think as well, people probably aren't contextualizing this at home particularly well. You know, remember Heroic, we did just see them miss out on the major, right? Yeah. You know, they didn't qualify for it. I think they dropped out of, I think it was the EPL, they needed to go further. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Yeah, good. I thought so. Yeah. Just checking. Striker's like raising an eyebrow.
Yeah, because I've been following the major race to such a degree where I have too much in my head.
Yeah, right.
Is this the right team we're talking about? I can't remember.
I'm pretty sure.
They have Chengdu remaining, I feel, for the season, but they missed out on the major.
Yeah, and you know, look, this is why, again, we highlighted how important this tournament is for Aurora to win, but actually, you know, Heroic haven't been in the trophy contention for a while, missing out on the major. It's never nice to sit out one of those. So, you know, who's to say now we're sitting at 3-0, they can't kick on, and, you know, they've already beat the favorites now.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, at this point, all bets are kind of off, right? And also just trying to go for this very deep run. And I can kind of see how this team is finding itself, right? Obviously with the stand-in situation and whatnot. It's just been a rough time. But now with the season coming to a conclusion, we have another big event happening all the way in China. Yep. Now is the time for you to kind of, you know, just put in those reps, as many reps as possible, so that you get off to a more solid start. Also, as you pointed out as well, Rich, like you talk about a major, you want to accrue as much of your RS points as possible, making sure that you don't have to be in that, you know, the rough spot, go to all the Draculands.
The next Astralis, where you just go like, you know, 4-5 in a row, not qualifying, and all the money you miss out on, all the prestige. So.
Yeah, I mean, this is their biggest win so far, I think, ever since the beginning of the season, effectively. They were struggling, obviously, as we were talking before in the segment, it was just a lot of instability in the roster, right? And so for them to pick up back-to-back playoffs, obviously, despite the issues that they had with Alcaran's visa back at CAC, now that they do it in 3-0 fashion here, and honestly, with how they've looked so far, even in the other two series, it's been relatively convincing, other than this one half, basically.
Yeah, and so I'll stay with you. I'll ask you the question. I mean, just how good do you think Heroic is in real terms? I mean, obviously, we know there's the caveat that there's some teams not here at this event, so we can't, like, gauge them against a Vitality, for instance. But, you know, they're passing all of the tests here. So whereabouts would you place them in the overall picture?
I think they could be somewhere on the edge of the top 10 on their best day. I think ultimately their ceiling is going to lie with Alcaran and where that falls, because I think he's still finding his feet at the moment. And I think that the two rifles that they have, the two star rifles in X-Cloud and Nilo, are really solid. It's more about where they can get the third guy in. Youngstar can be this X factor, but then Alcaran also needs to step up a bit to punch up, for Heroic to punch up.
Well, you know a good person to ask about where Heroic are in the overall picture? It's LNZ. I think he's going to join us now. There he is. First of all, congratulations on the win. Thanks for joining us. Were you expecting that win on Inferno? Because it used to be your permaban. So what's up with that?
Thank you. No, I think, I mean, I wouldn't say I didn't expect it, because we were going in with a lot of confidence, but we knew that they were for sure going to bounce back. So we said it in between the maps that they're going to step up, like they're good enough of a team and good enough individuals to make sure that they don't just, you know, sit in a hole for the next map. So, but yeah, I'm really happy that we won Inferno.
And how do you feel overall as a IGL, having, you know, kind of gone toe-to-toe with an experienced IGL like Major, and you've outgained him?
No, it feels amazing. I mean, I have been working hard like ever since this new team was formed, and it's been really rough, both individually, but also for me as an IGL to like adapt to that. So I'm really happy that our last event and now this event is starting to show a bit more like potential. And I think it's just giving more confidence to the whole project itself, so it's very nice.
I was going to ask about that. We said before your game, I know you weren't watching, you were busy, but we were talking about how you've had a lot of turmoil, new players coming, going, a visa issue for one event. How disruptive has that been for you guys, and what have you done to cope with it?
It has been very rough, to be honest. I think me and Toby has been very tested in that sense. I mean, he hasn't had a real easy time since joining the team, and I think it's first now we're starting to find our foot a bit with like how we like to do things, and also make them not just average but good. Yeah, like it's hard to progress as a team when you never have like the same roster for more than 2 events. So you kind of just roll back with what you have, and you kind of have to repeat a bit, which is also bad because then people know what you're doing always. Yeah. So that's kind of also what we are essentially doing now, like switching up things a bit more.
Firstly, congratulations, man. I think it was a great game. My question is a little bit more about the map, right? Because at that one point in that comeback, I think you guys had like 5 kills in 6 rounds. So obviously, you're feeling this comeback happening. You're like, oh shit, guys, Aurora, they've got to take us to map 3. But I want to talk about the rounds. You had super fast rounds every single time, right? You didn't really default like you did in Mirage. And in the end, those 2 back-to-back, again, fast hits at A. So what was going through your head there? Like, why didn't you maybe try slowing things down a little bit there?
I mean, it's kind of simple. We're just not good enough on T side right now. I think when you look at HLTV, it's kind of obvious that it's not a map we have a lot of experience on. Like, obviously, people don't know how much we practice, and I won't say that. But I mean, there's a reason why we play fast, and it's not just random. And I mean, in the end, they were also repeating a lot of the calls in the start of the half. So in the end, initially, we thought it would work. It didn't. And that's fine. Because we can reevaluate and see what we can do better.
So how did you adjust from that? Obviously, early on you were running a lot of defaults, but then you started packing up. What was the thinking behind, the adjustment to finally pull through?
I mean, you can kind of feel as an idea, like when your players are not feeling it, like they were on Mirage, how much you can let go in the defaults, how much you have to control and not. Like on Mirage, I think people could chip in a bit more. On Inf, we didn't really do that, or we couldn't really do that. So then in the end, it's my job to just make sure that we do what we can to like prevent just dying and like making it look really bad, and also Tobias took tax and made really ballsy calls towards the end of the game, so I'm really happy about that.
Yeah, it was a reminiscent of Glaive against Virtus Pro. That they just we're going to brute force the win. Look, last question. Obviously, we've got Olkran in the team now. We finally get to have a look at him. How's he been settling in, and how do you rate him compared to other players that you've played with? Because so far he's passing the eye test.
Yeah, I mean, Alkain is a really talented player. I mean, there's a reason why it went so well for them in Team Spirit Academy. It wasn't only Kyosuke. I think he's helping a lot with, just being like street smart in a way, like understanding the game. And I think right now he's second calling the most in the team, which you maybe don't really expect when you look at him as a person.
Yeah.
But I'm really happy about that, because I think he's really stepped up when we need it. And it's maybe essentially what we were missing since the start of the season. What we had in Sumpayas, we can now have more in Alkaran, with like talking more than and helping with calls. So it makes my job easier, and obviously like it relieves me as an IGL to like focus more individually.
That's awesome. Well, look, thanks for coming and doing the interview and sharing all of that with us. You've got 2 days off now, I think, before we see you again. So get some rest, enjoy yourself, and you take care. We'll see you later in the tournament.
Will do. Thank you.
It's always great to hear from LNZ. What a fine young man he's developed into. Anyone who survives the NIP experiment, I've just got nothing but love in my heart for them. So no, but on a serious note, I mean, I think about where he was when he was on that roster, all that time ago, and how critical the community were of his performances, and people saying, this ain't it, Chief. And now, he's changed, become an IGL. He's probably had one of the tougher IGLing jobs in Heroic, because you heard him there. You've got players coming in, players going out, players being bought, and maybe a lack of stars. You've got a coach leaving. I think he's done an excellent job.
I think it's also he was a bit set up to fail in that NFP roster. He just comes in from an academy team as the youngest guy, and you come into a team that has Device on it, and you have to lead. Even he was put into some of the in-game leadership positions back then, and you have to lead Device. And like some of these guys that have been around for forever, and so obviously it was always going to be an uphill battle. Since then, he's obviously grown a lot, matured a lot, and he now has a lot of younger players around him. Heroic is actually, I think, the second youngest roster at this tournament, very close to. Who is it?
I'm not sure actually. I was thinking FUT in my head, but they're not here.
They're definitely a younger roster for sure.
Yeah, I left my mind at this point, but they're very, very close to being.
It's only day 3 striker. It's fine. Yeah.
I mean, well, you know, obviously as well, I think just overall, like to come to an event like this, and I don't think a lot of people had Heroic down to do too much. I think maybe playoffs, you know, and they've just looked like what. I mean, they might be the best team I've watched here.
Well, also particularly comes down to Inferno, right? Like it's a map where he's himself said we don't really have a playbook over there. It's a map that they should, you know, it should have been Aurora taking it. But the fact that they didn't lose hope, that they still till the very end they fought on and were able to kind of crack that defense, I think paints a very good picture of what we can expect as this team matures, as they, you know, are able to have given more time to coalesce together. And you can see, you know, LNZ and of course Alcarin as well. Very good point there. Alcarin being the second voice is not something that is I expected.
Like from an academy side to secondary.
But also getting fresh ideas. It's such a rarity as you know when you have young players coming in all the time. So yeah, it's a promising team. I'm still not going to get too overeager and be like their favorites or a dark horse right now. But listen, man, if they make it to the semis or even potentially a finals, I think it's a massive win for a team who didn't make it to the major.
Yeah.
And it's a massive win for Alcarin himself. I've been kind of keeping an eye on him and trying to figure out what he's really about. He kind of flip-flops between being this passive offer, but then he has halves like Nuke where he just goes crazy aggressive on the CT side, just, you know, going for crazy peaks that you would see from people like Molodo, you know, these days or something like that. But other maps where he's just a lot more calm, a lot more mature, and just like taking his angles as usually the operas would do. So obviously having this much more experience, just playing against some of the better teams is obviously going to be only great for him, and he can only develop from there.
All right, thanks a lot, guys. It's time for a short break. When we come back, we'll have the last series of the day. Bait are looking to bring the pain. We'll see you in a moment.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, all of my friends going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
We will shake these walls! We will raise this roof!
Welcome back. A bit of a surprise fixture here. Bait are going to be taking on Pain. It's not an elimination game. It's a 2-0 game. And we're going to talk about that. And we're going to start by talking about Pain. Obviously, right now, I would say we've got a bit of a Brazilian renaissance in Counter-Strike. Yeah, they're getting a little bit of help from people from other regions on some
Not
teams.
just a little bit. If
True. But in general, I think this is probably the strongest the scene has been in Brazil for a while. And I want to know where Pain fit into that.
Yeah, Pain at the moment, not so much in that picture, to be honest. Especially this season, they've been struggling quite a bit in getting their results up since Austin. They obviously had that massive top 4 result there. But ever since then, it's only been struggle after struggle. They started the season with a top 8 finish at FPG, and since then they've just bombed out one event after another. Yeah. This is actually the best they've looked so far. Of course, we still haven't seen them against some of the better opposition, so we will have to see a bit later possibly. But yeah, so far good signs here at least.
Yeah, I think, I don't want to overrate it too much right now. Yesterday, look, there was a great comeback against GamerLegion, right? But then again, just a complete collapse from the side of GamerLegion. Yeah. So I don't want to read too much into the victory, but if Pain are able to, and we know they can hit these highs, and when you have Fury playing the way they are, with Legacy looking stellar form right now, it's a great time for Pain to kind of join that conversation, because on paper, if you look at the results, I think Brazil, easily the second best region we have in Counter-Strike.
But look at this though.
So I wanted to talk about this a little bit, right? Because the entire season, Pain's T-sides have been pretty terrible. Yeah. I just wanted to ask you guys, how many of these stats do you think are the worst out of all top 20 teams?
Ooh, that's interesting.
I think the 5v4 is abysmal.
Surely,
I would think
surely
it's at the bottom.
Deaths is the lowest.
So I will tell you, it's all 8.
Wow.
8 of them. In all 8 of these stats, they're either the worst or just barely the second worst.
Like the worst.
Teams. Literally the worst in every possible aspect of the T-side you can imagine. It's the 5v4s, the 4v5s, the trades, the pistol round win rate, the pistol round conversions, second round breaks. All of it is literally the worst out of all the top 20 teams at the moment. They're just comprehensively the worst top 20 team on
I love it.
He bought the numbers out.
You know when you're trying to win an argument with your partner or whatever, and they've just done the homework. They've just got you back to rights. And there it is. Okay, fine. I'll do
They're the worst team in top 20. Well, I don't know. Well, actually, here's why.
Yeah. No, that is comprehensive. And I think, honestly, for them today, Bait really impressed me. On the other side of the aisle, yes. I think this team looked really, really good.
They did, and it's also because, if you look at the recent results, sure, it's been a bit disappointing, the LAN and everything, right? But when it comes down to this event in particular, like yesterday against 3D Max, for example, they were great, man. Like the comfort maps they're really convincing on, and even in their opponent's map pick, they seem to have a plan and idea as to what they want to do. And yeah, yesterday, especially that Inferno win they had over 3D Max, that particularly was impressive for me.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's no mean feat to beat 3D Max. Everyone was talking about them as a potential contender for the event. Change IGL. And now we're starting to learn about this new look Bait. On that note, what do you think we'll see in the Veto?
Yeah, I was curious. I mean, obviously no Train or Nuke. There's no surprise there. That's just the permanent bans of the two teams. I would imagine Pain will go for... Bait will go for Mirage eventually, because that's their home map. We were talking about that yesterday.
Dust 2.
What's right?
Okay, sorry. That's actually Pain's pick. Dust 2, yeah.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah. That's expected. And yeah, I agree with you. I think Mirage should be the pick coming in here from the side of Bait. It's a map they're very, very comfortable on. And look, Overpass should be banned out by Pain, right? It's a map they shouldn't really be going for.
I don't know if they're going to go for that or Ancients, to be honest. I mean, yesterday they had a really good win on Overpass against, who was it, the GamerLegion?
Yeah, where they had virtually 0 rounds on the T side.
Effectively, they didn't have to play the T side a lot yesterday. I mean, that was helping them a lot. So in the end, it is an Ancient decider. I wasn't necessarily sure which way of those two would go, because they've been having their own shares of struggles on the Ancient.
I think this is, I wouldn't say heavily favoring Bait, but it's something Bait are going to be happy with, because we saw how solid they were in Ancient yesterday, right? I think they were able to handle all the craziness from the Frenchmen pretty handily. Mirage is a home map for them, they're very comfortable on. And Dust 2, I'll still give Dust 2 going the way of Pain. I think they're very, very solid. I think it's the only safe map they have right now, in all honesty.
Even then, though, I mean, they've had to switch around a lot of the T sides because they weren't getting a lot of out of Davidos and out of DGT. I think they used to be Davidos was upper and then DGT was on long. And then they've basically swapped them around. I think Snow is now more of a supportive piece rather than being on the sides. So they're still kind of on the search for the right setup. And that just feels like it's been the case for this team forever. So I'm curious.
I do feel like Snow as well. We're kind of seeing him evolve and grow in this team. And I feel that is kind of like, that is also the reason why they're kind of moving pieces around, because he's no longer, you can go back to the beginning of the year, Snow was super, super quiet. People are questioning, was he really the right pick? But I feel like right now, despite the woes and struggles, you'll see a lot of impact is by this young kid being found in the server.
Right, guys, we're going to get right into the action on Dust 2.
Yes, indeed. Pain versus Bait. I think I'm a big fan of Bait these days, Jason. After that in-game leader change, I think what I seen yesterday against 3D Max was really, really impressive. I'm liking what I'm hearing coming out of the interviews as well. I have high expectations for Bait in this series.
Yeah, I do too. I really liked what I saw yesterday. It's an interesting concept to come into this and kind of talk about the favorite or the underdog or who we think would win this, because I think based off what we've seen, Bait, super impressive. I think I'd lean towards them, but also you don't know if that's consistent yet, right? Like, you don't know if that was just a one-off. If everything clicked yesterday, everything was great, they can still have their ups and downs. Double doors smoke. Excuse me, Xbox smoke to block double doors. Molotov on Catwalk to prevent a peek to allow this scaling. And Pain is going to get a lot of control towards Catwalk. A very passive defense from Bait, NPL, and Head Trick at the railing and Goose. And Pain's going to take their time. One smoke, 2 flashes remaining. This is going to be a drop down. Turn this into a mid to B split.
And Snow will drop into a CT spawn, not detecting anybody. It's going to be a 2-man setup in the bomb site. Essential waiting with a dual Berettas. Kenzizor. Great shot on the initial, but he's down right after, and they know exactly where Essential is, and he needs a kill, which he will not get. Pain have the pistol round.
Okay, nice pistol round there. A little trickery with it. The drop down into the mid to B split. Passive defense gets completely destroyed. Pain's given all the room in the world to execute whatever tactic they wanted, and no chance in this pistol. 2 versus 4. Alex has been spotted, so Snow will find the kill. Turns around, gets another one. Good shooting with the Glock, and that's 1-0 for Pain. Oh, it's starting early.
Oh, it is.
All right.
Oh, they're bringing the energy straight away.
They got their Carayos out in the first round.
Oh, Colorado. Yeah, I mean, I think they're very happy, obviously, with the pistol win. We'll see if a 4-spot comes back in here for Bait, which it absolutely will. We're going to see MP9s, 5.7s, D-Eagles. They always pose a threat. Interesting interview yesterday given by Headtrick saying that Alex666, he's kind and able to find the right way to speak to each person, Jason.
Okay, he's kind.
Yeah. Well, that's great when things are working. You know, what if they start losing? Being kind doesn't get you anywhere, Jason.
Well, it gets you off to a positive start, apparently, with the rest of your team. But yeah, I'm with you. I like the angry IGLs.
Yeah. Think Apex won all those trophies this year by being kind, Jason?
No, absolutely not.
Pain taking short control. That's Snow. Ready to go. He'll throw the Molotov and the nade following around the corner. NPL looking to cause problems with a scout in mid. Just below him is DGT and Big Azera.
Gotta play the gap, wants to get a little tag through the doors. Utility out towards short. Mid to B smoke chucked in as well, or excuse me, the left side smoke. No movement yet, no commitment anywhere. NPL still looking for a target to shoot at. Tag. Missed the opportunity at the instant headshot and not able to be taken down through the smoke. So NPL still surviving, which allows Bait to keep 4 players at this A bomb site.
Yeah, Snow ready to start applying some pressure up through short here. We got NQZ and Big Zero coming in behind.
You take the wrong deaths though too early, right? With DGT and NQZ at low health, they got to be really careful. This can change rapidly. This can fall in the favor of Bait easily.
Well, let's see if it does. The Ukrainians hunker down ready for this attack coming in towards them. Pain Gaming going to be charging forward. It's quickly. Okay, head trick. Headshot as he takes one right through the box. Is now DGT and NQZ at panic stations for Pain Gaming, trying to get into this with the final 10 seconds left. Nice shot down by Alex666. We got DGT out long, and 4 seconds, not enough time to plant. You better run away, NPL. And he will, back to spawn. So Bait do find those essential kills right at the end, and they'll tie up the scoreline right away.
I think DGT's coming so late because I think he was closer up towards Catwalk. I don't think he was really committed out towards long that whole time, but he comes in very, very late to help alleviate the pressure on that bomb site. And man, just the 5-7 inside the site. Head trick, spamming away as fast as he possibly can. Gets a little bit of luck with one of the shots, but Pain get completely wrecked on that attack. Can't even turn the corner on Catwalk into the bomb site. 1-1. Short-lived excitement for Pain. And they're the ones who are going to have to try and find a force by win. Scout peeking down, NQZ waving off the boost for the moment.
Head turret. Okay. Looking sharp to kick off this map.
Damn.
Another big one from Hetrick. MPL's aggressive stance at short, applying some confidence and pressure towards DG2 is going to be finished off, no problem. As MPL goes back for a second look.
Now you can just play passively, play a standard round if you're bait on the CT side. 5-on-3.
Essentials clear the tunnels.
He had a great series yesterday as well. This is a guy that you'd probably want to keep your eyes on if you're unfamiliar with bait. He was a hugely impactful player against 3D Max.
Especially in Ancient, where it was a little bit touch and go for bait. He won them really all of the rounds in that first half that kept them in it, but he's gone a little bit too far in this round.
And that's what you don't need, is that kind of a push where you're kind of shrinking the map, and that's your extremity player who's just gone down. So now all of a sudden, where previously you weren't concerned whatsoever about the B bomb site, now you have to be, and you have to be concerned about a split out middle because Kenzazor is here all on his lonesome.
Yeah, he's going to be jumping in around the back of that bomb site. If they split on him, it is going to be not impossible for Kenzazor to do much about this. He's going to try and delay. They're going to come right through it though, and they're spamming him. They did some damage to that smoke. Kenzazor, MP9, they run right by. Pygazera's low as well. The MP9 can finish him off, and it's so close to doing so, but Kenzazor is going to lose his life. MPL also falling, and that B-bomb site is under wraps here for Pain Gaming.
I don't know how this round got this close. I don't think it deserves. I don't think it needed to get to this point. I think this is a huge misplay from bait so far in this sequence, but a retake that should be entirely doable. That's an important trade kill from Alex.
He didn't see him?
Nope, he didn't see the repause. Snow might just win this one.
Alex is checking car, now has to realize he has repositioned outside of the bomb site. Checks to the window, and Alex has got it. Okay, definitely didn't need to be that close, but bait still win it. I don't think they're going to be too happy about the fashion in which they win it, but regardless, it's picked up.
I'm even confused by Snow coming back in through the window before the bomb's even tapped. Confused about all of it. I'm gonna write this round down and go back and look at it.
Maybe the desk can do that for you, Jason.
I don't understand how. Yeah. Hey, Blood, get to work, man. Yeah, I don't see in a 5-on-3 the push from Essential doesn't need to happen. But the kill in middle as well, we didn't catch that was going on during the B execute. But I mean, man, it just felt like bait just gave up too many easy frags in a situation that didn't need to get this close. Op out in the hands of Head Trick. You have a hero AK on the hands of Big Uzera. For the moment, that AK-47 is going to be in lower. Op is zoned in on the double doors position, so Big Uzera could be in for a rude surprise.
A shot from Head Trick.
No flashes even on the Pain side to activate that kind of a play. So the hero AK-47 hits the deck, and now it's only Glocks.
Yeah, and MPL, you don't want to get into too many awkward fights aggressively with an M4 against the Glock. So he takes the one, he peels away.
This is exactly how the last round started.
Yeah, that's true. You see Essential, though, is a lot more passive on the B-bomb side this time, Jason.
I mean, the push was not necessary, but I didn't mind it. It was the continued push all the way to try and, get a jump on the catwalk flank.
Well, hitting the pause button now, Pain Gaming not going to be finding themselves a competitive round here. 3-1 lead on the CT side of Dust 2 for bait. Both teams 2-0 in the competition. Very different years. Pain peaked in Austin, getting into the major quarterfinal. But since then, really haven't shown too much, Jason.
No, not at all. Yeah, that was the bummer. That really that was a fun run to watch, and then it just turned out it was a flash in the pan. Headtrick looking for his second kill in the round, and they're going to walk into his crosshair. Easy one. David even stops. Misses that swipe of the mouse, but it's all good. Shouldn't be too much danger. Dinked again with the Glock. But nobody's going to let him go down. Kenzazor's there for the backup in 3-1 lead now, but the AK's coming back into the hands of Pain. A lot of chatter about how they want to open up the next round. There is a long spawn if Pain want to take advantage of it, although without all the utility, may not be their favorite idea. DGT has that. If he wants to book it out to the long cave, but he'll give up the spawn. No one has seen the lower push either.
Oh, the lower push is
they've heard it.
Yeah, you can see how quickly they jump back, trying to toss utility in, but it's got to be a rough feeling for Pain to know that you haven't won the long fight, you haven't got any control of tunnels, you have no map control.
Well, you didn't win the long fight because the player with the long spawn went all the way to the B-bomb site to take tunnels. And because he was late, they had a further position than they would have liked if they wanted to fight for it. So yeah, you're not able to kind of take any ground or take any or have any reactions to that information of the lower push. A rare miss from Headtrick. Zera is lucky to get away with his life.
Yeah, you can see Pain realizing, okay, we have nothing. We've got to just start fighting middle, just throw our bodies on the line here. And there was a risk obviously involved in fighting against that AWP. But Big Zera going through the mid doors. NPL dead to the hands of Big Zera's D.
Did he fall asleep? It felt like he had a second. He could have done that. He needs a kill here with that smoke break.
Oh, it didn't break because the nade bounced back.
And nothing's going to happen. Essential on his own.
No, Essential has to go huge. This looks so good to start the round for Bait, but it's all crumbled. That's a save call being made here. That's a weird round.
Yeah, it is. I mean, kind of weird in just the sense that NPL, normally pretty damn sharp, just kind of fell asleep at the wheel. Cleared out by Big Zera, and the B split has already shown to be successful for Pain. That's how they won their first round, so might be something they continue to lean on. They've been able to get that mid kill and exploit it a couple of times. There's a nice retake mixed in there as well. But they bring the game to within just one round, 3-2. Might be a scenario where Bait may change their setup and their kind of philosophy moving forward a little bit. Might play a little bit more like 2-on-2, so you can have an extra player to support over towards mid. Maybe you just put one in the B bomb site, two play outside mid. One of them is kind of rotating. Maybe, especially in the mid round, maybe late round, you kind of split it up and go back towards A, sensing the catwalk presence. But you might want to shore up middle for the next couple rounds first. Another buy for Bait because of the saved weapons, because the round win was so convincing for Pain. So they've still got the op, they've still got plenty of utility to play with. Live into round 6, fast long take coming on through.
Snow's already on the long corner, and this worked out very well for Snow. He's got the opener, and he's getting bombarded with utility, but he's aware that Essential could be in the pit. Everybody's looking at him. They're so ready for it. There's no way Essential's getting out with his life there, and Pain with 2 kills out long.
What do we do now? 3 versus 5. All 3 players at the A bomb site.
EGT is currently searching middle.
Yeah, that's the thing. If he works up any courage, or if they tell him to like go activate on some kind of a search play. Oh, Alex is taking a big risk, nice and easy. Flash sells the play, and Snow turns immediately.
Yep, felt like that was the risk required, but doesn't go the way of Bait, so this round will be a 3rd for Pain.
Yeah, now you know there's at least 1 more at the A bomb site. You probably assume the 3rd is here as well. Headtrick and Kenzazor might just want to find a way to save their weapons in this round, but it's going to be hard fought. There's cash in the bank on Headtrick, so he'll be able to drop a gun over. He might even be able to drop 2 over to his teammates. So him surviving with the op is actually pretty critical. It looks like he'll be able to get away.
Oh, DGT peeking up towards Headtrick. That op hiding away, cowering its head down, trying to save onto it. It's got Kenzazor's rifle support to protect it. Trying to block out the long hunt as well. Trying to retreat. Not that mercy at least given on over to Bait, but tie game. Good opening success from Snow. Also the man to deal with the re-aggression from Bait later into the round.
A very slow style coming in from Pain. I remember when we were doing the Bait 3D Max series yesterday, commented on, and it very much felt like the way Bait was playing and the way they were being successful was kind of forcing 3D Max to play into their style, which was a bit more brawly, a little bit more chaotic, which 3D Max enjoys as well, but Bait's certainly going to love it. It was the slower rounds I felt like Bait had a harder time handling. Here against Pain, Pain has exclusively done these kind of slow, calculated, map-controlled movement rounds.
Yeah, I felt like that round was won, though, off of the opening kills.
Oh, for sure. I mean, once you get those 2 kills out towards long, it's like, well, this is easy. Let's just chill here. Like, the solution, the next play is right there in front of you. Chill here, wait for the reactions. You know Bait is going to have to do something if they want to come back into the 3v5. If they stand pat and play passive on the bomb site, you just walk up and have the full execute you were planning on anyways.
Headtrick and MPL. A boost being deployed with Kenzazor already in lower tunnel. So if anybody goes lower for Pain, they're definitely dead. One way or another. No one going down there just yet. No one wanting to rush into any traps that Bait might put down there. And now Bigazera starts to work up the courage. He ends up going down because Snow just runs down middle.
Yeah, I mean, a setup that they just like that didn't have all the details fleshed out, especially when the AWP drops away. It's like that setup gets a lot stronger when you no longer have Headtrick's AWP there to take the first shot. And Payne knows there was catwalk presence as well.
Oh, Snow. He has 2 rounds now. He's had big openers that pretty much won the round for Payne Gaming within the first minute of the round.
And that's good. I like seeing this out of Snow because I feel like I've been waiting a long time to feel the impact that was promised from this kid. And the desk had a long conversation about some of the newer roles that he's been put into, and it's nice seeing him deliver in those fashions.
It's Alex now waiting on the other side of the doors. Essential doesn't have the weapon to lock down the B-bomb site. Just doesn't look doable here for Bait. Final 30 seconds. Where does the bomb decide to go? The only way Bait win this is if the time runs so low that they create enough chaos, but with Alex peeking out and going down straight away to NQZ, the bomb should have an easy time of going down in the A site. Headtrick's not in a spot to deny the plant, and we'll see a 4-3 lead being picked up by the Brazilians.
He was just coming in for a swing. It's completely shot in the side of the head. Payne take the lead at 4. All right, if I'm Bait right now, if I'm the coach, I'm calling a timeout before the next round, and I'm just going to tell them, forget all this aggressive stuff, forget all these like early angles we want to take down, forget these pushes. They're playing it so slow. So save the nades, sit back for a little bit, see if they're going to pick up the pace. You know, don't let them get everything for free, but really hold on to some of the, you know, really don't be super concerned about like the early pressure, like still be mindful, but really, you want to play this for the mid and late round because Payne with these slow openings is making this really hard for these aggressive crossfires and aggressive stances to read where the next play is going to come from. The timings are all different because nothing's happening quickly. Hell yeah.
Always fun hearing Snow get hyped up.
Hell yeah, get into it.
The Eagles coming out here for Bait Esports. Not see how much damage they can inflict, but Payne Gaming have a great opportunity here to quite a bit of comfortable control on the T side of Dust 2. 3 players set up on short. An aggressive stance here from Bait. Look at a fight into lower tunnels. Ready to bounce back and try and catch anybody just hiding in behind the Xbox, but it's all about Bigazera here, who could get overwhelmed, but isolates 2 fights very well, keeps the headshots clean, and eventually taken out by Alex. Kenzazor picks up the AK and goes in for the fight, but loses it to Davideus, who ends up taking both.
That's a beautiful second shot. Him and Bigazera just passing out haircuts on short. A-bomb set is lost, obviously a 5th round now for Payne. They've taken complete control of this. Yeah, so to go back on my point too, like, you know, don't make the aggressive. I think there's even a world in which Bait could have a double op setup if they feel like they're strong enough with it, but give Headtrick a chance to break some of the smoke, stockpile some nades over in mid so he can break that mid smoke, really delay the timing of Snow pushing down that mid ramp, of them gaining Xbox control, constantly harassing any progression up short. And then you deny some of that control for a certain period of time, and then you can play your more aggressive stances if you want, because they're taking those positions way later in the round.
Well, finally, the buy is back for Bait. You've got the AWP out for Headtrick. And they're going to start with 4 long. NQZ's coming over here for the first pick, and he will be close, but not close enough for the opening kill.
Well, long control denied. Look at this play as well. Bigazera just aggressively lurking himself out mid. Got himself tucked in. Anyone rotating back, NPL might be the first player that falls prey to Bigazera.
Well, they did earlier against a Deagle in a round that Bait should have won.
This is a really good position to be in if you Bigazera to call your team back into a mid to B split, right? Like, apply the pressure, throw the util out towards Catwalk, bait some of their nades out, and let's eventually feel like we should be ending this with a mid to B split. We're just going to take our time falling into it.
MPL's going to win the fight this time, though. Bigazera thinks the time to go is now and ends up being punished for that. Payne Gaming have lost the opening kill this time. 50 seconds on the clock, and they're going to be going for an A execution up through Cat. They've got 1 player out long late, that's Davideus. And currently, Essential still over that.
The only way David gets in this round is if his teammates actually get some production here, get some kills that take Essential away from the defense.
Oh, MPL, good shot. Snow Here's another victim here of Pain. 30 seconds left. Not looking too good right now at all for Pain Gaming, as they are actually cut out of this round entirely. It's going to be 4 rounds for Bait Esports. Pain Gaming's call just never gets close to the site. Now they arrive, and Alex is waiting from Goose. There's just too many targets to try and flush out here. Bait have all the advantages in the world. NQZ completely wrecked by MPL, and 5 players stay alive.
You're going to get a lot of rounds like that if you, I mean, obviously during this little stretch from Pain, we saw them getting opening kills, killing the aggressive plays, getting the double early on, playing 5-on-3s, having all the advantages. This is what happens. You know, you're going to get more of these rounds if you're not giving Pain those advantages right out of the gate. I know that's a super obvious thing to say, but that's why Bait's this round where no one's peeking, no one's challenging, no one's pushing. It looks a lot cleaner.
Let's see if they can start to find some consistent success in the opening kills department. Blocking long with some utility. No one this time from Pain attempting the open of that. What about mid? What about getting players up cat quite quickly here for the Brazilians? And Picazero's at the front. He's actually taking a risk here just to walk around. Peek up onto that ledge. Smoke comes in now for Bait Esports. But Pain Gaming have got themselves up on the catwalk with pretty much everybody here. Got DGT watching the mid lurk and that lower tunnel push, but everybody else is ready for a catwalk execution with smokes.
There's no counter utility on NPL inside the bomb site. He's got one single flashbang, so he doesn't have a smoke to keep himself safe, doesn't have a Molotov to kind of delay or harass the pathing of Pain Gaming. He's only got the single flashbang. Even his AWPer, Headtrick, who's got the Molotov, got the smoke, he's all the way over in middle. So resources out of position for Bait, and NPL just has to play safe. Get your one kill, but survive.
Well, he's biding his time, but that fire has made things uncomfortable, and the flash is even more so. White screen for a little while, and you'll realize they're now planting the bomb. DGT has been waiting patiently. Kenzazor and Essential walk right into the lurker. David Deus chimes in. And it's Alex 666 alongside Headtrick in a 2v4 that will not turn into a bait round win. It's a safe call. And DGT already on a bit of a hunt. A little bit of a pressure being applied over towards the tunnels.
Bait's having a real hard time handling this style. Headtrick sticks around so long in middle. He's got the Molotov and smoke that are desperately needed for the defense at the A bomb site. He considers shifting back. No way to know if maybe he heard something and came back towards middle. He started moving through CT spawn towards A ramp. He might have been called off as well by NPL. They might have just had a wrong read of the situation, but completely booked yet again. Pain's T side. Big Uzera is calling a fantastic game against this Bait defense. I still think Headtrick had one HE grenade that he used to blow open the smoke in middle. Give him a couple more. Drop like 3 and spawn. Let him have a good time with it. Break it open constantly. Give like 3 breaks in there. Constantly make Pain think that an AWPer is going to be able to pick them off at any moment.
Well, Headtrick, he's gone up towards catwalk. It could be peak from Xbox here, so needs MPL to make him feel a little bit more comfortable, but MPL walks into the open, and it's another opening kill for Snow.
Well, changing up his roles seems to be working wonders.
Yeah, he's loving it, looking very comfortable on the server right now.
I mean, this was one of the big conversations when Snow was first brought into this team, was they kind of took away some of the roles that he'd been playing previously when he was signed, you know, like when he was very, very young. So they kind of changed his roles to begin with, and we've experienced, what, like a year where it feels like Snow hasn't met the expectations that were set for him as the next big thing coming out of Brazil. Well, with the role change, at least early returns, looking like we may get that Snow.
There's the peek out here from David Deus, dies to his own Molotov. I know what you're spamming, chat. And we've got Headtrick waiting up on the ledge. So as soon as he gets one here, might look a little better for Bait. There's no flash coming in just yet, and he doesn't get one. Kenzazor will, though. Elsewhere on the map, and Headtrick, all the pressure now. All the nades drop on him, and he has to go and hide in CT spawn.
And this time, because he doesn't have the Molotov, that's the resource you drop down to prevent that pathing, to buy yourself the 5, 6, 7 seconds to get back towards railing with the AWP. But this time, he's only able to drop the flash. First for Snow, traded off.
Even on low HP, finding impact on an AWP there. Great work again from Snow. Let's see if it's enough for Pain to flip this into a 7th round. Not looking too likely with Essentials. Quick headshot on NQZ. It's got to be Big Uzera to lead them to 7 rounds in the clutch this time. 2 above him, splitting, shadow spotted, Big Uzera repositions, and on 4 HP still stands tall enough to get a 7th round victory for Pain.
Look at Snow hyping his boy up as well. Loving that kind of clutch from the IGL. Great movement in that 1v2 for Big Uzera. Sliding back, giving himself a 1v1 and putting Hedrick into a real awkward situation.
Yeah, that is massive. Snow is the opener. Big Uzera the closer. This is the opening kill on MPL. Damadeus sacrifices himself for that one kill at long. It's massive impact. Snow again, another one before he dies. And then Big Uzera ready to move on back. It's Snow once again with an opening kill, this time on an AWP.
Uh-oh, okay, mid
Double
push,
ops.
easy to handle.
Everyone's getting AWP kills today.
Well, they don't know about Alex. Big Uzera didn't get here in time to spot this, so if there's trigger discipline, oh, he could even this round out.
All right, Alex, it's on you to step up. We just watched the in-game leader of Pain get a big clutch. It's on Bates' leader to win. As he's around the back of the long flank. This could be huge. NQZ first on the chopping block, trying to stabilize and compose himself for a second. He's doing damage, a lot of it on Big Uzera, but Big Uzera, not this time. He will not clutch back to back. It will be Alex to make the difference for Bait from the pit. And a 5th round secured at the end of the half.
Ooh, that one hurts for Pain with those 2 opening kills. A nice two-man disadvantage recovery for Bait. They had to deal with a couple of those going the other way throughout that half. Actually, all things considered, with how dominant was from Pain on the T side, considering the 2nd round conversion, the 2 they won off of the back of that, these last 2 rounds they scraped together, not a terrible half in terms of the score, even if it feels terrible because Pain was obviously so dominant in the gun rounds. Pain can work with this. They switch over to the T side. Pain's defense going to be up next. Dust2 is Pain's map pick and another 2-0 game in this Swiss system. Winner advancing to the PGL Masters Bucharest playoffs. Loser will get a couple more shots to qualify through. But nobody's going home today, Dinko. Or at least on these games.
No, these are winner games, Jason. For winners. 2-0 at the moment, Bait and Pain. An event where, you know, when you don't have the creme de la creme, you know, you don't have the top teams, the likes of Vitality, Spirit, Mouse. When you don't have these guys, right?
Would you shamefully add them in at the end just to be safe? What is that? You like embarrassed about your opinion?
It's just studio event. Mouse would be elite in this kind of environment.
Sure.
But, you know, you just got to feel like a great chance for Bait and Pain. And they have an opportunity to go into the playoffs today. It's going to be essential off to the races with this pistol round. A first kill picked up. DGT to respond, and now DGT looking for it again. But Alex and Kenzo are going to deny any further success from Pain's CT side pistol. Because Zero and Snow will have to do everything required to extend to 8-5.
What?
Well, that helps, doesn't it?
Yeah, it really does. Little gap in that smoke, and he might try and play with it. And here we go, but there's one more out towards long. Big Uzera, you got to swing right hard onto Alex, and you can't do it.
Snow's Julie's this time. Only one. As Alex is cast away, but the rest of his teammates going to pick it up.
Second pistol one.
That's usually a winning recipe, isn't it?
Or excuse me, first pistol one. They won the 2nd round in the first half.
Okay. So an opportunity for good starts in both halves.
Yeah. I think it's going to be fun now, too, for Bait. Like, they've just had to... I have to imagine this team to a certain extent, especially with the frustrations and the struggles to contain Pain. We're just like... I feel like you got to be like half bored playing against that style if you're not really accustomed to it. Really frustrating, but now you get to open up the floodgates. Now you get to dictate the tempo, dictate the action on the map. This time, all 4 players out of long. You've got Alex 666 hanging back, just looking for the flank. That is an ugly cross smoke. That's not going to bait out any utility.
Just pausing.
But, I mean, we've seen this round play out like a million times, right? Like, this is the current meta for your anti-eco rounds, T-side Dust2. Get out long, throw the smokes, use a couple of them to bait out the flashbangs that are going to be coming in, continue blocking the smoke. Good shot from Big Uzera. Okay, it gets a little sketchy now. It gets very sketchy now.
Well, Essential. It's Big Uzera going down. NQC out from Goose. It's a good pick here on Essential. He's going to go again. And NQC making it look so stylish on that scout. It's on Alex, but he's taking significant damage on board, and all of his teammates litter the floor. Their corpses, the decorations of the long street, as Alex creeps ever closer, but there's still 3 targets on the other side. Alex is just so far away from making this round a reality.
I mean, this round, just look at the way Payne's playing as well. Like, Alex probably knows it in the back of his head. You aren't winning this. They're just playing so smart. No more peeks. Just saying, we got the 3-on-1 advantage. Anytime you try and force the issue and move forward, we've got about 5 different traps laid for you. So now Payne gets to move forward, gather the weapons. And they return the favor from the first half. Lose the pistol, but win the second. Fantastic scouting out towards long. Where was NQZ with the second scout? Were they both up top? It was Big Uzera and Goose. Did NQZ have a different angle in the bomb site and slid to it eventually? I'm kind of curious about that one. It was Big Uzera.
Yeah.
Bang.
I mean, okay. He was just behind him.
Yeah, just double peeking
Goose,
from sight and Goose.
All right, well, it's kind of like layers of scouting while one reloads, the other one fires. It's like medieval tactics almost.
Yeah, exactly. The advantage is you try and gain some space, scale, or grab the angle while the scout is reloading, but if there's 2 of them peeking from different positions, it's going to throw you for a loop, and it done to great effect in that round.
It's like this scout just keeps reloading really fast.
Automatic scout.
All right, well, that worked out very well for the Brazilians, and a bit of a sting there for Bait. You lose the pistol in the first half, you win the second round. You win the pistol in the second half, you lose the second round. And now an issue with they have to go to a Hero 8K for Alex. That's going to be Tech 9s and P250s on the rest. Paint Gaming have a great opportunity here to get rid of the money early on. And that would allow them up to 10 rounds in Dust 2.
Yeah, you don't want to get in the money in the kind of financial tug of war at this point if you're Pain Gaming. You could just go ahead and convert this one. Early Molotov and flashbang into the B tunnels. Snow ain't messing around with the B rush whatsoever. His teammates here. Timing is going to be right after the Molotov fades, and Snow sees it coming.
Not exactly the best initial peak. He takes a dink on board, but at least a kill coming in. And Snow, he's done very well to recover this, but his teammate goes down as well. Alex with some huge impact has got Bait back into this round again.
Yeah, Big Uzera a little bit frustrated. Fired off some bullets from the MP9 that gave away his position before he really needed to. He's trying to protect Snow, who gets the kill anyways. And now you got a really tough retake and a decision to make if you're Pain. Plenty of nades. 2 Molotovs, a smoke, bunch of flashbangs. Put him in place, and let's go.
Alex waiting under the window, flashes over the top, into the sky. They go, a head trick with 1 extra, and it's down to the clutch for him. A second as Bait Esports somehow break through a double opener from Snow, still get into the B-bomb site, and win the round out in the post plan.
It was one thing they were good at with 3D Max was their spacing and their trading during these executes as well. You almost feel like the plan is to send the first 2 guys out a little bit as bait to kind of reveal the positions of the other players, and then you've got the confidence of your utility being in place to swing and trade those kills both a little bit late. But beautiful entries from Alex. The IGL continues to deliver for Bait. 7-8, just 1 round back. Another buy for Pain. 3 M4s, and that scout again in the hands of Big Uzera.
They do creep on by. That smoke fades away. Big Uzera only needs a glimpse. Strikes true right on head trick. Sight is now under pressure towards A.
It's too easy in a round like this to give up that kill. Exactly what Big Uzera was looking for the whole time.
Yeah, well, that smoke comes in, and that will discourage the side of Bait from committing into that catwalk execute. They're going to drop back for a moment. Actually walking it all the way back. Taking mid control now in the lower area on the floor. And the rest are going to go long. So you've got Alex, MPL, and Kenzazor now making their way through the longhouse. No one's going to be here to early detect this, but you have got one player in the bomb site in NQZ who's just sort of intermittently checking towards long with his teammate DGT now thinking about going to that long area with a flash ready to go as well.
Could be perfect.
It looks like it is going to be perfect. And then Kenzazor recovers from that flash in no time as DGT is taking down the long aggression. At least that's information, but let's see if it's enough to hold on to this. That Pain Gaming advantage the biggest error picked up is now extended upon by that very man, and NQZ and Snow continue to frag out for the defenses of the Brazilians. It's essential walking up through short against 4 players with 10 seconds. The round's done. Pain Gaming win that round far too easily.
Yeah, way too easy. And another double kill from the scout of Big Uzera. They just cannot get past that weapon. Head trick gives over an easy one, just hanging out on short, coming back for the peak, in fact, after he already slid past the angle. I don't even think that smoke really covered the entirety of the cross, so Bates having a tough time stringing anything together in this second half. Pain keep taking it right back away from them, and now it just feels like the advantage towards the CT side is so overwhelming, especially without a bomb plant in that round. Really tough decision here to go for a buy. Essentials bought out with Deagle armor, and they're going to go for it.
Oh, we'll take issue here as the admin comes on over to Bait. Oh, that's an incredibly frustrating round for Bait to concede. How many of those can they really take throughout this series now?
So again, we kind of took this angle yesterday when their game against the 3D Max, right, of that of the underdog and having to close out those rounds. And there are some rounds that you just can't lose. And they lost a couple of them to 3D Max and still came out on top. They're losing a couple of them here today, and it looks like Pain's in the mood to make them pay for it. So they better shape up quickly. Tech issue resolved. We're going to get live into round 17. But running out of funds to fight with, this is not going to be a strong buy against the 5 rifles of Pain's defense. Limit on utility as well. You don't have a whole options. You can't go deep into the playbook. Can't go map control style. 2 smokes, 2 flashes. Gonna have to win some contact plays. With a Galila Scout and Deagles up against AKs.
Oh my god, it took such a long time for that kill to come through. Davideus commits into the open though. Really, it seemed like he committed that before he even had time to recover the initial spray from the kill he got, but he goes down. Bet Esports now in a really solid position, Jason, and here we go. The back and forth continues.
I know, right? Man advantage, you get to recover a gun as well. For having 2 players there on a pretty good pop flash, it felt like Pain wasn't fully ready for that battle. Whoever was the first player, DGT, that went down, turns the corner a little bit early. He gets blinded by his teammate's flash, which is also a miscue there. So both teams committing some errors, some unforced, some small, having big consequences. Hard thing for Pain at the moment is playing without information. No one peeking and no one pushing. They're thinking Bait just hit the pause button. Smoke thrown out for the cross to make it look like a finish at the A bomb site, but it's not going to be the case, and Snow hasn't budged from outside B, so he's not convinced that this is the final play.
Snow. Oh, not so clean. The first bullet's able to recover and does well to get a second. That keeps his team ahead on the player count. We've got Essential now 1v2 post-plant inside of the B site.
Might be able to pick up a Molotov off of Snow's body if he realizes.
Extra damage being done. Another nade on top of his head. Essential now stands on 16 HP. He's got to go massive with a Galil. He's worried about that door push. Rightfully so. And also the window.
Also rightfully so.
And taking the time. They got 1 flash left, Jason. They're going to use it now. Here it comes. Not going to blind Essential. He knows they're coming in. He can hear the steps of both players, and it's Big Uzera immediately taking that headshot. And it looked like the start of the round was setting up a Bait response, but it ends up being Pain Gaming to stabilize and close, thanks to Snow again.
This is one of the best games I've seen Snow play in a long time for Pain. This has been lovely out of him between his openings on the T side, the way he's able to gain map control, the space he's able to control for them, and now on the CT side, that's a huge heroic drop into the B bomb site for a double kill in a really tough scenario.
Yeah, Kenzazor's trolling, man. He's bought an R8 revolver.
I like it.
Why have you got that equipped?
Maybe he knows something we don't. Give him a chance.
What could he possibly know, Jason?
Give him a chance.
All right, a chance has been given.
Let's be on revolver watch this round. Come on, baby. Get the AWPer.
If he wallbangs him, fair enough. Oh. Now everyone's like, what the hell is that?
Listen to how intimidating it is.
It sounds intimidating, yeah, for sure. Okay. All right. Here we go again. At least it brought some excitement to an otherwise boring round of Counter-Strike, Jason.
He's almost out of bullets, though. He's only got 8 left. Oh, that's
what you deserve.
Not the best look at the revolver we've ever had.
Hey, it was fun to hear it.
Yeah.
It was fun to see it.
We'll always have that moment.
And QZ. A double kill. Keeping it clean. Keeping it breezy. Nice and easy for DGT.
As if that's the way he died as well.
I know.
Just perfect.
Oh, just little laughs, little evil laughs here from Snow.
Well, after juggling the first few rounds back and forth, Pain have obviously taken complete control of this. And if you go back to the first half where they were just dominant in gun rounds, it feels like this is everything's lined up for them to have kind of a pretty easy march to the finish line here on Dust 2. Third and final timeout for Bait. Chance to talk things over, try and switch things up, but they better come online right now with this T side.
We had very high expectations for this Bait squad coming into today.
A lot of it based off of yesterday, which I try to temper that before we got into this by saying, who knows, that could have just been,
Yeah, but still, they set the expectations high.
They did set the expectations high. Now you got to meet him. Okay, this is Kenzazor's loadout. He's got the revolver. Look, oh, it's stock? Nah.
Maybe he traded his red skin to upgrade.
That's fair.
I would definitely, if you had a red revolver lying around, that's when you upgrade.
Are you discriminating against the trade up knives or the uncased knives?
No, it worked out for me.
It worked out for you.
I'm a fan.
Well? Okay.
Unlike Blood, did not work out for him. Pyjamas waiting into the lower tunnels. We've got DGT out top mid, hiding in behind the telephone pole. Ring ring, it's Alex. And he's like Scream right now. He's just slashing them up. And now we've ended up with a 3v3. And straight away, the round is settled in to a crazy, bloodthirsty brawl. We've got flashes ready to go out long, and already 2 players waiting here for Pain.
Yeah, I think that flash is going to bring David a little bit closer. Good kill from Snow, but Davidea is still not moving.
Snow
1v2.
says no. Never mind. Headtrick still able to get rid of him. Big shot coming through.
But it's a setup perfectly if they commit long. As long as David never peeks.
Big man, little car. He's going to hide behind it. Ready to peek up. Alex 666. Dead. Instantly pops up, sees the second player, and Davideus. That is what you like to see. Pain Gaming up to map point now on Dust 2. And the Brazilians loving this right now.
Yeah, Bait have no rebuttal here on Dust 2. Not to anything. Not in the first half when Pain took control of the map. Not in the second half as well as they start to shut them down.
Mirage is up next.
Mirage up next. Cool. Another dusty map, another orange one.
Hey, that's Bait's map pick, Jason.
It is. This is Pain. So I guess in some sense, if you're a Bait fan, you're thinking, everything's going according to plan. At the moment, Headtrick misses with the scout, but at least doesn't die to the AWP.
Yeah, if you're a Bait fan, you're thinking about Ancient. Third and final map. Let's see if it's required. Not a whole lot to play with in this round for Bait. This is the best chance for Pain Gaming, but it just got a little bit harder thanks to that shot from Headtrick.
Again, it's like one of those kills that's like it's not really all that necessary to go for that frag as the AWPer, but he's given one away, so now Big Uzera has to try and pick up the pieces. Cross smokes put out in middle. You've got one sole defender at the B bomb site, Snow yet again.
Yeah, with Snow.
Yeah, but also, I like this from Big Uzera. He has to be aggressive to try and come over to support.
Snow going into the fight, dead. So this time Snow gets nothing. Got to be Big Uzera to go big, and it's MPL dead straight away. Big Uzera is second. A lot of damage, but not the kill. And a 2v3, is it doable, Jason?
It is, and you should go investigate because it was a lower buy. See if you can get a quick kill early. TGT is going to come in, pick up any utility remaining. Couple flashes and nade in his hands. David going for the big flank.
Well, this one's for the map. Flashes available for DGT and Davideus. HE grenade as well. We'll go to the back of the platform. Essential's happy it didn't go anywhere near him.
Should send the signal, though, that one's coming from tunnels.
Yeah, it's not looking good right now, is it?
They're going to set up for the exits. They're going to we'll take away all these rifles. You won't save a single thing. That new Dust 2 bomb blast is going to force everyone from Bait out of the bomb site.
That's true. It's massive these days. Essential, very unlikely to ever get close to safety. They start to run now. DGT ready from CT spawn. On his toes, on high notice. He's got himself the first. Lowering the health of Kenzazor. It's going to go down to the bomb. It's absolutely massive now, Jason.
Yeah, that's a very nice round win. You get helped out by NKZ taking a peek in middle with that AWP, feeling very overconfident, wrecked by Headtrick's scout.
All right, 4 rounds in a row, and you've got overtime.
It's that easy.
When you put it that way.
Yeah, when you just put it by one simple number, it just seems so simple. Taking the long spawn. It's going to be Kenzazor leading the way for the peak. Flashbangs are out. Makes his way, scales over towards Blue Bin, puts out the Molotov. Big defenses here, though. David and DGT with the opening kills. 5 on 3. Bait on the back foot in a must-win round.
Yeah, Pain looking to end the map now. This has to be the one. A 13-8 victory, teed right home. Or right up. Time to drive it home, Jason, is where I was going with that one.
Metaphors all over the place.
Yeah, really screwed that one up. Head trick. Let's see if it's Pain screwing this one up. NQZ makes sure to respond. It's going to be MPL hitting the deck. And NQZ hops up on top of the box. Okay, nice shot through the side of the wall, and it's Head Trick alone fighting on. Another AWP killing him. He'll switch out to the AK for the remainder of this round. Just over a minute left.
He's got the bomb in his hands too, so if he can find a way to kind of get tricky, if he finds a kill, maybe open the map up, he can go a lot of places. Got time for it as well, but first up is going to be finding Snow on platform, playing this passively. Big U's Nera has now got eyes on middle, so Snow no longer has to worry about that lurk. Just towards B tunnels, but he looks the wrong direction.
There's no way he's going to do this, surely. There's no way he's going to pull off the ace clutch to keep this map going for Bait. Davideus and Big Azera come back to battle him. Head Trick taking damage to the door, but the AK waits, a turret, to try and dispel them as they come back into the site. Davideus and Big Azera now group up. It's Head Trick in with it and down to 17 HP. Big Azera dodges the flames and will close out the map in favor of Pain. It's a nice try from Head Trick, but it's not enough to prolong play. It is the Brazilians out on top of Dust 2.
Yeah, Pain draw first blood there. We're going to find out how deep a cut it actually is. I don't know, Striker. I'm still not really convinced by Pain overall, but I mean, I'll hand it to them here. They had a nice dust here.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's me being a little bit biased, hyper-focused on their T-sides and all that stuff, but I also wasn't particularly impressed by what they were doing. I mean, the way that they entered it was by a very simple punishment of a mistake from NPL, just to hide behind door against the force buy. They get an opening kill, you know, they overwhelm the B bomb site, and that's how they get it started into the half in a way that they probably shouldn't have been allowed to, right? And then throughout the first half, they're also more punishing Bait's mistakes.
Yeah.
NPL was trying to take some space in short without any sort of support, and they were always there to punish him to get that opening kill and just effectively use that and the advantage that came from it. So I wasn't particularly impressed. It just felt like Bait didn't really show up.
Yeah, I think it's more of you know, Bait's CD side just being non-existent, right, as you alluded to. Yeah, look, for Pain, like the first round they won was obviously I think it was NQC or was it Big Zero just walking on mid with the Deagle finding NPL, and after that Snow was getting, I think he got like 3 rounds against buy rounds on the T side where he gets 2 kills for free towards short. Like what are you doing, Bait? Right, no utility support, it's just getting picked apart. They're trying to be aggro, but the aggression is not really cohesive at all. They're not really talking to each other. They don't really have those you know, those reps. And I think this is the 6th Dust 2 that Bait have lost now in a row. Clearly, Rich, they haven't quite figured out what the problem is, but maybe because there's so many issues here. I think even the T side as well.
And remember, that's across 2 IGLs as well, right? So.
Yeah, true, but absolutely. So it's like, you know, it's not necessarily NPL struggling on it earlier, and now, you know, Alex having to kind of hold the reins of this Dust 2 ship of theirs. And also, you look at the second half, like 2 rounds when you lose to just the scouts, the force buys, just a complete lack of protocols. And it just, for me, was reminiscent of what LNZ said about their game on Heroic on Inferno. It's like, we just kind of suck on this map. And I feel like for Bait, all the praise we've heaped on them, they kind of suck on Dust 2 right now.
Yeah, I mean, look, and it's okay to have a map that you suck on.
Okay.
I think, you know, everyone kind of has that map they're not comfortable playing. It's kind of unfortunate in this series that it just happens to be Pain's best map. And they were able to run away with it courtesy of this guy on your screen here, Big Azera, kind of the forgotten man of international Counter-Strike. People forget how good he can be, you know, when he's on his A game.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he was, towards the beginning, he was like walking out A or walking out mid, didn't really have a lot of impact. But over the course of the game, he was just started to find a little bit more of that impact. This is what I was talking about with that round where they were kind of allowed to enter the half. And from there, it just kind of fell apart from Bait, you know. But even despite some of these moments, then we had this 1v2 clutch from Big Azera. He started finding a lot of impact from that point on. So props to Pain for at least spotting the opportunities and taking advantage of them.
Yeah, for sure. And also, like, you know, overall, Snow is a player we touched upon as well, right? And we said how, you know, with his position being switched up towards mid, he's finding more impact. He's a very vocal player as well, which I think is very obvious to all the viewers. So, sure, Big Azera, especially on the CT side, with some of those force buy rounds, is finding a lot of impact. But I feel feel like Snow was particularly instrumental on the T side, getting a lot of very important kills, and just I feel like being the glue in the middle of the T side.
Yeah, we can bring up his stats as well, Blair, just to tack on to your point.
Yeah.
I mean, look, obviously, we've talked about it in the pre-show about how this is a young player that is already now, I think, gone through 3 major role changes in his career. And obviously that's tough, you know, you're trying to find a place you can get comfortable. Also, though, when you're the young talent, I think we do exist in an era of Counter-Strike where there's a lot of pressure and a lot of expectation put on the younger stars, just kind of what has sort of gone before. You know, we live in an era where if you come from Spirit Academy, we want you to be the next Donk. And so every young player that seems to come in and help the old heads out, I think there's a different level of expectation just based on what we've seen. And, you know, Snow's probably felt that pressure, but I think he's handled it well.
Yeah, this kid has been hyped up since he was like 13, you know, so imagine yourself being in that position sometimes, you know, before you even enter any sort of a scene where anybody actually watches you, your name is already being chanted across the world, being like, oh, this is the next Brazilian.
Everyone's posting that Reddit thread every 3 months of you meeting Fallen.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So there was a lot of pressure on him from the beginning, and as you say, he started out as a very hard, passive lurker and anchor, and now he's being put more into the active spots. Slowly, one by another, they just put him a little bit more active, and it just feels like he is starting to find some of his impact. Because I mean, even towards the end of the last season, we were still kind of questioning whether he should be on this roster or not.
So yeah, absolutely, and that's the way it is, Rich. You know, just the unbearable weight of massive hype, I guess, at times.
Talent,
but I love the fact that, you know, he didn't allow that particular way to, you know, just kind of crush him, or, you know, the team still had some faith, and instead of being like, yep, you're out of the team, you know, kind of trying to evolve him as the team progresses. So it's really cool to see him become a kind of just a core aspect of the team, because earlier he just used to be like this tertiary player. It's, oh, this is a cool kid who's very loud, you know, during his LAN games, but you don't really talk about him as much as you would about, let's say, Big Zero or NQZ and all of these guys. So yeah, a good evolution for the young lad. Yeah.
The only issue I see with this kind of an approach from Pain is that it's always a give and take, because, okay, you put Snow in a more active position, but that means that Davidos, who's the most aggressive piece on this roster, has to take a step back, has to be the long guy who, you know, just usually just sits behind car and just waits for the entire round for his opportunity to go on the flank on long and things like that. And that's not necessarily his bread and butter. And so that's kind of been the issue with the Pain T sides that I was talking about, where they've done so many swaps because, you know, somebody's uncomfortable in this spot, but that makes somebody else uncomfortable in the new spot. And it's just this ever-evolving process where they just can't really find the right setup. And it's just been really difficult for them.
Well, obviously, they are ahead in the series. We're kind of course, lamenting and talking about them as if they've lost. But we move on to Mirage now, and it should be a very different prospect. Obviously, Bates pick, and, you know, we've seen them on this map. I like what they're doing on this map. They definitely have a better handle on it than they do at Dust 2.
Oh, for sure. Like, you know, it's I think, what, 80% win rate in the past 3 months or something like that. And even against Astralis, right, they were trailing massively. Yeah. They were able to mount that comeback. I think they had an epic game against
Furia and G2.
Furia, G2 was back at EPL against FaZe as well, I think, in CSC. Overtime game. So they've had a lot of reps, a lot of very closely fought series, map rather, against a very, very solid opposition where they've come out on top almost every single time. So absolutely, this is a map that they should be dominating on. Because I don't think it was necessarily the individuals who were just kind of dropping off in Dust 2. It was just they didn't have the right protocols. They were super uncomfortable, especially on that CT side. But Mirage, it's a whole different beast.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm just curious whether that's going to be, whether we're going to see some fight from Pain. It's still a map that they play quite often, so I don't expect that it's going to be a quick and an easy game for Bait. Mm-hmm. But it's just another one of those where they've done a lot of swapping around. You know, Big Zero started out the season, or even towards the end of that last season, when they got DGT, and he was starting out as a B anchor, then very quickly realized that was not going to work, so he went back into Con, with Davideos being the other aggressive piece as we see on the map. You know, so that's again another map that they've done a lot of chopping and changing, and it's just again been a very big process for them to try to find the right setups on both sides effectively.
And staying with you, Strike, I mean, you know, what makes Bait so good on this map in particular? Who's the kind of standout and and why do they stand out?
It's always going to be NPL because he's the one who gets the most space in middle. He's like akin to Xfloud, what we saw last game. He's going to be the one who's taking a lot of agency on middle, trying to open up the map, trying to sneak into con to try to get an opening on that side. Turn into a lurk where the rest of the team turns around to go A site and crunch the A bomb site. So it's always going to be eyes on him and how much impact he can have.
And a bonding to that, Clyde, for me would be Essential, right? Like, obviously on the CD side, it's going to be anchored, a bit of a quieter position. But you look at a lot of teams, a lot of teams on Mirage, you always have like the IGL, the weakest player on the B bomb side. Essential isn't that, right? He's going to absolutely shut it down. So a potential weak link on the CT side, on the B bomb side especially, it's non-existent for the side of Bait. And I think that's also a reason why the CD side is so very strong. There's no clear weak side. And you're talking about he's going to be lurking towards Palace, as we saw over there. And I feel like Essential is that X-factor player, right? He's not necessarily going to be popping off consistently, but the kills he gets, he just seems to have this very good instinct. And that's not something, you can, not everyone has that. And I think that's why for me, he's a player to watch.
Okay. Final thought from you before we go to break?
No, I think obviously Bait is going to be the favorite in this one just by virtue of it being their home map. I don't think that Pain have necessarily still found that setup that I was talking about with some of the struggles that they've had. So I think we are heading to 3.
All right, we'll see if you're right. We are going to go to a break. When we come back, we'll see if we're going to tie this series up. Make sure you join us.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, I love my man's going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Hello esports fans, we're live here at PGL Bucharest 2025 and I'm joined by the lovely and very talented HyperX from GamerLegion, Crims from Fnatic, Martinez from Gentlemates, Agil from Saw. Is there a round or a play that sticks out to you?
I think a major against Envious 2015 on Dust 2 when I did I think it was 1v3 or something, and we did the comeback after that and won I think it was the last map, and won the major after that, so that was a very nice season.
That's a hell of a highlight. Yeah, dude, it doesn't get much better than that.
No, it was very important, and yeah, especially when we won after, so.
Taking home the trophy.
Myself?
Yeah.
I think it's a 1v4 against Mongols back in April here in Bucharest. Yeah, first tier 1 tournament, and I feel like that 1v4 will just always stick in my mind.
Yeah, bro. It's a hell of a play.
It was a nice play.
I have one in my mind. When I joined 9C, we were playing one closed qualifier to EM Chengdu. And I remember it was like 12-11. So if we win that round, we qualify. And I was on Mirage, V-ups, I killed one, and they were like 4 guys pushing. And after my kill, I rotated instant to jungle because they had time to go in underpass to connector to A. And they threw molly in jungle, bouncing that wall. So I take the cross from jungle to A. And I was on that molly, and with one shot, I killed 2. And yeah, we won that round, and we qualified to China. And yeah, I think it's that play. Yeah, it's
a hell of a round. Even describing it, I can imagine the weighing up the situation. I've just got to do it. And
the scenario, it's like, sick.
A good moment that I had was in February, playing PGL Cluj-Napoca against FaZe on my first arena match ever. I'd say that right now is the kind of the highlight for me.
Welcome back to PGL Masters Bucharest 2025. We're heading into the second map of BET Esports versus Pain Gaming, and it's looking good for Pain. They just went Dust 2. We're heading on to Mirage. Jason, do you see a world in which this is a 2-0?
Oh, absolutely can be. I mean, I think if BET can't handle that kind of slower style that Pain's bringing out with, which they didn't show an ability to do, and I think if you just look at Dust 2, I think the biggest scary thing is just the disparity in gun rounds, like, right? Like, there was the economic tug of war back and forth that got, you know, what, BET, like 2 or 3 rounds in the second half. First half was winning the second round, the third round, but then all the gun rounds went the other direction. That's the biggest fear for me, is that when the guns come out, Pain have just shown that they're a step above, at least on Dust 2.
Well, a test for Alex as the new in-game leader of BET Esports.
Also, it's not like Pain's any sort of like crazy slouches on Mirage either. I mean, the win rate isn't going to look pretty up to the 80% of BET, but they're still going to be a force to be reckoned with. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm still kind of wondering what's with BET, if yesterday was just like some crazy peak they kind of hit out of nowhere, and this is, you know, maybe a return to the norm, or is it just kind of a bad game? We don't really know yet from BET what kind of level we're supposed to be expecting out of them game in and game out.
Or maybe 3D Max just fell off hard.
There could be that as well. Maybe it was just an ugly day for 3D Max.
Too, so
that's fair.
We've got BET getting ready to go in towards the A bomb site. 3 players here for the CT side. If you're Pain, this is exactly what you want. You got the numbers here to deal with this. Now you just got to land some shots. Snow, not going to get an opener this time. Taken down by Headshriek. It's NQZ hiding, biding his time, but he can't take a single frag, and all 3 of those players from Pain Gaming just destroyed.
Yeah, they couldn't hold anything back, could they? And no one could win their respective fight to even slow down this attack. So Essential probably going to go down with low H. Nope, he will not. David, the only one surviving for Pain, pissed around over to BET. They got this on the CT side of Dust 2 as well, and then lost obviously to the scouts inside the bomb site from Big User and NQZ. So Pain, I think they're going to be reasonably confident going into this second round for Spine.
Boost up. MPL creeping in behind him. Davideus going to be taken down. No issue for the nipple.
What am I supposed to follow that up with?
I don't know.
What am I supposed to do?
Where does your brain go when we
no
say nipple,
issue
Jason?
for the nipple?
Just take it. To figure out where it goes from there.
Jesus.
I do love, you know, I was doing interviews a couple years ago, and I asked MPL in the whole midst of, is it nipple, is it MPL? I said to him, you know, is it nipple? And he said, yes, it's nipple. You can call me nipple. Meanwhile, the Na'Vi manager was just standing off to the side like,
yeah, no nipple. No, don't call him that. Don't call him that.
MPL. I think he had an I in it as well before. So it straight up was.
So they really made him just completely change it.
Remove a letter. You're MPL now.
Nipple stickers would be selling like hotcakes, though. I'll tell you that right now.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Imagine what you could do with those. Final attack issue. Guess you're just imagining, Jason?
No, I was thinking of, it's more of an in-joke from earlier with the Launders line where he's just like, it's very quiet in the server.
Just silence.
Just leaving it on an empty note on the nipple jokes. 1-0 for BET. Scout on NQZ, Deagles and 5-7s picked up for the Pain side.
NQZ got for a little tag opportunity over towards the top of that smoke. Not going to be finding it. So the issue for Bait was these second rounds in the second half. You know, they won the pistol, couldn't convert the second. There's a good start here for Kenzazort. He's dropped Davideus. An opening kill here for the T side. Good grenade, though, on both sides.
Now, against 3D Max, one thing that Bait was doing very, very well. Oh, excuse me, not against 3D Max. Who's Bait playing on this earlier?
They played 3D Max yesterday.
Yeah, just not on Mirage. Either way, hold the phone. We got Bait coming into this. My point is just going to be forgotten about. Yeah, just put it out there. Save the day.
3 kills come in, 2 from Snow, 1 from DGT, and also Nipple. As Snow goes down, no problem. DGT with the wall bang, and Essential's now left in 1v3.
Yes, he is. A chaotic round, and yet again, Bait win the pistol and are put in a hard, hard second round. Essential, not even the bomb in his hands. He's got to come all the way up to the stairs to recover it. Knows the position of DGT, but doesn't hard clear it quite yet. All about the timing on this peak, and that's a nice win, but the 3 HP, no chance left with 30 seconds on the clock, and NQZ going to finish it off.
Well, another disastrous second round for Bait added to the tally. Here we go. Pain going to have an opportunity to get going. Over on the B stream, Gentlemates taking on the Ninjas. And Gentlemates, led by Alex, former in-game leader of NIP, another player whose time in the Ninjas in Pyjamas does not count, apparently.
Yeah, sure. We're gonna give that pass over to everyone.
Yeah, well, we've got members of it here. Headtrick, we had LNZ over there in the last game, too.
It was Astralis that Bait played on Mirage to start the event. It was a 16-12 victory in overtime.
Nice
this
tag.
time, the scout lands through the smoke. No fun for Alex.
No, not fun at all. They have invested into this as well. They've thrown everything into this. So, this could be offering up a 3-1 lead for Pain Gaming.
Yeah, and depending on how comprehensive the victory is for Pain, Money could be in a really strong position early. Palace just gets smoked out now on the timing. It's only Snow committed to this A bomb site, but Big Uzera close by in jungle, and DGT has now slid in towards window room as well, gonna wrap around through CT spawn. So this defense is just gonna get stronger as time goes on.
Here they come, out on the ramp. Snow got away down to the wood, and the FAMAS is ready. It's essential to fall. Snow's going to look for a follow-up. It's actually DGT to come and clean up. 2 M4 kills off the back of triple. Leaves Kenzazor and Alex alone. And they're all cleaned up nice and easy. That was a 4-spot, remember, for Bait Esports. They had everything thrown into that, which means it's a full eco coming up now.
Yeah, hard thing is without the bomb plant and those second round buys, you don't really get much beyond those deagles, right? And as you can see towards the end, when you have so many deagles trying to be the entry fragger, just not super wieldy in that kind of position. Great in those rounds to kind of jiggle peek and look for picks, look for that one deag. But when you actually have to move in and scale and take space, they can be a little bit unwieldy. So no real impact felt, no real damage done, no danger for Pain. They get to go into this 4th round feeling very comfortable.
Galil straight out towards the boost. It's going to be NQZ, another tag. This time, combined with the damage of Davideus, it's an opening kill.
I don't think DGT spotted this just yet. NPL only has the Glock, and indeed he does. He called out a nade from his teammate over on Catwalk, so force the attack back. And Pain going to feel supremely confident to just step forward, take fights, take control of the map. Next one is a little lurk jumping out of Palace. Snow handles that with no issue. Bomb is coming back. Might be going for like a little ultra bait, right? Send someone out, make you think it's going to be elsewhere, but no one's alive to really sell that. Three to 1, and with 2 flawless rounds in a row, Pain, that money is going to be very strong, and you don't even really need to upgrade a whole lot this round if you don't want to.
No, and you're able to ride the vibes from Dust 2 into Mirage now for Pain.
And this is where really the big struggles came in on Dust 2, is now the guns against the guns. And yeah, you might have the advantage with the FAMAS in play, with the Scout in play on the Pain side of things, but he's actually upgraded to an AWP, so you don't even really get that benefit either.
NQZ coming for the window pick.
2 smokes stockpiled, or 2 nades, excuse me, stockpiled behind him so he can break it whenever he chooses.
Actually going to send some utility up towards the top mid boxes. NQZ is going to relocate that AWP back over towards B instead. A little bit of a fumble on the jump up. But nothing to worry about for NQZ. BigAzera looking to be very active and keep the pressure up into the underpass. They'll send a grenade on down and about equal damage done.
Oh, that one could be great though. They jump away,
yeah.
but it still does a good chunk. 58 on Kenzazor, 82 on NPL. Still, for 3 nades stockpiled there, not enough, not as much damage as you would have liked from that sequence.
Ooh, burning a little bit. NPL about to get the fight he's looking for against Davideus. Again, it's just damage being done by both teams, sort of teasing an opening kill, but neither squad able to take it just yet.
Sounded worse than it was, that dink through the wall. NPL jumps up into the smoke. BigUzera's here as well. Move not made yet, despite the spam being heard. BigUzera, gotta be careful. Snow's in trouble. First is his. Good flash, but the attack is underway.
Yeah, DGT waiting under the wood, over the top of his head. He hears the steps. The bomb, fully tunnel vision, committed, bomb in hand. Alex gets distracted with the package in his hands himself, and NPL having to respond. It's a great shot from Essential, down towards CT spawn. Denial of the bomb plant will not be had by BigAzera, but a lot of damage being sprinkled through. It's on NQZ. If he can nail this shot, which he will, it's an even numbers game again into the retake attempt.
HE grenade and smoke on the AWP of NQZ, but do they want to risk it? There's no kits on these 2 players despite all the cash amongst the team.
We'll keep the pressure up, keep bait at least pinned down on the bomb site. Smoke goes on. The tap on the defuse. BigAzera does not have the health to stick it, nor the kit, but now they've picked up kits. NQZ has got a kit. He can hold it. 5-second stick inside of the smoke. Essential's got misalignment and eventually gets his crosshair back to the right spot. NQZ hits the deck and a round picked up for bait.
Deep exhale for bait. That's a teammate certainly calling out more to the right, and he gets it at the end of the day. BigUzera picked up a kit on the way in. That low HP was never going to win that stick inside the smoke. A nice attempt, but a lovely round from bait. So finally we see them take away the guns and win a round where Pain is fully equipped.
Issue is Pain have so much money they can go back at it again, and it comes down to 1 player staying alive for bait. So money again on the line. Breaking point, more so for them. There's leftover cash still for Pain. NPL. His role is the underpass player. Gonna be a little bit easier due to that smoke removing the incendio.
No smoke for BigUzera for the bottom of Khan either, so in this fades, he's just gonna play the off angle for underpass. Molotov not giving away any information, no ticks of damage. Deep nade towards NPL from BigUzera, but once again, it's just off the mark. He backs away wisely. 4 attackers lining up outside of the A bomb site. You have NPL basically given free reign as an individual to play and lurk however he chooses to. He's going to back off entirely. And you can see this is going to be a waterfall out Palace, but Snow is in a great place to put a stop to this.
He was fantastic over on Dust too. A lot of big moments from Snow. NQZ in middle, finds success on NPL. That's first blood. In round 6, 40 seconds left. That Palace push is coming. It's silent, it's creeping, and Snow, he's ready. Hetrick dropping Davideus. Now he knows Snow has to activate out. He only gets the 1 kill. NQZ's AWP though goes unpunished. The impact felt. The flank is here as well. No save from Hetrick. He actually gets his gun out in time, but BigAzera still wins out that duel. It will be 4-2 with Pain Gaming breaking the money down again for Bad Esports.
And BigAzera just kind of teasing it and calling to his teammate if they want to go into a double op setup. That was turned down, so he keeps the M4, but a beautiful round from the 1 op that they had. Triple kill on NQZ. Lovely work. And Snow went so long undetected. When DGT goes down a triple, that just like, it makes it feel like it's a free bomb site, and Snow's able to just pounce without anyone expecting it. So once again, immediate rebuttal from Pain.
No reprieve whatsoever here for Bait. We'll have to go to a timeout. Another situation where they just don't have enough money.
Yeah, that's the hard part about these kind of single wins and then just getting knocked back down. And also, it just continues that trend of not being able to build up any momentum into the gun rounds that we saw in Dust 2. So they'll have to sit back without a bomb plant, without much of anything, probably just a couple upgraded pistols, not even armored. And a nice easy way for Pain to replenish some of that cash they had to respend in the past few rounds.
Well, keep it quick here as Bait get ready to go into the B-bomb site. Best you can hope for here is you somehow overwhelm the B defenders and get a bomb plant. DGT has positioned himself, indicating he's very aware of the kind of purchase, or rather lack of purchase, he's going up against.
It's a really good angle for his teammate David to fall back on catwalk and grab an angle up and towards halls, but they're going to miss that window of opportunity.
All the steps here. DGT quickly with the headshot. Oh my god, does get overwhelmed. Just gets absolutely blasted out of the site. So there's the bomb plant. And can they get anything else? It's a picked up AK-47. Essential is going to die surely to that grenade, and he will. Kenzazor also falls victim to the rifle of Davideus by a 2v3 here. As Alex picks up the AK again, another kill offered up, but Snow's going to win out the duel, putting it all on Hedrick. And he won't be able to do much else, but that's a fantastic round considering there was nothing invested, really.
Yeah, and those retakes can always get tricky when you're shifting over and the kill comes so quick and so convincing that they're able to take space over and mark it. The fact that Snow's able to help clear that out, lovely round from him. Good job with the utility work. 5-2, but I mean, at least Bait made it, you know, so they weren't growing some kind of crazy economy, right? They got a couple meaningful kills. They got a bomb plant as well. Bolsters their own money, prevents Pain's economy from getting too strong to overcome. So we go into round 8, equal playing field. 5 AK-47s fully kitted out, 4 M4s in the AWP on NQZ.
Davideus looking for a little bit of a peek down in towards the top mid boxes.
You are insane.
Absolutely crazy. He is going to get away, though. Somehow. No one dies. In fact, not a whole lot of damage, even. In this.
Bait was very tentative to take those fights, too, weren't they? They were to swing wide. Obviously, I don't know if they really spotted him in his initial shots that he took off to know where he was. It seemed like they might have had the idea he was going to try and bail out, but nobody was super motivated to stop that. Happy with the stalemate. Big Uzera, we saw the triple nade stockpile. Now we see this boost. Last round it was DGT keeping eyes on the underpass. They're really putting a lot of emphasis in the early rounds with utility, with resources, towards harassing those players coming from the underpass to take mid control.
Three players for Pain wait inside of the A site. It's an A split being set up here for Bait. It'll be 2 through ramp, 1 through Palace, 1 through connector, perhaps even a late lurk for Nipple.
If one of these players fails on their first kill, this setup can fall apart very quickly.
All right, well, Snow can't play under the wood, so he's committed towards default. Snow had used the sandwich position earlier in the half. DGT this time in that spot. Snow does well. Okay, DGT somehow gets away with that one. And Kenzazor trades him out, but he's all alone in the world. All of his teammates have died elsewhere, and he's taken a shot from an AWP and finished off by Big Uzera. This game feels way too easy right now for Pain.
Yeah, it's the length, it's the amount of time that they're able to kind of survive in that setup is what really hurts that. Because, I mean, if you can get in and get those kills quickly, but the fact that is a DJT over in Closet that we were on the POV of, just like staying up tucked in and not even really peeking the Halls player all that much. The fact that it takes him a long time to figure that out after Snow goes down is what buys time for NQZ, for Big Uzera to show up. Reinforcements arriving at the perfect moment, hustling into the action, and now just Tech 9s and a MAC-10. And a B-Rush. We love these.
The brush.
Good luck, Davideus and DGT.
Well, it's slowed down. The utility is definitely going to cause some problems here for Bait. Smokes up. Davideus looking to burn out the apartments. They're actually just going to go. They're severed off from one another. DGT catches them. His teammate goes down with nothing, though, and then DGT is very confused.
Those flashbangs were so perfect. They were so nice. Great utility usage. Okay.
Oh, did get the angle. Oh,
stops it. Player at bench. He's got to find that. NQZ knows everything.
Yeah, he's looking for that second player, but he's done very well here to cause a massive problem for Bait, because you've got to get back to that bomb somehow. And all that time being wasted is allowing the rotation to come in, but that certainly helps, and that's even better. A dink to Pyjamas' head, and Alex666 turns for that final kill. That's crazy.
Yeah.
That Bait are able to win the 3v3 that easily.
Well, you just mentioned it was looking easy for Pain in these rounds, and that was a very easy execute with the Tech-9s. Just eating flashbangs are both defenders. Buys an extra second and a half to get out, plant your feet on the ground, and find those kills. And then a kind of messy attempt at a retake. NQZ does great work to delay the bomb after that, but Pain really wanted to start that retake before Bait was trying to recover. They wanted to get in while the smokes were still up. Money's disappearing for the CT side as well. This will be the last buy, the last strong buy for Pain, and Kenzazor is going to push all the way up into the op shot of NQZ. He's been fantastic with the op.
Yeah, there's Hetrick at least sending one back. A 4v3, still favoring Pain. The bomb is out Tetris. The connector play from MPL has ripped away that advantage that Pain once held.
And puts the op in an awkward situation. Nice shot from Alex over the top.
Yeah, making the most of these situations now, Bait. Further damage done on the Davideus as his health drops to 15. He can no longer stand comfortably towards CT spawn. It's got to be DGT to make the difference here. And they're whiffing. They're giving him chances. DGT, a lot of bullets come towards him. MPL stepping up to the plate now for the jungle fight. And everyone is on a knife's edge at this point because they're so low on health. But Davideus comes out on top and puts it all on Hetrick for this clutch.
How can nobody hit these last two Pain players? Nobody can touch them. Bullets just seem to curve around them. Hetrick all the way back towards A ramp with the AWP. 20 health. There's an HE grenade on Davideus.
He's got to penetrate their force field of protection.
Ooh,
and that one
backs
bullet
away.
forced for the reload. And that nade would have cost him. So perhaps the reload has saved his life.
Yes, indeed.
And the flashes ran in. Hetrick actually conceding this. He's running all the way back. They're going to defuse, and that will be a 7-3 scoreline for Pain.
That's a tough end to take, but I think it's the right call from Hetrick, who wants the AWP. There wasn't a whole lot you could do in that scenario when you hear the smoke pop on the bomb. You have the flashbangs raining in as well. Lovely stuff from NQZ. He's been on point. These last few rounds, it feels like Bait have really picked up the pace, picked up the aggression, a change of the speed they're bringing into these rounds, but none of that matters if you just can't clean up these final kills. Nobody could hit those shots. So many fights and missed opportunities for Bait down the stretch.
Right, and another timeout being taken here on the T side. A reminder, they are one map down in this series as well. This is actually a 2-0 game coming into this competition. The winner of this will go through 3-0 through the Swiss stages straight into the playoffs. Have a couple of days off to prepare for the games, rest, get ready. Both teams do very well to get to this position in the competition. But you don't want to get here to a 2-0 game, and if you're Bait, you don't want to end up just getting banged out by Pain 2-0. Show some fight, at least try and get it onto Ancient here.
This has been an interesting series. It'd be fun to get the thoughts of Bait, especially after the opening map and the way it went. Good spam through the smoke, 2 M4s just unloading the mags, and Alex goes down. Not even a chance to get involved in a fight.
Yeah, 2 rounds left in the half here. It looks like Pain have just put themselves in pole position to take an 8th round win with a 5v4. They've been so good.
Oh, I think Davideus is in trouble.
Yeah, he might concede that advantage. Gets the dink, and he does lose his life, but it's running back into the NQZ orb. Good shot as he goes back out for a repeat. Kenz's all ready to punish that.
They knew what was coming. 2 AKs just ready and waiting. Molotov going to hold Big Uzera back, and they've lost the B bomb site. 1 kill ladder room. NQZ can only get the single frag, and all of a sudden, you've lost the site again. An attempted retake forthcoming for Pain. Double mollies into the site, won't stop the plant.
No, Essential holding that window push. He does well. Big Uzera walks right into him. Kenz's already with the rifle. It's Hetrick to chime in, and a 4v5 conversion here from Bait is not bad at all. That'll be a 4th round win. MPL, a crucial fight 1, and towards ladder room. And another really important shot there from Kenzazo as well, and that NQC repeak didn't have the support in the bomb site.
Yeah, it's just, again, I think a lot of it is the difference in kind of philosophy that I think Bait as a team and as players are playing with. A lot more risk-taking, a lot more kind of trying to, you know, taking liberties, taking bigger risks. A faster, more aggressive kind of thought process about which plays you want to make. And that's a good piece of scaling up short, especially off of a 4v5. So good recovery. And once again for Bait, it's like similar to Dust 2, where it feels like The half has been in Pain's favor, but they're scraping together enough rounds to keep it within striking distance, to keep themselves in this game, in this series.
Ooh, Snow. Nade's gonna break the smoke, and he was close to the kill. Interesting move to try and get the opening. Doesn't work out here for Pain, and 5v4 now for Pain. Get to play with the advantage.
Cool attempt with the MP9 to try and get one of the weaker weapons to just give you some information. So that at least they got, you know, they saw 2-3 players at the bottom of A ramp, but that can all change very quickly as we're seeing. It's Essential and Kenzazor wrapping all the way back around towards Alex in mid boxes. They're going to take the B-Halls Avenue.
Under a minute left. Bomb to be picked up. And they're going to go back over towards the B apartments for the finish. DGT is lying in wait. All of his teammates have decided to stack the A bomb site.
This is where I think Pain really needs to find information, but they don't really know what the best play is. Everyone's on the A side of the map, despite the fact that B has been proven to be a bit of a weakness for them. So they're going to be caught completely off. Unless you get something really special out of DGT, this round is done.
Let's see if he has anything up his sleeve. No one budging from A side. It's got to be DGT. He's done well with one, but that is it. And that will not be enough to feel like this round is doable. But Pain Gaming, they've got to go for it. Last round of the half, so they make those rotations over to B. The plant is locked in. We still got Bigger Zera on A. Can I get a move on, guys?
It is the last round of the half. They might have been thinking they were going to save and then realizing that. So Headtrick, he's got a great perch with the AWP. That flank coming in as well from Halls. He should be fine. Traded off 2-on-2.
2v2 all of a sudden? MPL on short. He's got one, and Kenzio has the other. So a fifth round is secure for Bait. They make...
Don't get too excited there, Dinko. That was always under control.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, 5 rounds for Bait, that's not bad at all, considering it was looking really solid for Pain to kick off this first half.
Yeah, it really was. It's a good recovery from Bait, giving themselves a chance here on Mirage, their own map pick in this series to try and come back and even up the score, take us to Ancient as a third. Long way to go for that. But they'll switch sides. We'll see Bait's defense at work. We'll see what kind of offense Big Uzera and Pain can put together. It was incredible on Dust 2. The slow pace, the tactical style, utility was on point, and it just worked Bait on the first map in the series, so better be completely different if you want to see a third map. Both coaches very vocal as well, getting their players in the right place, making sure everyone knows the pistol round, telling them to keep the mental strong, keep the attitude positive. Going to be a tough, grueling second half on Mirage, especially if you're Bait. And pistol round, as we know, all important, although in this series, it's the second round that's been determining who takes the early advantages, as we've seen both teams respond to each other's pistol round victories. No dualies in play for the CT side. It's Smoke Kit for Alex, and he's got those over towards Ticket.
Davideus on the charge up through short. It's going to be Headtrick out from the bench. And landing a couple of shots to the chest, but none to the head. And so Headtrick's gone. Kenzazor hoping they don't check him. And the sheer numbers stacking the B-bomb side seem to be working out for Bait. There's still a player up here. Davideus running out of bullets. Has to go for the quick reload. You've got NQZ hitting pause towards short. Davideus is rapidly changing his crosshair between multiple different positions and finally gets a chance to fight out the apartments, but Kenzazor wins it, putting NQZ in an almost impossible situation. Kenzazor hunts him down, wins the pistol here for Bait.
Yeah, what a round from Kenzazor. 4 kills, but just staying alive after the initial 2, being just a nuisance, and that's the thing. After he gets his 2 kills and stays alive up on the balcony, it's just his living presence that's actually more valuable than any kills he's going to give you, because we could see Davideus didn't know where to look. He had no clue. When was Kenzazor going to peak? Where did he have to commit his crosshair? Where is his focus supposed to be in that situation? And this is all despite that incredible long-range entrance or opening kill towards the bench. You don't normally get that from a Glock, so to have that is a great benefit, but Kenzazor rips it away. Woo! Here we go.
Damn, David.
Buckle in.
All right, things are about to get maybe a little bit weird. Not quite ready to say that it's going to get out of hand.
No, there's nothing really past the Deagle, is there? 4 Glocks behind it and no utility, so you need a couple more of those from David if you want any weapons to be salvaged.
M4 in the window. Picked up here for Essential. And he will pick it up. Pain Gaming going for the mob mentality. See if strength in numbers works out for them. They've got NQZ waiting in Palace.
If you get this kill on Kenzazor, you open up the pathway up Con. Easy kill. Now knows there's multiple underneath window. Gets himself into a safe position. And this is where I think the interest in this round disappears.
Yep, Kenzazor actually just having fun, mowing them down with the M4. Gets a 4K, up to 16 kills now at Kenzazor. Leading the charge here for Bait.
NQZ's got a little bit quiet. Towards the end of the first half, I think in like around 11-ish, 10 or 11, he was 12-4. So he's got 14 kills now. It's still early going in this second half, but he had that blistering start with the AWP and has gone a little bit cold. AK's picked up across the board for the Pain side. Instant window smoke, back catwalk smoke as well. NPL's going to push lower. Big Uzera is going to have to contend with it.
Not a pretty spray from MPL, but look at that from Kenzazor. Great response. Now the double push to the apartments has caught Snow.
He knew it was coming too. You could see him considering it. You could see he knew exactly what was going to happen next and wasn't able to kind of convince himself to back away into any kind of safety. Caught out in the open by 3 players. And now it's all on this little lurk from DGT.
Can he get Alex cleanly? That is the question. Got the rotation now arriving as well from Essential. DGT is now preoccupied about the CT presence. And that should allow Alex the saving grace of being unchecked. They're going to walk right in front of him. Kenzazor fragging out Alex alongside of him. And NQZ now a long way off on this lurk. Pain have disappeared.
That was really early to try and force your way into the bomb site with NQZ on this lurk. There's still a minute on the clock. I mean, I know I'm being a little bit nitpicky considering how committed they already were with one player up in the closet, but there was some time for NQZ to wrap his way around and get involved and maybe alleviate some of the pressure. Any kills he gets, though, are valuable to limit the money, obviously.
But NQZ peeking out, the low HP spotted. Will he get Alex as well? That was the last position he was spotted, was towards the Underwood. But yeah, there's the Shadow, there's the ass cheeks, and he does get the kill eventually. But Hetrick was quick to shut it down, and any real opportunity was closed on winning the round. Good damage at least on the way out, but money is starting to look really healthy here for Bait. They'll buy up again, and quite the opposite here for Pain.
Yeah, this round has to be productive if you're paying to limit the money. You have to get a couple kills, get in and get that bomb plant. Losing bonus is going to build up. Next round is going to be a buy regardless, but you want some production out of these Tech 9s. You do pick up a Hero Galil just for that extra punch. Round 16. Bait making a bid for a third map.
Ancient. A map they were able to get a victory on yesterday. Good start for MPL. Drop NQZ to kick things off. DGT to respond. And another one straight through connector. Hetrick gone this time. And in terms of win conditions for Pain in a round like this, that certainly helps.
Yeah, you've also salvaged an extra weapon also. David has the AK-47, ran up Con to grab it and disappeared very, very quickly. Now in a pretty decent lurk position right underneath the window.
Oh, Kenzazor walks right into Davideus. Now it's a 4v2. Pain Gaming could be giving one back here.
But Alex and Essential are converging at the same point to be in the right place towards this A-bomb site. And if he comes out and clears middle and finds David...
Oh, he's seen the barrel. He should have seen the barrel, but I guess his view model blocked it. And then a sound cue as he dives down into the underpass. Looks a little bit silly there from Essential. Now it's Alex waiting up on top of Ticket. Spotting them out. They know where he is.
Yep,
that's got time.
Low HP player as well. No need to take the risk. And yeah, this is done. So we'll get a chill and watch the little sprint towards the B bomb site and see where Alex chooses to try and save this M4. 8-8. As we've seen throughout both of these maps, as soon as Bait feels like they start taking a little bit of a lead and running away with it and having a chance to extend the lead, Pain put a stop to it. They'll tie things up again right away. Is he going to go for this?
No.
Okay.
Gonna plant himself in CT spawn.
Fooled me, man. He looked so convinced. They know where he is, unfortunately.
Yeah, the hunt is on. DGT. Low HP. Deagle in his hands. Why not go for the triple kill? Why not try and take everything away from them? That's a massive round to win for Pain.
They do know, don't they? I'm pretty sure they do.
Well, they got an idea at least.
Okay, yeah, they're coming. They're recovering weapons right now. DGT's not going to be too involved. Do a chance to double up, and he will. They lose everything at the end. DGT's going to survive. And Alex just stays tucked in, doesn't go for anything else.
An AK-47 taken into the next round for Pain. Big round to win. Starting to get into just quite a comfortable rhythm there for Beta Esports. That round at least disrupts it. We'll see if it's a continuous effect or if it's just going to be bouncing back straight away.
Disrupts it. Ooh, what? Jesus, I just forgot the entire word. Disrupts it in a big way. Yeah, I know, right? Jesus. Essential out of 5-7. FAMAS out NPL. Utility is missing. Kits are missing. And this is a huge swing round at the tail stages of this map.
Hey, at least it wasn't a golf reference, Jason.
That's true. You did have a killer golf reference.
It did. It panned out.
But man, I mean, Bait is just so much out of money if they lose this round.
BGT and Snow already out through the lower window. We've got NPL just jiggling. He's about to be smoked out. Oh, well, sound cue. And now the play he wanted to make is no longer available to him. So an intelligent drop back there from NPL.
What if he just wanted to give the sound cue? Then he's done it perfectly.
I think with the little shake of his mouse, it was a... I'm going to read into it. It's a panic, yeah. All right, Headtrick, you're up next.
Well, they don't have anything to block Headtrick from swinging off Cat and peeking and fighting this. I mean, they have the mollies if they want to use it for that corner, but nobody's in position to put one in place. So Headtrick might have free reign.
Oh, he's got a hand, and there's the kill. NPL's turn. Looking towards Palace as well. Molotov actually hits him in the face. Snow gonna fall, though. Alex also stepping up here for Bait. We've got Davideus finally stepping into action here for Pain. That's their first kill of the round. NQZ's got to hit a special shot, and it's just too much of a crossfire there between the player and the bomb site. One up towards Tetris, and Davideus takes too much damage in that fight with 19 seconds left. No bomb in his possession. It will not be a Pain round victory, and Bait bounced back immediately after a round loss.
Punished for missing the detail of that Molotov out towards Catwalk or anything really to prevent Headtrick from just sliding out with impunity. They had 2 Molotovs in con. One was likely going to be used to help them activate through that choke point, but always one is used to protect you from a Catwalk peek like this, because this is way too simple. DGT's lining up utility, not even really thinking about that eventuality. And a painful loss to take as they got in the right position for exactly what they wanted, and then it's all ripped out of their hands in the last second. Hero AK picked up. Pain's running out of opportunities. That's a big missed one to reset the economy of Bait. So their path to a 2-0 win gets way more difficult.
Well, the Hero AK for DGT is the hope of Pain in this round. And he's already in middle, prowling around, and no one from Bait is given an opportunity. They say, you can have mid. You can have all the space you want towards there. We're just going to hold back. Look how far NPL's starting.
It's the economic situation that they know and understand. Like, no reason to be aggressive, no reason to be peeking off this into the Deagles. They were almost punished by it earlier. They did lose a Tech 9 round, so they're just kind of saying, let's play this one ultra safe. We don't want to lose against any more low buys, against any more force buys. Just be smart about this and use the range of the rifles. So yeah, Pain has mid, but the entire plan of Bait's defense is to let you have mid and contain you there.
And it just got stronger as well, right? With that ramp peak, realizing no one's there. Headtrick can just stay focused on this connector peak. And there's the first shot. Not going to be landing here for Headtrick. Second, not landing either. DGT in the meantime has drawn first blood in this round. Can Headtrick really miss 3 shots? No. He eventually gets another one. NQZ's Deagle actually chiming in, and it's another one on the Deag. Another kill, this time from Davideus, and all of a sudden it's essential. A 1v2, a clutch required, otherwise a tight game. And this was 1 AK, and Deagle's around it. And now it's down to the 1v1 is essential. Looks for it against Davideus. 10 seconds on the clock. He's not going for the plant. It's all about headshots and essential saves. Bait in the 1v2. I mean, that's a ridiculous round. They got that close right towards the end there. And it's crazy. Once again, it's essential 2 days in a row that's saving them, Jason.
I'm curious. I don't know why you would choose in the 2v1 not to just plant the bomb and play it. You have a player over in jungle who can pick up an M4 that's on the ground and just back away and play an off angle. You have a player in the bomb site with the bomb. I feel like there's no reason to not plant and go for that challenge in that way, in that fashion. Molotov goes way too deep, so Essential can step in front of it. And again, because it's a low buy, you have unarmored teammates, unarmored players trying to take these heads-up duels.
It's got to feel like a massive missed opportunity for Pain.
Been back-to-back rounds.
Yeah. Well, you can't have too many of those go against you without this going to a third map. And they do kind of suck the life out of you as well. Riding a high of thinking you're about to get the round win.
Yeah, exactly. Well, the saving grace is you get to say, it's okay, guys. We took a lot of money away, and that was a low buy, so we've set it up. We've teed things up, Dinko, for a nice long drive. Davideus, all the way up short. What
Push out from NQC. Oh, man, that was a sitter. He couldn't take it, though. PGT has to make up for it. It's going to be MPL waiting in jump. Oh, my goodness, a denial. The bomb plant second kill as well. These rounds are looking competitive. Like, Pain get themselves into good spots. It's just not taking their opportunities.
They're missing details when they come into this execute. Big Uzera, he hears the footsteps. You've lost track of him. A chance! Oh, they lined up.
Uh-oh, Big Uzera. Here's another one. Another round that Pain should not be winning. That suddenly gets into a position of power and possibility.
And he wants to pick up the bomb and play with it. Oh, and it might be the perfect call based off head trick. The blind rotation all the way back around towards the A bomb site for the flank. But Big Uzera is going to be on the other side of the map. They've traded positions. And head trick, when you get in here, you're going to feel like you want to go for it. But man, you're going to be thinking in your head, there's so many places he could be.
The brain of Big Uzera.
Why does he figure it out?
Taking this opportunity and running with it for Pain. Head trick now realizes it's a long run. A long road. Back over here. He picks up a kid. He's got all the utility he could ever want and 100 HP. Can Big Uzera finally take a chance for Pain? He's taking an aggressive stance, and head trick walks right into him. Third time's the charm here for Pain in terms of opportunities. Taking one finally. Can they run it all the way back?
Well, that should get them to tie this game up, right? There's just no money for the bait side of things. They were bought out to everything they had in that round, and now finally, yeah, maybe I called it the mistake in the 2v1 in the previous round, but now all the success in that round of 4 kills comes back. You actually get to capitalize on it just a round later with this win because the economy is shot.
Now just you. Oh my God.
Well, of all the rounds, for it to happen.
That is true. Well, that's what'll make it even more difficult for yourself. But you're right. It's the kind of round where it won't matter too much. 10 to 10, almost destined.
I mean, imagine being the guy who does that in the 10 to 10 round when it's a bye round.
Exactly.
That'd be really sad.
Yeah, don't be doing that. Well, MPL walking into the apartments. Snow with an easy headshot. Second player down on the bomb site is head trick. Surely he's going to be spotted in just a second here. Flash to the window. A dive down into the site. And Snow and DGT confirm kills alongside Big Uzera. It is a 10 to 10 scoreline. We're all tied up here on Mirage. And that dream of a 2-0 to get a 3-0 record here in the Swiss system for Pain Gaming once again reopens.
And it'd be huge for Pain. For a Pain team that's trying to find a way to recapture the magic that was them at the Austin Major with the run that they had there. Everything since then has been a journey to get back to that, but they've gotten nowhere close.
But it's very expensive to be a CT, Jason.
Sure.
They don't have a whole lot of money even now. Like, they're going to miss out on some util here and there.
Yeah, some kits are going to be missing as well. Only 2 kits being brought in, for sure.
MP9 was purchased for a second. Let's see what else they have. But, yeah, I think you got to take a time here just to discuss that financial situation and see what kind of buy you can get, what kind of setup is available to you. No head trick op, which was so punishing a couple of rounds ago.
Yeah, I mean, that's been a resource that was taken away from them just due to all the damage and eventually the clutch from Big Uzera. So that's another great advantage provided by the Big Uzera clutch. Round 21, we'll see what they can do, what they decide to set up. Full utility on NPL and Essential. Everyone else is kind of scattered. They pass it over to the players who've got to use things early for their position, for their role. But they need to stop. A 5-1 start in this second half for Bait's defense, but it's been 2 in a row for Pain as Big Uzera got this offense back on track.
Smoke up into the window. MPL and Kenzazor playing this area together. They're going to break that smoke as Big Uzera tries to hop up. Oh, he gets away with it. Big Uzera, ridiculous headshot. An advantage Pain thanks to the ring game leader again.
Okay, but someone new just slid into the position. Essential. This is kind of cool. Came right back over to where his teammate was taken. I don't think you clear this twice, but fortunately for Pain, not even messing with Short. Everyone's backing away from the underpass. Big Uzera, hero of a couple rounds ago, brought down to 11 HP. So the normally aggressive IGL might have to take things a little bit slow in this round, turn himself into a lurk.
Well, they're going back and look at this palace push from Headstrike. Oh! He spots the info, but he can't get the kill.
Do you want to commit here? There's not a whole lot of time to work the map, but that was such an early warning system that if you're Pain, you have to know there is going to be defense at this bomb site.
I think they're asking themselves that question. You can see them turn around and spawn, but I think realizing the time is low, they're going to go for it. Alex is going to position himself on default. Can he step up here? The in-game leader of Bait standing in position, ready to strike. 18 seconds left. His teammates fall around him. He's forced into the open, taken down by Snow, and NQZ will confirm the lead for Pain.
Bro, shout out to the Galils, the 2 Galil players. I know one was DGT. Who saved Big Uzera? The bottom of the totem pole does his damn job. Covering when this smoke breaks, looking upwards. It's Snow, but Big Uzera ends up with the kill, but this shot from DGT saves the day as well. So many timely kills coming in for Pain.
And those are painful moments for Bait as well. Deciding moments in the round. And the money has been drained away from the CT side. The defense do not have the resources for a purchase here. They're saving money going into the next, but this is very likely to concede 12 against them. And Pain Gaming will be on series point.
Smoke window, smoke top con. No mid control though. Pain just throw the utility to show that that's what they want and back off towards the B halls. Playing on the bumper for a quick shot. One back towards bench, a layered defense.
Bang, and Essential destroyed. Waiting at the bench is Kenzazor. The Eagle ready. Utility flies over the top. Kenzazor into the open. Tough position. Once fire is tickling his feet, plenty of teammates around the Pain squad to get into this B-bomb site comfortably. It is now 12-10. Playoff point for Pain.
Big Uzera gets this team on track with the clutch and then calls some very nice rounds from there. 2 chances to close out this series. For Bait, if they go on to lose this, looking at the way they started this map, 5-1 run in the second half, a commanding lead. To have it taken away in that fashion, it's going to be extreme disappointment out of the Bait camp. Not an elimination, so it's not going to be heartbreak. They've got 2 more chances to qualify through, but they've got to finish this map up here and try and get us to Ancient.
And you see how hyped up Snow is. Realizing Pain are in a great position to do it. But here comes a goodbye from Bait. They don't have an AWP. And as we just mentioned, that has been very impactful from Headtrick.
Just so many financial problems down the stretch for Bait. They're out of timeouts as well. Their last one taken 2 rounds ago. It's all on this round 23.
Oh.
And Pain just says, screw it. We don't need to line up in a default. We're just going to hit the 8 bomb site. Nobody's home.
Yeah, knockout blow at the ready.
If they hit a fast timing...
Well, they might just go on Davideus' contact, right? And he might actually just take out the only A player. There goes the utility. Now Davideus goes. This set might actually be perfect. Absolutely perfect. The rotation's coming in. Davideus only manages 1. MPL still rattling shots through that smoke.
He spotted 2 though, David, when he went down. He knew 1 was stairs as well. He's called that out, that information.
And Snow, he's now ready outside of that CT smoke. Headtrick waiting in behind it. Hetrick is actually crossed him. Oh, Snow turns around and wins the fight. Surely this is it now for Pain Gaming. Surely playoffs are just around the corner here. Essential, MPL, and Alex now in a 3v4 recovery of the site, and the utility keeps dumping. Keeps holding them back, and they're all coming in from the same side as well. You haven't got a flank to save you. Haven't got a player from CT spawn. And it's Big Uzera, whose clutch was the catalyst to get this going again for Pain. And it's Snow, the man to close it. A 13-10 win for Pain Gaming. They take a 2-0, and they celebrate playoff qualification.
They came to bring the pain, hardcore from the brain. Enter my astral plane where Striker and Blair will break down the game.
Stellar work. Some of your best.
I mean, it's
Rich.
Method, man. I can't really take the credit for that.
Well, shout out to Method, man. One time.
A legend.
Listen, great game from Pain, honestly. It really did. Still rhyming. I can't help it.
You're on your toes.
I can't help it. I just got to keep playing the game, you know?
No, I mean, listen, really, though. That's the most impressive I've seen Pain probably since the major, I want to say.
Okay.
Let's not get too ahead of ourselves, right? Like, they beat Bait. Like, the thing is, if this was a game which happened, like, you know, a while ago, Pain would have been coming as the favorites, right? Just in current form right now, Pain have been a bit... Still rhyming. I can't help it.
You're on your toes.
I can't help it. I just got to keep playing the game, you know?
No, I mean, listen, really, though. That's the most impressive I've seen Pain probably since the major, I want to say.
Okay.
Let's not get too ahead of ourselves, right? Like, they beat Bait. Like, the thing is, if this was a game which happened, like, you know, a while ago, Pain would have been coming as the favorites, right? Just in current form right now, Pain have been a bit of a struggle city. Bait have been punching high, well above their weight. But yeah, it's good to see Pain make it through the groups, you know, not really fumbling it. It looked like it could go either way at some point. Yeah. But yeah, they get the job done.
I think, I mean, definitely it could have gone either way. I mean, Peyton ended up getting kind of a lucky break with a couple of rounds there. That half-by win in round 16 into that Big Uzera 1v4 that swung it to the other side.
And Hetrick was helping out as best as he can as well.
Yes, he wasn't having a very good time, to be honest. So it's, yeah, another game where it felt like Bates didn't really arrive in the way that I would have expected, especially on a map that they have as their home, that they like to pick a lot. NPL, I mean, you can see he was frustrated on the screen. He was also not having the impact that I would expect him to have, especially on the T side. Pain were actually doing a really good job disrupting him early on the CT side when they were, you know, bombing him down in underpass. They were constantly fighting mid, or not even fighting mid. It was just more being aware that NPL was going to get snuck through into window or into connector, and what I was talking about in the pre-game, and just controlling the game.
And also, like, one player, you know, we should forget not to mention has been, I think NQZ was just stellar, man. Yeah. This entire series. So you look at Dust 2, all those crazy highlights with his scout and whatnot, and here with the AWP, he was, even though, you know, of course, there's so many layers to how the way this game played out, I feel like he was that massive difference maker with the AWP, just not missing a shot at all, just locking things down, and working so well with the pack when it's trying to creep and crawl into the bomb site. It's something Pain really liked to do, but also in the post plants, he was just such a safe pair of hands.
Yeah, and towards the end, I mean, I was critical of their T-sides, Pain's T-sides, of course, but towards the end, after they got those 2 rounds, they got them back into the game, the rest of it was very well controlled. I mean, they went mid, they got the pick, you know, went back into T-spawn, then they got another pick, and they still took their time, you know, not rushing it, not getting caught off guard by the last guy in A site. And then the end, again, just such a stellar crossfire in the after plant. Everything was just super by the book towards the end in the last 3 rounds. So I think, yeah, a much improved Pain from what I've seen recently.
I mean, for me, I just think the map essentially hinged on that clutch from Big Uzera.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that 1v3, which I think we'll talk about that at some point. It was just crazy. It was right on a knife edge, and to win something that unwinnable, where you have to get a collat to have a chance to win the round was crazy.
And it's also the round that broke their money, right? Like, exactly. we just had the USPs coming in for the CD side the next round. And sure, you can say you got a little bit lucky with the collab, but I think he played it very, very well. You know, getting the first trade in the 1v4, playing the 1v1 to perfection as well, just the positioning inside the market. But also want to give credit, you know, outside of the fragging department, just some very good mid-rounding calls, right? I think just the way they were able to kind of piece together, like, you know, you get a little bit of information, just kind of pieces around together. I just want to give a lot of credit to that, because I felt like I think when the scoreline's like 10-9 or whatever, 10-8, that's when they're able to bring it back. And it did come down to all these very, very smart calls coming out from Big Uzera, where he did absolutely have Alex 666's number.
Yes, very, very solid, he said.
Yeah, well, guess what? We've got Big Uzera joining us now. for a little post-match interview. First of all, congratulations. Well done. I'm going to start with a not-so-kind question.
Okay.
Because, sorry.
Let's go.
It's my style.
Okay.
You looked really good at the major, and I think you had a really good run. And since then, it hasn't been as good. And I wanted to give you an opportunity to kind of explain, kind of why that might be, if there's been any factors that have been taking its toll on the team.
First of all, hello.
Yeah, great to see you.
Yeah, and I think if I have a exact answer, probably I would not make the mistakes that we were making, right? So I have no answer about it, but at the same time, I know that the effort that we put every day, all the work that we always try to do, and I don't know, in the past months, I was feeling that we were like kind of lazy, but not totally. But I think we all know where we can go and where we want to go. But at the same time, if you don't do what it needs to do, to be there, it's impossible. So I think right now we are doing exactly what we need to do, and I think the results are showing.
Yeah, you've also made a change with how Snow is used in the team. I think he's had a role change. I just wanted to get some insight into why you made that change and how you think it's going.
I think it's most because Snow is like a guy that he lacks a lot of talk and call mid-round things and some sneaky plays, and we were missing a little bit with Davideus being a playmaker. So we changed a little bit the role because Davideus, at the same time, he's so aggressive, but at the same time, he's not like he's not like me. I'm aggressive, but at the same time, I'm an original playmaker. Is my main role. So I think he hasn't the same style to play, and I think Snow is more like me. And I think we made a great job of the change.
Yeah. Another question. The clutch you made, the 1v3, really, I think it made you win the map. Kind of in that moment, were you feeling it? Did you believe in that second, when you made that peak, got that collapse?
Yeah. Actually, I heard both there. And I knew that if I could the first, the second, because the guys on my team always say that I'm insane on clutch, but I never can show you guys because I'm always dead. And it's kind of crazy because all days in practice, I used to be alive in clutch, and we go to the tournament. I don't know what happens, but I'm always dead. And yeah,
you can't clutch if you're dead.
Yeah, after the round, the boys said I knew you would win the round, So I think they trust a lot on me on clutch, and I think this kind of confidence pays off, So when I stay alive, I just feel that I can win any round,
I mean, maybe you should be baiting a little bit more, right? Okay, my question's a little bit about Mirage, right? Because that's Bait's map pick. They've looked very, very good on it recently, and it's a map where you guys have struggled a bit. The T side, there are a few things I was noticing. Some of the mid-rounding, for example. Was that based purely on what was happening in the round, or was it a little bit of more towards a prep as to how Bait like to play their CT side?
The CT side or T side?
Like their CT side and your T side. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I will be honest with you guys. I watched a lot of demos about them, and I saw the Alper, the head trick, used to start a lot of CT spawn. So if he starts CT spawn and the guy from short is always pushing short, we have one guy on B, one short, one A, one ticket that we call.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's the same.
Yeah, no, it's the same.
Yeah, it's the same. So the guy, like a connector guy, will be always alone, you know. So I'm that kind of guy. So I know if he plays alone all the time, has gap on window or con. So if you make pressure on window, the gap will be on con. So if you make pressure on both sides, probably one guy will like split with no C, you know.
Was it the same thing on the CT, on your CT side as well? Towards the early part of the half, we were seeing how much pressure you were putting on underpass, and of course that's where NPL plays a lot. Was that targeted towards him?
Yeah, of course. I think when we go into a map, we have to think not just on T side and CT side separate. We have to like make our own plays. Think about the other side also, but not always. But this was a kind of a game that I could see his situation like me, and I put myself there, and I was wondering like yesterday, if he's me, what we have to do to counter that, right?
Yeah.
So last question. Obviously, you know, you're through now to the playoffs, and as I said, it has been a bit of a dry run, you know, not placing particularly well at some of these tournaments. There are obviously a number of big names missing, and Brazilian Counter-Strike is in a renaissance period. Brazilian teams stay winning. So, you know, whereabouts realistically are you seeing yourself getting to? I mean, do you think out of all of the teams in the tournament, Pain are right up there?
Yeah, of course. I think the Brazilian teams right now, they... I don't know what happened like these past months, but I think we just woke up, you know. So I always said, I used to say that we have a lot of talents in Brazil. We have a lot of good players, but it's difficult to find like when we go to like the tier 1, it's difficult to like be constant, you know. And I think Fury made it. And I think when the first Brazilian teams can do that, you can see like 6 months ago, we were like playing the same level than Furia, and right now I can feel that they are a level like beyond. And I'm pretty sure that we can go to the same level, but we have to be constant all the time, and to be constant, we have to work all the time. You know, we have to put like not just words. We have to put like the real work and work. We have to sleep thinking about Counter-Strike. We have to wake up to play Counter-Strike, and I think this is the key for the success. I'm not sure, but it's what I believe.
Well, it's been going well so far here. Thanks so much for your time and the insight. Best of luck for the rest of the tournament. Looking forward to watching you play again.
Thank you.
Obrigado.
Obrigado.
Yeah. Right, see?
Great interview.
Thanks, man.
I love that. And it is so...
By the way, great question. Like, actually, wherever you pulled that from, that's great.
Well, sometimes I do my job,
you have your
right?
moments.
No, but like, it's so rare to, you know, if you look at all these top 8 teams and stuff, you're going to give the interviews, way more media trade. They're like, yeah, you know, we prep. I love the fact that, because this is something that we know, right? Like how when you're preparing for a team, obviously you're going to be working on your team and your strategies, but you are at this level of Counter, 100%, you're going to be looking at how your opponents react and how they behave in certain scenarios, what their setups are. And I love that he was able to go so deep into the individuals and how they play. Because now with the answers it gave you, if you're a fan of Counter-Strike, you go back and watch that VOD or the demo, and you're like, I see what they're doing over here.
The hat-trick detail is crazy.
It's crazy, because it makes sense.
He said he was having a bad game.
Yeah.
And, you know, something fell off, and you know, to isolate him like that is crazy.
Yeah, and he's also been the sort of a player that you can tell that he just doesn't have the kind of confidence, you know, and you need that, especially on Mirage, because, you know, Mirage used to be the kind of a map where oppers, you know, would just jump out a window, try to take a peek down mid and things like that, like being very...
The good old days.
But now everything is so structured where you get smoked off instantly on both connector and window. You have to play off of your nades. You have to be very creative with the way you take your peeks. You have to change angles a lot. You have to go up B, you know, to take to just keep the opponents on your feet, right? And obviously, you know, that's what he was not doing in this game, and Pain were able to take advantage of that.
Yeah. I mean, if you look at like the CD side over there, you could see hat-trick just towards Ticket, as you pointed out, playing towards the triple box, for example. And he was, at first he was missing a lot of shots, but then he was just getting punished immediately, even if he did get the one kill. So it's just lovely to have, you know, a little bit more light being shed on the micros as to how teams prep for a particular map and a game.
I also think Big Azira is like just a slept-on dude in general. Like when it comes to like there's a timeline where he could have joined Furia, I think, and maybe been working with Keserato and Yuri and created the dynastic team. I just don't think we're in. You know, we're obviously not in that timeline, sadly. And I hope he can get something done with Payne. I got a lot of respect for him.
I mean, we've been saying that forever.
Yeah, I know. That's what
I've been one of his biggest fans for a long time. He also re-signed with Payne, I believe, till 2027 as well, right? So he's going to be there for a while. Yeah. I'm just hoping that he finds that, as he mentioned, that consistent success. Even if you're not winning SR events, you know, trying to get these deep playoff runs and placings, I think that already would be a great win for one of the kind of, you know, underrated soldiers of Brazilian Counter-Strike.
Maybe by 2027, Fallen's going to be out of Furia, as we've been hearing.
Well,
that never happened.
Fallen's never going to retire. Yeah. I've realized this. He's got to keep playing till 2040. Counter-Strike 4 is going to come out rich. You know, people are going to be losing all their skins, but Fallen's still going to be playing.
Yeah, I'm telling you, it is a good time to be a Brazilian Counter-Strike fan, and that's always awesome to see.
Yeah, Asian CS dead now.
You know, cycles. Why don't we take a look at the results that we had today? We'll start with our main stream. Liquid were able to overcome BetBoom right at the start of the day. Astralis.
Astralis.
Yeah, that's a rough one. That is a rough one. There was that nuke as well, which they keep picking it, I think.
They got smacked around, man.
Yeah, I know. It's wild. But congrats to the Legacy, obviously. I mean, like we were talking about Brazilian Counter-Strike.
I think Legacy, for me, right now, they have cemented for themselves, at least in my mind, that there wasn't a fluke. It wasn't just a flash in the pan. They're here to stay, and that's a great sign.
Yeah. And shock of the day, Heroic beating Aurora, which we had earlier. We covered that one. That was an incredible performance from them. And then Pain Gaming obviously just got over the line there. Looking at our B stream, which is still ongoing. This is great because it means we go home and we don't have to even wrap up the show properly.
Poor Harry. Harry and Henry.
Yeah. Poor Harry and Henry. They've got the long games. But no, there's some crazy action going on there. And obviously when we finish yapping, we do recommend you go over to the stream. So I guess we're at the end of the day, really. So
yeah.
Any final thoughts from you guys?
Well, that was a quick day.
I know.
Crazy.
I love it when it happens.
Yeah, we can't even talk about what's going to happen tomorrow because we don't even know who's going to meet each other and everything.
I just want to watch more Counter-Strike, which we can on the secondary stream.
Yeah, all right.
Boom, there we go.
Look, guys, it's always a pleasure hanging out, even when it is only quick, and parting is such sweet sorrow. And that's it from us. As we said, get yourself on over to the B stream, because obviously we can't do tomorrow's schedule until the games are finished, because that's how that works. Go watch that. It'll be a great time, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye.
Bye.